Zhou Ming, after dying from overwork, is reborn as Naruto in Konoha village, complete with an MC inventory. From then on, the ninja world begins to change dramatically. Uchiha Xiaoyan, carrying a heavy weapon, starts throwing lime powder, becoming a nightmare for all dojutsu users. Kurama yells, "Who will be the peak of the end of Sage Mode?" In a melodramatic slogan, Akatsuki Sasori leads the Sand Shinobi in pursuit of mechanical ascension. Deidara becomes obsessed with nuclear art, and even Nagato transforms into Jiraiya's appearance. What absurd direction will this Naruto world, disrupted by a game system, take? Chapter 1. Kurama. What's this little brat doing? Brain storage. After university, Zhou Ming became a social beast. Every day was filled with endless overtime, late-night revisions of plans, and incomprehensible leadership. Finally, there was a legal holiday, but he still had to make it up later. That aside, his girlfriend, whom he had been with since university, had cheated on him with her boss just a week ago. Even after he discovered it, she pointed at him and said, "You can't give me the life I want. Let's break up." I only feel unprecedented happiness with Zhang. As a result, while his girlfriend was cheating, she also posted it on a short video, receiving countless scorn from other girls. The T0 version is truly unmanageable. Now, Zhou Ming could only find a sense of existence in his rented room, through the game world and the anime world. Only there could he be an independent being, rather than a soulless zombie drifting through each day. At night, after stealing some time to play a couple of games, Zhou Ming suddenly stood up, his vision going dark as his head slammed heavily onto the keyboard. He didn't know how long it had been when he gradually began to hear the murmurs of strangers in his ears. The sound slowly grew nearer and louder. Wait, wasn't I playing a game? How? Did I fall asleep? Zhou Ming suddenly opened his eyes, only to find everything in front of him was blurry, resembling a mosaic. What's going on? Why have I shrunk? He randomly grasped at the air, and in his hazy vision, he could make out a pair of chubby little hands. They looked a bit like the Michelin tire mascot. I have turned into a baby. Before Zhou Ming could process this, a yellow-haired figure and a red-haired woman suddenly appeared in his line of sight. At this moment, he realized he had crossed over into the legendary fetal reincarnation. Yellow hair? Don't tell me I'm starting in a vocational school. Seeing the yellow-haired person, Zhou Ming's alertness skyrocketed. He was genuinely worried that the father of this yellow-haired child might be a member of the mourning family. Swish suddenly, Zhou Ming noticed the scene changing, and his body was suspended in the air. A few seconds later, he landed safely in the arms of a stranger. What the hell? Why is there a human trafficker? Where are my parents? Help me. Around him, he could hear a woman crying and sounding anxious. As for what was said, Zhou Ming couldn't understand, but it sounded so heart-wrenching and heartbreaking. However, Zhou Ming was very anxious. He had just crossed over. Can't he get a chance to develop? Being captured by human traffickers, that he might end up with broken limbs begging on the street. In his previous life, Zhou Ming often heard his parents tell tragic stories about children being abducted by traffickers, but he never expected that right after reincarnation, he'd be caught by a mass trafficker. Wait, red-haired woman? Yellow-haired father? Mass trafficker? A strange sense of familiarity suddenly made Zhou Ming fall into contemplation. The combination of the three sparked a golden light in his small mind. Wow, I crossed into Naruto. Oh no, I become the Konoha prince. Naruto Uzumaki, roar. As if responding to Zhou Ming's thoughts, deafening roars erupted around him. Zhou Ming's head buzzed, and he instantly stopped thinking, fainting. In the last moment before he fainted, he began to pray sincerely. Uchiha Obito, RNM. This grudge, I, Uzumaki Naruto, will remember it. Zhou Ming began to accept his identity as Uzumaki Naruto. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of water droplets hitting the ground, crisp and ethereal. It sounded like an unturned faucet in a spacious room. Naruto's eyelids fluttered, and his consciousness gradually awakened. However, the scene he saw upon opening his eyes was vastly different from what he had imagined. Roar. Once again, familiar roars echoed in his ears. Is it the Nine Tails? Naruto turned his head and saw an orange Massachusetts. Due to his vision still not being fully developed, the Nine Tails in front of him looked just like a big orange cat. Click, click. At this moment, Naruto discovered a very clear interface had appeared before him. What the heck? My world? He was surprised to find that this interface in his eyes was exactly the Minecraft he played in his previous life. Scrolling through the interface, Naruto could see all the items inside. Yes, all the items. Even enchanted potions and monster eggs were there. It's creative mode. Not only that, it even had over 300 mods loaded, all of which he had downloaded in his previous life, like the Industrial Modernization mod, Magic World mod, and so on. For example, in the Industrial Modernization mod, there were household appliances. In a Magic World mod, there were magic monster eggs, portals, and various magical items. In short, these mods contained a large number of extremely bugged items. Even Naruto couldn't count how many things were inside, and Naruto realized, perhaps this is the cheat that came with his crossing. Although there was no system ding ding ding, he was quite satisfied. Not to mention that he was the top-tier character in the Naruto world, possessing chakra, as well as a Kurama power bank. Now he also had the Minecraft cheat with hundreds of loaded mods. That counts as a perfect start. With a thought, Naruto directly threw out a cow. The Kurama trapped in the cage was so full of resentment, it was about to overflow. He initially wanted to scare this little brat, but instead saw a cow suddenly appear in the ceiling space. What's even stranger is, why does this cow look a bit square? The Ninetales was puzzled, but couldn't help but feel curious. In an instant, he forgot that he was trying to scare this little brat. Hey, little brat, how did you do that? Abba Abba. Naruto couldn't understand what the Ninetales was saying at all. He knelt behind the cow, struggling to crawl on the ground. Perhaps due to the strong physique of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto crawled much faster than he thought. In no time, he reached the side of the cow. He raised his hand and used all his strength to slap the cow. The cow that was attacked flickered, flying back a short distance. This was just like in the game. Naruto was overjoyed and then began to chase the cow in the ceiling space. Before long, Naruto looked at the meat chunks on the ground and laughed heartily. The Kurama in the cage was left in a state of confusion. He couldn't understand what this little brat was doing and why. There was such a strange cow appearing in the ceiling space. Then he witnessed an unforgettable scene in his life. Naruto sat on the ground, chuckling to himself while shaping the earth beneath him. Occasionally, he would plant a few oak trees. Soon, within the gloomy ceiling space, an exceedingly out-of-place small forest began to take shape. There was even a wooden house in the middle. Hey, kid, are you toying with me? The Ninetales' voice was loud, but the soundproofing of the wooden house Naruto built was surprisingly effective. Even if it shouted at the top of its lungs outside, all that could be heard inside was a vague echo. HMM.IT was even quieter than the buzzing noise from renovations in his previous life. Lying on the bed, Naruto's thoughts were complex. After the initial excitement of being reborn, his heart gradually settled down. This made him ponder his future fate. Naruto knew that when he regained consciousness, his parents would likely both be gone. TSK, becoming an orphan right after crossing over. It's truly melancholic. Just thinking about how he would be hated by countless villagers in Konoha in the future made him feel a bit heartbroken. Lost in thought, Naruto dozed off on his bed. Chapter 2. The Tsundere Ninetales. 6 years later. Alright, finally completed. Naruto adjusted his hard hat, a look of excitement shining on his small face. At this moment, he was standing atop a large column built from stone blocks. There were 4 of these columns in the ceiling space, each standing at the corners of the space. It seemed as if the ceiling space was supported by these 4 columns. Naruto did this to install high-power hanging lights in the ceiling space. It could be said that the ceiling space had already achieved a cycle of day and night. While it couldn't compare to the outside world, it was certainly a far cry from the previous dark environment. Naruto pulled out a switch and pressed it lightly. Over 40 hanging lights at the top of the ceiling space simultaneously shone down, instantly dispelling the darkness, making the entire ceiling space as bright as the outside world. Standing atop the column and looking around, Naruto admired his masterpiece. In the center of the space was a 3-story villa, surrounded by vast fields of golden wheat. The borders were filled with pear trees, apple trees, jujube trees, and more. The outermost layer had a stream that Naruto had cultivated, which, when viewed from above, looked like a blue belt encircling the villa. Seeing all this, a sense of satisfaction rose within Naruto. It must be said that farming, even after crossing over, was still deeply ingrained in his bones. Over the past 6 years, aside from the daily necessities, he had been immersed in renovating the ceiling space. The ceiling space had been transformed into four major terrains: forests, snowy fields, plains, and deserts. Numerous creatures had also been introduced into it. It could be said that it had completely changed from its previous dark and gloomy style. After all, if he wanted to tame the fox, he had to start by improving the living environment. He was counting on this portable charger in the future. Naruto took out a bucket of water from the system and poured it at his feet. The water flowed down the column, cascading in a small waterfall. Before the water could hit the ground, Naruto hiked up his pants and jumped down. He wasn't worried about any accidents. If he messed up, the worst that could happen was getting kicked out of the ceiling space. He was quite familiar with the process. Bang! Naruto landed, not caring that he was now wet, and headed straight for the pig pen. He killed 2 pigs on sight, turned back to the villa, made a serving of fried pork cutlet rice, and then took out a diamond sword to slice at his neck. As his consciousness returned to reality, Naruto climbed out of bed and retrieved the fried pork cutlet rice he had just made, along with a bottle of orange soda. He then began to enjoy his lunch for the day. Over the years, Naruto had come to understand his system fairly well. The items from the system could be taken out directly, but the rules of the game world only existed within the ceiling space. For example, when he took out animals from the system, they would instantly transform into their normal biological forms. Items would also become more realistic. Except for things like dirt and stone, which retained their original appearances, he couldn't place blocks in the void. Everything needed support. Once an object lost its support, it would collapse in an instant. Additionally, most modular items had to be crafted. For instance, the fried pork cutlet rice he was eating was from the food module. However, this wasn't too much of a hassle. It was just an extra step in crafting. To create perfect level items, he needed to max out his level. Although the system was in creative mode, Naruto discovered that he still had an experience bar. From the moment he realized this, he began grinding for levels in the ceiling space. Today, he finally reached level 100. The difference between a weapon enchanted at level 0 and one enchanted at level 100 was like heaven and earth. For example, the diamond sword he had enchanted before. Diamond sword, attack power 64. Enchant effect, attack power 2, attack speed 1. Durability, 100100. But now, after reaching level 100, the enchantment effects had become incredibly powerful. Diamond sword, attack power 64. Enchant effect, attack power 10, durability 70, attack speed 30, knockback 20, bleed 30, durability 100, 001, 0000. Just looking at these enchantment effects was enough to make one dizzy, not to mention the bonuses they provided. Although he hadn't tested these effects yet, he had secretly tried before. The diamond sword enchanted at level 0 could be crushed by the Nine Tails, while the fully enchanted diamond sword was something the Nine Tails couldn't handle at all. So far, he had only tried enchanting the diamond sword and hadn't had the chance to enchant other items. Things like magic wands, portals, various armors, etc. were still pending. In the ceiling space, the Nine Tails slowly opened its eyes, watching the disappearing kid. Over the past 6 years that IT had watched as this kid gradually transformed the ceiling space. From the day the kid built the small treehouse, things had spiraled out of control. At first, the Nine Tails didn't pay much attention. It thought, what's so special about a strange bloodline limit? It had seen all sorts of things in its long life. Thus, in the following days, the Nine Tails mostly spent its time sleeping, and it always saw that little kid placing blocks bit by bit in the ceiling space. Until one day, the Nine Tails opened its eyes to see a vast forest, instantly leaving it dumbfounded. What the hell? It had lived for so long and had never seen such a person who was a Jinchuriki. Which tailed beast ceiling space would have a forest? Moreover, in the days that followed, this kid also created snowy fields and deserts. He even released a number of bizarre animals: square rabbits, cows, dogs, tigers, and so on. These animals occasionally came over to its side at that time. The Nine Tails couldn't take it anymore and prepared to teach them a lesson. However, when it swatted down, instead of seeing a corpse, it found plenty of meat. However, this meat tasted surprisingly good. The only drawback was that it was too small and not enough to fill the Nine Tails gaps. After being sealed for many years and experiencing 3 generations of Jinchuriki, the Nine Tails hadn't tasted anything in a long time. Unfortunately, those animals didn't come over every day. As a result, the once silent ceiling space became vibrant with the addition of these things. All of this left the Nine Tails in a daze. If it weren't for the fact that these creatures looked a bit square, it would have truly thought it hadn't been sealed at all. Not to mention, every day when Kurama wakes up and sees the environment here, his mood improves. But at the same time, he starts to wonder, why does this little brat only refuse to renovate the area around his cage? Kurama begins to regret how he treated this little brat in the past. His cage is dark and damp, and Kurama feels an indescribable strange smell inside it. In contrast to the flowing river and the fragrant flowers and birds outside, Kurama really feels miserable. And those delicious pieces of meat, they truly make Kurama feel uncomfortable all over. He wants to talk to that little brat, but he can't bring himself to do it. Moreover, secretly eating someone else's food. Kurama feels incredibly ashamed. As the strongest-tailed beast, he has never done such petty thievery. So the human and the fox are stuck in a stalemate in the ceiling space. Anyway, Kurama doesn't disturb Naruto, and Naruto never steps into Kurama's territory while working. Kurama sighs, looks at the scenery in front of him, shifts his massive body, and falls asleep again. The scent of earth and the fragrance of flowers and trees seem to take him back to his childhood. Chapter 3. The villagers have never seen a nine-tailed fox. Naruto brought his dinner to the table, listening alone to the ticking of the clock in his room, feeling a sense of disconnection from the world. It had been a few years since he arrived in this world, and although he had gotten used to being alone, he couldn't help but feel a bit empty inside. Glancing at the pork chop in his lunchbox, Naruto picked it up with chopsticks and took a bite, silently narrating for himself. Over the years, Naruto had consumed quite a bit of food from the ceiling space. However, the effects of the food inside were minimal compared to those outside. Naruto thought this was understandable. After all, the version of himself in the ceiling space was just a consciousness. As for the colorful food in the system, he really didn't dare to eat it. The enhancement attributes of those items were simply too overwhelming, and under the rules of the outside world, Naruto was genuinely worried that eating them would cause him to explode on the spot. He was still a rookie and didn't dare to mess around. As for the items in his backpack, he couldn't even lift a 1 cubic meter stone after adapting to the rules of the outside world at the age of 6. Out of curiosity, Naruto once took out a piece of raw stone, but since he couldn't move it at all, it fell directly onto the wooden floor of the room, collapsing it and dropping down to the floor below. This terrified the ordinary villagers of Konoha living downstairs. Who would have thought that a square boulder would fall from their ceiling in the middle of the night while they were sound asleep? The stone just happened to crush the headboards of 2 families' beds. If only Naruto had moved the stone 30 centimeters to the left when he took it out, he would have achieved the feat of hitting 3 houses with 1 stone. If it weren't for the 3rd Hokage compensating and apologizing to those people, and even arranging for them to move out of Naruto's building into new homes, the villagers in this apartment building would have truly made a fuss at the Hokage building. After that incident, Naruto was the only one living in that building. He also realized the frightening nature of the system he had. He hadn't even taken out anything else yet, and he almost caused a triple kill with just 1 round stone, which was indeed a bit scary. Naruto didn't even dare to drink the milk in the system. He feared that under the influence of the outside world's rules, if he drank it, it might erase the 9 tails within him, and that would make him cry. Sometimes, being too powerful was also a trouble. However, it was still fine to take out and eat most of the slightly normal food in his backpack. It really could enhance his strength. This was proven when, on a snowy day, Naruto single-handedly defeated several bigger kids and saved his wife Hinata, showing that his physique was extraordinary. Just then, there was a sudden knock at the door, followed by the voice of the 3rd Hokage. "Hey, little Naruto, are you home? Grandpa is here to see you." Coming. Naruto quickly gulped down 2 bites of rice, tossed the lunchbox into the sink, wiped his mouth, and walked toward the door. Before opening it, he rubbed his face with his little hands, putting on an innocent expression. It was really difficult for him, as an adult soul, to pretend in front of the 3rd Hokage from time to time. "Hurry up and start school," Naruto shouted in his heart, slowly opening the door. "Hello, 3rd Grandpa." Little Naruto, Grandpa is here to see you again." The 3rd Hokage smiled kindly, then raised his hand to pat Naruto's head. This action made Naruto's face turn red with anger, and he quickly dodged, not giving the 3rd Hokage a chance to pat his head at all. The 3rd Hokage chuckled at the child's evasion, not taking it to heart. Kids, being a bit mischievous is normal. My grandson Konohamaru is quite mischievous too. It's no big deal. Naruto, here's your allowance for this month. The third Hokage took out a few bills from his pocket and placed a notice from the Ninja Academy on the table. However, the only thing that puzzled the third Hokage was Naruto's strange bloodline limit. A few years ago, he realized the child's special bloodline limit when Naruto summoned a stone that nearly harmed several innocent villagers. Initially, he thought Naruto had awakened some kind of Earth-style bloodline limit. But later he discovered that the things Naruto could summon were not just simple stones. He could summon mud, seeds, hoes, axes, and even animals and daily necessities. It could be said that this child had an unmatched talent for farming in the ninja world. Sometimes, the third Hokage felt it was a pity if this child didn't go into farming. But the key issue was that your father is the fourth Hokage, the golden flash of the ninja world, and other ninjas would tremble at the mention of that name. As for your mother, the Uzumaki clan, few could match her sealing techniques in the entire ninja world. As for this child, he was the strongest Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails in Konoha, destined to become the strongest force in the village, not to become a farmer raising pigs. What kind of absurd bloodline limit was this? The third Hokage went home after that day and spent 2 nights trying to figure it out, but couldn't come to a conclusion. In short, Naruto's ridiculous bloodline limit was not completely useless for ninjas. It was simply completely useless. Surely he couldn't summon an axe in a battle with an enemy while they were shocked. Everyone else is a ninja, and you bring an axe. What kind of situation is that? Do you want to chop a tree for the enemy and make them laugh? Or do you expect to break through their defenses with a wooden axe? If this spreads, wouldn't it be said that Konoha is so poor that it can't even provide a kunai for its subordinates? Got it, Grandpa. I'm really looking forward to going to school. Thank you, Grandpa. I'm really looking forward to going to school. While saying this, Naruto was carving a miniature model of Minecraft. He once doubted whether Minato had dropped this child when he saved him, causing all these strange behaviors now. Little Naruto, go out more during the day. Meet some new friends, and don't just stay at home. Go out. Why? To be sprayed by the jealous kids? Or to feel everyone's envious gazes? I might as well stay home and watch the fox. Got it, Grandpa. Naruto tilted his head and replied innocently, but inside he thought, old third Hokage. Scram. Looking at the clock on the table, Naruto decided to finish carving his miniature model first. After a few hours, when it was dark and no one was out on the streets anymore, he could go out. After all, the village leaders had come to talk to him several times. If didn't he go out now, it would be seen as an attitude problem. However, the third Hokage was really too annoying. He didn't send him food after coming to see him, and he even sent people to monitor him. There were even rumors in Konoha that he was the reincarnation of the Nine Tails. No one could stand that. If he weren't so young and weak right now, Naruto would definitely have taken a diamond sword and held it to the third Hokage's neck, saying, "Old third Hokage, my sword is not without merit." 3 years ago, when Naruto went out during the day, he received a lot of envious looks and praise from the jealous kids, which made him decide to go out less. Whenever they saw him, they would start a group, and who could stand that? Anyway, he could play farming at home for 10 or 8 years. No matter how powerful the rumors were, if they couldn't see him, how could those jealous kids start a group? He didn't believe the Umbu would let them come to his doorstep. If any of those people dared to come, he would go crazy and hang himself at the villagers' houses, just to see if the third Hokage would deal with them. In 10 or 8 years, no matter how powerful the rumors became, they would all turn into legends of Konoha. Moreover, he wasn't completely staying indoors. He just went out at night when no one was around. 3 years ago, he even walked Hinata home, and recently he saved her from a group of kids. Naruto thought about how he acted like a child in front of the third Hokage. At most, he could be considered a reclusive child who didn't like to go out. But what could you do about me? After sending off the old man, Naruto began to wash his dishes and tidied up his room a bit. During this process, he also noticed the enrollment notice for the Ninja Academy on the table. Chapter 4. Alternative Flying Thunder God. Naruto picked up the enrollment notice, flipped through it, and found that there was less than a month left until he started school. Just thinking about school made him recall how he used to carry his backpack to school in his previous life. Unfortunately, in this life he had no parents, so there was naturally no one to take him to school. But it wasn't a big deal. At least he still had a big fox. Was he finally going to start becoming a ninja? He began to look forward to it. For the past 6 years, Naruto had maintained a reasonable exercise routine. He would jog for half an hour and do horse stance exercises. In short, he used all the workout methods he knew from his previous life. However, he didn't dare to push himself too hard. After all, he was only 6 years old, and it was said that exercising too much at a young age could stunt his growth. Unfortunately, in the 6 years since arriving in this world, he hadn't had the opportunity to come into contact with chakra. He didn't dare to ask about it, fearing the third Hokage would become suspicious. As for the fox in his stomach, it should understand chakra refinement. But the key issue was that he didn't know how to ask. Whether the fox would teach him was uncertain. If it thought he wanted to learn chakra control, it might get angry. The fox reminded Naruto of the big orange cat he had in his previous life. Aside from the fox not being as fat, its tsundere personality was quite similar. Therefore, going to the Ninja Academy was Naruto's only chance to come into contact with chakra. After finishing washing the dishes, he changed into a black outfit from his wardrobe. Naruto maintained the same style as in his previous life. After all, the clothes in his wardrobe were either black or white, emphasizing simplicity. Looking at himself in the mirror, he was quite different from the Naruto in the original story. To make it easier, he kept his hair short since childhood, similar to the 7th Hokage. He was also significantly taller than the Naruto from the original story at that age. Naruto remembered that his age was roughly similar to Sasuke's. But the Sasuke in the original story was considerably taller than him. It must be due to long-term malnutrition. This made him want to complain about the third Hokage. If it weren't for the system providing him with daily fish, meat, milk, and eggs, he would have probably starved by now, and his situation would be worse than the original Naruto. Putting on his mask, Naruto glanced at the time, which was 8:30 in the evening. He nodded slightly, put on his mask, and began his post-dinner exercise. In the quiet of Konoha village at night, there was no one around, only the streetlights and the moths surrounding them accompanying Naruto. Konoha was not as brightly lit as in his previous life, where there was a vibrant nightlife. Basically, after 8, everyone turned off their lights and went to bed. The only entertainment activity was making small figurines. Every time Naruto appeared outside at this time, he couldn't find anyone. As for the rumors spread by the third Hokage about the reincarnation of the Nine-Tails demon fox, since Naruto had hardly appeared in front of the villagers over the years, everyone began to doubt that this story was just used to scare children at home. No one took it seriously. Now, when Naruto stood in front of people, the villagers might not even recognize him as the little brat from before. Thus, the rumors from the third Hokage were quietly dispelled by Naruto. After running for about half an hour, Naruto returned home, took a shower, and got back into bed. His consciousness also entered the ceiling space. As soon as he entered, he saw Kurama sleeping with its front legs tucked under its shin. Naruto walked to the open space in front of the villa, measured the distance, and then took out a space door. Kurama opened its eyes just a crack, seemingly still asleep. He wanted to see what this little brat was going to do today. The moment the space door was taken out, a purple cocoon quickly formed on the ground, shimmering with a faint purple light. Naruto looked at the space door in front of him and unconsciously swallowed. After all, it was his first time experiencing this, and he was a bit worried. However, thinking that he was in the ceiling space and that if something went wrong, he would just be kicked out, he closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and dove into the purple light cocoon. The next moment, a purple light cocoon suddenly opened at the edge of a golden wheat field, and Naruto's figure appeared from within. Yay! Success! Naruto jumped up, pumping his fist in the air, looking very happy. The place he thought of when entering the space door was the edge of the wheat field. If that was the case, it meant that as long as he thought of the destination, he could use the space door to reach it. Wasn't this a form of space-time ninjutsu? Since his first attempt was successful, Naruto's confidence grew, and he started to test the limits of the space door. Kurama in the cage was wide-eyed. What kind of strange ability did this little brat have? Within the ceiling space, Naruto's figure kept flickering, sometimes appearing by the river, sometimes by the orchard. Every time the purple light flashed, a yellow-haired little brat would appear. Later on, to stimulate himself, Naruto even tried to teleport into the air. At the moment he teleported into the sky, he threw out another space door and continued to loop through this process. Naruto had even devised a method for aerial teleportation. Kurama was left dumbfounded. Although Minato was skilled in space-time ninjutsu, this little brat's purple light cocoon was clearly just a tool. There was no chakra fluctuation at all. How was this even possible? Kurama couldn't comprehend it, and it was very confused. After throwing out about 100 space doors, Naruto felt a bit out of breath. He thought there was no consumption at all, but now he realized that the icon in the system was in cooldown mode, and his head felt like it was being pricked by needles. He also discovered that the little blue bar below his experience bar was empty. Judging by the cooldown, he would probably have to wait until the next day to continue using it. Feeling a bit tired from playing, Naruto took out a piece of magical dragon meat and placed it on the barbecue grill. This piece of meat was as big as a basin, and since it was from a creature in the magical module, magical dragon meat had the effect of replenishing magical energy and mental strength. He took a metal rod, skewered the meat, then lit the charcoal and brought out cumin, chili powder, and barbecue sauce. In no time, a delicious aroma filled the entire ceiling space. Kurama sniffed hard a couple of times, seemingly hearing its stomach rumbling. Remembering the deliciousness of raw meat it had tasted before, Kurama felt its saliva almost dripping. It stared intently at Naruto, turning the meat, instinctively opening its mouth as if it could eat it in the next moment. Finally, Kurama couldn't hold back any longer. It felt a bit ashamed to directly ask the little brat how much the meat was, so it switched the topic to the earlier space door question. What was that space-time ninjutsu you just did? Chapter 5. I, Uzumaki Naruto, am born with divine power, although Kurama was asking about the space door. Its eyes remained fixed on the barbecue, unmoving. Naruto suspiciously glanced at the barbecue and then at the big fox, realizing the issue and slightly raising the corners of his mouth. Hey, I knew no big orange cat could resist the temptation of grilled meat. Looking at the big fox, its eyes were almost glowing green and it was drooling all over. But let's not talk about the space door for now. In order to save some face for the fox, Naruto did not directly point it out. He lowered his head and continued to flip the grilled meat, occasionally adding seasoning. Sizzle. The grilled meat crackled under the charcoal fire, and the aroma seemed to take on a hand that tugged at Kurama's heartstrings. Kurama swore he had never smelled such an enticing scent before. If it weren't for the cage in front of him, he would have rushed over to that brat and swallowed that piece of grilled meat whole. Kurama fixed his gaze on the grilled meat, his throat continuously moving. I have innate divine power. As he spoke, images of his past life flashed through Naruto's mind. He just didn't know when this vortex would be able to bully Kurama. Hey, Big Fox, do you know how to get strong quickly? Naruto asked while adding flavor to the grilled meat. At that moment, his words sounded like a devil's whisper in Kurama's ears. Tell him, and then you can taste that piece of grilled meat. Kurama shook his head. A thought crossed his mind, and he quickly came up with a plan. He wasn't foolish. If he told this brat how to get strong today, he would only get to eat once. What he wanted was not just a full meal, but to be full every meal. Over the years, he had also observed how this brat trained on the outside. Those strange training methods only claimed to enhance physical strength. What did that have to do with getting stronger? Clearly, Konoha had given no guidance to the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. After figuring this out, Kurama held his head high, casting a sideways glance at Naruto, adopting a completely proud posture. However, in Naruto's eyes, the fox's movements were almost like that of a big orange cat. Of course I know. I've lived for 1,000 years. What haven't I seen? I can teach you how to get strong, but you must prepare 5 to 6 meals of grilled meat for me every day. Kurama was essentially being a little greedy. No way. You're such a big fox. If I have to feed you 6 meals, wouldn't I have to stay here all day? 3 meals at most, Naruto said with a troubled expression, which was indeed the case. The biggest piece of meat in the system was just over 2 meters, and that size was only enough to fill the gaps for the big fox. Feeding the fox 6 meals a day was not only troublesome, but he was also worried that the fox would eat too much and turn into a gas canister. His big orange cat in his past life had already turned into a gas canister. He couldn't raise another one in this life. Kurama looked at the 6-year-old Naruto's body and felt that asking for 6 meals was indeed a bit excessive. Then he thought of the delicious grilled meat and decided to take a step back. 5 meals, no less. Deal. As soon as Kurama finished speaking, Naruto replied decisively. Somehow, Kurama felt like he had lost out. Naruto was overjoyed. You see, the system had an industrial module. All he had to do was set up a grilled meat assembly line, and it would be a matter of a single command. From sourcing ingredients to an automated grilling assembly line, finally a conveyor belt to feed the big fox. Perfect. Kurama raised his head, signaling that the brat could start. Naruto scratched his head, hesitated for a moment, and took his first step toward the cage. As the orange figure gradually filled his vision, Naruto couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. His understanding of Kurama came entirely from the anime of his past life. He only thought Kurama was strong, and then he was just a large chakra power bank. Moreover, Naruto had never been this close to Kurama since he was born. It was only now, as he slowly approached the cage, that he felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Kurama. He could very intuitively experience the brutality, anger, and all the negative emotions carried by the Nine Tails. If Kurama suddenly attacked him at this moment, Naruto would not be surprised. The distance between the human and the fox was not far, but it felt like he had walked for several hours. When he reached the front, his 6-year-old body looked tiny compared to Kurama's towering 5- or 6-story height. In his past life, the largest creatures he had seen were tigers and elephants at the zoo. He had never experienced anything like this. Brat, come up. Just as Naruto was lost in thought, Kurama extended his palm and beckoned him to stand on it. After glancing up at the fox's eager eyes, Naruto mentally scolded himself. What was he thinking? This was just a greedy fox. Its temperament was completely similar to that of his big orange cat from his past life. What was he afraid of? Thinking of this, Naruto slowly set aside his fear and stepped confidently onto Kurama's palm. Kurama raised his hand high above his head and then opened his massive mouth. Seeing that abyss-like mouth, Naruto froze for a moment, then pulled out a piece of meat from the system and began tossing it into Kurama's mouth. Naruto waved his hands, continuously throwing meat into the fox's mouth. A large number of meat pieces fell into Kurama's mouth like raindrops. However, Naruto noticed that the fox didn't even chew. It simply swallowed it whole. Half an hour later, Big Fox, are you full yet? Naruto really couldn't take it anymore. After throwing meat for so long, his arms were sore, yet it felt like the fox didn't have any intention of getting full. This fox's stomach was simply bottomless, just like Hinata's. The thought of having 2 insatiable creatures at home in the future made 6-year-old Naruto start to worry. Kurama closed his mouth, moved it a couple of times symbolically, and then they heard the sound of swallowing. Gulp, burp, probably half full. After letting out a deafening burp, Kurama noticed that Naruto's arms could barely lift anymore, so he didn't continue to make things difficult for the brat. However, once Kurama was full, he began to belittle Naruto. You're too weak, brat. Hurry up and stop your ridiculous training. Do what I say tomorrow. Naruto remained silent upon hearing this. He knew that Kurama's so-called ridiculous training was probably referring to the push-ups he had been doing. All right, you're the strongest tailed beast, you say it goes. Although he was belittled by the big fox, Naruto felt quite good at this moment. After all, he had finally taken the first step with the fox today, and he didn't think this big fox was as terrifying as it was said to be, as long as he understood the fox's temperament. He just had to go with the flow. The big fox could be considered the first friend Naruto had made in this world. Good night, Big Fox. As Naruto was leaving the ceiling space, he turned around and said to the fox, then vanished without caring about the fox's reaction. After a while, Kurama's voice came from inside the cage. Good night, brat. Chapter 6. The strict Nine-Tails teacher begins to guide his student the next day, early in the morning. Naruto very rarely went out during the day. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was working in the Hokage building, was almost shocked to drop his jaw when he saw Naruto. In the 6 years since Naruto came to this world, the number of times he went out during the day could be counted on one hand. Even when he did go out, it was always at night. Even so, Naruto's range of activities was not too large. Sarutobi took a couple of puffs of his cigarette and looked at Naruto's figure with satisfaction. It seemed this child was taking his words to heart. Hey, brat, do you see that tree? Naruto, standing by the river, suddenly heard the fox's voice. To fulfill his promise, the big fox had woken him up from his dreams before 6 o'clock. It also kept saying how weak he was and that he didn't qualify to be its Jinchuriki. How rude. Ever since he came to this world, he had always slept until 9 o'clock. maintaining enough sleep while not being lazy. His daily routine could be considered very healthy. And yet the big fox woke him up at 6 o'clock. Naruto dragged his weary body, and for a moment, he felt the experience of being a corporate slave in his past life. He seriously suspected that the big fox was hungry. Being woken up early in the morning and called to the riverbank by the big fox made Naruto quite resentful. He even felt that if the evil sword immortal stood in front of him at that moment, he would probably be invincible. And then what? He rubbed his tired eyes, yawned, and took unsteady steps, floating little by little to the big tree. Although Naruto was very reluctant, he still knew that Kurama was doing this to help him become stronger. Besides, school was about to start, and he didn't want to be at the bottom of the class. After all, he had several failures under his belt, and if he really got the last place, Naruto Uzumaki wouldn't be able to accept it. Moreover, Kurama wasn't using chakra to disturb him at all. It was just a simple mode. If he didn't get first place at school, Naruto would feel like he was letting himself down. Kid, are you sleeping? Raise your fists and hit the tree. Uzumaki Naruto. Kurama's voice instantly woke the distracted Naruto. Oh, Naruto glanced at the tree, raised his hand, and started hitting the tree. As for why he was hitting the tree, he didn't know. Anyway, Naruto felt that his understanding of this world was not as good as Kurama's. So he just obediently listened. Kid, are you giving the tree a massage? Use the strength you have for roasting meat. Kurama looked at Naruto's soft fists and was almost driven to death by this kid. He simply raised his voice by an octave. Upon hearing Kurama's thunderous voice, Naruto was startled awake. His drowsiness was also scared away. But he really wanted to complain that Kurama was too strict. Taking a deep breath, Naruto decided to get serious after waking up. He raised his fists and swung out his first punch with all his might. Bang! Ouch! That hurt! Kurama was satisfied with the punch, but Naruto's temples throbbed in pain. Considering he didn't want to be lectured by the big fox, he didn't dare to squat down. He just kept his punching stance, motionless. In his past life, the most pain he could tolerate was kicking his toe against a table corner. How could he stand this now? He also realized that this world wasn't as easy as he thought. Even though he was a prince with an external advantage, without a strong will to improve, it would ultimately be difficult to stand at the top of the world. Kurama noticed something was off with Naruto, but didn't remind him immediately. Instead, he waited a while before speaking. Kid, keep going. Okay. Naruto gritted his teeth and started pounding the tree again. The tree made a continuous banging sound under his strikes. Blood gradually stained the bark and even flowed down to the ground. Kurama's first lesson for Naruto was to endure pain. You have to know that the endurance of all strong people is unimaginable to ordinary people. Just look at which ninja can't tolerate a little pain. You can't expect that when you're fighting, you finish dealing with your opponent and then let them wait for you to recover, right? Of course, Naruto understood this principle, so he paid special attention to Kurama's teachings. He vowed that he hadn't been as focused when he modified the plan as he was at this moment. With each strike, blood and sweat splattered on his face. At the same time, there was intense pain and a tingling sensation like ants biting him. However, as he continued, Naruto realized that it didn't hurt as much as the first punch. The amount of blood was also gradually decreasing. Noticing the change, Naruto raised both fists and observed them in front of his eyes. He found that aside from some bloodstains, his previous injuries had completely healed. So that is how it is. I understand now. It's the passive skill of the Uzumaki clan. Naruto suddenly realized that the powerful recovery ability of his Uzumaki clan was at work. Kid, what are you doing? Keep going. Kurama couldn't stand this kid slacking off. So he buzzed to remind him. Okay, Kurama. Relying on his recovery ability, Naruto pounded the tree even harder. Are you kidding me? With this punch, the wound heals faster than I can recover. I gotta practice hard. The third Hokage watched Naruto standing in front of the tree, pounding away, and was instantly rendered speechless. He took a couple of puffs from his pipe, and his brows almost knitted together. One hand kept tugging at his beard. He sat in front of the crystal ball for nearly an hour and still couldn't figure out what this kid was doing. I mean, which ninja practices like this? Hitting a tree is fine, but the problem is this kid can't be said to be even a little bit standard. You could say he was just randomly hitting. If he could really train something out of this, it would be a miracle. Didn't he know how this kid suddenly became so hardworking? To be honest, the third Hokage felt very gratified to see Naruto like this. But the problem is you can't train like this. Why not use a sandbag to hit? Why go straight to hitting a tree? Why are you so determined to take out on wood? The third Hokage sighed deeply, looking at Naruto's hardworking appearance, and suddenly felt much older. Minato, did this kid's head get knocked around badly? Also, you're an Uzumaki, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, with so many ninjutsu waiting for you to learn. Don't just focus on practicing taijutsu. The third Hokage sat in his office, nearly pulling all his hair and beard out, and still couldn't he think of a reason. He was really worried that this kid would develop bad habits if he kept practicing like this. So he decided to teach him chakra refining techniques and the shadow clone technique tomorrow. With these two things, Naruto probably wouldn't just practice taijutsu to death. Chapter 7. The third Hokage, whose hair is about to turn gray. Bang, bang, bang. The next day, the sound of hitting a tree echoed again in the small woods by the river. Fortunately, it was early in the morning and there weren't many people around. Otherwise, they would definitely run over to complain about this kid disturbing the peace at 6 in the morning. Today, Kurama didn't even call Naruto. He woke up very consciously when the time came. After a simple wash and breakfast, he jogged to the training spot from yesterday and began today's training. Thanks to the Uzumaki clan's physique, he had no scars left from last night. Moreover, Naruto noticed that his endurance seemed to have improved. Now hitting the tree didn't hurt much at all. Besides the sound of banging in his ears, he hardly felt any pain. He could even zone out while keeping a rhythm, much like when he used to twirl a pen in class and daydream. Naruto, Grandpa came to see you on the way. Stop for a moment, take a break. Suddenly, the voice of the third Hokage came from behind, and Naruto turned his head to look, his hands never stopping. Old man Sarutobi, what are you doing here? On the way. I don't believe you. Naruto didn't believe the third Hokage's claim of passing by. This guy probably saw him practicing by the river and especially came to check on him. However, Naruto was a bit unsure of what the third Hokage wanted by coming to find him. Did he not like to see him working hard? Hey, stop for a moment. Don't get hurt. The third Hokage's tone was kind, but he was quite puzzled inside. Could it be that this kid has really become addicted to training? No way. I have to cut off this kid's tendency to train taijutsu. The third Hokage pulled out 2 scrolls from his robe and said with a smile to Naruto, "Look, Grandpa brought you some good stuff. Basic ninjutsu shadow, clone technique, and chakra refining technique." Seeing the third Hokage's pretentious act, Naruto felt a bit speechless. Are you kidding me? You just gave me chakra refining technique and shadow clone technique? Why not bring out my dad's flying thunder god technique? Or at least give me my mom's sealing technique. Of course, Naruto still pretended to be very surprised on the surface. He quickly walked up to the third Hokage, took the scroll, and acted extremely happy. Thank you, Grandpa. I will definitely work hard. Upon hearing the child's words, the third Hokage finally revealed a long-lost smile. He reached out to pat the child's head, but was dodged by Naruto. The third Hokage's action seriously touched Naruto's red line. Patting his head? Doesn't he know that patting the head won't help him grow taller? Naruto quickly dodged to the side, looking angrily at the old man. This old man loved to pat his head since he was a child. If he didn't grow taller in the future, it would all be his fault. Hee. The third Hokage saw Naruto's silly behavior and smiled awkwardly. He then began to explain, take advantage of the time before school starts to practice hard. Grandpa will wait for your good news. After saying that, the third Hokage left slowly with his hands behind his back, thinking, now that I've given Naruto 2 scrolls, he shouldn't be hitting the trees to death anymore, right? I estimate this child won't even be able to refine chakra before school starts, let alone mastering the shadow clone technique. Indeed, as the third Hokage expected, after he left, Naruto couldn't wait to open the scroll and began to read it carefully. The shadow clone technique was still a bit difficult for him at this stage, so he only glanced at it a couple of times before putting it away. Most of his energy was focused on refining chakra. In the ceiling space, Kurama saw this scene and was completely baffled. What the heck is this kid doing? I've never heard of anyone refining chakra in this position. Kid, what are you doing? 10 minutes later, Kurama finally couldn't help but ask. He really couldn't stand it anymore. Was this kid an idiot? Shut up. I'm starting to feel something. Just as he finished speaking, Naruto noticed that his legs had gone numb. It felt as if countless bugs were crawling in his pants, biting him. Naruto leaned against the tree and got up, limping around in place. Kid, that position you were in restricts blood flow. It's a miracle if you can refine chakra like that. Huh? Hearing the fox's words, Naruto was taken aback. Wasn't this how chakra was supposed to be refined? There was no choice. Having watched too many fantasy works in his previous life led Naruto to subconsciously immerse himself in them. It felt wrong to refine chakra without this position. Then what position should I use? Realizing he was doing the movements incorrectly, Naruto began to humbly seek advice from the old man in his belly. I've never heard of any specific posture required to refine chakra. Just do it however. Kurama felt like he would be driven to death by this kid. What on earth was he thinking? Oh, like that. Although Kurama's words made sense, he still felt that chakra shouldn't be refined this way. It didn't align with his idea of cultivation at all. If conditions allowed, he would even want to use flying swords. Feeling a bit discouraged, Naruto reluctantly leaned against the tree and began to refine chakra in a very comfortable position. Kurama felt relieved to see him like this. Although this kid's thought process was a bit hard to understand, at least he was obedient. Not long after, the outside world was filled with Naruto's faint snoring. Kid, get up. Just as Kurama was sighing, the next second, this kid slapped his own face. Kurama was furious and directly used some chakra to impact Naruto's body. In his dream, Naruto felt as if he had been severely beaten and jumped up from the ground, shouting in confusion. Big Fox, what are you doing? What are you doing? Huh? Naruto, just waking up, looked around and found himself in the woods. Oh right, I was refining chakra and then fell asleep? Sorry. I didn't expect to fall asleep just lying down. Realizing his behavior, Naruto immediately admitted his mistake. Shut up. Continue. Kurama interrupted him mercilessly, completely disregarding his apology. Naruto scratched his head, grinned, and then officially began to refine chakra again. This time, he was fully alert, determined not to fall asleep like before. Before long, Naruto felt a warm current rising in his belly. He sensed it. Blue chakra. Big Fox. I did it. Shut up. Focus. Seeing this kid about to lose focus again, Kurama hurriedly interrupted. Just having refined a bit of chakra, his tail was almost wagging to the sky. When I was your age, I never felt this proud. Chapter 8. The empiricist ninjas ever since Naruto learned to refine chakra. He still came to the small woods by the river every day to hit trees. After several consecutive days, he was almost getting used to it. In the morning, without waking up, his body would automatically walk to the small woods by the river. By the time he realized it, he found himself already pounding away. Unfortunately, he still hadn't mastered the shadow clone technique. In his previous life, when he watched anime, he saw ninjas use the shadow clone effortlessly. But when it came to practicing himself, he found that he not only had to remember the chakra flow route in his body, but also control the chakra output well. Overusing or underusing chakra would affect the success rate of the technique. The biggest factor affecting this was the big fox in the ceiling space. Although Kurama restrained his chakra, some of the red chakra still mixed with Naruto's blue chakra. This led to Naruto's chakra input being just right, but from time to time, Kurama's chakra would be pulled in. In the first few attempts, this was why Naruto's clones emerged with broken limbs and no consciousness at all, far worse than the Naruto in the original story. In the later attempts, Naruto learned from his mistakes and deliberately reduced his chakra output. But that red chakra was very uncontrollable. Sometimes it was there, sometimes it wasn't. He now understood why the Naruto in the original story had such a hard time. The big fox wasn't necessarily trying to disrupt him on purpose. It was simply because the tailed beast chakra was too abundant. Leaking just a bit of chakra could disrupt an adult ninja's chakra. Being able to use ninjutsu in this situation, even if it failed, was quite remarkable. Naruto comforted himself with this thought, but he still expressed some dissatisfaction towards the big fox. The fox spirit in his belly had been laughing since he started practicing the shadow clone technique, never stopping, listening to the mocking sounds in his ears and looking at the clone with his severed upper and lower body on the ground. Naruto couldn't hold back anymore. Big Fox, can you stop laughing? It's all because you disturbed me that I couldn't succeed. Ha ha ha. I've never seen such a funny clone. Kurama completely ignored Naruto and laughed wildly. Naruto was furious and, out of frustration, began to practice the shadow clone technique again. After all, his chakra was enough to practice for a whole day and night. In his previous life, he could grind out plans for days and nights. He didn't believe he couldn't produce a simple shadow clone technique. Thus, the sounds of clones appearing and disappearing continuously echoed around. Naruto experienced one failure after another. Seeing Naruto's efforts, Kurama stopped mocking. On the 1,000th try, he finally produced a slightly more normal clone. While it looked like a mini version of himself, it was at least gradually approaching success. After performing 5,000 shadow clone jutsu hand seals on the 5,001st attempt, Naruto suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Since the tailed beast chakra interfered with him and the shadow clone technique required a fixed amount of chakra, he realized that if he calculated the fixed amount of chakra needed and then figured out the variable of the tailed beast chakra, adding the two together would allow him to perform the shadow clone technique. The scroll given by the third Hokage didn't specify how much chakra was needed for the jutsu at all. It only outlined the pathways in the body, the hand seals, and the uses of the shadow clone, and then it was blank. To master a ninjutsu, one had to constantly experiment until discovering the minimum operational chakra needed for that technique. This was pure empiricism. Naruto thought that most ninjutsu in the ninja world might be like this. It was all just trial and error. Those ninjas who managed to learn ninjutsu quickly were called geniuses. It's no wonder that in the original story, Naruto taught Konohamaru how to learn ninjutsu like that. For Konohamaru to actually learn, it was truly a display of genius. Overall, it felt like a recipe that simply said a pinch of salt, or like the abstract descriptions of various martial arts techniques in wuxia novels. The main focus was on abstraction. Big Fox, is there any unit for chakra? Although in the anime, Kakashi compared himself to Naruto and was later referred to as a unit of measurement for chakra, it was actually just a joke among everyone, and this behavior was still empirical. Naruto was worried that Kurama wouldn't understand, so he switched to a simpler explanation, calculating the amount of chakra. For example, how much chakra is required for a shadow clone? Upon hearing this strange question, Kurama instinctively paused. What do you need that for? You have more chakra than you can use. Why would you think about this? However, Kurama began to recall the situations of Hashirama and Madara, as well as all the ninjas he had seen, and ultimately realized that no one cared about this issue. What is the point? I've never seen anyone concerned about this. Well, it was a breakthrough. After realizing this, Naruto's expression became very peculiar. The ninja world had developed for thousands of years, right? Why hadn't they unified a standard? No wonder there had been no progress at all. It wasn't surprising that they were ultimately defeated by the Otsutsuki clan. No, now that he knew this, he had to establish a standard for chakra first. This way, when learning ninjutsu in the future, he could quickly master it by trying a fixed amount little by little. With a unit for chakra, a standard could be set, effectively transforming the practice of ninjutsu into something more data-oriented. Compared to the current method, it will be many times better. After coming to this conclusion, Naruto stopped practicing the shadow clone technique and returned to lie down in front of the big tree. Kurama was still puzzled about what this kid was doing, and then saw Naruto appear in the ceiling space. What should I do? Naruto pondered while wandering in the orchard, stroking his chin. Passing by an apple tree, he noticed a fruit right next to his mouth and took a bite. Crunch, crunch. He chewed on the fruit, looking up at a 45-degree angle towards the sky, starting to think. Suddenly, his gaze landed on the light at the top of the ceiling space. I understand. We can use the number of light bulbs as a unit to measure chakra. The lights in the system interface, including all lighting props in the module, as well as props that require energy to operate, can all be used for this. Because for these props, there is no strict requirement for electric energy or anything like that. Any energy source will do. Logically speaking, chakra should also be a form of energy, right? Chapter 9. The unit of chakra finally stuck inside the ceiling space. After Naruto figured out how to measure chakra, he immediately took out a set of redstone lamps from the system. To avoid affecting the aesthetics around the villa, he specifically ran to the empty space near Kurama's cage. He and T started renovating around Kurama's cage yet. So it was just right to set up an experimental area. Naruto raised his right hand and placed the redstone lamps one by one on the ground to form a square formation. 100 redstone lamps faintly glowed red in the ceiling space, creating an eerie beauty. Kurama was filled with questions upon seeing Naruto's actions. He didn't understand what significance this had. One moment, he was practicing the shadow clone jutsu, and the next he was playing with blocks in the ceiling space? Was this kid slacking off? Just thinking about how Naruto accidentally fell asleep while refining chakra earlier made Kurama a bit angry. Kid, what are you doing? Kurama's tone was slightly stern. If this kid didn't give him an explanation, he felt he would have to teach him a lesson. He had lowered his face to teach him, yet this kid didn't seem to cherish it at all. Big Fox, I'm doing something that could change the ninja world. Remember what I said about measuring chakra? Naruto replied, while checking the redstone lamps. What are you talking about? Kurama didn't understand and thought this kid was acting crazy again. Measuring chakra? Look at Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Even the sage of 6 paths didn't care about such trivial matters. Do you think creating something to measure chakra will make you stronger? Ridiculous. Stop what you're doing and go out to practice. Kurama was gradually losing patience. This kid hadn't even completed his tree training this year, nor had he finished practicing the shadow clone technique. Now, he was hiding in here playing? He felt that Naruto hadn't listened to his words at all. Watch closely, Big Fox. Naruto pressed his hand on the redstone lamp and then closed his eyes, preparing to input chakra. Immediately, lights began to illuminate on the ground. 1, 2, 3, until it stopped at 20. Kurama grew even more puzzled at the sight of the red lights. Meanwhile, Naruto was overjoyed and jumped up. The amount of chakra he input was approximately the amount needed to perform a single shadow clone technique. This didn't even account for the 9 tails chakra. 20 lamps? That should be the amount a normal ninja uses to perform a single shadow clone technique, right? Then the question arose, how much chakra did he actually have? Based on the 20 lamps needed for one shadow clone technique, Naruto gasped. It seemed he had never calculated how many times he could use the shadow clone technique. Just for today's training of this technique, he had performed it over 5,000 times. According to the chakra within his body, the consumption was less than half. In fact, he was recovering faster than he was using it. For the first time, Naruto had a very intuitive sense of his chakra amount. Wow, no wonder it's chakra tons. Then Naruto took out the magical lamps and chandeliers and roughly compared their energy ratios with the redstone lamps. Finally, he calculated the energy ratio between them. 20 redstone lamps equated to 1 shadow clone. 100 redstone lamps equated to 1 magical lamp. And 1,000 magical lamps equated to 1 magical chandelier. Combining these formulas, Naruto roughly calculated that his current chakra amount was between 80 to 100 magical chandeliers. This meant that without relying on the tailed beast chakra, he could perform the shadow clone technique up to 400,000 times, not even considering his ability to recover chakra. This amount of chakra was so ridiculous that even he felt it was outrageous. Previously, while watching Naruto, he had no specific concept of this. He only knew that the Uzumaki clan had a lot of chakra, and the original protagonist rarely encountered situations where he ran out of chakra. Now, he truly feels how powerful the physique of the Whirlpool clan is. Alright, from now on, I'll use magical lamps to measure chakra. Let's use magic as the unit. Naruto looked at the 3 formations in front of him, looking very pleased. He knew he had made history in the ninja world. Kurama had roughly figured out what Naruto was up to after watching for a while. However, he was very disdainful of Naruto's 100 magic chakra. Just now, Kurama had calculated his own chakra a bit and found that his head was about to explode, yet he couldn't figure it out. Anyway, the amount of chakra he leaked was already more than Naruto's. Kid, I think what you're doing is meaningless. For example, you can't even calculate my chakra. Naruto, do you want to hear what you're saying? You don't even know how much chakra you have, do you? Who would have the time to calculate your chakra? Besides, this thing is made to assist in practicing ninjutsu. In the future, it can also detect the chakra of enemies. However, Naruto thought that detecting the enemy's chakra was somewhat pointless. Most of the enemies he would encounter in the future should have less chakra than him. Big Fox, just watch. I'll prove to you that this thing is very useful. After leaving those two sentences, Naruto exited the ceiling space and returned to the outside world. He got up from the ground, picked up a branch, and began to write and draw on the ground. The third Hokage felt a headache while watching from the crystal ball. He was shocked to see Naruto refine chakra in less than a day and was also pleasantly surprised. Just from the time it took to refine chakra, one could tell this kid was a genius. This also meant that the future of Konoha would become even stronger. Moreover, since he taught him the shadow clone technique, this kid didn't practice taijutsu to death. Instead, he buried himself in studying the shadow clone technique. That was good news, right? But then, the next thing that gave the third Hokage a headache happened. This kid's talent isn't bad, but how can he practice the shadow clone technique thousands of times without mastering it? Normally, a ninja can master it after practicing a few hundred times, right? Then he saw Naruto give up on practicing the shadow clone technique and start writing some incomprehensible things on the ground. What on earth is this kid thinking? You can't be telling me you're creating your own ninjutsu, right? But why is there a lunch menu written in one corner of the ground? The third Hokage felt his blood pressure rising. Naruto was naturally thinking about what to eat for lunch while doing his work. However, he still decided to practice the shadow clone technique first. Big Fox, what do you think? Just as Naruto was calculating, he asked the fox inside him to see how much tailed beast chakra accidentally inputted each time he used ninjutsu. You form the hand seals, and I'll tell you, Kurama said. Naruto nodded, took a deep breath, recalled the amount of red stone chakra in his mind, and then began to form the hand seals. As he formed the seals, two types of chakra, orange and blue, appeared in Naruto's body again. 15 red stone chakra. You can feel it yourself. Naruto did not release ninjutsu, but let the chakra run within his body, and he was also sensing the excess chakra from the nine tails. After all, he had to get used to the leakage of tailed beast chakra. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to master any ninjutsu quickly in the future. Kurama's chakra was completely different from his own. If his chakra felt like drinking a glass of water, Kurama's chakra felt like drinking a mouthful of chilly water, leaving a lasting impression. After remembering this feeling, Naruto opened his eyes and formed the hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Bang bang bang. Instantly, two figures identical to Naruto appeared in place. I did it. Seeing his success, Naruto happily spun around with his clones. Idiot. At that moment, a strange voice suddenly rang in Naruto's ear. Chapter 10. Fateful Showdown. Turning his head to look for the source of the voice, Naruto discovered a child with a hedgehog hairstyle and a poker face standing behind a tree, coldly staring at him. The ping-pong ball pattern on his clothes proved that he was a naturally evil Uchiha brat. Naruto instantly knew that this poker-faced child must be Sasuke Uchiha. However, why is Uchiha here? From his expression, it seemed he had been watching for a while. Could it be that Sasuke had a habit of spying on others? Sasuke Uchiha looked at the guy in front of him with disdain written all over his face. As the start of school approached, he had sneaked out to train here to surprise his brother with his improved strength. As a result, he heard a commotion nearby in the morning and discovered this guy, who seemed to be about the same age, was also training here. Initially, he was shocked by this guy's tenacious will. But as time passed, Sasuke realized that this was an idiot who couldn't even master the shadow clone technique. It took him an entire morning to succeed. A mere basic ninjutsu, and he was so proud of it after barely mastering it. When he learned this technique, he had mastered it in at most 2 hours. He felt that watching this guy all morning was a complete waste of his precious time. It was unclear whether Sasuke's words were self-deprecating or mocking Naruto. Big Fox, help me see how much chakra this kid has, Naruto silently thought. Kurama glanced at Sasuke Uchiha and then at the magical lamp formations in front of him. 0-5 magic. This brat is weaker than you. Hearing the Big Fox's words, Naruto displayed even more disdain than Sasuke. Little spicy chicken. You dare to act tough in front of me with just 0-5 magic chakra. Naruto raised his head, glaring at Sasuke with his nostrils, pointed at him with one hand, and said, "Hey, you're an Uchiha, right? Let's have a contest." Sasuke had originally planned to turn and leave, but hearing the other party's provocative words, he stopped in his tracks, slowly turned around, and stared at the guy in front of him. Are you looking down on the Uchiha? Sasuke valued his family's honor greatly. The way this guy spoke was disrespectful to the Uchiha clan. He had to teach this blonde kid a lesson. Naruto was at a loss for words, unable to understand Sasuke's thought process. Did the Uchiha clan eat garlic at every meal? Why was he so aggressive? You misunderstood. I just looked down on you. Naruto's words were truly filled with sarcasm, causing Sasuke's forehead to bulge with veins. He slowly walked up to Naruto and coldly stared into his eyes. At that moment, Sasuke seemed to have already figured out how to defeat this guy. Very well, you've successfully angered me. I'll show you the power of the Uchiha clan. Naruto sneered, then imitated Sasuke's stance and formed a confrontational seal. The two stared at each other for a few seconds. Sasuke pulled out 3 shurikens from his ninja tool pouch at his waist, took a step back, and threw them one by one. The 3 shurikens flew toward Naruto in a triangular formation. In this first battle, to be honest, Naruto didn't have much experience. The only experience he could count on was fighting with classmates in elementary school in his previous life. But how could that compare to battles between ninjas in the world of Naruto? Knowing that he lacked combat experience compared to his opponent, Naruto pulled out an iron door from the system, raised it, and charged toward Sasuke. Clang, clang, clang. The 3 shurikens hit the iron door, making a crisp sound before bouncing off and landing on the ground. Seeing this, Sasuke's expression twisted. The opponent's move was something he had never seen before. This was the first time he encountered such a situation, and it left Sasuke at a loss. Who fights by pulling out something to block shuriken attacks? Take this. Shield strike. Naruto had clearly taken the door panel in his hand as a shield and charged toward Sasuke with a quick step, swinging the door vigorously toward Sasuke's face. With immense strength, the door panel whooshed through the air. Sasuke looked at the large iron door, feeling a tingle on his scalp. The material of this door panel was likely metal. Just how strong is this guy? Sasuke was shocked and quickly rolled to the side, dodging Naruto's shield attack. At this moment, the 3rd Hokage, who was watching the battle, looked worried and kept puffing on his cigarette. Who taught Naruto to fight like this? Using a door panel as a weapon to attack an opponent is rather innovative for a ninja, isn't it? Although it seemed ridiculous. Naruto had indeed countered the attack from that Uchiha kid. Seeing Naruto's 6-year-old body wielding a nearly 2-meter-long iron door, the 3rd Hokage instantly felt a headache coming on. Realizing his attack had missed, Naruto quickly retracted the door panel and formed hand seals with both hands. Boom, boom. After a puff of smoke, 3 shadow clones of Naruto appeared around him. The 3 clones charged at Sasuke simultaneously, making it hard for Sasuke to discern which one was the real body. Moreover, each Naruto was wielding a large iron rod, creating an immense sense of pressure. There was no choice. Naruto didn't have any ninja tools on him, so he could only take things out from the system to fight. As for why he didn't pull out the diamond sword, Naruto was genuinely afraid of accidentally killing Sasuke. Faced with Naruto suddenly producing strange weapons, Sasuke's pupils dilated. A peculiar bloodline limit? Interesting. Sasuke drew out a kunai, his expression becoming serious as he held it against his chest, ready to engage in a physical clash with his opponent. Ducking to avoid a swinging rod, Sasuke supported himself with one hand and kicked out with both legs, instantly exploding 2 of the shadow clones. Hey, not bad. After taking out the 2 clones, Sasuke coolly remarked. However, he soon realized that the guy he had just faced was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, a purple cocoon suddenly unfolded behind Sasuke, and a foot emerged from within, kicking him hard in the rear. Having just balanced himself after using his technique, Sasuke was sent stumbling forward, nearly falling over. Naruto reappeared, sweeping his leg to trip Sasuke, and then mounted him, beginning to unleash his tree-climbing fist technique. Bang, bang, bang. Although Naruto's punches lacked any form, the speed was overwhelming. While throwing punches, Naruto's mind was occupied with thoughts of IP Man's bullet punches. His fists rained down on Sasuke's face, and just as Sasuke fell, he couldn't react in time to protect his head from being hit multiple times. His entire head started to spin. By the time he regained his senses, he could only instinctively cover his head with both hands to defend against Naruto's onslaught. Lying on the ground, Sasuke was completely overwhelmed by Naruto's relentless punches. Damn it! Damn it! Being pinned down and beaten, Sasuke could only express his impotent rage. After watching the entire battle, the third Hokage was stunned, setting aside Naruto's fighting style. That purple cocoon technique he just used was undoubtedly a space-time ninjutsu. Glancing at the beaten Sasuke, the third Hokage genuinely worried that Naruto might injure him badly, and he wouldn't know how to explain it to Fugaka later. He sighed and then vanished in a body flicker. Chapter 11. Am I the one to destroy the Uchiha clan? Do you submit? Damn it. I ask you, do you submit? You. Naruto shouted arrogantly while punching Sasuke on the ground. Sasuke had never endured such humiliation since childhood. It was one thing for this kid not to follow the rules of combat, but he was actually pinning him down and taunting him with phrases like, do you submit? The most frustrating part was that this guy was specifically hitting his face. An unprecedented disgrace and verbal insult ignited an unparalleled fury within Sasuke's chest. As Naruto kept enjoying the fight, he suddenly noticed that the kid on the ground had turned red from being hit. Sharingan? Noticing the comma in Sasuke's pupils, Naruto looked puzzled. Oh, so you're going to go berserk in a fight, huh? Today I, Naruto Uzumaki, will make you know who the real protagonist is. I'm going to kill you. The bruised Sasuke's voice was hoarse as he growled, ready to explode at any moment. However, before he could finish, Naruto punched him in the face, interrupting his spell. Naruto, that's enough. Slap. At this moment, Naruto felt someone grab his wrist, and the voice next to his ear was incredibly familiar. It was the third Hokage. Glancing back at him, Naruto obediently got up and stepped aside. You bastard. An enraged Sasuke stood up, glaring fiercely at Naruto until a hand was placed on his head. Enough, Sasuke. The battle is over. Upon hearing his brother's voice, Sasuke's fury was immediately calmed. He then closed his eyes and fainted in Itachi's arms. Naruto found this scene somewhat speechless. He hadn't expected Sasuke to awaken his Sharingan because of him. It should be noted that on the night of the Uchiha massacre, Sasuke's parents had just sacrificed themselves, and he had only awakened one Tomo. So, being beaten down on the night of the Uchiha massacre, this shows that the rage in Sasuke's heart from being pinned down and beaten was no less than that of the night of the massacre. Itachi, I'm sorry. This kid, the third Hokage, said with a gentle smile, but Naruto noticed that the old man's expression had clearly paused upon seeing Sasuke awaken his Sharingan. He didn't know what he was thinking. Lord Third, it's my fault for not keeping an eye on Sasuke, but we should thank this kid for Sasuke awakening his Sharingan. Itachi smiled gently at Naruto. However, Naruto completely ignored his words, turning his head away, too lazy to pay attention to this filial son. Lord Third, I'll take it back now. Carrying Sasuke on his back, Itachi bid farewell to the third Hokage and turned to leave. So, only the third Hokage and Naruto were left on the scene. The old man and the young boy stood beside each other, neither speaking first. After a long while, the third Hokage finally couldn't hold back and asked Naruto, what was that space-time ninjutsu of yours? The third Hokage's main purpose for coming here was to inquire about Naruto's ninjutsu. He had previously thought he understood Naruto's peculiar bloodline limits, but who knew this kid also knew space-time ninjutsu. Moreover, having a ninja capable of space-time ninjutsu in a village is of strategic significance. Just look at his father, Minato. Seeing Naruto suddenly appear behind Uchiha Sasuke earlier was reminiscent of Minato using the Flying Thunder God technique. Naruto tilted his head, innocently asking, what is space-time ninjutsu? He had his own considerations for using the Space Gate in public. After all, his father was a master of the Flying Thunder God technique. It should be quite reasonable for him to awaken a space-time bloodline limit, right? As for whether the shadow of Danzo would reach out to him, did he really think the third Hokage was just a figurehead? He was the ultimate weapon of Konoha, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, a taboo existence in the village. If anyone wanted to touch him, they would have to get past the Hokage's advisors and the third Hokage first. Plus, with such a convenient ability, if he wanted to hide and use it secretly, explaining it would really be too troublesome. It was better to just reveal it openly. The third Hokage, seeing Naruto's expression, realized that his question was indeed problematic. How could a 6-year-old child possibly understand space-time ninjutsu? He then switched to a more understandable explanation. It's about that purple cocoon you just used. Oh, you mean this? Naruto raised his hand and tossed out a teleportation portal, and the purple cocoon appeared out of thin air between the two. The third Hokage tightened his grip on his beard in shock, unable to speak. He hadn't sensed any fluctuations of chakra at all. Standing beside the purple cocoon, which was as tall as a person, the third scrutinized it closely. Looking inside, he could only see a vast expanse of purple without anything else. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly reached his hand in. The next second, another purple cocoon suddenly appeared 5 meters away, along with the third's arm. This distance was deliberately controlled by Naruto. Although he didn't mind others knowing about his abilities, he still wanted to keep some things to himself. He didn't want to reveal to the third that he could teleport to any place he had been. The third rotated his wrist, moving his hand up, down, left, and right, looking at his hand not far away, and he had a strange feeling. It was as if his hand had its own thoughts. After trying a few more times, the old third Hokage managed to grab Naruto and pass through the purple cocoon. In the next moment, both of their figures appeared 5 meters away. The captured Naruto could only secretly mock the third Hokage's cowardice. Naruto, how far is this cocoon? About from here to my house, maybe 500 meters, the third calculated in his mind, nodding with satisfaction. Then he continued to ask, how many times can you use it in a day? About 10 times, but I haven't really tested it, Naruto replied. It seems like a recently awakened Kekkei Genkai. The third pulled out a pipe and took a couple of puffs, then fell silent. Only 10 times? This space-time ninjutsu is indeed impressive, but there's a very fatal problem. Every time you teleport, a purple cocoon will appear. At first, the third hoped that Naruto would become a new generation of the purple flash like Minato on the battlefield. But thinking about it later, that cocoon is so conspicuous that if the enemy is unprepared, it would be suspicious. The only potential use is for teleporting teams or logistical transportation. However, during the previous test, he found that the cocoon could only last for less than 10 seconds. After thinking it over, this ability really wasn't as useful as the Flying Thunder God technique and was even a bit of a hindrance. Once the enemy learns about it in advance, it would almost be like delivering their heads to them. The third couldn't help but sigh at this child's strange Kekkei Genkai. However, this ability was at least more useful than the previous ones. Okay, I understand. Try not to use this technique in front of others in the future. Okay? Got it. Grandpa, Naruto replied obediently, while thinking in his heart why this old man hadn't left yet. The fox in his stomach was already urging him to eat. Chapter 12. How delicious the grilled fish is. Why aren't you eating? When Sasuke and Itachi returned home, Uchiha Fugaku was already waiting at the door. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking sternly at the brothers. It seemed he had been waiting for a long time. Sasuke slowly woke up from Itachi's back, and seeing his father's serious expression, he shrank back. It wasn't that he was worried about being scolded for fighting that guy, but rather that he was afraid of being taught a lesson for losing to an unknown opponent. The pain on his face constantly reminded Sasuke that he had just been beaten up. If his father found out, he would surely be very disappointed in him, right? Oomph. You still know to come back. Fugaku coldly looked at the pretending to sleep Sasuke and said unhappily. The third Hokage had already informed him of the situation. He wasn't surprised that Sasuke lost to the village's Nine-Tails Jinchuri. He wouldn't be angry about it. But the key issue was that their Uchiha clan's relationship with the village was so tense right now, and recklessly approaching the Nine-Tails Jinchuri at this time. Even if it was unintentional, the third would probably think too much about it. Today, when the third sent someone to inform him, he could sense the warning in it. Seeing his father's expression, Itachi turned to look at the Sasuke on his back, smiled, and then said to Fugaku, "Father, Sasuke has awakened his Sharingan." Oomph. Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku let out a cold snort, but his expression softened a lot. However, he was even more worried about his eldest son. This child had no idea what this action meant. "Father, I didn't lose. The guy used a very strange technique to suddenly appear behind me. Otherwise, it's space-time ninjutsu." Itachi quickly added, seemingly trying to say that today's failure couldn't be blamed on Sasuke. When he went to find Sasuke earlier, he had already seen the two of them forming hand seals together. At first, when he saw the Nine-Tails Jinchuri conjure a door panel out of thin air, he suspected that the kid had a summoning technique, Kekkei Genkai, or something related to space-time. It wasn't until the Nine-Tails Jinchuri activated the purple cocoon and disappeared from the spot that he was sure this kid should possess a space-time Kekkei Genkai. Upon hearing the words space-time ninjutsu, Fugaku fell into deep thought. The Nine-Tails Jinchuri can use space-time ninjutsu. How old is he? His chakra has just begun to refine, right? Are these two kids fooling me? In his shock, he immediately thought of the fourth Hokage, who had a deep understanding of space-time ninjutsu, and it didn't seem so absurd anymore. It was likely because he was the fourth son that he awakened some space-time Kekkei Genkai. Sasuke, listening to his brother's words, was completely confused. What space-time ninjutsu? I've never heard of it. Damn it, why is that guy so strong? Sasuke stroked his face with one hand, feeling a bit proud of his recently awakened Sharingan. Just wait. I will defeat that guy with these eyes. Itachi, come with me. Sasuke, go kneel in the living room for an hour. You can't eat until the time is up. After instructing the two brothers, Fugaku took Itachi away. Sasuke glanced at his brother, dejectedly walked to the living room, and kept replaying the battle in his mind. Now that he thought about it, he was just careless. That guy's taijutsu was terrible with so many flaws. If given another chance, he would definitely pin him down and beat him. At the riverbank, the burning wood crackled. An old man and a young boy sat around a campfire. Grandpa can eat now. Naruto sat on a stone, handing a charred grilled fish to the third Hokage. He was truly helpless. This old man insisted that he hadn't seen him for a long time and insisted on staying by the river to eat his grilled fish. They had clearly met just last week. Naruto simply charred the fish. Come on, let's hurt each other. The third pulled at the corners of his mouth, looking at the burnt fish, and couldn't help but swallow. He looked at the blackened thing in Naruto's hand, doubting whether it was even edible. Then he glanced at Naruto, who was happily eating, and suddenly fell silent. Grandpa, aren't you eating? Didn't you say you wanted to taste my cooking? How delicious this grilled fish is. Why aren't you eating? Naruto looked at the third with hopeful eyes, as if not eating would hurt the tender heart of a 6-year-old child. Cough, cough, that Naruto. I suddenly remembered I have something to do. I have to go back first. The third suddenly got up, hand behind his back, moving at a speed that didn't resemble a nearly 7-year-old man at all. His speed was faster than that of an 18-year-old youth. The third was genuinely worried that eating this grilled fish would upset his stomach. This child really took advantage of his physique. After watching the third leave, Naruto tossed the grilled fish away. Finally gone. Otherwise, if the third stayed here any longer, I would really have to force myself to eat this burnt fish, and there's a fox in my stomach that is waiting to be fed. Naruto pulled out some magical dragon meat and threw on the grill. While brushing oil on it, he sprinkled some seasoning, completely different from the clumsy appearance he had while grilling the fish earlier. After about 20 minutes, Naruto finally got to enjoy the delicious barbecue he had been craving. Although he felt he didn't exert much energy in today's battle, treating himself to something good as a reward shouldn't be a problem. After finishing, Naruto threw himself into a space door and dove back home. Then his consciousness arrived in the ceiling space to start feeding the fox. Hey, little brat, you have some opinions about the third Hokage, huh? The Nine-Tails said with a meaningful smirk. Through years of observation, it was clear that Naruto harbored a strong dislike for Sarutobi Hiruzen. While Naruto acted well, he couldn't hide his inner aversion from it. How about I help you out? Gulp. Naruto threw a piece of meat into the fox's throat, effectively shutting it up. The temptation of food interrupted the Nine-Tails train of thought. Come on. I know what that big fox is going to say as soon as it opens its mouth. It's just going to suggest that we team up to blow up Konoha. Naruto was quite satisfied with the current situation and wasn't foolish enough to betray the village, even if he was the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. Did it really think that Might Guy's grandmother would knock on its door and not be able to take it down? Besides, he desperately needed time to develop and didn't need to get involved in unnecessary trouble. Moreover, he had a wife waiting for him back in the village. After manually feeding the fox for a while, Naruto felt his arm starting to ache again. He decided to take out some automated modules and began constructing an automated barbecue device by the cage. One wasn't enough, so he also made a giant grill, specifically for the fox to cook for itself. He even built a large pit like a swimming pool to store ingredients and turned to the Nine-Tails, saying, "Big Fox, I've set everything up for you. Cook for yourself when you're hungry. If you can't, Just press the button at the door, and this conveyor belt will automatically send meat to you. Naruto patted the automated assembly line beside him and said seriously, for the big fox, grilling meat and pressing the button only required a single hand of chakra to operate. I got it. The Ninetales raised its head proudly, its gaze constantly darting towards the ingredients. It had wanted to try grilling meat after watching Naruto do it for so long, but it had never had the chance before. Now, this little brat had not only created tools that could deliver food to its mouth, but also build a grill that suited its size, which genuinely pleased the Ninetales. Gulp. After swallowing several hundred pieces of grilled meat, the Ninetales might have felt a bit guilty and specifically reminded Naruto, "Little brat, go to bed early. Tomorrow, I still need to supervise your training." Hearing this, Naruto couldn't help but smile. Heh, it's under a fox. Chapter 13. Kakashi. A moment of silence for this child's future as a Jonin leader. The next day, Naruto was still seen at the small grove by the river. But he had arrived using the space door. He stood in front of a big tree and began pounding on it. The third Hokage had just arrived at the Hokage building and wanted to check on Naruto's training today. However, as soon as the crystal ball turned on, he found that the boy had started hitting the tree again. This worried the third Hokage. He rubbed his temples. His mind flooded with images of yesterday's battle against Uchiha Sasuke, where Naruto had used the Rasengan technique. Oh no, I let him win yesterday. Does this kid really think he can train by beating a tree? Thinking of how Naruto had successfully refined his chakra and spent 3 days diligently practicing the shadow clone technique, the third Hokage didn't know how to describe his current feelings. If you say this kid is a genius, what ninja has practiced the shadow clone technique tens of thousands of times? But if you say he's foolish, he managed to learn the basic technique in just 3 days. The shadow clone technique isn't difficult, but typically, a child just starting out would need at least a week to master it. The only difference was that Naruto's chakra capacity far surpassed that of other ninjas. If it weren't for the vast amount of chakra within him, he would have exhausted it long ago with his training method. What worried the third Hokage now was that this child had gone off to train his physical abilities. Judging by his unsteady punches and footwork, he was probably not even utilizing half of his power. And yet he continued to train relentlessly every day. With every glance at the crystal ball, the veins on his forehead throbbed. Finally, he decided to turn off the crystal ball technique. Out of sight, out of mind. However, fearing that Naruto might injure himself, the third Hokage instructed the Umbu, "Let Might Guy and Kakashi come to see me." "Yes, Lord Third." Bang! Naruto's thoughts were racing as he continuously struck the tree. Since Naruto's arrival, the tree had visibly started to dent. Each of Naruto's punches sent splinters flying. It wouldn't be long before he needed to find new training equipment. Not far away, Might Guy and Kakashi were watching Naruto's every move. After about half an hour, their heads were pounding just like the third Hokage's. "Guy, that kid is going to ruin himself training like this, right?" Although it was very spirited, without mastering the correct training methods, he wouldn't last long enough to burn through his youth. Seeing how the kid was practicing without any direction made Might Guy quite restless. When he heard the third Hokage mention that there was a kid in the village who trained hard, Might Guy was very excited, even thinking about taking the boy as his disciple. However, the third Hokage had informed him that this kid was the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, the orphan of the fourth Hokage. Hearing this, Might Guy fell silent. While he valued enthusiasm, he wasn't just muscle-headed. If he took the village's Jinchuriki as his disciple, the third Hokage would surely tear him apart. Moreover, the third Hokage specifically emphasized that he should only go over to guide the Ninetales Jinchuriki's incorrect physical training methods and absolutely must not let the child become interested in martial arts. Kakashi looked at Naruto's small figure, and his teacher's appearance flashed in his mind, their forms overlapping at that moment. He looked again and felt a bit of soreness in his nose. Long-buried emotions surged back to the surface. It's all because the teacher is not here. The reason no one is guiding him is that this kid is just practicing randomly. The two exchanged glances, nodded, and then walked along the main road, pretending to pass by. They didn't approach Naruto directly, to follow the third Hokage's wishes. They had to act as experienced jonin skilled in martial arts, accidentally encountering the hard-working youth, and then, after the youth's inquiry, provide guidance. However, they passed by the kid 10 times, yet he didn't seem to notice them at all. It was as if all his focus was entirely locked onto the tree before him. In truth, Naruto had long noticed these two guys. One had white hair, and the other wore a green jumpsuit. Their features were so distinctive that it was hard not to notice them. If they weren't Kakashi and Might Guy, Naruto would have devoured the tree in front of him. After passing by several times, looking deep in thought, it was clear to Naruto that they were sent by the third Hokage. As for their purpose, it was still unclear. The two kept hovering around him, which was starting to annoy Naruto. "Hey, you two uncles, what do you want? Can you stop walking back and forth in front of me? I still need to train." Might Guy and Kakashi twitched their lips upon hearing Naruto's words. "Still training? Look at that tree full of holes. And then look at how you're throwing punches. Are you really not just chopping down the tree?" However, they were shocked by Naruto's abnormal physique. This kid was only 6 years old. With such incorrect punching posture, he was nearly knocking down a tree. They couldn't have done that at his age. Even Might Guy, a martial arts enthusiast, hadn't dared to train so hard when he was young. If he practiced like this for a day, he would probably ruin his hands by the next day and wouldn't be able to be a ninja anymore. They have heard from the third Hokage that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has been pounding on this tree for several days. Kakashi looked at Naruto's small hands, which had no trace of blood, and was instantly stunned. What kind of perverted physique is this? "Hey, young man, my best friend, and I just happened to pass by here and notice that your movements are off. If you keep training like this," Might Guy said as he glanced at Naruto, who showed no signs of error and immediately closed his mouth. "Young man, let me show you the correct punching technique." Naruto was taken aback, his eyes filled with confusion. His punching technique is wrong? It shouldn't be. In his previous life, he watched boxing matches, and even Wing Chun Master Yi taught it this way. Just look at Sasuke, who was completely helpless against him yesterday, and you would know how effective it was. Just as he was puzzled, the green bean already started punching a nearby tree with a strange cry. "Young man, the technique of applying force starts from the feet, moves to the hips, and finally uses the waist to drive the fist." Bang! Might Guy demonstrated it once again, then began to punch and kick the tree, clearly showing Naruto the basics of physical technique attacks. "Did you understand?" Kakashi, with his dead fish eyes, said nonchalantly. "What Might Guy demonstrated shouldn't be difficult. I got it." Seeing the special Jounin demonstrate, Naruto immediately understood. To put it in the terms of a certain anime from his previous life, the human body has 3 hearts, right? He was clear on this. Recalling Might Guy's movements in his mind, he then mimicked his stance and threw a punch. Boom! With one punch, the tree collapsed, sending up a cloud of dust. This tree finally couldn't withstand the weight of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's punch. Kakashi's eyelids twitched as he saw the child knock down a tree with a single punch. This kid shouldn't have learned Lady Tsunade's monstrous strength, right? Although this tree was already damaged by a third, this kid could still knock down a tree with one punch, which is terrifying. Kakashi estimated that if this punch landed on him, it would cause damage. The most crucial part is, he's still just a little over 6 years old. Kakashi didn't know what to say anymore. He could only silently mourn for this child's future as a Jounin for a second. Good. The movement is very precise. Might Guy vigorously swung his right hand and then gave Naruto a thumbs up. The sunlight shining on his bean head inexplicably radiated a strange glow, and his 2 rows of big white teeth were also reflected. Naruto awkwardly tapped his toes a few times. "Young man, keep up the hard work. The fiery passion of youth must not stop here." Might Guy's passionate speech made Kakashi cover his face, completely unable to look. Is it really okay to say this? If this kid ends up practicing physical techniques obsessively from now on, just wait to be dealt with by the third Hokage, perhaps touched by Naruto's efforts. Might Guy dragged Kakashi to the training ground for a youth betting duel. Watching the two leave, Naruto began to ponder the force application technique he had just learned. At this moment, he could make a fist-sized dent in the tree with an ordinary punch. However, Naruto estimated that the trees in this forest might not be enough for him to practice on in the future. Chapter 14. Uzumaki Naruto, Here I Come. A month quickly passed in Naruto's training. Since mastering the force application technique, his speed in knocking down trees was multiplied many times over. The trees in the small forest by the river were falling one after another. Every time the third Hokage saw Naruto knock down a tree, his head would ache a little more. Now, the drawer was always stocked with anti-hypertensive medicine. What on earth is wrong with this kid? He worried that if this continued, the reforestation project initiated by the first Hokage wouldn't be enough for this kid to destroy. But fortunately, school starts today, so he estimated that this kid wouldn't have much time to knock down trees anymore, right? Big Fox, what do you think of this set? It's so noisy. Shut up. Naruto chattered away, asking the fox in his belly for suitable suggestions. After all, today was the first day of school, and he didn't have any other friends in this world to share or chat with. Only Kurama. Kurama was not interested in him and thought Naruto was being annoying. This little brat should look properly. The clothes in the wardrobe are either white or black. Are there any other colors? What can he choose? The big fox's scolding did not affect Naruto's good mood. He changed into a black outfit, turned around in front of the mirror, and felt very satisfied. All right, off to school. Naruto muttered to himself, raised his hand to throw out a space door, and leaped into the purple cocoon of light. At the entrance of the ninja school, many parents were sending their children to school. Some were from the Leaf Village Ninja Clan, while others were commoners. In any case, there were more or less a few adults accompanying each child. The start of the ninja school was also the busiest day in the Leaf Village. Furthermore, the third Hokage would give a speech to the students soon. Considering the village chief's reputation, everyone had to come and show their support. The third Hokage stood on the stage, frowning as he looked at the playground filled with parents and children, but did not see Naruto's figure. Could it be that this child overslept? That can't be. He had seen Naruto looking forward to this day, so he shouldn't be late on the first day of school. The third Hokage sighed deeply. He always felt that since Naruto was born, he had aged quite a bit. I should go check if Naruto has left yet. Just as the third Hokage was about to instruct the Umbu beside him, the next moment, a purple cocoon of light suddenly appeared on the playground. This child. The third Hokage's expression instantly twisted into a wrinkled mess. He remembered telling Naruto not to use this technique in front of outsiders, right? Why can't this kid ever let people feel at ease? The sudden appearance of the purple cocoon of light immediately attracted everyone's attention, and the crowd began to stir because of this strange thing. Protect Lady Hinata. Lord Fugaku, please take the young master out of here. Could it be that another ninja village is launching an attack on us? What on earth is this thing? Various voices echoed in the crowd. Itachi, standing next to Sasuke, recognized this familiar technique and realized that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had arrived. All the children hid behind their parents at the same time, and some of the parents pulled out kunai from their ninja tool bags, ready to protect their children at the first sign of danger. Uzumaki Naruto, here I come. Naruto didn't know why, but he suddenly felt the urge to shout this out. Perhaps the atmosphere of the first day of school made him feel that he had to shout something. As a result, as soon as he finished shouting, he saw a group of ninjas surrounding him, their serious expressions making it seem like they were guarding against a formidable enemy. Wait a minute. Naruto suddenly realized he had teleported into the crowd, his expression stiffening as he recalled his earlier Chunin behavior, making his toes curl. Damn, so embarrassing. As for the parents who were sending their children to school, upon hearing the familiar name Uzumaki Naruto, they first breathed a sigh of relief and then put down their weapons, though they might not be familiar with the little brat in front of them. The older generation of ninjas from the Uzumaki clan certainly knew him. Then they began to wonder, Uzumaki Naruto? The last Uzumaki clan member in the village was Uzumaki Kushina, and this little brat clearly isn't red-haired. Who exactly is this child? Since the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki hadn't appeared in front of everyone for 6 years, many people had almost forgotten that there was a 6-year-old Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in their village. Kakashi stared at the child's short golden hair, his eyes gradually narrowing, then explained to everyone. Everyone put down your weapons. He is a comrade from the village, not an enemy. Upon hearing Shikamaru's words, everyone put down their weapons. However, they recalled the scene from just now, the suddenly appearing purple light cocoon and the yellow-haired little boy, which left many jonin present in shock. Was that a space-time ninjutsu just now? That's impossible, right? This child looks to be only 6 years old. It should be a special bloodline limit. Hiss. Then this child's future achievements would be comparable to the fourth Hokage. While everyone was amazed, they simultaneously lamented the space-time bloodline limit of the child before them. The conversation suddenly shifted to the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. As they chatted, many people noticed that this child also had yellow hair. No way. This child can't be the fourth child, can he? Wait, what did he just say? Naruto Uzumaki? I remember the fourth's wife was from the Uzumaki clan. What? He is actually the fourth's orphan. In just a few exchanges, everyone was already convinced that the yellow-haired child before them must be the orphan of the fourth Hokage. Shikamaru stood beside his father and quietly asked, Dad, is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki really the fourth child? Shikaku didn't answer, but gave a meaningful glance at the third Hokage on stage. And Shikamaru had already gotten his answer from his father. Sasuke peeked out from behind Fugaku, and upon seeing that guy, he was almost grinding his teeth in frustration. Damn, it's him again. Showing off in front of so many people. How arrogant can he be? Not far away, Hinata noticed Naruto's short hair, and the image of the figure who had sent her home back then floated in her mind, as well as the time he suddenly appeared to save her from being bullied. How nice it would be to see Naruto-kun every day. Thinking of this, Hinata's ears turned visibly red, and she felt her heart racing just by looking at Naruto-kun. Too shy, Hinata hid back behind Hayashi, but she would still steal a glance or two at Naruto. The people around began to realize that Naruto Uzumaki was the fourth son, and everyone was beaming with enthusiastic smiles. Hey, kid, come over to my uncle's house for dinner today. No way. Kid, you're coming home with me today. My cooking is definitely better than anyone else's. Kid, how about my daughter? Many ninjas started inviting Naruto to their homes, and some even went as far as introducing him to potential partners. Of course, those from a major ninja clans didn't take any action, but their gazes towards Naruto became incredibly complex. They naturally knew the child's identity. Facing so many people for the first time, especially with such enthusiasm, Naruto was momentarily at a loss. Why did the first day of school seem different from what he had imagined? Wasn't he supposed to be a common child shouting about being a fox demon, and then using his powerful strength to slap them in the face? How did everyone inexplicably guess his identity as the fourth son, if it weren't for the fact that he couldn't go online right now? Naruto would have been compelled to post on Bihu asking for advice from his friends, with the title he had already thought of, in Konoha. My identity as the Hokage's son was exposed on the first day of school. What should I do next? Urgently waiting for replies. On the other side of the village, Danzo had already received a report from the Root Ninjas. After reading the information about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, a dangerous glint flashed in Danzo's eyes. Very good. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki actually has a space-time bloodline limit. I must obtain him. Chapter 15. Is the fire at the door safe? The third Hokage saw the chaos below and felt unwell. He had brought Naruto to school to help this child form bonds with the companions in the village. The earlier rumors about the Nine-Tails Fox were also meant to make Naruto understand suffering in advance, so that he would cherish everything in the village afterward. Was there a problem with doing this? Of course not. After all, this was how several major ninja villages operated. Even Kushina had gone through such a process back then. Everything was for the village, so sacrificing a Jinchuriki to maintain the village, where was the problem? However, the third Hokage truly did not expect that Naruto would not buy into this at all. He had been spreading the rumors about the Nine-Tails Fox for 5 years. And when Naruto first went out to experience the rumors, the third Hokage was pleased, thinking everything was proceeding according to his plan. That child faced scorn and hatred from the villagers, and from then on, he was locked inside his house, not stepping out the door. At that time, the third Hokage was still worried that this child's temperament was too fragile to recover. However, as time passed, the third Hokage gradually realized something was wrong. This child had locked himself in the house for a whole 6 months. When he went in to check, he found the silly boy happily playing with wooden toys on the floor, nowhere near fragile. The third Hokage had thought that as Naruto grew older, he would eventually need to go out to buy things or take a stroll. Then he discovered that Naruto had awakened those strange bloodline limits. After that, the carefree little Naruto never appeared in everyone's sight again. So much so that when he appeared today, those who had once scolded Naruto as the Nine-Tails Fox had forgotten about it. Now, not only had he failed to make Naruto understand the importance of companions in advance, but he had also exposed his identity as the fourth orphan. This was completely not the result the third Hokage wanted. Cough, cough. After coughing several times on stage, the third Hokage finally drew the attention of the crowd back to himself. He then began a speech that lasted over an hour. During this time, Naruto noticed Hinata, the little girl, stealing glances at him, and he smiled at her. As a result, the little girl, probably too shy, directly hid behind Hayashi. Hayashi noticed that the yellow-haired brat had ill intentions toward his daughter and glared at him fiercely with his Byakugan, sensing his future father-in-law's unfriendly gaze. Naruto instinctively felt a bit guilty. After all, he did intend to court the cabbage. Although not now, it was something that would happen sooner or later. Glancing at the blushing Hinata, he suddenly revealed a mischievous smile. Right? Why should I be afraid of this old man? I, Naruto Uzumaki, with my yellow hair. Once I turn 18, I'm definitely going to go to the Hyuga clan and let this old man see the power of yellow hair. It's a pity that Hokage can't use ghost fire. Otherwise, he would at least have to stage a scene asking if the fire at the door was safe. Oof. Seeing that the yellow-haired brat's smile became more and more unruly, Hayashi's face turned dark with anger. If it weren't for the fact that the Byakugan couldn't kill, this kid would have died countless times under his gaze. Thus, a good opening ceremony was turned into a staring contest between Naruto and Hayashi. Not far away, Sasuke watched Naruto with red eyes. Just thinking about the fact that the other party was the heroic son of the fourth Hokage made Sasuke feel an inexplicable sense of powerlessness. Standing in front of him, Sasuke felt somewhat ashamed, but recalling the previous battle, it seemed he also had opportunities to defeat him. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes turning red, and silently vowed, "Just wait. I will definitely defeat you and prove the power of the Uchiha clan." Throughout the entire process of the third Hokage's speech, there was not a single explanation about Naruto's identity. Even when many people raised questions, he ignored them. Those from the ninja clans who knew the inside story didn't ask much. But many ninjas and civilians who were unaware of the situation only knew that the fourth Hokage had sacrificed himself to save everyone in Konoha on the night of the Nine Tails incident. And the fourth orphan was a hero's child, which was a sensational matter for the entire village. Third Hokage. That child is the fourth son, right? Yes. Why hasn't this been told to everyone for so long? Third Hokage. Is there something hidden in this? The third Hokage did not respond directly, only answering their questions with a stiff smile. Then, he didn't continue the conversation and turned to all the children, saying, "That's all for today. Children, remember that wherever leaves dance, fire will burn. The shadow of fire will illuminate the entire village and allow new leaves to sprout. The true power of a ninja will only be revealed when they want to protect those they cherish." The third Hokage then said a few more words, turned around, and left with his hands behind his back. Upon hearing the villagers ask if Naruto Uzumaki was really the child of the fourth Hokage, his entire face turned as black as a pot bottom. This made the third Hokage's steps quicken. He hadn't yet thought about how to handle Naruto's identity. According to the third Hokage's original plan, he intended to wait until Naruto was an adult or had truly inherited the will of fire before revealing this child's origins. Who would have thought that on the first day of school, everyone would recognize him as the fourth son? Why didn't you recognize that this child is also the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? After returning to the Hokage's office, the third Hokage began to think about how to deal with this matter. Knock, knock. At that moment, a knock came from outside the door. "Come in." The third Hokage propped his chin on his hands, still deep in thought. When he looked up, he was surprised to see Danzo. Thinking about Naruto's situation and carefully observing Danzo's expression, he roughly knew what this guy wanted to talk about. He then asked flatly, "Danzo, what do you want from me?" "Hiruzen, hand over that Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to me, I will enough." Danzo was roughly interrupted by the third Hokage before he could finish. It was clear that the third Hokage was very angry at this moment. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha could only be under his control. How could he possibly hand it over to Danzo? If he did, wouldn't Danzo control the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and then pull him down to take his place? Therefore, Danzo's request directly touched the third Hokage's reverse scale. "Hiruzen Sarutobi, the talent of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is great. If you hand him over to me, I will definitely train him to be the strongest tailed beast Jinchuriki. Danzo was unconcerned by the third Hokage's furious expression. After all, he argued with this guy every time he came. You can forget about that child, Naruto. The third Hokage slammed the table and shouted angrily. The office was immediately filled with a gunpowder-like atmosphere, as if a tiny spark could trigger an explosion. After a long silence, Danzo was the first to back down, but he still stubbornly said, Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo, I am a Hokage. The third Hokage made his identity clear, reminding him not to go too far. Hearing the word Hokage, Danzo left with a sullen face, slamming the door behind him. Chapter 16. I want to kill that uncle who hugs me. And all the hedgehog heads of the Vale, after the third Hokage left, the children of the ninja school went to their assigned classes according to the list. Naruto walked into the classroom and immediately spotted Hinata sitting in the back row. At this time, many classmates in the class also noticed Naruto Uzumaki. They had heard the adults talk about what had happened on the playground earlier. All the children knew that this blonde-haired classmate was the son of the fourth Hokage. Although these children didn't know much about the fourth Hokage's deeds, after all, he was the Hokage. They heard the adults say he was a great hero who saved the village. So naturally, they had a good impression of Naruto Uzumaki. Come on, he is the son of a hero. If they made friends with him, they could show off to others later. Naruto Uzumaki, come sit with me. I have a new comic here. Naruto, sit here, I will share my snacks with you. Most of the classmates in the class began to gather around Naruto, chattering excitedly. And some even almost started to argue over who would sit with him. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, sneered in disdain, and then turned his head to stare out the window, lost in thought. The son of the fourth Hokage, huh? I will definitely defeat you. Sakura, seeing Sasuke's expression, excitedly grabbed Ino, shaking her and shouting, so cool. Really so cool. Uchiha Sasuke is so handsome. Ino took a glance and also fell into a state of infatuation. Hinata watched Naruto being so popular. Her gaze dimmed, and she buried her head in her arms. He is so popular. He must have forgotten about me. Hearing the laughter of others with Naruto, Hinata felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Seeing Hinata lying on the desk, Naruto casually dealt with his classmates and slowly walked over to her seat. There was still no one sitting next to Hinata, while Shikamaru was daydreaming on her right, and Choji was eating snacks. He reached out and tapped Hinata's arm with his finger, smiling as he said, Hello, I am Naruto Uzumaki. Hinata looked up at Naruto and found that the smiling Naruto seemed to be glowing. 3 different figures appeared in Hinata's mind. The Naruto who escorted her home when she was 3, the Naruto who stood up for her when she was 5, and a Naruto standing in front of her now. The 3 figures overlapped, all simultaneously saying, Hello, I am Naruto Uzumaki. Lost in thought, she forgot to respond to Naruto and even forgot to feel shy. Seeing the little girl dazed, Naruto thought Hinata had forgotten about him, so he waved his hand in front of her. I am sorry. I am Hinata Hyuga. Coming back to her senses, Hinata was so shy that it took her a while to stammer out her name. Looking at Naruto sitting next to her, she suddenly felt dizzy and fainted on the desk. Ira Kiyumino walked into the classroom with a list of students, looking worried. Upon entering, he saw Naruto Uzumaki had knocked out the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. He had already begun to worry about his teaching career for the next few years. To be honest, he felt quite complicated about Naruto Uzumaki. First, he learned from the third Hokage that Naruto was the village's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The Nine-Tails sealed within this child was the very beast that had killed his parents. At first, Irika viewed Naruto Uzumaki as the murderer of his family. But just a moment ago, he had heard everyone talking about Naruto being the son of the fourth Hokage on the playground. This directly caused his mind to crash for 3 whole minutes. Finally, he managed to understand what Naruto Uzumaki was all about. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and his wife sacrificed their lives to save the village from the tailed beasts and sealed the Nine-Tails within their son. It could be said that this family was the savior of Konoha. Thinking about his initial attitude when he learned about Naruto Uzumaki, Irika felt very uncomfortable. In short, he felt quite distressed. Irika glanced at Naruto and decided to take him out for ramen after school today to ease his guilt a little. However, he first needed to introduce himself to his students. Irika walked to the podium and smiled at everyone, saying, All right, let us start class. I will introduce myself first. My name is Irika Yumino. I like hot springs and Ichiraka ramen. The food I dislike the most is rice bowls. And my dream is for everyone to pass their exams smoothly and become ninjas. Naruto, sitting in the back row, felt drowsy. At first, he was a bit interested in the ninja school, but once he truly experienced it, he found it extremely boring and tedious. He had already entered society in his previous life, yet now he had to continue attending classes in ninja school. If it weren't for Hinata sitting next to him, he wouldn't want to stay for even a moment. It is well known that relationships in the world of Hokage begin to develop from a young age. Just look at his parents to understand. Naruto suddenly felt incredibly conflicted. At that moment, he felt like the Monkey King holding up the golden hoop. If he skipped class, he couldn't develop a relationship with Hinata. If he didn't skip class, he would have to endure a torturous time in class. Anyway, he didn't plan to study at ninja school. After all, how could the things taught in school be more powerful than the Nine-Tails teacher inside him? Naruto imitated Hinata's posture, lying on the table, and his consciousness entered the ceiling space to play with the fox. Uzumaki Naruto? Uzumaki Naruto! Feeling someone poke his arm a few times, Naruto slowly raised his head, looking around in confusion. Uzumaki Naruto, please come up and introduce yourself. Irika sighed, then softly urged Naruto to come forward. He had a premonition that this child would bring him trouble in the future. Naruto walked slowly to the podium, stood still for 2 seconds, having been daydreaming the whole time and not hearing how everyone else introduced themselves. So, he turned to Irika and asked, "Teacher, how should I introduce myself? Your name, your hobbies, and your dreams." Naruto nodded, adjusted his clothes, and then said loudly, "My name is Uzumaki Naruto. My hobby is farming." This statement had no flaws. If Uzumaki Naruto didn't like farming, he wouldn't have been able to play in the ceiling space for so many years. Moreover, as a person from the land of flowers, even if he had crossed over, he still had the farming genes flowing in his veins. The third Hokage, who was watching with the telescope technique, almost pulled out his own beard upon hearing this. He just knew it. Naruto had an obsession with farming since he was a child. This hobby was very good, with no problems, and wouldn't affect others. But you are the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha village. Can you not be so unambitious? The third took a deep breath, feeling his blood pressure rising again, and quickly took out some medication from the drawer to take. As for your dream, Naruto paused here. He was not like the prince in the original story, constantly shouting about wanting to be the Hokage of Konoha. To be honest, Konoha is not that big, and there are so many things to do. There are no benefits, and the salary is insufficient. It's even worse than being a cow or horse in his previous life. Just look at how long it took for Naruto in the original story to become the 7th Hokage without returning home. Naruto definitely didn't want to end up like that. After thinking for about 3 or 4 seconds, he continued, "My dream is to teach a certain uncle I know a good lesson, and then beat up all the hedgehog heads. Uchiha Sasuke." The third felt that Naruto's dream was not as headache-inducing as before, although he didn't understand why this child's dream was so strange. The core of this dream was still to become stronger. As long as Naruto thought about becoming stronger, the third could relax. Then he remembered that he had sent Kakashi and Might Guy to meet Naruto not long ago. The uncle and hedgehog head that this child mentioned were Kakashi and Guy. Not bad. It shows a bit of ambition. The third smiled with relief. He had no idea how great Naruto's dream was. Chapter 17. Announcing Naruto's identity as the hero's son with Naruto's introduction, many people began to ask the most concerning question. Uzumaki Naruto, is your father really the 4th Hokage? At this moment, everyone's gaze gathered on Naruto again, hoping to get a definitive answer from his mouth. Upon hearing this question, Naruto instinctively froze for a moment. How should he respond? Although he knew his background, how could he say such things? If he admitted it today, the 3rd Hokage would come to him tomorrow and ask how he knew. If he spoke the truth, he would definitely need to fabricate one lie after another to cover it up. Now, being weak, if he said anything wrong, it could easily lead to trouble. When he became stronger, there would be Jonin to clarify things for him. "I don't know who you're talking about," as the 4th Hokage. "I lost my parents when I was young, and have lived a life of hunger and cold." Naruto naturally did not admit to being the 4th son, instead speaking of a tragic backstory. For a moment, Naruto felt like he was on a talent show stage. However, what he said was indeed true. That was the original Naruto's backstory. The third Hokage, watching through the crystal ball, felt a headache coming on. How could this child say he is hungry and cold? Although he did give him a bit less pocket money, it was considering that this child had that strange bloodline limit. When he visited Naruto's home before, he found that the food in this child's refrigerator was even more than what he had at home. And looking at this child's height, which starving child could grow taller than others of the same age? The third really couldn't take it anymore. If he continued watching, he was afraid he would die of anger in his office one day. In the classroom, all the classmates were moved to tears upon hearing Naruto's words. Even Irika's eyes were red. Naruto, it's okay. Even if you're not the son of the fourth, we will still acknowledge you as our friend. No, he might actually be the fourth's son. Maybe Naruto just doesn't know. Naruto, I brought lunch today. You can eat mine at noon. The classmates expressed their sympathy for Naruto and planned to do something to help this tragically background classmate. Sasuke, sitting in his seat, listened to the whole thing with a very strange expression, because during their previous battle, he had seen this guy's breakfast was full of meat and fish. At that time, even he, an Uchiha clan young master, felt envious. What kind of hungry and cold was this? I'm not saying this to make everyone sympathize with me, but to tell you all, no matter what others say about me, I am Uzumaki Naruto. Everyone was stunned upon hearing Naruto's statement. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage was also stunned by Naruto's words. At this moment, he seemed to see the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The third walked to the window, staring blankly at the Hokage rock for a long time. This child really resembles you, Minato. Since everyone had already guessed this child's identity, he decided to officially announce Naruto's situation. Moreover, looking at Naruto's current demeanor, being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would not affect him at all. The third then called for the Umbu and arranged for this matter to be announced. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Naruto's appearance was nothing like he was during his self-introduction. He was now lying on the table like a salted fish, resembling Shikamaru very much. The entire morning's classes were filled with theoretical knowledge about ninjas, and Naruto, not wanting to learn, slept on the desk all morning. When school let out at noon, he found a corner where no one was around, opened a teleportation door, went home to eat, and in the afternoon, unable to control himself, ran to the Riverside Grove to start training. There was no helping it. Training had become a habit, and if he didn't train for a day, he would feel uncomfortable all over. In the classroom, Hinata noticed that they had already reached the last period of the afternoon, and the seat next to her was still empty, feeling a bit disappointed. Irika also noticed that Naruto had skipped class, knowing Naruto's true identity. He adhered to the principle of less is more. After all, how could he manage the second Hokage of Konoha? Just look at the third's headache whenever he heard Naruto's name. And the third also discovered that Naruto had skipped class. He was truly at his wit's end with this child, thinking that once Naruto started school, things would change from his previous solitary situation. As a result, this child continued to do as he pleased. The key point was that this child had run off to the riverside to train again. Watching Naruto's figure training by the river, the third felt his blood pressure rising again and quickly took out the medicine bottle from his drawer, only to realize that the pills inside had long been finished. At the same time, the Hokage building officially announced to the public that Uzumaki Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage. As soon as the announcement was posted, the villagers of Konoha immediately gathered around the Hokage building. Kakashi stood outside the crowd, gazing at the smiling photo of the fourth on the announcement, lost in thought. Oh, Kakashi, what are you doing here? Might Guy discovered Kakashi standing foolishly downstairs and excitedly hooked his shoulder, asking. He then noticed the announcement that had been posted. So that's how it is. The third Hokage finally revealed this child's identity. Kakashi, are you okay? Guy noticed that Kakashi's mood was off and didn't shout about having a youthful duel with him. I'm Yufine. Kakashi put his hands in his pockets and turned to leave the Hokage building. Watching Kakashi's departing figure, Guy knew he must be heading to the flower shop. When the news of Naruto Uzumaki's identity spread throughout the village, some untimely remarks resurfaced in Konoha. No, it's that kid with the 9 tails who caused the fourth Hokage's death. This kid is a disaster. He killed his own parents, And who knows if he will attack the village again in the future. For everyone's safety, he must be controlled. Yes, he must be controlled. Everyone expressed immense worry about the tailed beast inside Naruto. So what if he is the fourth son? As long as he poses a threat to everyone's safety, they don't care whose child he is. After hearing the report from the Umbu in his office, the third Hokage's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He angrily slammed the table and ordered the Umbu, "Let Danzo come see me. Right now." The sudden emergence of calls to control Naruto in the village was something he knew at a glance was Danzo's doing. The third Hokage was genuinely angry. He had warned Danzo earlier, but he never expected him to take action against Naruto. Chapter 18. The Ninetales Jinchuriki must be locked up. After summoning Danzo to his office, the two had another argument, mainly revolving around the Jinchuriki of the tailed beast in Konoha. The rumors spread by Root in the village were quickly halted by the third Hokage, who also gave Danzo a final warning. If Danzo had any further thoughts about Naruto, he shouldn't blame him for disregarding past ties. After that, Danzo snorted coldly, and the office once again echoed with, "Danzo, Sarutobi, you will regret this. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo, I am Hokage." However, once these dangerous rumors spread, how could they be easily stopped? I heard that guy often trains in the small woods on the east side of the village. He must be captured and handed over to the Hokage. Yes, for the safety of the village, Uzumaki Naruto must be strictly monitored. That's right, even if he is the fourth son, it doesn't matter. The villagers had already been influenced by the Root ninja's narrative. Now, these people wouldn't listen to anything, only thinking about bringing Uzumaki Naruto to the Hokage building and then forcing the third Hokage to lock him up. In any case, they believed they were doing it for everyone's good. About 100 villagers from Konoha gathered, holding various tools, excitedly heading towards the small woods by the river. My family died during the Ninetales rampage that night. I absolutely cannot tolerate such a thing happening again. And me, my house was just built, and it was destroyed by that damn Ninetales. That brat is too dangerous. Tie him up. Yes, and lock him up. Sasuke, who was just returning home from school, stopped in his tracks upon seeing such a large scene. He knew that annoying guy was in trouble. Sasuke glanced twice, shook his head, and continued walking towards home. However, just a few steps later, an image of Naruto being tied up by this group of angry villagers suddenly appeared in his mind, even depicting a scene where Naruto was burned to death by the villagers. Damn it, what am I thinking? Why do I care about that guy's life or death? Sasuke said this to himself, but his body uncontrollably ran towards the small woods by the river. He took a shortcut, hoping to arrive a few minutes earlier than the villagers. Sasuke ran with all his might, the scene before him continuously retreating behind him. But he still felt he wasn't running fast enough. Faster, even faster. That guy could only be defeated by his own hands, not taken away by those stupid people. Sasuke believed that being taken away by them would mean eternal imprisonment or death. In any case, he didn't want a good opponent to disappear from his life just like that. At this moment, Naruto had no idea what was happening in the village. He looked at the large tree that had fallen in front of him and oddly questioned the fox inside his belly. "Big Fox, can we change the training method?" Just a moment ago, he had knocked down this tree, which was thick enough to be embraced by a person, and the big fox insisted on giving him some way to training. Listen, is this even human language? He's only 6.5 years old, still a child. Is it too ridiculous to expect a 6.5-year-old child to lift this big tree? Naruto estimated that the tree beneath his feet weighed at least 200 or 300 pounds, and it would only get heavier, not lighter. Less nonsense. Lift it up for me. If you don't do 100 reps, you won't go home today. Naruto, to be honest, he really doubted whether the Ninetales would train him to death. He felt he might as well train with Uncle Guy, who at least trained according to human limits, while the Ninetales was different. Its standard was to train until one couldn't survive. If anyone else were to be a student of the Ninetales, they would probably end up urinating blood after 3 days. Looking at the tree that was bigger than himself, Naruto instinctively swallowed hard. How am I supposed to lift something this big? He slowly crouched down, circling the tree a few times, trying several angles, but still couldn't find a place to grip it. Despite his abnormal physique, he really couldn't lift the tree without finding a point of leverage. After thinking for a while, Naruto punched the tree a few times, leaving several dents as his grip points. Hey! With a low roar, Naruto slowly stood up from the ground, lifting the large tree inch by inch. He estimated that this tree weighed about 200 pounds, yet he managed to lift it up. Big Fox, can I put it down first? My back itches. I want to scratch it. At this moment, Naruto resembled a weightlifter holding the big tree aloft. But his current state was poor. His face was red, and he stammered while speaking. It was evident that he was exerting himself. Moreover, when he lifted it earlier, leaves fell into his collar, causing his back to itch unbearably. Less nonsense. Swing it. Hearing the fox's urging, Naruto had no choice but to grit his teeth and began swinging the 5-meter-long tree. At first, he swung it very slowly as he needed to master the point of force while controlling his footing. But he didn't know if it was due to the Uzumaki clan's physique or the influence of being a Jinchuriki. But as he swung, Naruto suddenly felt the weight in his hands lighten considerably, and his steps became more agile. In an instant, Naruto felt incredibly powerful. He was only 6 years old. How could he lift such a heavy object? While swinging the tree, Naruto began to imagine himself as Uzumaki Naruto wielding a golden staff, wreaking havoc in the heavens. In other scenes, men, tend to fantasize about all sorts of things when they have a long stick in their hands. The 5-meter-long tree, thick enough to be embraced by a person, began to swing faster in Naruto's hands. He could even start doing some flashy moves now. For example, he imagined himself as a helicopter and began to rotate the tree in his hands. The massive tree, with Naruto's swinging, gradually created a strong gust of wind by the river. Dust and leaves began to dance in the wind. Over there. Go. I think I see that brat. Get him. Tie him up. A crowd of over 100 people rushed toward Naruto's location. When they were still dozens of meters away, a gust of wind blew, making it difficult for them to open their eyes. Sasuke, who arrived first, hid behind a tree, dumbfounded. Uzumaki Naruto, is he a monster? How can he have so much strength? Sasuke realized that this guy didn't even need him to remind him. The villagers struggled to open their eyes, trying to see the figure of the little brat through the swirling dust. Then they saw the 6-year-old Uzumaki Naruto swinging a 5-meter-tall tree as if it were a sponge. What kind of unparalleled beast is this? The villagers had never seen such a scene and immediately began to retreat. There was no choice. They had to retreat, as getting hit by that tree would likely turn them into meat patties. The Nine Tails? Forget it. Who wants to deal with that? They certainly didn't dare to. I think I have something to do at home. My wife is giving birth today. I need to hurry back. Sigh. I still need to pick up my kid from school. Nearby, Naruto noticed the approaching crowd and suddenly got the idea to tease them. He sent out waves of energy at the crowd, as if he were releasing sword energy. The sudden gust knocked the villagers' knees weak, and they all fell to the ground. Seeing them like this, Naruto's expression twisted. He casually tossed the tree aside and walked up to the villagers. Hey, uncle, why are you all kneeling on the ground? Naruto looked at the tools they were holding, sickles, hoes, shovels, etc., and felt utterly confused. The villagers, seeing Naruto standing in front of them and recalling the earlier scene of him wielding a tree, couldn't help but tremble slightly. They feared that if the boy found out their intentions, he'd smash them into a pulp out of anger. Among them, a smart person spoke up. It's too hot. The ground feels cooler, haha, right? The ground feels cool, no doubt, haha. Naruto looked at them suspiciously, completely unable to comprehend. It's not that hot. Do the people of Konoha really think so abstractly? Kneeling on the ground to cool off? You came here with those tools to find me? Naruto asked again. But from the villagers' perspective, this guy seemed like a man-eating beast. They felt they would all die if they said the wrong thing. We came to help you build a wooden house. Yes. It's impossible to train here every day without a place to rest. Chapter 19. This child is terrifying. He cannot be kept alive. Naruto couldn't find the words. The villagers of Konoha were just too enthusiastic. To be honest, he didn't need a wooden house for his training in this little grove. If he wanted to rest, he could just use a space door to go home. There was no need for all this fuss. But he really couldn't resist these enthusiastic uncles, who were all eager to help him build a wooden house. It made him feel quite embarrassed. There was no way. It would be rude to refuse such warm-hearted uncles. Sasuke watched in disbelief as this group built a wooden house on the spot in less than an hour. Uchiha Sasuke, what are you doing here? After sending off the enthusiastic villagers, Naruto noticed Sasuke not far away, looking somewhat dull-witted. I just passed by. Sasuke reacted, turning his head away from Naruto. He cursed himself internally for being an idiot. This guy was so strong that he didn't need him to remind him. Thinking about how anxious he had looked earlier made Sasuke feel extremely embarrassed. He stole a glance at Naruto and then walked back in the direction he came from without looking back. Naruto looked at Sasuke, then at the direction the uncles had left, scratching his head in confusion. What on earth is going on today? Why does it feel like this group of people is so strange? Forget it. I'll go home and have dinner. Naruto muttered to himself, then threw out a space door and teleported home for dinner. All right, Big Fox, did you keep an eye on the chakra of those people in the classroom today? That night, Naruto suddenly remembered this and curiously asked. He was quite eager to know how he compared to others. What is there to note? That Uchiha kid has the most chakra among them. Naruto recalled his previous probe of Sasuke's chakra and asked uncertainly, 5 mag? No, his chakra is already at 5 mag now. Upon hearing that Sasuke's chakra had increased tenfold, Naruto immediately gasped. This child is terrifying. He cannot be kept alive. Kurama, what is wrong with this kid? It's only 5 mag. You're a 100 mag chakra user. Why would you care about such a little brat? Kurama didn't understand and thought Naruto was acting up again. Realizing that the big fox couldn't catch his joke, Naruto felt quite bored. Sigh. One downside of time travel is that no one can catch my jokes. It's really boring. Pulling the blanket, he wished the big fox good night and quickly fell asleep. In the following days, Naruto would run to school every morning for class, just to show his face in front of Iruka and tease little Hinata. In the afternoon, he would run to the riverside grove to train. His schedule was quite regular. The third Hokage watched Naruto's truancy with concern, but still had no way to handle the boy. If he hadn't talked to Naruto previously, this kid probably wouldn't even show up in class in the morning. At school, besides chatting with his desk mate, he would just lie on the desk dazed or sleeping. Uzumaki Naruto was the most headache-inducing child the third Hokage had seen in many years, even more so than Kushina and Uchiha Obito back then. The key was that Naruto was very strong, and he really couldn't use his grades to criticize him. After thinking it over, realizing he couldn't do anything about this kid, he decided to let him train on his own. The third Hokage also instructed Guy and Kakashi to keep an eye on this kid, lest he train recklessly and injure himself. As for the rumors about the 9 tails in the village, no one dared to speak up anymore. Ever since Uzumaki Naruto demonstrated what true innate strength was by the river, no civilian dared to shout about what to do with Naruto. After all, if they really offended this kid, everyone was genuinely afraid he would carry a tree and smash their houses down. Who would want to provoke someone like that? Thus, Naruto inadvertently resolved the rumors in Konoha once again. Naruto, where did you go this afternoon? In class, Hinata. Having been teased by Naruto for a few days and having developed some resistance and not being as shy as before, began to ask about his whereabouts. I want to train. Naruto answered instinctively, his mind actually still in the ceiling space, discussing training plans with the big fox. Last night, he discovered he could multitask, with half of his consciousness in the ceiling space and half in the outside world. However, this made Naruto's actions in the outside world quite strange. Sometimes, due to not reacting quickly enough, his movements would be like a high-level warrior lagging in a past online game, where it would take a long time for him to respond. Really? Little Hinata's eyes dimmed, feeling useless. Naruto was so strong, yet he worked so hard. Comparing herself to how little she trained at night, Hinata felt immensely ashamed. If only I could train with Naruto. Hey, Hinata, why don't we train together? Naruto suddenly withdrew his consciousness from the sealed space and turned to Hinata, saying something that made his face flush. Huh, thud. The sudden joy made Hinata faint, her face red on the desk. Naruto scratched his head, feeling quite helpless. This shy girl still has a long way to go. The reason he brought Hinata along for training was that her Byakugan could see the chakra flow in the human body. If possible, he also wanted to call Sasuke that guy. According to the anime Naruto watched in his past life, the Sharingan can see the chakra used in ninjutsu and copy the opponent's ninjutsu. At first glance, it seems to function similarly to the Byakugan, both having the ability to see the chakra inside the opponent. But he didn't know what the exact difference was. As for why he needed the Byakugan and the Sharingan, it was mainly because Naruto had discussed with the Nine Tails about wanting to observe Might Guy's 8 gates, and then create a forbidden technique suitable for himself. Just thinking about the future where he could open the 6-path sage mode, play with the ancestral dumplings, and finally say a line like Grandmolly, knock knock, would make him invincible. Although Kurama didn't understand why this kid was so obsessed with that green melon skin's taijutsu, when he could be invincible with his own power, he ultimately agreed with Naruto's idea. After all, this kid's physique was different from ordinary people. Under normal circumstances, as long as he had a breath left, he wouldn't die from training, so he could let him be. Hinata? Ah, Naruto-kun, you're too close. Naruto hurriedly urged Hinata to come with him, so he leaned next to her to wake her up early. But if I skip class, my father will be angry, Hinata said, feeling troubled. Although she wanted to skip class to train with Naruto, if her father found out, he would definitely scold her. You could go after school. It's settled then. I'll come find you after school, Naruto said with a smile, then walked out of the classroom under everyone's gaze, making Irika so angry that veins popped out on his forehead. Can't this kid wait until after class to go out? He really gives me no face at all. Irika sighed. He seemed to understand the third Hokage's feelings a bit. This kid really is a headache. After leaving school, Naruto secretly searched for that green melon skin in Konoha village. He wanted to observe how the other party trained on regular days. The third Hokage, seeing Naruto through the crystal ball, knew that this kid was going to find Might Guy. Oh no, this generation of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki seems really to be doomed. A perfectly good Jinchuriki is going to learn that lousy taijutsu. The third Hokage took a couple of deep puffs from his pipe, and then found a mission to send Might Guy out of the village. As long as Might Guy wasn't in the village, this kid should stop researching taijutsu, right? Chapter 20. What on earth did my master give birth to? It's really strange. Why can't I find that uncle? Naruto sat on the fourth Hokage's mountain, his little face full of confusion. He had searched for a whole week in the village and still hadn't found Might Guy. He clearly used to encounter that green melon skin at the school gate. Naruto dangled his feet, resting one hand on his chin, overlooking the whole Konoha village. It must be said that looking down from this angle, the view of the village was quite nice. The sounds of children playing, vendors shouting, and the smoke rising in the distance created a lively atmosphere. It seemed he was starting to get used to life here. After looking for a while, Naruto sighed. What a peaceful scenery. However, he knew that the peace in front of him was only temporary. In a few years, Konoha would face the pain, the master of the ninja world. And at that time, the entire Konoha would have to share in the pain. Later, Konoha would also be built in a big pit. As Naruto recalled the memories in his mind, a sense of crisis arose in his heart. Don't be fooled by how much stronger he was now compared to the original story. Pain was just the beginning. And later the Uchiha clan and Otsutsuki Rabbit would appear one after another in the ninja world. If he didn't have some strength, he might fall on the path of growth. Where on earth did that uncle go? Naruto gritted his teeth, feeling very impatient, finding it really boring. And since today's training was also over, he decided to stroll around Konoha village. Swish! As Naruto sat on the Hokage rock, he leaned forward and jumped down, shouting woo. The third Hokage, standing in the Hokage building, saw Naruto jump from the Hokage rock and almost had his beard pulled off in shock. This kid is only 6 years old. Although he has master chakra, he is still just a kid, and the Hokage rock is at least 100 meters above the ground. Any ordinary child would be scared to death up there. But Naruto just jumps down without any safety skills. This kid can't keep relying on his abnormal physique as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The third Hokage felt that if this child continued like this, something big would happen sooner or later. Bang! A loud thud was heard when Naruto landed, followed by a cloud of dust. Naruto gritted his teeth, covering his rear with his right hand, limping out of the dust. Ouch, that hurts. He had been so absorbed while sitting on the Hokage rock that he forgot he wasn't in the sealed space. It wasn't until he jumped down that he realized it. At the moment of landing, he thought he even heard the sound of his bones breaking. Luckily, with the enhancement of the Uzumaki clan's Nine Tails chakra, He didn't suffer any major mishaps. Just seeing that he could still walk indicated that he was fine. Kurama looked at Naruto's sorry state and immediately began to mock him mercilessly. Kid, you're really too weak. If it weren't for me, you would have died from that fall. If this kid really fell to his death, Kurama felt that his own face would be completely lost. The strongest Jinchuriki dying like that sounded ridiculous. Naruto chose to ignore the big fox in his stomach. He was already in such a miserable state, and this big fox, who eats his chakra every day, had no sense of gratitude at all. If he died, how would the big fox be good? Dragging his injured body, Naruto slowly walked along the streets of Konoha. After walking for a few minutes, he found that he didn't hurt as much anymore. Truly, I'm amazing. If this were my past life after that fall, I would have turned into mush. Naruto? Just coming out of the Konoha bookstore, Kakashi turned around and saw the kid. Seeing him limping, Kakashi thought for a moment and decided to go over to check on him. What happened to you? Kakashi walked up to Naruto with his dead fish eyes. White-haired uncle. It's nothing. I just jumped down from Hokage Rock and fell. I should be fine in a bit. Kakashi, wait. What did this kid just say? He jumped down from Hokage Rock. Kakashi was shocked. How could such a small child survive a fall from that height? Even a normal ninja would need to recuperate in Konoha Hospital after falling from there. Kakashi was so flustered that he was about to lose his dead fish eyes. Then he thought about his master and recalled what this kid had just said. He should be fine in a bit. What on earth did my master give birth to? Kakashi was directly silenced by a 6-year-old child. At this moment, Naruto found that the foot he had twisted earlier seemed to have recovered. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered that Kakashi also knew the 8 gates, right? As his father, who was Kakashi's teacher. He should take care of him a bit. Naruto pondered, but then realized there was a problem. How could he ask Kakashi to directly demonstrate the 8 gates? The third Hokage was still watching him through the crystal ball, and speaking up directly would definitely raise questions. After thinking for a long time, Naruto looked up at the dazed, white-haired man. Hey, can you take me to train in body techniques? Kakashi squatted in front of Naruto, looking like he was about to lecture him. Next time you ask someone for help, remember to be more polite. The third Hokage had instructed them before not to let Naruto focus too much on body techniques. Kakashi originally intended to refuse the kid, but seeing the look on his face, he felt a pang of sympathy. After all, Naruto was the son of his teacher, and he should at least take on some responsibility as a mentor. Besides, he wasn't Guy. How could he lead Naruto astray? But you haven't told me your name, Naruto said, scratching his head innocently. At the same time, he lamented his own self-restraint. Several times when he saw Kakashi, he almost couldn't help but shout Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi's eyelid twitched, revealing a hint of embarrassment. It seemed he had indeed not introduced himself to Naruto when they first met. Kakashi. Hatake Kakashi. Please don't call me white-haired uncle anymore. And are you really okay? You don't need to go to the hospital? To be honest, Kakashi was genuinely worried about what might happen to this kid. After all, which kid gets injured and immediately wants to train? Of course I'm fine. Uncle Kakashi. Let's start right now. After getting Kakashi's consent, Naruto jumped in place twice to show he was okay, then casually opened a space door. A purple light cocoon appeared in front of Kakashi. This scene instantly made Kakashi alert. He pulled up his forehead protector and activated his Sharingan to observe the purple light curtain before him. He suddenly recalled the rumors about Naruto, the fourth Hokage's son with a space-time bloodline limit. Kakashi was shocked, and a nostalgic expression appeared on his face. Ever since his teacher sacrificed himself, it seemed there hadn't been a ninja in the village who could use space-time ninjutsu. Uncle Kakashi, let us go. Seeing Kakashi frozen in place, Naruto called out and then pulled at his sleeve, walking into the space door. Kakashi instinctively stopped in his tracks, but was still forcibly pulled in by Naruto. How is this kid so strong? Chapter 21. The Many Paths of Mount Buddha. Konoha's gold medal technician at this distance, Kakashi looked in shock at the scene before him. This was where Naruto usually trained, and also the place where they first met. Kakashi estimated that the distance from the Konoha bookshop to here was about 500 meters, and, judging by Naruto's appearance, he should be able to use it more than once. Moreover, when he activated his Sharingan earlier, he didn't detect any chakra fluctuations at all. This was what surprised Kakashi. Although Naruto's technique was very conspicuous on the battlefield, if the enemy got information in advance, they would definitely find ways to target Naruto's technique. However, Kakashi felt that if used properly, this technique was on par with Naruto's father's Flying Thunder God. Plus, the space door could be used for both offense and defense. Come on, Uncle Kakashi. As soon as Naruto landed, he mimicked Sasuke's style, supporting himself with one hand on the ground and kicking towards Kakashi's waist. He showed no regard for martial ethics at all. Kakashi's eyelid twitched as he moved his foot and easily dodged the short-legged attack. He couldn't help but sigh at how this kid had no sense of awareness. Was he trying to ruin his own happiness by aiming for Kakashi's waist? He. White-haired uncle. You fell for it. At this moment, a yellow-haired figure suddenly appeared behind Kakashi. Was that a shadow clone? When did that happen? Kakashi was genuinely surprised. They had just arrived here. When did Naruto form the hand seals? The shadow clone of Naruto punched Kakashi in the waist, but he felt no sensation at all. Bang! The hit Kakashi instantly turned into a wooden stump, clearly using the substitution technique. Naruto was slightly stunned, suddenly realizing that there was such a ninjutsu. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of shuriken flew towards Naruto's vital points, and I must say, Kakashi's throwing skills were not inferior to the Uchiha clan. Naruto felt that he probably couldn't block all the shuriken, so he simply covered his face with both hands and charged towards Kakashi recklessly. Kakashi stared in shock for 2 full seconds. What was wrong with this kid? Dodge, will you? Who rushes towards the enemy's shuriken? Kakashi felt his scalp tingle. What kind of beast was this? Just because you have strong recovery abilities doesn't mean you can play like this. Sure enough, without any defense, Naruto's hands, feet, back, and shoulders were pierced by the shuriken, and blood gradually soaked through his black clothes. Fortunately, Kakashi had held back and didn't throw all the shuriken from his tool pouch. Otherwise, in this kid's condition, he would have been turned into a hedgehog. Naruto gritted his teeth, feeling the pain was still within his tolerance. Here, I have to praise Jiraiya's teaching. If it weren't for the pain tolerance training he had done earlier, he might not have been able to withstand Kakashi's attacks and charge out. Just as Kakashi was momentarily stunned, Naruto pulled out a large iron door, grasped the end with both hands, and swung it towards Kakashi's head with a whoosh. Kakashi felt a sense of crisis. If he got hit by that, he figured he would have to stay in the hospital for 10 days or half a month. However, Naruto's attack was still too immature. Kakashi lowered his head and dodged, then took a few steps back to create distance from the kid. He had to create distance. He now had a rough understanding of Naruto's strength. That large iron door must weigh at least 100 pounds, right? He had no doubt that this kid could injure him. Besides, Naruto had said earlier that he wanted Kakashi to guide him in body techniques. Kakashi wasn't shameless enough to use ninjutsu to bully this kid. After failing to land a hit, Naruto put away the large iron door, then gasped as he pulled out the shuriken embedded in his body. He realized that these shuriken were greatly affecting the healing of his wounds. Kakashi watched as Naruto dealt with his wounds, but did not take advantage of the opportunity to attack. He just observed quietly. However, he was starting to feel a bit numb inside. What was wrong with this kid? He watched as Naruto's wounds healed the moment he pulled out the shuriken. What kind of beast was this? Clang, clang. The shuriken fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Naruto's small face was vigilant as he assumed an attacking stance, shifting his feet slightly. It was time to show the white-haired man the power of my Mount Buddha style. Naruto let out a strange cry and charged at Kakashi. Kakashi took one look and found that this kid's attack had no semblance of structure. It was full of flaws. He sighed softly and decided to get serious. He used the body flicker technique to vanish from his spot, leaving Naruto dumbfounded, momentarily forgetting what he was supposed to do. The next second, Naruto felt a grip on his shoulder, and before he knew it, he was pinned to the ground. Naruto, when fighting an enemy, remembered to analyze their information. Don't just charge him blindly. After saying this, Kakashi released his grip and helped the dazed Naruto up. To be honest, Naruto's mind was still not processing things. Although he had started refining chakra, he had no combat experience whatsoever. Moreover, Kakashi's sudden use of the body flicker technique was something he couldn't keep up with. From the moment he vanished to when he was pinned to the ground, it took less than 2 seconds. This was truly beyond Naruto's previous understanding. After all, he was still relying on the thought processes from his past life in battle. To put it simply, he had not yet adapted to the strength he possessed. While he could indeed match a normal adult ninja in terms of strength, his reaction and coping abilities were still lacking significantly. Kakashi saw Naruto's frustrated expression and couldn't help but comfort him. "Why didn't you use that purple light gate just now?" "Huh?" Naruto was taken aback, scratching his head and starting to regret. "Yeah, how did I forget about that?" It felt like in his past life, when playing games, he would get so nervous during team fights that he would forget to use his flash ability. Kakashi facepalmed and said helplessly, "You could have used that technique when I threw shurikens at you." "Oh right." Naruto's eyes widened as he slapped his thigh and shouted, "That's just reflecting all of the opponent's attacks. And not just shurikens, it can also be used against enemy ninjutsu. Kakashi is truly a genius." "I get it. Uncle Kakashi, try using a ninjutsu on me." "Kakashi, can you not play so big? Shurikens can at least be blocked, but if you don't use your ninjutsu in time, that space ninjutsu could really cause trouble." "Naruto, I know your physique is extraordinary, but you can't do this." "Come on, Uncle, just use fire release. You can use great fireball technique, right?" "Does this kid even listen to what I say?" Kakashi shook his head and sighed, but in the end, he still agreed to his request. However, at the start, he warned him, "If you can't use it in time, immediately dodge, got it?" All right, let's start." Naruto completely disregarded Kakashi's words. After all, the great fireball technique doesn't harm anyone with a name. If I get hit by this technique, I won't call myself Uzumaki Naruto today. Chapter 22. Spacetime Ninjutsu is so strong. Why are you playing taijutsu? Kakashi's hands flew, and in the blink of an eye, he completed the hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Naruto instantly felt the temperature around him rise sharply, and then he saw Kakashi spit out a fireball about 2 meters in diameter. However, to be honest, he was quite curious if those ninjas who use fire release ninjutsu always had such a big mouth. "Naruto!" Kakashi saw Naruto standing there in a daze and quickly reminded him, thinking again about how carefree this kid was. The attack was almost at his face, and he still had time to space out. Coming back to his senses, Naruto's pupils reflected the firelight. Facing this supernatural power for the first time, he still felt nervous instinctively. Kakashi, seeing that Naruto still hadn't made a move, was ready to use body flicker technique to save the kid at any moment. However, he thought the problem shouldn't be too big. The fireball hitting Naruto would probably only take a few minutes, and he would be bouncing back again. Naruto waved his hands, and in the next second, a purple light cocoon appeared in front of him again. The fireball howled through the light cocoon, and then Kakashi's face suddenly lit up with purple light, along with the instantly appearing great fireball. He really wanted to curse. "Why'd you throw it so close?" Fortunately, Kakashi's reaction was very quick. He leaned back, and the fireball grazed his scalp as it flew by. If he had been a second late, Kakashi's hair would have been in trouble. Not bad. Kakashi's tone was flat, but Naruto could hear the excitement in it. This technique of transferring ninjutsu was executed beautifully. Moreover, as far as he knew, there was currently no similar technique like Naruto's in the entire ninja world. "Uncle, keep going. Give me something stronger." After successfully transferring the great fireball, Naruto's face was filled with excitement, and he was eager to see if he could transfer other ninjutsu. Just now, he saw how Kakashi dodged the great fireball, which was not as easy as before. Naruto instantly realized the power of the Space Gate transfer ninjutsu. And this wasn't just a simple ninjutsu transfer. He could even transfer tail beast balls and even truth-seeking balls. As long as it had an attack trajectory, he could use the Space Gate for the transfer. That really meant, if you hit me, you're hitting yourself. At this moment, Naruto was as happy as a child who just got a new toy. Kakashi, seeing him like this, didn't know whether to be happy that this kid finally shifted his focus from taijutsu or to be glad that this kid wouldn't become a reckless fighter in the future. You, a Jinchuriki with chakra like the sea, are playing taijutsu with enemies. Moreover, Kakashi also wanted to see where the limits of Naruto's technique lay. Okay, he nodded and began to form hand seals on the spot. When Naruto saw Kakashi taking a long time to form seals, he immediately understood what technique he was going to use. 44 seals? There aren't many ninjutsu in the ninja world that require so many seals. Water release, water dragon bullet. As Kakashi formed the seals, the water in the river began to slowly gather around the two of them, and in the blink of an eye, a 20-meter-long water dragon appeared above Kakashi's head. It opened its fierce mouth and charged straight at Naruto. It was truly imposing, with a strong sense of pressure. Naruto looked at the size of the water dragon, feeling that something was off. The space gate could only accommodate a maximum height of 2 meters and a width of about 1 meter. It seemed impossible to fit this big guy, right? Although he was puzzled, his hands didn't stop moving. He first threw a space gate in front of him to prevent the water dragon from being unable to transfer. Naruto specially placed another one behind him, and after finishing, he leaned back and fell into the purple light cocoon, disappearing from the spot. Sizzle. At the moment the water dragon collided with the space gate, due to the dragon's massive size, it couldn't fully enter. But with its strong impact, the water dragon reduced its body, splashing water everywhere. At the moment the light cocoon closed, the water dragon that appeared in the light cocoon by the river was only 1/5 of its original size. No need to check. Its power was definitely much smaller than before. This attack looked quite fierce, and Naruto didn't directly open the space gate next to Kakashi. If something really happened, he wouldn't be able to bring a Jounin with him in the future. However, the effect of the transferred ninjutsu was indeed somewhat disappointing. It seemed that ninjutsu with a wide range would be reduced after being transferred. Kakashi didn't know when he had pulled down his eye patch, staring at Naruto with his Sharingan, and said, "For what you just said, Naruto didn't take it to heart. You know that all ninjutsu in the ninja world generally follow the principle that the smaller the ninjutsu, the greater the power. Except for Susanoo and the Great Buddha. The space gate, to a certain extent, can already be considered both offensive and defensive. What else is there to be dissatisfied with? You know he has many more attachments on him. Naruto, use it again." Kakashi clenched his right hand, and Naruto guessed that this guy was about to use his signature ninjutsu, Chidori. Naruto nodded and once again threw out a space gate beside him. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At the same time, lightning flickered in Kakashi's hand, and the surrounding noise was so loud that it made Naruto's head ache. He covered his ears with both hands, watching Kakashi dart with blue light into the space gate, and then appear 10 meters away. Not bad. It can also be used to assist teammates in attacking. Kakashi canceled Chidori, pulled up his eye patch, and said with some emotion, "Naruto's ability is very strategically significant. Not only can it be used to escape, pursue enemies, but it can also be used for offense, evasion, and to assist teammates in collaborative combat." After understanding Naruto's ability, Kakashi's expression became even stranger. "You say you have this ability, but you're still practicing taijutsu? Uncle, do we continue?" "No, my chakra is limited." Seeing the other party say this, Naruto immediately showed a look of disdain. "Can you not handle it? You just used 3 ninjutsu and are already calling it quits?" Naruto was genuinely curious about how much chakra Kakashi had, so he started asking the fox in his belly. "Big Fox, how much chakra does Kakashi have?" The seal Ninetails didn't even raise an eyelid. 30 magic. What? It's not even a third of mine?" Hearing Kakashi's chakra amount, Naruto was a bit shocked. Then he realized that measuring others' chakra with his own was a bit excessive. "What nonsense are you talking about? Kid, your chakra was already at 150 magic yesterday." The words of the fox once again shocked Naruto. Now he felt like a freak. If he continued to grow like this, he might really be able to match the first Hokage. However, the most important thing now was to find a way to get inspiration for the 8 gates from Kakashi. It would be best if he could see the running route of the 8 gates, so that he could gain insight and modify a technique that was more suitable for himself. "Kakashi, uncle." Kakashi had just squatted down to rest, and hadn't even had time to take out his intimate paradise when he heard Naruto calling him. I've been researching a technique lately. It's about compressing the chakra in my body to enhance strength and speed." "Huh? What is this kid talking about?" Kakashi looked puzzled after hearing this. Could it be that this technique is called the 8 gates? Don't study it anymore. There's a forbidden technique in the village called the 8 gates, and it has that effect. Although he didn't know how Naruto came up with those strange ideas, Kakashi still patiently explained. He also felt that Naruto didn't need to practice the 8 gates at all. Instead of spending time on that, he should think about how to use the vast amount of chakra in his body. But Kakashi noticed that as soon as he said that, the kid was squatting next to him, staring at him eagerly without saying a word. Forget it, he thought. I might as well tell him. So, Kakashi slowly stood up under Naruto's expectant gaze. Seeing him like this, Naruto felt that his forbidden technique was secure. Chapter 23. How did this kid even manage to practice this? Stand straight. Kakashi still looked like a lazy fish. After making Naruto stand straight, he started pointing and gesturing at him. Naruto felt a bit ticklish being poked here and there, unable to help but squirm around, almost making Kakashi lose his temper and hit the kid. Here and here, that's about it. If the chakra runs along this route, you can break through the doors. Of course, to use the 8 gates, a long-term physical training process was necessary. Naruto tried several times to follow the running route Kakashi mentioned, but found it impossible to execute, let alone opening the first gate of the 8 gates. Just as Kakashi said, while trying to run the chakra, Naruto noticed that the meridians in his body were somewhat blocked, and the chakra was moving in fits and starts. He roughly understood what the 8 gates were about. Regular training should widen the meridians in the body and enhance physical endurance. Only then could one use the 8 gates. Naruto had the hardware, but the software in his body was too weak. How could he run the 8 gates program? However, he never intended to learn the 8 gates in the first place. Uncle, how long does it take to learn this? Naruto asked curiously. After all, in his previous life, he had seen many fan works where the protagonist trained in the 8 gates from a young age, making it seem easy. But Naruto thought that if this technique were not difficult to practice, it would have been popularized, allowing ordinary ninjas to learn it. It would be classified as a forbidden technique by Konoha. It could take a year if you're fast, or 2 to 3 years if you're slow. But I don't recommend you go down this path. Kakashi looked serious, staring at him. The 8 gates is something suitable only for those specializing in physical techniques and unable to use ninjutsu, because the chakra accumulated from daily training is needed to break through the barriers in the body. That's also why he only practiced the 8 gates. After all, his Sharingan couldn't be turned off and constantly consumed chakra. Just enough chakra was needed to open the first gate. If he continued to practice the 8 gates, Kakashi estimated that he would exhaust his chakra as soon as he entered the 8 gates state and die. Naruto's chakra was indeed sufficient, but it was unnecessary. It's important to know that practicing the 8 gates requires a lot of time. If this kid wanted to practice the 8 gates, Kakashi estimated that the 3rd Hokage would have him hung up and beaten. Is it really going to take that long? Naruto felt a bit disheartened after hearing this. Spending a few years just to open one gate felt a bit pointless to him. You probably haven't tested your chakra yet, have you? Kakashi decided to guide this kid towards the right path of specializing in ninjutsu to prevent him from exhausting himself with physical training all day long. Kakashi pulled out a piece of chakra test paper from somewhere and held it in front of Naruto. Give it a try. Chakra test paper? Naruto took it and looked it over, trying to see what was different about it. But after examining it for a while, he found he couldn't make heads or tails of it. Seeing Naruto like this, Kakashi almost wanted to fold the test paper into a plane. He sighed and reminded him, input your chakra into it. Oh. Naruto gave up on the idea of folding a paper airplane and obediently followed Kakashi's instructions to input chakra into the test paper. Actually, he already knew without testing it. If nothing unexpected happened, based on his knowledge from the previous life, his chakra attributes seemed to be wind and earth. With a rip, as Naruto input his chakra into the test paper, it first cracked and then shattered. Wind and earth, huh? Kakashi murmured as he looked at it. And Naruto confirmed his chakra attributes. At this moment, Naruto appeared to be in a daze. Great Fox, can lightning release stimulate cells to temporarily enhance strength? Yes. Why do you ask? Kurama, the Nine-Tails, was a bit puzzled by Naruto's question. He thought to himself, didn't you just hear that white-hair guy say your chakra attributes are wind and earth? Where did the lightning come from? Is there a possibility that I could achieve a similar effect with wind release? Naruto wondered if wind release could produce similar effects. Although it couldn't stimulate the cells like lightning, wind release should be able to create a gust around him, enhancing his speed, right? Having received 9 years of compulsory education, Naruto understood a principle. The faster the speed, the greater the power. Speed and strength, idiot. Kurama scoffed sarcastically. This kid was simply daydreaming. Although he didn't understand ninjutsu well, he knew it was impossible. Naruto didn't take Kurama's mockery to heart. After all, how could this native fox have the creative thinking of someone like him who had experienced an explosion of information? In his previous life, there had been many skills related to wind in various films and games. Ignoring the fox inside him and Kakashi chattering outside, he stood in place, recalling the scroll the third Hokage had given him, and began to gather wind attribute chakra. While gathering, he also thought about the opening of the meridians that Kakashi had just pointed out. Kakashi hadn't specified which chakra to use to break through the doors. What would happen if he used wind attribute chakra to break through? With that thought, Naruto became eager to try. Could this be considered him creating a new ninjutsu? However, Naruto had no idea that Kakashi had only given him a rough idea of the opening route. Kakashi, seeing Naruto in a daze, didn't pay much attention and leaned against a tree to read. About 5 minutes later, Kakashi suddenly noticed that the wind around him had begun to pick up. At first, he didn't pay much attention, but after a few minutes, he realized that a strong wind was gradually forming around them. Turning his head, he saw that Naruto was surrounded by a raging wind. "Naruto, stop right now." At this moment, Naruto had gathered a large amount of wind attribute chakra, which was still accumulating. His clothes were rustling in the wind, and the grass on the ground began to be shredded by the wind attribute chakra. Kakashi's reminder only made Naruto gather the wind attribute chakra even faster. Tearing apart with a ripping sound, Naruto's clothes were torn open in several places, accompanied by wisps of blood mist. "Big Uncle, I can't seem to stop." Naruto couldn't describe his current state. Using wind chakra to break through the gates was indeed effective. Moreover, with each gate he broke through, Naruto found that his power increased significantly. The only strange thing was he could clearly hear his heartbeat thundering. However, he felt it shouldn't be a big issue. The only headache for Naruto was that he didn't know how to stop. The moment the wind chakra started to impact his meridians, the chakra within him surged uncontrollably outward. Swish, swish, swish. The wind chakra grew stronger, directly whipping up a fierce wind around Naruto, kicking up a cloud of dust and rapidly reducing visibility. Kakashi's hair was blown wildly by the wind, and he covered his face with his hands, trying hard to move toward Naruto's position. There was no other choice. Naruto's wind chakra was now as strong as the wind release, Gale Palm. Kakashi lifted his eye mask and used his Sharingan to observe Naruto's condition. The sight nearly scared him to death. Naruto's chakra was clearly about to go out of control. This kind of situation only occurs with failed ninjutsu experiments, and it often results in the caster being torn apart by their uncontrollable chakra. Additionally, he could hear Naruto's heartbeat. Kakashi estimated that the frequency of the heartbeat was at least 500 beats per minute. To put into perspective, a normal person's heart rate of over 300 is close to cardiac arrest. However, standing in the eye of the storm, Naruto was completely unaware of the severity of the problem. Instead, he was feeling excited because he had broken through several gates that Kakashi had mentioned using wind chakra. Naruto shouted excitedly to Kakashi, "Big Uncle, I think I successfully opened the first gate." "What did you say?" Kakashi shouted in shock, completely losing his composure. "I didn't even explain the detailed operation route to you. How did you open it?" Before Kakashi could process his astonishment, Naruto was enveloped in a cloud of blood mist caused by the wind release. To outsiders, Naruto looked like a blood-soaked figure, covered in countless wounds. However, these pains were nothing to Naruto. He only felt incredibly powerful. He took a step and, in the blink of an eye, appeared 50 meters away, leaving behind a red afterimage. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? He really managed to master it? The nine tails in the ceiling space also stopped its eating, astonished. What is this kid doing? Chapter 24. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails almost crashed into the barrier. The Nine Tails was enjoying its barbecue in the ceiling space. Little did it know that this kid was indeed doing what he had just said. Can ninjutsu be researched carelessly? Even the Nine Tails, which couldn't perform ninjutsu, knew that a slight mistake in researching ninjutsu could lead to death. Not to mention Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Even the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails would perish if their chakra went out of control. However, This kid not only didn't die on the spot, but actually managed to produce something. That was what truly shocked the Nine Tails. Although it could sense that the kid's life force was rapidly declining, its tailed beast chakra was uncontrollably repairing Naruto's body. With this balance, Naruto wouldn't die just yet. Kakashi felt that he had never been this out of control in his life. What kind of monster is this kid? According to the chakra operation route he provided to open the 8 gates, it was already good that he hadn't died. He never imagined such a situation would occur. Kakashi felt that if Naruto continued like this, he would eventually be torn apart by the raging chakra. There wasn't a single piece of good flesh left on him. If it weren't for his fast recovery, he probably would have died the moment he used that technique, and he wouldn't be able to move like he was now. At this moment, Naruto couldn't hear Kakashi's words. His ears were filled with the roaring sound of the wind. Naruto estimated that his power was now about 3 times what it would normally be. His speed and strength had greatly increased. He just didn't understand why his chakra was depleting so quickly. If the Nine Tails knew what this kid was thinking, it would have to criticize him. If it weren't for this kid having a lot of chakra and also drawing on the tailed beast chakra to repair his body, he would be waiting to die. Too strong. Naruto didn't have a specific concept of his power right now, nor had he seen how powerful the 8 gates were when unleashed. He just felt incredibly strong. Naruto glanced at the forest in front of him and immediately thought of a way to test his power. He slowly crouched down, placed his hands on the ground, and took a starting position, ready to see what his limits were. Naruto Uzumaki, stop right now. Kakashi saw him like this and genuinely feared for the kid's life. The third Hokage had instructed him to keep a close eye on Naruto. Yet this kid always managed to come up with something unexpected. Just moments ago, when Naruto moved, he had used a Sharingan to see that Naruto's body was already at its limit. Now, looking at his current state, he still wanted to fully test his speed. Please don't do this. Kakashi didn't want to see Naruto's body later, nor did he want to hear the news of the death of the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails in Konoha tomorrow. If the third Hokage knew he had caused the death of a child, it would be a huge problem. Boom! Just as Kakashi's words fell, there was a loud bang by his ear, and then he saw Naruto flying out, leaving behind a red streak of light, clearing all obstacles in his path. Moreover, the spot where Naruto had just stood was now a massive crater. This level of destruction was comparable to Tsunade's monstrous strength. Kakashi covered his face, sighing helplessly. It's over. I've caused a huge mess. He began to imagine himself in the afterlife being scolded by his teacher and his teacher's wife. At this moment, the third Hokage had just finished lunch at home and was walking down the streets of Konoha with his hand behind his back. When he returned home, he happened to see Naruto and Kakashi studying ninjutsu, which made him very happy. Good thing, this kid is finally not just practicing taijutsu. Kakashi was indeed a very reliable ninja. The third Hokage was in a great mood today and even had an extra bowl of rice at lunch. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came from the east side of the village. The third Hokage's eyes widened as he quickly leaped to the rooftops. What happened? The Umbu had also appeared around the third Hokage, exchanging glances, none daring to speak first. Seeing their hesitant expressions, the third Hokage instantly turned serious and demanded, "Speak up. Is it from the Cloud Village? Or the Rock Village? Oomph. How dare they attack our village during peacetime?" The third Hokage didn't need to think. Such a loud commotion was likely caused by the reckless fools from the Cloud Village. That third Hokage, it's the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Cough, cough, cough. What did you say? The third Hokage's anger surged. And you're telling me it's our own people causing this? This kid is making such a huge commotion. Could it be that he has planning to defect? After 2 seconds of trying to figure it out with no clues, the third Hokage decided to go take a look himself. He headed in the direction of the east, discovering trees and buildings being destroyed. The third Hokage even began to suspect whether a tailed beast had gone out of control. At the same time, Konoha's Umbu ninja rushed toward the direction where Naruto was, along with many Jounin and Root ninjas. Not for any other reason, but because that red figure was charging straight toward the village's barrier. This is amazing. I'm just too powerful. Naruto, running wildly, found that his speed was so fast that it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. At this moment, he even felt like he had become the Flash. Well, isn't it valid to say he ran out with a red tail? Thump, 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 thump. Naruto noticed that his heartbeat seemed to be getting faster and faster. "Kid, a lot of people are coming your way," the fox inside him suddenly said. But he couldn't see clearly the scenery around him, let alone who was coming. Moreover, because he was moving too fast, Naruto had lost control of his body and could only keep running forward. Even to stop, he could only gradually slow down, which still took some time. "Naruto, stop quickly. There's a barrier in front of the village." "Uzumaki, Naruto, stop now." All the ninjas from a village of Konoha had come. The last time they all mobilized was during the night of the Nine-Tails disturbance. The third Hokage, Kakashi, instantly appeared in front of the third, his face filled with embarrassment. He had already seen the third's expression that seemed to say, "Are you seriously watching over my child like this? What on earth is going on?" Naruto messed up and lost control of a forbidden technique. He couldn't stop it all right now. If they didn't intervene, Naruto might die from the chakra going out of control. The third felt his blood pressure rise sharply after hearing this, and he hurriedly began to search under himself, only to realize he hadn't brought his blood pressure medication. What did Kakashi say? "Weren't you practicing ninjutsu by the river at noon? How did it turn out like this?" "I just went to eat, and now I'm hearing that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is about to die." The third took a deep breath. He felt like he was about to die too. He was going to be driven to death by Kakashi and Naruto. Use defensive ninjutsu to stop Naruto. At this speed, crashing into the barrier, he probably won't even need to wait for the chakra to go out of control. He would crash to death first. With a command from a third, large numbers of ninjas disappeared from their spots. At this moment, all the ninjas of Konoha united once again to prevent the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki from crashing to death against the barrier. Earth release, earth flow wall. Water release, water barrier. Countless ninjas simultaneously cast defensive ninjutsu in front of the barrier, and walls of earth rose from the eastern barrier, while several walls of water were set up in front to slow Naruto's speed. The magnitude of the scene made the villagers think an enemy ninja village was attacking. As Naruto was about to reach the barrier, he finally saw the scenery ahead. However, from his perspective, everything in front was blue. Just at that moment, he suddenly realized water splashed on his face. Then he heard the sounds of bang, 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 and the sound of bones breaking. Before he could even shout in pain, Naruto fell to the ground, his vision going black as he lost consciousness. Naruto crashed into 10 earth walls before finally stopping. Looking back at the route he came from, he saw that the eastern side of the village had been plowed into a trench about 10 meters long, and everything was in chaos. The third, with a grim expression, slowly walked up to Naruto. To be honest, he felt this child wouldn't survive. The third was deeply troubled. While he couldn't bear for Naruto to die, he was also worried that the village would be unable to find a suitable Nine-Tails Jinchuriki again. If this child truly couldn't survive, then Konoha would likely lose the Nine-Tails. The third felt that since Naruto was born, the situation in Konoha had been getting worse day by day. He approached Naruto and found that the boy was breathing in more than he was breathing out. It looked like he was about to pass away. However, the third still held onto a glimmer of hope. Soon, a dozen medical ninjas surrounded Naruto and began to check his injuries. "What's the situation, Lord Third? This child has broken bones all over his body, and the situation inside is even worse. His heart has stopped." Just as the medical ninjas were about to pronounce Naruto dead, they suddenly heard the sound of the boy's heart starting to beat again. "Wait, it seems he can still be saved." Chapter 25. You are the worst Jinchuriki I've ever seen. A month later, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha miraculously survived. When the boy was sent to the hospital, any medical ninja who saw Naruto's condition shook their heads in disbelief. They all thought the child wouldn't last long. But within a week, they found his vital signs had returned to normal, and the hospital declared that the child was doomed, considering his broken bones. They thought he would spend the rest of his life in the hospital. But a week later, the hospital not only found that all of his bones had healed, but also that there were no scars on his body. The entire Konoha hospital began to doubt life itself. They wondered if Konoha had created some miracle in ninja medical science. Everyone was once again astonished by this child's recovery ability. The Konoha hospital had been established since Tsunade's time, and most of the medical ninjas had survived from that era. They had seen the previous Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki, and some even saw the first Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Mito Uzumaki, if it had been the previous two Jinchurikis. Considering Naruto's age and his injuries, they would have declared him dead immediately. In short, this current Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was extraordinarily ridiculous. In the ceiling space, Big Fox, when do you think I can wake up? Naruto lay on the couch, with a skewer of grilled meat in his left hand, which he had snatched from the fox, and a chilled grape soda in his right hand. Ever since he fell into a coma, his consciousness had entered the ceiling space. Upon seeing Naruto, the Kyuubi immediately switched to lecture mode. It was truly going to drive this kid to death. What kind of ninjutsu was he messing around with? If it weren't for its chakra holding on to this kid's last breath, he would probably have already gone to the Pure Land to meet Kushina Uzumaki by now. Its lifetime reputation would be ruined by this kid. Just thinking about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha crashing to death against the village barrier made the Kyuubi feel its chakra rushing to its head. If other tailed beasts found out, they would definitely laugh at it for a lifetime. You are the worst Jinchuriki I've ever seen. Naruto turned his head to look at the big fox, his face filled with shock. How did this sound so much like what his old homeroom teacher used to say? You have the worst class of students. The pressure from teacher Q suddenly came up. Once you recover, you'll have to double your training. As my Jinchuriki, you're just too weak. I was much stronger than you at your age. The Kyuubi began to lecture its student while munching on a skewer. Naruto didn't know how to refute this guy. How dare you say that? You, a tailed beast, could compare to me when you were 6? Naruto didn't know what to say to the big fox. He was genuinely afraid of provoking it again. After finishing his food, Naruto realized that his body had recovered quite a bit. The reason he had such an abnormal recovery ability was not only due to the Uzumaki clan's bloodline and the tailed beast chakra, but also because he had been consuming magical dragon meat since childhood, which could restore both spirit and body. Moreover, during this month in the ceiling space, Naruto discovered that even eating inside this space helped with his injuries. Big Fox, can't you give me a break? I haven't rested since I started cultivating chakra. Naruto thought about it and realized that his current life seemed worse than being a corporate slave in his previous life. At least in his past life, he could enjoy 1 or 2 rest days a month, but Teacher Q was different. There was no rest at all for 7 days a week, and now, as soon as his injuries healed, he would have to add extra training. He was still a child. Can't you consider the mental health of a child? Oomph. The Kyuubi completely ignored Naruto's protests. Get stronger, you brat, you brought up first. Moreover, it's time for this kid to go out. Kurama paused his grilling, glanced at Naruto, and buzzed. Hey kid, look over there. Naruto instinctively turned his head to the left at Kurama's gesture. Then, Kurama slapped him out of the ceiling space. On the hospital bed, Naruto was wrapped up like a mummy, his eyelids fluttering, and he suddenly sat up. What the hell? Waking up, Naruto gritted his teeth, internally shouting at the fox for being sneaky. He had been looking forward to waking up, but now that he knew he had extra training to do, he would have preferred to slack off in the ceiling space. Sunlight streamed through the window, reflecting on Naruto's face. Although it wasn't strong, he still found it somewhat blinding. He raised his hand to shield his eyes and looked outside through the gaps in his fingers, feeling a sense of peace within. It's so good to be alive, he sighed, then noticed the bedside table filled with greeting cards, along with a fruit basket containing bananas and apples. After flipping through them, he found that most were written by Hinata, along with some from Kakashi, Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, and Ino. There's even one from Sakura? He recalled that he hadn't really talked much with his classmates. But whatever, that didn't matter now. Naruto casually picked an apple from the fruit basket, wiped it on his clothes, and took a big bite. It was during this process that he noticed his hospital neighbor, Uchiha Sasuke. What's he doing here? Seeing Sasuke in the bed next to him, Naruto was shocked and stopped eating the apple. Moreover, Sasuke looked a bit dazed. He lay on the bed, not unconscious, but with his eyes open, staring blankly into space. Wait! Naruto's eyes widened, and he paused again with the apple. Sasuke looked like this. Had the Uchiha clan been wiped out? He had initially planned to greet Sasuke, but realizing the Uchiha had been exterminated, he thought better of it. Who knows what he might say that could trigger Sasuke again. However, Naruto felt a bit sympathetic toward Sasuke. He used to live a happy life with his family, only for his brother to go crazy and wipe out the entire Uchiha clan, including his beloved brother. That was indeed very painful. Looking back at Sasuke's life, he seemed to be the only normal person in the ninja world. In contrast, the prince of the original story was quite beyond words. Especially that moment when Kaguya mocked Obito. He was truly speechless. If it were him standing next to Kaguya, he would have mocked Obito hard and then stolen Obito's offerings every year. How could he ever say, "I won't allow you to mock Obito"? Naruto sighed at Sasuke's condition. After all, he had fought with him before, and he was one of the few peers he knew in the entire village. The only peers Naruto was familiar with were Hinata and Sasuke. He wanted to comfort this kid, but unfortunately, he had no skills to do so. After thinking for a while, Naruto pulled out a golden apple from his system. This thing could restore a bit of mental and health points. However, Naruto never ate such things, so he took it out just to comfort Sasuke. First, he changed into a set of clothes from the system, then tiptoed to Sasuke's bedside and gently placed the golden apple down. Throughout the process, he made no sound, and Sasuke continued to stare blankly at the ceiling. Seeing him like this, Naruto didn't say anything more and quietly left the hospital room. Just a few minutes after he left, Sasuke's eyes regained some spirit. He turned his head to look at the golden apple on the cabinet, staring at it for a long time, and finally picked it up, burying his head deep into the blanket, murmuring with a choked voice, "Uzumaki Naruto, thank you." Chapter 26. I hope Jiraiya can properly teach this kid in the future. Have you heard? The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki almost crashed into the barrier. No, I heard he was trying to commit suicide. But he was stopped by the third Hokage and hundreds of ninjas. Why is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki so hopeless? As Naruto just walked out of the hospital room, he heard several nurses gathered together gossiping. They were saying something about how the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki from Konoha was contemplating life and was about to crash into the barrier. There were all sorts of absurd claims, and Naruto felt his face twitching. He felt utterly embarrassed. It was all Kakashi's fault. Naruto didn't care how this rumor had spread. He just felt that it was definitely Kakashi's fault. If Kakashi had stopped him, this situation wouldn't have happened. As Naruto walked through the hospital corridor, he noticed that more and more people were looking at him with strange eyes, whispering and laughing at him. It made Naruto want to find a crack in the ground to hide in. He never expected that after being low-key for so long, he would end up becoming famous in the village in such a way. To avoid the strange gazes in the hospital as much as possible, Naruto found a deserted place and jumped down from the 5th floor without even considering that he had just recovered. At the moment he landed, Naruto even felt that his physique was stronger than before. Based on his previous condition, falling from the 5th floor would definitely have sprained his ankle. But now, he felt no pain at all. It seemed he was getting further down the path of being a freak. Naruto sighed and wandered aimlessly down the streets of Konoha. The third Hokage received the news that Naruto was discharged from the hospital, and his mood improved slightly. However, when he heard that the kid had just woken up and jumped from the 5th floor of the hospital, he felt his blood pressure rising again. Is there really no one who can properly manage this kid? He was no longer counting on Kakashi to take care of Naruto. This time, Konoha was almost on the brink of losing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The only hope for the third Hokage now was to find Jiraiya, who was traveling outside. After all, Jiraiya was the teacher of Naruto's father, so he should have no problem teaching him. He would probably be able to handle the son of Minato with ease. The third Hokage looked out the window, exhaling a puff of smoke, appearing to have aged quite a bit during this time. Let's wait until Naruto graduates first. Just 5 more years, and it'll be over. By then, I'll get Jiraiya back to manage this kid. Naruto-kun, are you feeling better? In the classroom, Hinata turned her head and noticed her deskmate had appeared. Though she didn't say much, Naruto could feel the excitement in her heart. Hinata-chan, thank you for your greeting card and the fruit. It's nothing. Hearing Naruto's words, the girl became shy and started stuttering again. Seeing her like this, Naruto instinctively smiled. Then he remembered the promise he made to Hinata. A while ago, he had agreed to train with her after school, but then he went to find that green melon-skinned uncle and ended up lying in the hospital for a month. He felt really bad for leaving Hinata hanging for so long. If it were his ex-girlfriend from his previous life, she would have nagged him for a whole day for being 10 minutes late for a date. Looking at Hinata, she not only had no complaints, but even visited him in the hospital from time to time. The fresh fruits on the bedside table showed that Hinata had come to see him fairly often. It could be said that Hinata was the most suitable choice for Naruto's future wife in his heart. Hinata, I'll come pick you up after school. About the training we promised. Hinata's mind went blank upon hearing Naruto's first sentence. Are you asking me out? Ing. Before Naruto could finish speaking, Hinata suddenly collapsed onto the desk and fainted. This left Naruto completely at a loss. How could training make her so shy that she fainted? He didn't understand, but seeing the girl unconscious on the desk made him a bit worried that she might hurt her neck when she woke up. So, he casually pulled out a small bare pillow from the system and gently lifted her head to place it on the pillow. He didn't care about the feelings of the other classmates in the room. However, the class had almost gotten used to Naruto, who frequently skipped classes. Everyone was surprised when Uzumaki Naruto entered the classroom. Iruka on the stage was fuming as he watched the two in the back flirting. But he couldn't do anything about them. One was the Hyuga clan's young lady, and the other was the village's second generation of Hokage. What could he do? He decided to ignore it and forced himself not to see it. After all, the third Hokage had instructed him not to worry about that kid. After lunch, Naruto opened a space door to go home for a meal and then returned to the small woods on the east side of the village. The environment here had been destroyed by a certain Jinchuriki, and the previous woods were left with only a few scattered trees. The wooden house that the enthusiastic villagers had built for Naruto was nowhere to be found, and the ground was covered with debris, perhaps proving that a small wooden house once existed here. It could even be called a garbage dump. This is a bit bad, Naruto sighed as he glanced around, reflecting on his previous destructive power. He truly felt a bit at a loss in this situation. Should he change places? He scratched his chin and muttered to himself. But after thinking for a while, he found it a bit unreliable. After imagining the aftermath of his previous outburst, he realized that his reputation in the village must have worsened. He sincerely felt that it was already good that the village didn't demand compensation from him. If he were to mess up another place, Naruto was genuinely worried that Konoha would kick him out and label him a rogue ninja. After thinking for a while, he decided to tidy up the place. After all, it was a mess he had caused, and he had to take responsibility for it. Since it was all about farming, he, as a seasoned farmer, was very familiar with this kind of work. Pulling out a diamond axe from the system, Naruto raised the axe and took a quick look at its enchanted attributes. Diamond axe, attack power 42, enchantment effect, cutting speed 70, durability 1000001000000. Although the axe's enchanted attributes were somewhat simple, the values were the highest Naruto had ever had. Besides, the purpose of an axe was to chop trees. There was no need for anything fancy. Hey kid, it's training time. What are you doing with that axe? Kurama saw Naruto arrive at the training ground and began to remind him, only to find that the kid had pulled out an axe. You can't use that as a weapon, can you? I'm just tidying up here. Besides, I shouldn't have to hit trees today, right? Naruto glanced at a few small saplings around, and his meaning was clear. Usually, those big trees weren't enough for him to hit for 3 days. These saplings, which were barely the size of his wrist, couldn't interest him at all. Kurama thought Naruto made sense and pondered for a moment before saying, Do you see those trees on the ground? Pull 3 of them while carrying the weight. Aye. Naruto was instantly speechless. Each of the fallen trees looked like it weighed around 200 pounds. Carrying one was manageable, but wasn't it a bit too much to ask a kid to handle 3 at once? He wanted to negotiate with the big fox, but Kurama didn't respond. Clearly, the Nine-Tails did not agree. With a light sigh, Naruto pulled out a bundle of ropes and began to strap himself with weights. After finishing, he realized that he had used an entire set of ropes just to secure himself and the 3 trees. However, when he took his first step, his neck turned red, and he couldn't move forward. The 3 trees behind him showed no signs of budging. The distance between the axe in his hand and the nearby broken trees was still half a meter. The third Hokage, watching through the crystal ball, saw Naruto holding the axe with 3 trees dragging behind him. He closed his eyes in distress, not daring to look further. It was one thing to hit trees, and he could tolerate the demolition in the village, but what was this kid doing now? Was he really carrying weights? Which ninja did this? Couldn't he just buy some weight equipment? The third Hokage couldn't bear to think further, feeling his blood pressure rise. and hurriedly took some anti-hypertensive medication from his drawer. He didn't want to continue watching the crystal ball to see how the kid was doing. The third Hokage was genuinely afraid that one day Naruto would make him suffer a stroke from anger. Chapter 27. What the heck? Why isn't the illusion working? That evening, Naruto untied the ropes on himself, ending Kurama's weight training. However, the terrible state of the small woods hadn't improved at all. With the 600 or 700 pounds of weight dragging behind him, Naruto had only managed to take one step the entire afternoon, not to mention tidying up while carrying the weight. Looking at the messy surroundings, Naruto realized he would have to spend some time that night cleaning up. Unfortunately, he hadn't learned the shadow clone technique yet. Otherwise, tidying up here would have been a matter of minutes. After resting for a few minutes, Naruto opened a space door and returned to the classroom. By this time, only Hinata was left in the class. She was a bit excited to see Naruto arrive. Naruto-kun. Before Hinata could finish greeting him, Naruto took her hand and pulled her into the space door. Then she felt a flash before her eyes, and the scene in front of her changed from the classroom to the outdoors. Seeing the fallen trees, broken stones, and various trash on the ground, Hinata looked at Naruto with a bit of admiration. The state of the scene spoke volumes about Naruto's hard training. Naruto, you're working so hard. I will also work hard to train. Hinata mustered her courage and finally completed a whole sentence. She wanted to keep up with Naruto's pace and become stronger alongside him. But then she suddenly realized that her hand was still being held by him, and she turned into a steam princess again. Fortunately, her resistance had increased. Otherwise, she would have likely fainted directly before. Seeing Hinata's shy appearance, Naruto quickly let go of her hand. Hearing her just praise him, he awkwardly laughed. Haha, it's actually not that bad. Training is indeed tough, but I almost demolished the village. Just as Naruto was about to say something, he noticed a familiar figure walking towards him. Just by looking at that signature hedgehog hairstyle of the Uchiha clan, Naruto knew it was Sasuke. He was holding a paper bag in his hands, and his expression didn't seem as foolish as before. Hinata glanced at Sasuke's figure, then at Naruto beside her, feeling a bit disappointed for some reason. She thought they were going to be together. Sasuke slowly walked up to Naruto, looking quite awkward. He didn't care if Naruto agreed or not, and stuffed the paper bag into Naruto's arms. Here, looking down at the contents of the bag, Naruto found it was an apple. Is this kid giving me a gift? I didn't find any golden apples in the village. After handing it over, Sasuke added, fearing that Naruto might dislike the apples he had given. He had clearly noticed that after eating that golden apple, his mental state and injuries had improved significantly. He naturally knew the value of what he was giving. Hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto grinned, and then casually wiped an apple and handed it to Hinata, throwing another one to Sasuke. Finally, he picked up an apple himself and started eating. Sasuke wasn't picky. He took the apple and began to munch on it. To be honest, it was Naruto's first time receiving a gift, although it was just a very ordinary apple and couldn't compare to the things in his system. He still felt happy inside. However, as he was munching on it, he noticed Sasuke looked like he had something to say, but was hesitating. The kid's face couldn't hide anything at all. Did you come to see me for something? Eating the apple that someone else had given him, Naruto's tone was not as aggressive as when he first saw Sasuke. Produce. He felt a bit awkward now that he had beaten Sasuke up before and was now sitting with him. Uchiha Sasuke, let's have another fight. Huh? Naruto was taken aback, completely not expecting Sasuke to say that. Even if you have opened your eyes, you might not be able to beat me. So you came here to seek punishment? Even Hinata looked at Naruto curiously. It was clear from Sasuke's words that they had fought before. Hinata was also very curious about how strong Naruto really was. Are you serious? Naruto noticed Sasuke looking at him earnestly, and the pride he had during their first meeting was nowhere to be found. It seemed that the night of the massacre had changed him. Naruto felt that this kid was quite miserable, but someone like him who had experienced peace in his previous life couldn't truly understand how much pain Sasuke had gone through. Even after coming to this world, Naruto had never seen his parents' faces before they left this world. To say he had feelings was a bit of a stretch. Yes, I want to see the gap between us. Okay. Naruto quickly finished the apple, patted the dirt off his clothes, and stood up. Their communication was brief, and in the time it took to say a few words, they had already walked to an open space, standing opposite each other. Since the night of the massacre, Sasuke had calmed down and accepted the fact that he was weak, allowing him to identify his shortcomings and make up for them. Among his peers, Sasuke believed Naruto was the strongest. Plus, he only knew Uzumaki Naruto. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously formed opposing hand seals. In an instant, Sasuke had activated his Sharingan. Naruto looked at the Tomo in Sasuke's left eye, and the two Tomo, momentarily unsure how to respond. This kid only activated one Tomo on the night of the massacre, and it was still the one in his right eye. Wait, I can't look into his eyes. Realizing he couldn't make eye contact with the Sharingan, Naruto turned his head to the side, feeling it wasn't safe enough. He even took out sunglasses from his system and put them on. Great Fox, help me locate the opponent. The Kyuubi in the ceiling space raised an eyelid but ignored him. However, Naruto knew the Great Fox had agreed. With the sunglasses on, it was impossible to tell whether his eyes were closed or not. He planned to rely on the Great Fox's reminders to fight Sasuke while facing him, and only open his eyes to attack when he appeared behind Sasuke. Sasuke was stunned for a full 3 seconds upon seeing Naruto wearing sunglasses. He realized that his Sharingan's Jinjutsu had no effect at all. Sasuke used the Sharingan to cast Jinjutsu 5 or 6 times, but Naruto seemed completely unaffected. Not at all like someone who had fallen under a Jinjutsu. Why is this happening? Can sunglasses defend against Jinjutsu? Sasuke suddenly felt that this world was a bit absurd. Realizing that the Jinjutsu was ineffective, Sasuke immediately swung his hands and threw out several shuriken and kunai. Jinjutsu was just the first step. The projectiles were also a way to test Naruto. After emptying his ninja tool pouch, Sasuke immediately began to form seals. Not far away, Naruto slightly moved his ears. He could hear the sounds of air being cut, and he knew without the Great Fox's reminder that Sasuke was attacking him with projectiles. This time, he didn't use the previous tactic of enduring it head-on. Naruto threw out 3 space gates in front of him, and a purple light cocoon enveloped his figure, causing all the ninja tools thrown by Sasuke to disappear into it. The purple light cast a reflection on Sasuke and Hinata's faces under the setting sun, both showing expressions of surprise. Wow, that's amazing, Hinata exclaimed softly, covering her mouth. She hadn't expected Naruto could use this ability in such a way. Meanwhile, Sasuke was shocked, his pupils dilating as he instantly sensed something was off. Chapter 28, Naruto's turn-based taijutsu style whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 purple light cocoons suddenly open around Sasuke, with all the ninja tools he had just thrown flying back towards him. The sudden change forced Sasuke to cancel his fire release technique. He understood that since Naruto could transfer the ninja tools he threw, he could also transfer his jutsu. Damn it, why is this guy so strong? Before coming here, Sasuke actually held some hope, but seeing Naruto's proficiency with this technique filled him with despair. Fortunately, the shuriken and kunai he had thrown numbered only around 20, and his Sharingan quickly rotated, maximizing his dynamic vision. In that moment, the trajectories of the shuriken and kunai appeared to him like intersecting threads, and Sasuke clearly saw where each thread would land. He saw it. Sasuke felt a surge of joy, dodging with a series of rolls, followed by a few side steps. He moved as if dancing through a thicket of thorns. However, Naruto's evaluation of this was simply flashy. The light gates opened again, still in Sasuke's visual blind spot. After dodging the attack, Sasuke suddenly felt a chill on his back and instinctively crouched down, just in time to avoid Naruto's side kick. A bit sharp, huh? Noticing that Sasuke had evaded his attack, Naruto couldn't help but sigh. Although he didn't want to admit it, Sasuke's reaction speed was indeed better than his. Perhaps this was the enhancement brought by the Sharingan. During their first battle, Sasuke had been unable to dodge Naruto's sneak attack. However, Naruto was only slightly surprised. He had never backed down when it came to taijutsu. It's safe to say that in the future, even Might Guy in Konoha might not be his match in taijutsu. In any case, Naruto had absolute confidence in his taijutsu. Perhaps his taijutsu was average, but he was willing to fight it out with his opponents to see who had stronger vitality. Naruto had already decided that in the future, if he encountered a ninja he couldn't defeat, he would just stab each other with kunai, taking turns. You hit me, then I hit you. Naruto could guarantee with 1,000% certainty that the last one standing would definitely be him. Smack! Sasuke turned around and swung his shoulder, delivering a punch to Naruto's left cheek. Although Naruto was slow to react, he managed to block Sasuke's attack. Not only did he block it, but he also grabbed Sasuke's wrist and pulled him closer. With his body suddenly losing control, Sasuke instinctively started to knee Naruto. In an instant, their battle transformed into a turn-based style. Naruto held onto Sasuke's hand with one hand while using the hammering tree fist technique with the other, and despite being attacked, Sasuke didn't forget to knee Naruto in the abdomen. After 3 rounds, Naruto was as unfazed as ever, and his punches became even faster. If it weren't for wanting to spare Sasuke some face, he would have mocked Sasuke for not having eaten. The force of the kicks on him was not even enough to tickle him. At this moment, Sasuke had turned into a pig's head again. His head was dizzy, and even his movements had come to a halt. In a daze, Sasuke felt as if he had returned to the first time he was pinned down and beaten by Naruto. At this moment, it was just like that moment. With Naruto's final punch coming down, Sasuke finally lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Even at the moment he lost consciousness, he couldn't figure out why he had attacked so fiercely while Naruto showed no reaction at all. Hinata watched the entire process, her mouth agape in surprise, especially with Naruto's purple technique. At first, she just thought it was an ordinary convenient travel ninjutsu. At the moment when Naruto deflected Sasuke's attack, Hinata finally realized the terrifying aspect of this technique. As for Naruto's taijutsu, she didn't know how to describe it, but it was definitely very strong. During the battle just now, Hinata had put herself in Sasuke's shoes. However, she found that once Naruto pulled her in a close combat, she couldn't exert any strength at all, and her fate would likely be similar to Sasuke's. But Hinata felt that if she were the one practicing with Naruto just now, Naruto-kun definitely wouldn't want to hurt her so badly. However, now she was more worried about whether Naruto was injured. Naruto-kun. Hinata obediently ran in front of Naruto and circled around him, only feeling relieved after confirming he wasn't hurt. "I'm fine," Naruto said, patting his chest to indicate he was doing well. If they were to quantify their health points, Sasuke's damage wouldn't recover as quickly as Naruto's passive healing. And with just a few hits, Naruto could clear Sasuke's health bar. There was no comparison. Glancing at the unconscious Sasuke on the ground, Naruto took out a bottle of life potion from the system space, pinched the boy's face, and poured the potion into his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough. In no time, Sasuke was choking and coughing, his body bouncing on the ground like a spring. His facial injuries were also visibly healing at an incredible speed. Hinata, witnessing this miraculous scene, widened her Byakugan eyes in amazement. "Wow, that's amazing. Naruto-kun, I won't tell anyone else." Hinata suddenly realized and quickly added. In her understanding, it seemed that nothing in the ninja world could heal injuries, so she naturally understood that what Naruto had just given Sasuke was extremely precious. Hinata's serious expression touched Naruto's heart, and he reached out to pat her little head, thinking about having a few kids in the future. "Ah," Hinata blushed shyly again, tilting her head as if she was about to faint. "Wait, don't faint yet." Naruto was in a bit of panic. There was still a just-awakened Sasuke on the ground, and with the sky getting darker, if Hinata fainted, she probably wouldn't wake up for a while. What would happen if the Hyuga family saw her like this? The elder Hayashi would probably be so angry he'd hit himself in frustration. Mifine. Hinata bit her lower lip, using the pain to keep herself awake, but this only made Naruto want to rub her head more. Sasuke, just sitting up from the ground, looked at the strange actions of these two with a blank expression. He touched his cheek and realized that the previous pain had long since disappeared. Sasuke's first reaction upon waking up was to think this was a dream. If it weren't for seeing Naruto and Hinata, he would really have thought he was just dreaming. But why were all his injuries healed? After rolling up his sleeves and checking multiple times, Sasuke finally realized that he had no injuries at all. Even the scars from that night were gone. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't understand, and ultimately couldn't help but interrupt Naruto and Hinata's whispered conversation. "What did you do to heal my injuries?" Sasuke recalled the state he was in when he woke up choking. It seemed Naruto had given him something to drink. The effect was hard to say, but Sasuke thought the taste was quite good. It was sweet and stimulating, even better than the soda in the village. Sasuke looked at the apple beside him and suddenly remembered the golden apple Naruto had given him earlier. The drink he had just consumed clearly had a better recovery effect than the golden apple and was definitely more precious. Realizing this, Sasuke felt that his previous question was a bit presumptuous. It wasn't polite to pry into someone else's secrets. Sorry, I shouldn't have asked. After the fight was over, I need to take Hinata home first, so you go back by yourself. Naruto glanced at the darkening sky, worried that if he didn't take Hinata home soon, the Hyuga clan would come after him. Moreover, he felt that the third Hokage would likely not side with him in this situation. Naruto opened a space door, grabbed Hinata, and was about to leave, but Sasuke called out to him at that moment. Wait, can I train with you? Sasuke said this with a hint of pleading. I'll do anything to get stronger. Chapter 29. This blonde kid is already like this now. One can't even imagine what he will do in the future. You go back first. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Okay, Naruto said without looking back, pulling Hinata's hand and stepping into the light gate, disappearing. He was a bit surprised that Sasuke came to find him. After all, according to Sasuke's previous proud demeanor, he would probably just think of ways to get stronger by himself and wouldn't come to him. But Naruto actually needed a teammate. If Sasuke's strength couldn't keep up with his, then he would have to face the Akatsuki organization alone and eventually take on the Otsutsuki clan by himself. They could clearly team up, so why bother to take on everything solo? Moreover, Sasuke could be considered the biggest asset besides himself, and it wouldn't take much time to cultivate him. By the time they both leveled up, no matter what Otsutsuki Kagaya or Otsutsuki Kinshiki, they could take on as many as they encountered. As soon as they passed through the space door and arrived at the Hyuga clan's territory, Naruto saw Hayashi standing in the middle of the gate, arms crossed, and from a distance, he could feel the anger radiating off him. Hayashi said nothing upon seeing Naruto and Hinata, just standing there watching the two. Not only him, but the members of the Hyuga clan also noticed and stood outside, all staring at Naruto. From the veins on their foreheads, it was clear that the entire Hyuga clan had activated their Byakugan. The atmosphere instantly became tense, and Hinata felt it hard to breathe. Naruto had the illusion of stumbling into some gang's hideout. The only difference being that this group of Hyuga clan members wasn't holding any weapons. He genuinely worried that the next moment, some Hyuga clan member would jump out and shout something like, "Kill that kid, father." Hinata lowered her head and timidly walked up to Hayashi, glancing back at Naruto from time to time during her walk. Naruto felt the surrounding temperature drop significantly. "Where have you been?" Hayashi's words were directed at Hinata, but his gaze was fixed on a certain blonde kid. In the eyes of the Hyuga clan, their young lady had gone out to play with a blonde kid after school and only returned now that it was dark. This blonde kid, only 6 or 7 years old, was already doing such things. They couldn't even imagine what he would do in the future. If it weren't for the clan leader's order prohibiting them from taking action against this blonde kid, they would have rushed up to deal with him long ago, not caring that he was the 4th Hokage's son and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Faced with her stern father, Hinata lowered her head and couldn't find the words. Today was, after all, the only time she had come home so late in a long time. "Hinata want to train with me. From now on, she'll be with me after school." Naruto smiled innocently as he explained to Hayashi. As for whether Hayashi heard him, he didn't know. However, he did notice that Hayashi had also activated his Byakugan after hearing his words. "Go back. Your mother is waiting for you in the living room." Hayashi glared fiercely at the blonde kid in front of him, leading his daughter back inside. The surrounding Hyuga clan members also dispersed upon seeing this. However, everyone had a look of regret on their faces, as if they lamented not finding the opportunity to take action against that blonde kid. Hinata followed her father, turning her head to smile at Naruto and gently waving goodbye, careful not to make too much movement for fear her father would notice. Naruto smiled back at Hinata. After watching her go back, Naruto then opened a space door to head home for dinner. Later that night, he spent several hours cleaning up the trash in the small woods. Then he took out an oak and a spruce from the system space and forcibly planted them nearby as training equipment for himself in the future. One should know that trees have many uses. They can serve as sandbags for training, and later could be used for tree-stepping training to improve chakra control. Wanting to get rich is also inseparable from them. By the time it was nearly midnight, the dense forest had returned to the eastern side of the village. Due to the system's adaptation rules, the trees that Naruto planted looked no different from other trees. The third Hokage in the office heard the report from the Umbu, stating that Naruto had created a large forest in less than a night, with an efficiency comparable to the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. While he was genuinely happy that Naruto could restore the damaged environment, he really didn't like Naruto farming. Why does this kid always have to be involved with wood? And that strange bloodline limit of his the third Hokage always felt that this kid's talent for farming was higher than his talent for being a ninja. He had come to understand that there was no need to use the crystal ball to check on this kid's situation unless it was a major issue. He would just listen to the reports from the Umbu, which made him feel a bit better. If it were like before, having to check every day, he really felt he wouldn't last until Jiraiya returned to the village. The next morning, Naruto showed up in class, as usual, dazed. Sometimes he felt quite hopeless about his abnormal physique. He had dragged trees all afternoon yesterday, fought with Sasuke in the evening, and then spent the night cleaning up the scene and planting trees. By the time he got home, he felt as tired as a dead dog, and even moving his fingers felt uncomfortable. However, when he woke up the next day, he found himself feeling perfectly fine. He couldn't even find an excuse not to train. Teacher 9 even thought about increasing the intensity of the training. While he was pondering, Naruto noticed that Sasuke was already standing in front of his seat. Looking up, he realized that the classmates had already left the classroom. So, Sasuke was looking for him to skip class together. You want to skip class with me? There's nothing left in a ninja school that can make me stronger, Sasuke said. He had already learned all the courses in the ninja school ahead of time, including the body flicker technique and various theoretical knowledge. If it weren't for Naruto still being in school, he would have wanted to graduate early. All right, let's go. Naruto nodded, went out to say goodbye to Hinata, and then opened a space door, leading Sasuke to the Riverside Grove. Sasuke was still savoring Naruto's technique. Wanted to see if he could gain some insights from it. But to be honest, the moment he stepped through the light gate, he secretly activated his Sharingan. Yet he didn't sense any chakra fluctuations at all. In the end, Sasuke could only blame himself for not having the talent for space-time ninjutsu. He had read materials before that said mastering this type of ninjutsu required extremely high talent. Over the years, only the second Hokage and the fourth Hokage in the entire Konoha had succeeded. And Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage. From this perspective alone, Sasuke felt he couldn't compare to Naruto. If he wanted to surpass Naruto, he had to evolve his Sharingan to the same level as that man. However, at the age of 7, Uchiha Sasuke had no idea that Naruto was a monster. As for now, Sasuke wanted to see how Naruto trained on a daily basis. What should I do? Punch the tree. Naruto pointed to a big tree not far away, adopting the demeanor of a senior guiding a junior. Worried that this kid might not know how to punch a tree, he immediately demonstrated with a couple of loud thuds. Sasuke nodded slightly and walked over to Naruto without any hesitation, mimicking his actions, and began to punch the tree. Thus, the sound of thuds echoed by the riverbank, and if listened to carefully, one could even hear a rhythm within it. The Umbu monitoring Naruto, especially Kakashi, felt a headache coming on from the sound of the two kids punching the tree. It's one thing for you, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, to punch trees, but why are you bringing other kids along? Do you really think everyone has the same abnormal physique as you? Kakashi felt exhausted. He even started to entertain the thought of resigning from the Umbu position. Chapter 30. The 6-year period has arrived. Since that day, Uchiha Sasuke had become a regular truant in class. The class teacher, Irika, had several more wrinkles on his face than before. The Riverside Grove also had the sound of thuds and the sight of trees being dragged. At first, after a day of punching trees, Sasuke felt like he was going to collapse. Fortunately, Naruto provided him with special recovery potions. After discovering that Naruto's potions were remarkably effective, Sasuke's determination was no less than Naruto's. He might not be as abnormal as Naruto, but he still followed Naruto's example of dragging trees for weight training. If he couldn't drag 3 or 4 trees, he would drag one. Now, the eastern side of the village was almost plowed into a riverbed by these two kids. The extent of their efforts was so extreme that even Might Guy couldn't bear to watch. During this time, the third Hokage could no longer stand it and had Kakashi deliver 2 sets of weighted equipment. Since the equipment was made from special metals, the weight was roughly the same as the weight of the trees Naruto dragged. The third Hokage thought that with this equipment, the 2 kids would no longer need to drag trees. What happened instead? Naruto said he wouldn't train like before, but then turn around and put on the weighted gear to start dragging trees. Seeing that this kid was already growing crooked, the third Hokage completely gave up on managing Naruto and simply designated the eastern side of the village specifically for these 2 kids to train, to prevent them from going to other places and wreaking havoc on the village. Konoha really couldn't withstand the havoc caused by these 2. As for Hinata, Naruto was very considerate, not daring to let her go crazy like him and Sasuke. He set her up with a sandbag and a wooden training dummy, and occasionally accompanied Hinata in training her physical skills. The days of training were always monotonous, and 6 years passed in the blink of an eye. This year, Naruto was 12 years old. Sasuke, Hinata, look at the chakra inside me. Naruto sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to run the wind chakra in his body. During these 6 years, he had never given up on that technique. He continuously improved and refined it under the observation of the Byakugan and Sharingan, modifying the flow of the wind chakra in his body in collaboration with the 9 Tails. Naruto named this technique the wind release, bloodstorm technique. At first, when he ran this technique, it was similar to the first time. Due to his stronger physique, he directly shattered the barrier of Konoha. He remembered that at that time, the third Hokage was so furious he almost fainted. However, Naruto could slightly control the wind chakra within him now, fully operating it without endangering his life. Ultimately, he found that the maximum limit of the wind release, bloodstorm technique, could only be maintained for 15 seconds. Any longer, and he would fall into a near-death state. To confirm the strength of this technique, Naruto even invited Might Guy to evaluate it. At that time, Might Guy thought Naruto was a genius. The state activated by this self-created wind release, bloodstorm technique, was no less than his own state when opening the 3rd gate. However, as he watched, Might Guy noticed something was off because no one else dared to practice this technique besides Naruto. If an ordinary person attempted to learn this technique, one would have to mention Danzo from the root. When the third Hokage learned that Naruto had developed this technique, he immediately classified the wind release, bloodstorm technique, as a forbidden technique, which was also categorized under body techniques. However, the third Hokage didn't treat Naruto unfairly. He directly pulled out a sealing scroll and let him choose a forbidden technique to learn. Initially, he hoped this kid would take the initiative to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, but unexpectedly, Naruto chose the forbidden technique, multi-shadow clone technique. As for why he didn't learn the Flying Thunder God, Naruto expressed that he just couldn't understand it. However, no one expected that Danzo secretly learned Naruto's ninjutsu. As for the situation, no one knew, but after the leader of the root disappeared from the third Hokage's sight for 3 years, it was clear that this guy must have been seriously injured. The third Hokage heard from the root ninja that Danzo had practiced the wind release bloodstorm technique and turned into a bloodied person on the spot. It sounded quite tragic. After confirming that this ninjutsu could only be learned by those with a recovery ability as perverse as Naruto's, the third Hokage deleted the technique without hesitation. He didn't want any child to be curious and try to learn it, only to die on the spot and pass away young. Naruto, move your route closer to the heart, Sasuke said seriously, glaring with his Sharingan. To be honest, he thought Naruto's technique was great, but unfortunately, he didn't have wind release chakra. Otherwise, he would definitely want to learn it. Naruto-kun, you have too much chakra, Hinata and Sasuke reminded him from either side. Boom! As time passed, a large amount of wind release chakra surged from Naruto's pores, accompanied by a thick mist of blood. From a distance, Naruto looked like he was wrapped in a red cloak. Sasuke and Hinata, sitting beside him, protected their faces with their hands and stabilized their footing with chakra to avoid being blown away by the shockwave. This power must have reached the 4th gate of the 8 gates, right? Sasuke opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Earlier, Guy had opened the 4th gate to show these 3 kids the power of the 8 gates. Now, Naruto's momentum alone had reached the state guy was in when he opened the fourth gate. Naruto-kun has gotten stronger again. Hinata felt both happy and useless. She had worked hard at her young age, but no matter what, she couldn't keep up with Naruto's pace of becoming stronger. Even that Uchiha Sasuke was stronger than her. Naruto slowly opened his eyes and then canceled the wind-release bloodstorm technique. By now, he could skillfully use this technique for a minute, with side effects of exhaustion lasting half an hour. As for the wind-release bloodstorm technique, he could activate it about 3 times a day. Any more, and he couldn't handle it. Naruto-kun, don't forget that this noon is the graduation test from Irika-sensei. Hinata suddenly remembered and quickly reminded them. However, the girl began to worry again. She was unsure if she would be placed in the same class as Naruto. Well, let's go back to school. Naruto glanced at Sasuke and then at Hinata. According to the calculations of the fox, Sasuke's chakra level had reached 80 magic with his double Tomo Sharingan, almost reaching the amount Naruto had when he first started training. Hinata's chakra was slightly lower, around 50 magic. There was no way Hinata really couldn't compare to those two. As for Naruto, his chakra level had already reached 270 magic. According to the Great Fox's observations over the years, there were very few people in the entire Hidden Leaf Village with such chakra. The only one who surpassed 200 magic was the third Hokage. This surprised Naruto quite a bit. But thinking about it, it made sense after all. An old man proficient in 5 types of ninjutsu would naturally have a large amount of chakra to manage them. The 3 of them passed through the space gate to the classroom and found that some students had already arrived early to prepare. Sakura looked at Sasuke, falling into a daze again. Ah, Sasuke is even cooler. I really like him. Shikamaru, seeing Naruto, weakly greeted the 3. Although everyone hadn't seen Naruto and Sasuke much in recent years, they could still say a few words to each other. Before long, Irika entered the room with a list under his arm, looking worried. Upon seeing the 3 in the back row, his expression relaxed, and a long-lost smile appeared on his face. Finally, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha are finally going to graduate. Irika was genuinely worried that these 2 would lead the other kids astray. As for whether they would fail, Irika had never thought about it. Now the entire Hidden Leaf Village knew that these 2 kids had plowed a river at the eastern end of the village. With their strength, they should not be at the ninja school. Get ready. When I call your names, go to the next classroom for the body technique assessment. Chapter 31 Kakashi, damn. Why is it me? After that, Naruto smoothly passed the body technique assessment. The plot involving Mizuki trying to manipulate him never happened. As Naruto was about to graduate, he was still looking forward to Mizuki approaching him. After all, he could perform with Mizuki-sensei and possibly get a ninjutsu for free from the Forbidden Scroll. Who would have thought that a few months ago, Mizuki had been taken away by the Umbu for investigation due to secretly colluding with the rogue ninja, Orochimaru. But thinking about it, Mizuki had no chance to manipulate him now. The village basically knew his identity as the 4th Hokage's son. Although his reputation might not be great because he often caused trouble in the village over the years, the villagers only avoided him and did not despise him like in the original story, nor did they refuse to sell things to him. In fact, Naruto didn't know that the villagers didn't cause too much trouble simply because his power was too intimidating. When Naruto was 6 or 7 years old, he could swing a large tree with great force, leaving a deep impression on the villagers. One swing could probably turn a whole family into a feast. Who would dare to go and seek trouble with Naruto? Because of this, Mizuki could not find an opportunity to sow discord between the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the village. Sigh. When Naruto thought about not being able to learn ninjutsu for free, he felt he had suffered a loss. When he exchanged ninjutsu earlier, he genuinely wanted to learn his father's Flying Thunder God technique. But the problem was that he couldn't understand it. Those complicated sealing techniques were as confusing as math problems. However, he did take notes and planned to see if he could learn it when he had the chance in the future. He also coveted the mutual exploding tag technique. But the 3rd Hokage absolutely refused to let him learn it, saying he was worried that Naruto would destroy the entire Hidden Leaf Village. Now that Naruto thought about it, he felt angry. Was he really that reckless? Naruto's sigh caught Sasuke's attention. Did he not do well? How is that possible? Sasuke's words made Naruto anxious. His theoretical scores in the ninja school were poor, but he was first in practical combat. How could he have possibly done poorly? After hearing Naruto's response, Sasuke finally relaxed, but a hint of worry appeared on his face again. Do you think we'll be placed together? He thought it would be best to be in the same class as Naruto, and everyone else was just too weak. Did you see that pink-hair girl? Naruto pointed at Sakura and continued speaking to Sasuke. Naruto Uzumaki, calculate that you, me, and that pink-hair girl will most likely be placed together. Hinata, who was eavesdropping, looked gloomy. I can't be placed with Naruto-kun? Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, Kiba Inuzuka, you three come with me. At this moment, Kurenai Yuhi pushed the door open, calling out the names of the three and leaving the classroom without looking back. After hearing her name, Hinata turned back multiple times as she left the classroom, feeling very reluctant. If it weren't for Naruto encouraging her, she probably wouldn't have wanted to step out of that door. As the Jonin took their respective students away, the once full classroom gradually became empty. Only Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura remained. What? You want me to be Naruto's supervising Jonin? In the Hokage's office, Kakashi rarely showed some emotion. The third Hokage awkwardly smiled at Kakashi, who seemed very willing. In recent days, he had also asked other Jonin, but the answers were all unwilling. Naruto Uzumaki's ability to cause trouble in the village was well known throughout the Hidden Leaf Village. At first, the Jonin, had agreed to firmly resist the troublemaker Naruto Uzumaki. Of course, as long as Kakashi and Might Guy were not aware of it. After being rejected by the other Jonin, the third Hokage naturally set his sights on his beloved subordinate, Hatake Kakashi. Moreover, Uzumaki Naruto is the son of your teacher, so you shouldn't refuse him, whether personally or professionally, right? Or should I just go back to the Umbu? Kakashi said this with difficulty, but seeing the serious expression on the third's face, he knew it was impossible. He had actually had a premonition about the third's arrangement. When he was initially asked to take care of Naruto, he felt something was off. The two of them were at a standstill for a long time, but in the end, they agreed to the task amidst Kakashi's sighs. Kakashi walked towards the classroom where Naruto and the others were, looking like a lost dreamer. As a classroom door opened with a thud, Naruto could smell the salty fish scent coming from Kakashi from a distance. Is this how everyone looks when they reach middle age? I am your team leader, Jonin Hatake Kakashi. I hope to work well with you in the future. The moment Sakura saw Kakashi, she confirmed that she was in the same class as Sasuke and started cheering silently in her heart. Awesome. I'm really in the same class as Sasuke. I've got a great chance. That annoying girl can go eat dirt. Sasuke nodded slightly to show respect. He had heard of the genius Kakashi in the village. He was somewhat satisfied with this Jonin. Naruto, hearing Kakashi's words, pulled at the corner of his mouth and said with a puzzled expression, Hey, Uncle Kakashi, we're already so familiar. No need to be so formal, right? His overly familiar demeanor really gave Kakashi a headache. If he had any way out, he really wouldn't want to take this kid under his wing, even if he was the child of his teacher. You should call me Kakashi-sensei now. Everyone, follow me. After saying that, he put his hands in his pockets and tilted his head to signal the three to follow. Naruto, following behind Kakashi, was quite disdainful of what he just said. Call you teacher? Just wait and see, you white-haired Jonin. In the future, the three of us will have one apprentice to Orochimaru, one to Tsunade, and I will find Jiraiya. By then, according to seniority, we would be the disciples of the legendary three, while my dad is Jiraiya's disciple, and Kakashi is my dad's disciple. So once I become Jiraiya's student, Kakashi will have to call me uncle. The group arrived on the rooftop. Sakura was busy daydreaming about Sasuke, who was trying to look cool, while Naruto was contemplating what to eat for dinner. Kakashi leaned against the railing, watching his subordinates, feeling a sense of foreboding about their future. I already mentioned my name. Hatake Kakashi. I have nothing I like, nothing I dislike. I have no dreams. After saying that, he began staring at the three, his eyes seemingly urging them to introduce themselves. Naruto didn't even know how to respond to Kakashi's peculiar way of self-introduction. How could someone introduce themselves like that? I'm Uchiha Sasuke. I like training, I have a lot of dislikes, and my dream is to kill that man and defeat Naruto. Naruto? How did defeating me become your dream? They had fought countless times over the past 6 years, and Sasuke had never won even once. He didn't know when it started, but Sasuke had set Naruto as his target to surpass. In Sasuke's mind, if he couldn't defeat Naruto, there was no way he could kill that man. Now Sasuke directly changed his dream from reviving the Uchiha clan to defeating Naruto. I'm Haruno Sakura. I like Vol I Dislaukina. This girl sneaked glances at Sasuke every time she spoke, and her intentions were already very clear. The poker-faced Sasuke completely ignored her feelings and turned to look at Naruto. Their interaction made Kakashi and Naruto feel a bit awkward. Then Naruto cleared his throat and began his self-introduction. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I like Hinata Hyuga and farming. I dislike people who wear masks and those who are late. Kakashi's heart tightened. Was this kid pointing at him? Also, he didn't need to say he liked Hinata. The whole village knew. As for dreams, world peace. Upon hearing Naruto's dream, the three turned to look at him simultaneously. Sasuke didn't understand why he would say something so profound, while Sakura admired Naruto for bravely expressing his feelings for his crush. World peace. Kakashi murmured softly, as if he saw the shadow of his own teacher in Naruto. Once, his teacher, Minato Namikaze, had said similar things. It seemed Naruto had truly grown up. Kakashi felt a sense of relief. Perhaps it was time for him to re-evaluate Naruto. After all, one couldn't always look at someone with old eyes. Maybe this kid wouldn't be as troublesome once he grew up. Coming back to reality, Kakashi resumed his lazy demeanor and said, starting tomorrow, we will begin the mission, which is also an assessment for the three of you. This is a high-difficulty test with a 66 elimination rate. You will gather at the training ground at 5 a.m. Remember to bring your ninja tools and be prepared for death. Chapitre 32, Combat Plan. What is that? Upon hearing they should be prepared for death, Sasuke and Sakura instantly became tense. Their expressions turned serious. Having experienced death, Sasuke naturally understood the weight of that word. Naruto looked at Kakashi's departing figure, speechless. If he hadn't watched Naruto, he would really believe it. It's all about grabbing bells and other nonsense. If you have the ability, just let us fail, and we can all just chill until Obito's Tsukuyomi comes along. And being prepared for death, he thought Kakashi should be the one to have that awareness. Otherwise, one punch from him would not be joking around with Kakashi. Going home, Naruto casually threw open a space door, planning to return, while the other two looked over, completely unable to see any tension on Naruto's face. Aren't you worried about tomorrow's mission? Sakura's words made Sasuke nod, seemingly wanting to know Naruto's plans. Naruto replied nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter. You just lie down, and I'll take you and Sasuke for a ride." This somewhat struck a nerve, but what Naruto said was also the truth. When he and Sasuke got serious, Kakashi might not even be able to take them on. As for Sakura, she was just an optional accessory. Sakura's expression stiffened, and she began to rage internally. Damn Uzumaki Naruto, how dare you underestimate me? Tomorrow, I'll show you my power. Hearing Naruto's confident words, Sasuke, who had been nervous, suddenly felt that the mission was secured. He had known Naruto for so long and had never seen him speak about something he wasn't confident about. You can go back by yourself. I'm not training today. See you tomorrow. Okay. After saying that, Naruto stepped into the light door and disappeared before their eyes. Sasuke kept his head down, hands in his pockets, not even saying goodbye to Sakura as he turned and left. Hey, Sasuke, are you really okay for tomorrow? Sakura took the opportunity to run in front of Sasuke to find a topic. Don't worry, Naruto and I are strong, Sasuke said without looking back, quickening his pace as he left. He was in a hurry to train at the eastern part of the village and had no time to play love games with his pink-haired girl. Sakura watched Sasuke's departing figure and thought about what he just said, feeling a bit unnecessary. The next morning, the three little ones arrived early at the training ground. Sasuke and Sakura arrived particularly early, getting there before 5, while Naruto, seeing that it was almost 5, opened a space door to arrive at the training ground. As for why he was on time, Naruto couldn't quite gauge whether Kakashi would be late. After all, many things have changed since he came to this world. God knows if Kakashi will whimsically arrive on time. The three of them stood there yawning for a while, and Naruto glanced at the time, realizing it was almost 6 o'clock. The white-hair guy probably wouldn't arrive until noon. With that in mind, Naruto simply took out some stones from his space and built a stone house on the spot, then pulled out a bed and placed it inside the room. He looked back at Sasuke, casually added another bed, and then lay down on one, falling into a deep sleep. Sasuke was already used to Naruto's antics. Seeing the extra bed in the stone house, he didn't think twice and lay down to rest. Sakura watched as Naruto first pulled out strange items, then built a stone house in less than 10 minutes, and then saw her two teammates nonchalantly going to sleep. To be honest, she was completely stunned. How did this happen? Why did a stone house suddenly appear? Sakura instinctively opened her mouth to ask, but all she got in response were the snores of her two teammates. This left her utterly bewildered. Sakura's mind began to spiral. Who am I? Where am I? What was I supposed to do today? After a while, she finally realized they were supposed to carry out the mission that Kakashi-sensei had mentioned. But why was Kakashi-sensei an hour late? And why did her teammates not only create a stone house, but also start sleeping right there? What the heck is going on? Hidden in the shadows, Kakashi was feeling quite similar to Sakura at this moment. He slapped his forehead and sighed deeply. I knew it. I knew this would happen. Kakashi had watched Naruto grow up and was very familiar with his strange bloodline limits. According to the usual assessment process, he was supposed to warn the three not to have breakfast, then split them into two groups for lunch to test their unity. But the key issue was that Naruto was like a moving cafeteria. The previous process was completely ineffective on him. If he made them eat two lunches, Kakashi had no doubt that kid would whip up a feast. So Kakashi had no intention of using lunch to test the three. Moreover, he wanted to leave them standing there for a few hours to see how they would react. The result? It could only be said that it was indeed beyond Kakashi's expectations. With Naruto around, forget about conducting a proper assessment. Kakashi now deeply regretted agreeing to take these three kids. Sai, let's just get started. Looking at Naruto and Sasuke soundly asleep in the stone house, Kakashi felt quite uncomfortable. It was clearly an assessment for the three, but it had been completely derailed by Naruto, which was really frustrating, especially since he was crouching in the bushes. Enduring mosquito bites, Kakashi felt even worse. He sighed and vanished from spot. Good morning. Huh? Just as Sakura leaned against the wall, preparing to take a nap, she saw Kakashi appear in front of her and greet her, startling her into jumping up from the ground and bowing repeatedly to apologize, completely oblivious to the fact that someone was almost 2 hours late. I am sorry, Kakashi-sensei. I didn't mean to fall asleep. Sakura's attitude gave Kakashi a bit of comfort. Indeed, this girl was the most normal one in the team. Seeing Sakura's state and then looking at the other two, he decided to wake them up. All right. Hearing this, Sakura was already sweating profusely. It's over. It's over. I left a bad impression on Kakashi-sensei on my first mission. It's over. We definitely won't pass the assessment. It's all Naruto's fault. Depressed, Sakura walked into the stone house and saw the two guys snoring on the beds, with veins popping on her forehead. Sasuke, Naruto, Kakashi-sensei is here. The two, despite sleeping, immediately jumped up and assumed a defensive posture upon hearing the noise. Naruto rubbed his eyes, checked the time, and saw it wasn't even 7 o'clock yet. Wait, did Kakashi take the wrong medicine? Why is he here so early? Naruto tidied up the beds in the room, yawned, and walked out, only to see Kakashi staring at the sky, seemingly pondering life. Good morning, Kakashi-sensei. Haha. Kakashi turned to look Naruto up and down, nearly taking action. What on earth is wrong with this kid? If he didn't know him, he would definitely have him redo the Ninja Academy. Kakashi sighed, then took out a bell from his waist and placed it in front of the three. Your task today is to steal the bell from me. Touching it counts as passing the assessment. If you don't touch it, you will be considered unqualified and all of you will return to the Ninja Academy for a year of restudy. You have 3 minutes to prepare. Upon hearing this, Sasuke and Sakura exchanged strange looks. Wasn't it said that they should be prepared for death? And this is it. Sasuke had never considered the possibility of failure. After all, he was no longer the weak child who cried on the night of the massacre. He was strong now, not to mention he had an absurdly powerful teammate. Naruto, Sasuke, let's come up with a battle plan. Sakura was very excited because this was her forte. The two turned to look at her simultaneously, their eyes seemingly filled with countless question marks. A battle plan? What is that? Naruto's battle strategy had always been to charge in recklessly. The phrase battle plan didn't even exist in his dictionary. However, Sakura didn't notice her teammates' unusual reactions and began analyzing on her own. Kakashi-sensei is AJ Nin, and for us, defeating him head-on is simply impossible. So, Kakashi-sensei, let's just get started. I haven't sparred with you in a while. Naruto interrupted the girl's analysis, speaking excitedly. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Just thinking about redeeming himself made Naruto tremble with excitement. Sasuke next to him fully agreed with Naruto's approach. He liked this simple and straightforward method. As for the battle plan, in Naruto's words, it was just fluff. Kakashi's eyelids twitched. His subordinates didn't seem to have any spirit of unity at all. Having a reckless person in the team was already troublesome, and looking at Uchiha Sasuke, it seemed he had been led astray by Naruto. As for Sakura, these two didn't even take her seriously. Suddenly interrupted, Sakura felt very awkward. She realized Naruto and Sasuke's attitude towards her. Damn it, I was actually ignored. I'm gonna show you guys how powerful I am later. If that's the case, then let's get started. Kakashi shifted from his previous lazy demeanor and instantly entered battle mode. He didn't know how strong Sasuke was. But facing Naruto, if he didn't take it seriously, he might really suffer a big loss at this kid's hands. Chapter 33. Almost knocked Kakashi out with one punch. Seeing her two teammates eager to go, Sakura quickly pulled out kunai from her ninja tool pouch and held it in front of her. She was somewhat aware of the situation. Kakashi-sensei was AJ Nin. How could they possibly defeat him? Why couldn't they just discuss a strategy for stealing the bell? Sakura felt immense frustration towards her two teammates. But Naruto and Sasuke were different. From the very beginning, they aimed to defeat Kakashi. Stealing the bell was just a side thing. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances and decided to strike first. Over the years, they had developed an incredible tacit understanding. Basically, with just a glance, one can understand what the other wants to express. Calling it encrypted communication would not be an exaggeration. Naruto slightly curled his fingers, and in an instant, dozens of light doors opened around Kakashi, surrounding him. Over the years, Naruto had discovered his shortcomings through constant battles and worked to make up for them. For example, regarding the use of space doors. In the past, whenever he used them, he would uncontrollably swing his arms, making it obvious to the enemy that something was off before he even cast the technique. In the end, it took him half a year to change this habit. Moreover, Naruto also thought of a solution to the distinctive feature of the space doors. As long as he opened enough doors, the opponent would not be able to predict which door he would come out of. This not only confused the enemy, but also imposed psychological pressure on them, making it quite effective. When Kakashi saw the dazzling array of space doors around him, he began to sweat coldly. Naruto's move was something even he hadn't anticipated. The level of deception was truly strong. It was he who had initially taught Naruto how to use this technique. Had Naruto really applied it to such an extent? This was quite troublesome. Kakashi sighed deeply, his expression showing a hint of seriousness. He clearly felt the intensity that Naruto was bringing to him. He not only had to prepare for Naruto and Sasuke appearing simultaneously in his visual blind spots, but also had to guard against any ninjutsu that might appear from the light doors at any moment. As for Naruto, he wasn't worried because he knew that this kid hadn't learned many ninjutsu in total. As for Sasuke, he would most likely use throwing techniques and fire release to attack him. On the side, Sakura, seeing the dozens of light doors around her, began to doubt her life. Most of the ninjas in Konoha knew that Naruto could use this technique, but she had never seen him open so many doors in succession. Being the top of her theoretical class, she naturally understood the power of doing so. Just looking at the light doors around Kakashi made her brain nearly burn out. Are you kidding me? Is this guy a monster? Naruto chuckled and then formed hand seals. Multiple shadow, clone, jutsu. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of clones appeared on the scene in an instant, causing Kakashi's eyes to widen. How much chakra does this kid have? The number of Naruto-esque clones was so great that they blocked Kakashi's line of sight. His entire field of vision was completely covered by a horde of yellow-haired figures. There was no sight of Sasuke or Sakura. Even the purple light doors were obscured. Now, Kakashi could only rely on his memory to determine the positions of those light doors. Let's go all out. Let us take down this white-haired guy. Charge! The clones shouted as they surged towards Kakashi's position, simultaneously squeezing his dodging space. It seemed he could only resort to taijutsu. Kakashi pulled out a kunai, gripping in his hand, then leaned slightly forward, pushing off with his legs and charging towards the crowd of yellow-haired figures. This was the only option he had left. In terms of taijutsu skills, Naruto could never match the experienced ninja Kakashi. The moment they engaged in close combat, the clones began to decrease at a visible speed. On average, a clone was obliterated after 3 exchanges with Kakashi. Just as Kakashi was about to hit the ground, suddenly a fireball flew in from his side. The clones jumped in perfect unison to grab Kakashi's limbs, hoping to restrain him for just a second. Boom! When the fireball hit Kakashi, it kicked up a cloud of dust, but Kakashi was nowhere to be seen, leaving only a charred wooden stump on the ground. Earth release, heart decapitation technique. Sasuke's eyes widened slightly, and a sense of crisis made his hair stand on end. At that moment, Naruto's space door appeared just behind Sasuke, the purple light illuminating his face, and he immediately reacted, leaning back and disappearing into the light door. The next moment, Kakashi appeared where Sasuke had just been, feeling extremely frustrated. He had never imagined that the technique he had taught Naruto would one day be used against him. The most troublesome part was that he still hadn't found Naruto's real body. Hiding in the dark and using space ninjutsu to evade his attacks had left him at a loss. It felt as if those 2 kids were like slippery loaches. One he couldn't find, and the other he couldn't catch. It was truly a headache. Thinking of this, Kakashi turned his gaze to Sakura, who was still standing foolishly in place. Among the 3, she was the weakest and the easiest to deal with. Any normal ninja would prioritize taking out or controlling the weakest enemy in a squad first. Kakashi instantly vanished from his spot, completely ignoring the yellow-haired figures behind him. Sakura, get into the light door. Seeing Kakashi's expression, Naruto knew he was not holding back. The moment he disappeared, he started reminding the dazed Sakura standing still, and even opened a light door next to her. However, this also exposed Naruto's real position to Kakashi's line of sight. Sasuke realized his teammate was in danger, turned around, pulled out his ninja tools, and threw them towards the nearest light door. It must be said that Naruto's light doors were incredibly useful. In the past, he had to think about various throwing angles to hit the enemy's vital points and whether the opponent would dodge. But now, he only needed to throw his ninja tools into the light door, leaving the hitting problem to Naruto's door. When Sakura realized her danger, Kakashi had already appeared in front of her, casting an illusion technique on her, and then began to dodge the thrown objects from the light door. Clink, clink, clink. The kunai and shuriken falling at her feet made Kakashi break into a cold sweat. Too fast. The coordination of these 2 kids had made his scalp tingle. If he had been even a second late, he would have been pierced by Sasuke's ninja tools. Fortunately, the weakest among the 3 had been dealt with. The enchanted Sakura was now standing there, her gaze vacant, occasionally showing a look of fear, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Naruto and Sasuke were not surprised by this scene. From the very beginning, they had not had high expectations for Sakura. They just didn't expect Kakashi to be so shameless. In a 3-person team, he even chose to pick on the softest target first. The reckless Uzumaki could no longer hold back, opened a space door around Kakashi, and charged in. Kakashi-sensei, let me see your caliber. Sasuke? Just as Sasuke was preparing to launch an attack, he was momentarily stunned, his expression becoming somewhat strange. Naruto's words sounded just like what that man had once said to him. Did he accidentally say it out loud and Naruto overheard? Kakashi noticed Naruto's attack and quickly distanced himself from him. In this situation, if he got entangled with Naruto, Sasuke would definitely seize the opportunity to attack him. It seemed he could only use the Sharingan. Kakashi lifted his eye patch and revealed his 3-tomo Sharingan. Upon seeing this, Sasuke immediately became excited and shouted loudly, "How do you have a Sharingan?" "Well, it was a gift from a friend." Kakashi replied calmly to Sasuke, then used the body flicker technique to disappear from Naruto's sight again. But Naruto would not let him escape. The body flicker technique was indeed fast, but could it be faster than my space doors? The next moment, when Kakashi appeared back in place, Naruto had already followed him, launching a punch towards Kakashi's side. Slap! The quick reacting Kakashi twisted his waist and grabbed Naruto's wrist. At that moment, sweat was already dripping from his forehead onto the ground. So close, just a little bit more, and this kid was about to take away his happiness. Kakashi was also ruthless, lifting a foot and kicking Naruto far away. However, he found that Naruto immediately got up upon landing, looking nothing like someone who had just received a heavy kick. A normal Jonin would need a moment to recover after such a kick, right? Kakashi shouted in his heart. What on earth did the teacher give birth to? Fire style, fireball jutsu. Sasuke's attack arrived just in time, not giving Kakashi a moment to breathe. The moment the fire technique was unleashed, Sasuke rushed forward, launching a taijutsu attack on Kakashi. However, what he didn't expect was that when Sasuke's punch hit Kakashi, the latter transformed into a flash of lightning and vanished from the spot, leaving Sasuke temporarily paralyzed due to the lightning release. Then, Sasuke felt a heaviness under his feet, and his entire body sank into the ground, leaving only his head above the surface. Now both Sasuke and Sakura had lost their fighting capability. Naruto stared at Kakashi not far away and assumed an attacking stance again. Upon seeing this move, Kakashi suddenly smiled. Is this kid reenacting the scene from when he fought me at 6 years old? Naruto gently moved his feet, making strange noises, and then charged towards Kakashi. However, just as he was about to get close to Kakashi, Naruto instantly entered a light door. Seeing the opponent disappear, Kakashi didn't hesitate to use the body flicker technique and vanish from the spot as well. His direction was towards the light door, where Naruto had just disappeared. In the next moment, Kakashi and Naruto's figures appeared simultaneously. The distance between the two was very close enough for Kakashi to see the smile on Naruto's face. Wait, this kid intentionally led me into the light door? Boom! Naruto looked at Kakashi in front of him and smiled slightly. Then, before Kakashi could react, he punched Kakashi in the abdomen. Fortunately, Kakashi reacted in time and blocked Naruto's punch with his arm. However, a crisp sound rang in their ears. Crack! Kakashi felt a numbness in his arm, followed by unbearable pain. He realized that his right arm was done for. What kind of monster is this kid? Kakashi knelt on the ground, resting his head on the floor, completely motionless. He looked extremely pained. Teacher Kakashi, are you okay? Chapter 34 Kakashi, the past is the past. The present is the present. I'm fine. I'll recover slowly. Kakashi's head was pressed against the ground, making it impossible to see his expression at the moment. However, Naruto felt that he might have gone a bit too hard. Teacher Kakashi, I did analyze your information carefully this time, right? Naruto said proudly with his hands on his hips, remembering how he was pinned to the ground by Kakashi at 6 years old and looking at Kakashi's current state. Naruto felt completely relaxed. He felt he could show off 3 big bowls of rice tonight. Naruto comfortingly patted Kakashi's shoulder, then very naturally took the bell from his waist. Kakashi, who was kneeling on the ground, didn't want to pay any attention to this kid at all. Why did this kid hit so hard? After all, he was somewhat familiar with this kid, right? If he hadn't reacted in time to block Naruto's punch, he had no doubt that he could have been knocked out cold. Kakashi glanced at his right hand, feeling that it would take at least a few months to recover. His heart was so tired. Whoever wants to take the 7th squad can take it. Anyway, he was going back to slack off with the 3rd Hokage. After a while, Kakashi pushed himself up with his knees, stood up with difficulty, and said with a face full of resignation, I suppose you all passed. Dismissed. After announcing, Kakashi supported his arm, his body slightly hunched, and limped away. Naruto looked at Kakashi's pitiful appearance and couldn't bear it. After all, he was the one who watched him grow up, and his space door technique was still guided by the other party. Today, he almost lost control and sent Kakashi away right on the spot. Naruto also felt he might have gone a bit too far. Thinking of this, Naruto took out a bottle of life potion, hurriedly caught up, and then tugged at his sleeve, saying, Teacher Kakashi, take this. As soon as he said this, Naruto noticed Kakashi's body trembling. Naruto, don't pull my arm. Kakashi was truly desperate. Not only was he injured by the genin he led, but now he was being grabbed by this kid by the broken arm. He really wanted to give Naruto a Chidori. Sorry, realizing he had grabbed the wrong place. Naruto awkwardly scratched his head and laughed sheepishly. The heavens can see, he really didn't mean to grab teacher Kakashi's broken arm. Then Naruto handed the life potion to him. Kakashi glanced at the child, unable to understand what he was up to. This is a potion that can heal injuries. Teacher Kakashi, just drink it when you get back, and you'll be fine. Seemingly seeing the confusion in his eyes, Naruto kindly explained the usage method. After hearing this, Kakashi showed a somewhat strange expression. What a joke. He was somewhat aware of his own injuries. Based on experience, his whole arm should be fractured and dislocated. If it were serious, there could even be a bone crack. No matter how magical this potion is, can it compare to the jutsu of a medical ninja? Moreover, even if it works, it should at least be for external application, right? This kid's words sounded very unreliable. But given his kind intentions and a bit of guilt, Kakashi decided to accept the potion. I understand. I'll take the item. You all remember to take a full body picture when you get back. I'm leaving. Kakashi still had that resigned look, and after giving his instructions, he took the life potion and limped away from the scene. For some reason, Naruto saw a sense of loneliness in Kakashi, similar to his own. Why is this different from what I imagined? Naruto murmured as he watched Kakashi's disappearing figure. Although he had defeated Kakashi, he didn't feel as happy as he had imagined. What did you say? Nothing. Sasuke had appeared next to Naruto at some point, covered in mud, with a faint, earthy smell emanating from him. If someone didn't know better, they would think he had rolled around in a mud pit. He looked quite disheveled. Standing beside him was Sakura, who was looking down and didn't dare to meet Naruto in Sasuke's eyes. Even with Sasuke next to her, she wasn't swooning anymore. There was no way. During the battle just now, the girl had been thoroughly beaten by the two overachievers. She originally wanted to prove her strength, but little did she know that not only did she freeze in place at the start of the battle, but she also dragged Naruto and Sasuke down. Sakura kept her head down, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothes, her body occasionally trembling. With a choked voice, she said to the two, "I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to. I'm really sorry." Seeing the wet ground at Sakura's feet and glancing at her trembling shoulders, Naruto understood what was going on. He nudged Sasuke with his elbow, continuously giving him looks, as if saying, "Bro, hurry up and comfort your wife. If you stay single, we can't become in-laws in the future." However, Naruto's actions seemed quite strange to Sasuke. "Boring," Sasuke replied flatly, not knowing if he truly didn't understand or was just pretending not to. In the end, it was still Naruto who spoke up to comfort her. "Sakura, don't be discouraged. Normal people are no match for teacher Kakashi." Huh? The girl, with tear stains on her face, looked at the two in confusion, already starting to doubt herself. "So you both aren't normal people?" Naruto glanced at the expressionless Sasuke, his tone carrying a bit of disdain and sarcasm. "Hey Sasuke, you were really too much just now, weren't you? Kakashi-sensei's earth release, heart decapitation technique. I helped you dodge it once already. How did you still get hit? Where's your fire release? Where's your shuriken throwing technique? You only used it once throughout the whole battle? And what about your taijutsu?" Naruto's mouth was moving like it was smeared with honey, constantly criticizing Sasuke. It was just like in his past life, when Naruto would vent after losing a team fight. If it weren't for the fact that Sasuke's parents and entire clan were gone, Naruto would have definitely given Sasuke a polite greeting regarding his family tree. To be honest, though Naruto's words were harsh, Sasuke's performance this time was indeed too poor. He didn't show his usual standard at all. Sasuke had a sullen face and said nothing. He was also dissatisfied with his performance in the earlier battle. Not only was his attack frequency low, but he also didn't hit Kakashi even once. According to Naruto, throughout the entire battle, his output was even less than Naruto's single punch. After Naruto finished his rant, Sasuke finally spoke up, "I won't let it happen again." Hearing this, Naruto's expression improved a bit. "But still, I've talked my mouth dry, and you just respond with one sentence?" Sakura observed the interaction between her two teammates and felt a sudden surge of pressure. Deep down, she knew that Naruto's earlier comforting words were just polite remarks due to their unfamiliarity. If she were closer to him, she would definitely be on the receiving end of Naruto's harsh words as well, right? Chapter 35, Third Hokage. "Kakashi, you've been a bit lazy these years. Forget it. I won't talk about you anymore. Go back and review your performance properly." Naruto pulled at the corner of his mouth, and said helplessly. He even started to doubt whether he was being too harsh on Sasuke or whether he was pushing too hard. After all, when it came down to it, he was the #1 big shot in this world. Not only did he have the strongest tailed beast Kurama inside him, but he also had the vast chakra of the Uzumaki clan. Plus, he had the system. As for whether he had Ashura's chakra, that remained unknown. In contrast, Sasuke possessed Indra's reincarnation chakra, the basic cheat of the Sharingan, and had an external aid in Itachi Uchiha, along with a cursed seal from Orochimaru. To be honest, Sasuke's growth speed in the early stages was quite average. No wonder he had to go study under Orochimaru. Moreover, his cheat would have to wait until after the Pacific War to unlock the Mangekyou Sharingan. Just as Naruto was thinking about how to arrange a career plan for Sasuke, Sasuke spoke up first. Naruto, open a door. I'm going to train by the river. Sakura, hearing Sasuke speak, timidly raised her hand, and both turned to look at her. Can I train with you guys? After all, we're teammates now. Naruto didn't express an opinion and turned to see how Sasuke would respond. Whatever. Sasuke was indifferent. After all, having a pink-haired girl with him wouldn't affect their training. As long as she didn't disturb him, that was fine. Naruto didn't mind either. Upon hearing Sasuke agree, he immediately opened a space door. Before Sasuke even waited for the light door to fully open, he dove in. Sakura hesitated for 2 seconds before following him in, secretly delighted. Great! Training with Sasuke is really awesome. Hey, you two remember to take a photo today. Kakashi-sensei said it's due tomorrow. Seeing the two eager to leave, Naruto quickly reminded them. However, after he finished this sentence, the light door had already disappeared, and he didn't know if they heard him. Thinking about how he would officially become a ninja tomorrow, Naruto felt a bit excited. Ever since he arrived in this world, he had fantasized about the moment he became a ninja. This also meant that the Naruto storyline would officially begin. Naruto slowly raised his hand, reaching towards the sun, murmuring, "Just wait, Uchiha Obito, wait for the day I take you down." He was still resentful towards that bastard Obito. Although his parents had been killed by Obito, Naruto hadn't even clearly seen what they looked like. To say he had any feelings about it was quite a stretch. Whenever Naruto felt curious about them, he would go sit by the 4th Hokage statue on Hokage Rock. But the statue was really hard to see his father's face, under the influence of his previous life's values. Naruto still held on to the belief that the revenge for his parents' death was something he couldn't share the sky with. But most importantly, Naruto, who had been held in Obito's arms, truly felt the threat of death. Although he had realized at that moment that he had crossed into the world of Naruto, who knew if any accidents would happen because of his arrival. At that time, he had just crossed over and had finally escaped the life of a wage slave. Dying at Obito's hands would truly be a huge injustice. As Naruto recalled that scene, he felt even more excited about his future ninja journey. All right, first, let us take a photo. Then, let us go try the ramen at Otsutsuki Ichiraku. After arranging his schedule for the day, Naruto asked the Nine Tails for a day off, opened a space door, and planned to find Hinata first. Hokage office. An empty bottle was placed in front of the 3rd Hokage. Is what you said true? Kakashi, propping himself up with his lazy eye, said helplessly. It's true. When I drank the potion, I immediately noticed my arm had healed and rushed to the hospital to check it out. The medical ninja said that not only had my arm healed, but even the hidden injuries I had before were gone. Kakashi was truly shocked by the potion Naruto had brought out. He hadn't paid much attention to it when he was walking from the training ground to the hospital. Kakashi basically understood Naruto's bloodline limit. He could create all sorts of strange things, but very few were useful for ninjas. It wouldn't be accurate to say they were completely useless. They just couldn't be used at all. If it weren't for just finishing a battle, feeling really thirsty, and having only this potion at hand, he would have chugged it all down. After drinking it, he discovered that his injuries had healed. Realizing that this matter was significant, Kakashi first went to the hospital to check his body, and then he rushed to report to the 3rd Hokage. The 3rd took a puff from his pipe and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Kakashi, what do you think of this? Kakashi was slightly taken aback when asked. What else can I think? I can use my Sharingan to see. Kakashi had mixed feelings about the fact that his injuries had healed. To be honest, he would have preferred to rest in the village for a few months, letting Team 7 fend for themselves. If he took Naruto out of the village. Who knows what kind of trouble he would cause. But now that he was healed, it meant he had to take them on missions again. He felt so tired. He just wanted to stay home and read books. Nevertheless, he had to respond to his superior's question. Kakashi recalled the situation at that time and began reporting to the third Hokage. The potion Naruto brought out should have the chakra of yin-yang attributes. The moment I drank it, I clearly felt a significant recovery, both mentally and physically. Kakashi paused for a moment before continuing. However, I think this kind of thing shouldn't be in Naruto's possession in large quantities. Otherwise, he would have taken it out earlier. The third Hokage nodded in agreement upon hearing Kakashi's report. He had received report from the Umbu that Naruto had repeatedly entered a near-death state while practicing the wind release, blood crit technique over the years. Even as the Nine-Tails, Jinchuriki, and with the Uzumaki clan's physique, the boy had still spent 10 days to half a month in the hospital. If he really had such a good thing, he would have taken it out long ago. The third Hokage, holding the pipe, pondered for a moment before speaking again. I will keep this matter confidential with the Umbu and classify it as the highest secret of the village. You can go back and ask Naruto about the situation with the potion. Okay, Lord Third. The third nodded, just about to wave Kakashi off, when he suddenly caught the key point in Kakashi's earlier words. Wait, Kakashi, are you saying you were injured by Naruto during the assessment? And that you even broke your entire arm? The third's eyes widened, completely unable to believe this. No way. This kid really has developed some physical skills? Kakashi's face twitched. He thought he could save some face, but he didn't expect the third to notice this issue at that moment. Yes, Kakashi didn't elaborate further. He just wanted to go back and rest well. Upon hearing his words and seeing Kakashi's exhausted demeanor, the third fell silent for a moment. After a long while, the third finally spoke. Kakashi, you've been a bit lazy these years. Your father and Minato wouldn't want to see you like this now. Kakashi, do you want to see how abnormal Naruto really is? This isn't my problem at all. Suddenly pointed out by the third, Kakashi felt very wronged. Chapter 36. I've opened my eyes as wide as I can. Naruto passed through the light gate to the Hyuga clan's territory and immediately saw Hinata standing in place with her hands clasped in front of her chest, even wearing a new hairpin on her head. It seemed she was very much looking forward to today's date. Hinata-chan. Naruto smiled and waved to the little girl at the entrance. However, his actions instantly made everyone in the Hyuga clan tense up. Anyone from the Hyuga clan had no good feelings towards this blonde kid who had been pursuing their young lady since he was 6. Hinata was regarded as the hope of the Hyuga clan by everyone. But this blonde kid had been coming around since he was little. At first, it was sneaky, but in the past 2 years, he had even appeared openly at the entrance. Not dealing with this kid now was only because everyone still had a sliver of rationality left. Otherwise, they would definitely give Uzumaki Naruto a piece of their mind. Naruto-kun. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Hinata's eyes lit up, and she waved back at Naruto, her face revealing a hint of excited blush. The Hyuga clan members had never seen their young lady smile so happily. They felt the smile on Hinata's face and were equally happy for her, while simultaneously rolling their eyes at the blonde kid. No matter what, this blonde kid was unforgivable. Naruto ignored the angry gazes from the Hyuga clan. He had long been used to the disdainful looks from his girlfriend's family over the years. If one day they didn't look at him like that, he would feel uncomfortable. Hinata took small, quick steps to Naruto's shoulder, but felt it was a bit shy to be too close, so she took a tiny step back. The look in her eyes was sparkling, her white pupils shining like gems in that moment, making the Hyuga clan feel that the light in their lady's eyes was dazzling. Naruto glanced around at the older members, then looked at the cute little girl, and suddenly had a brainwave, letting out a loud whistle. Realizing that his behavior was quite provocative and worried that a real fight might destroy the Hyuga house, Naruto quickly opened a space door, grabbed Hinata's hand, and left the scene. What? Was that kid just provoking us? Never mind. Today I'm going to take on this blonde kid. No one could stop me. Even if Lord Hizashi came today, I would still deal with him. Damn it. The Hyuga clan members were already quite displeased with this blonde kid, and they were all trying to restrain their anger. Little did they know this blonde kid was so ungrateful that he dared to whistle and provoke everyone. It was as if he didn't take them seriously at all. Everyone calmed down and felt that bullying the small was somewhat damaging to the Hyuga clan's reputation. So they decided to secretly notify the genius of the branch family, Hyuga Niji. They couldn't take action against that blonde kid, but there was nothing wrong with Niji, who was about the same age, sparring with him, right? It would allow the clan leader and Hokage to find no fault, and at the same time, teach that damn blonde a lesson, truly killing two birds with one stone. As for whether Hyuga Niji would lose, sorry, they had never considered that. A blonde kid with space-time ninjutsu, could he possibly be stronger than their clan's genius? While the Hyuga clan was secretly notifying Hyuga Niji, a certain blonde kid had already taken Hinata out of the photo studio. The two not only took ninja ID photos, but also a lot of couple photos, stopping only after taking around 100. In the photos, Naruto was making various funny gestures. If only the Konoha photo studio had video equipment, he would have wanted to do a Subject 3 jump on the spot, so that after the final battle, he could play his victory highlight reel. The shy little Hinata didn't act as freely as Naruto. Each of her poses was quite similar, mostly tilting her head and smiling at the goofy Naruto. She envied Naruto's courage and carefree personality so much. After all these years, Hinata had always been able to discover shining points in Naruto. She didn't know when it started, but she had begun to tell herself in her heart that she must become a person as courageous as Naruto. Perhaps it was when she got lost at 3 years old, or when she helped chase away those bad kids at 5. As Hinata thought about those past memories, she unconsciously clutched the stack of photos tightly to her chest. How strange. Why is my heart beating so fast? Feeling her heart racing, Hinata found her emotions at that moment somewhat indescribably subtle. She didn't know how to describe this feeling. Hinata, let us go eat. How about Ichiraku ramen? Upon hearing the word eat, Hinata's little face showed a hint of panic. She didn't want Naruto to know she ate so much. A girl eating that much would definitely be laughed at by Naruto. Plus, she didn't want Naruto to spend too much money. I am not hungry. Naruto immediately understood what she was thinking when he saw her unnatural expression. But I'm a bit hungry. Let us go. Hinata-chan, just accompany me to eat. Hearing Naruto say this, Hinata first showed a troubled expression, but under pressure, she still agreed and constantly reminded herself in her heart that she was just accompanying Naruto to eat ramen and wouldn't eat a single bite. The two walked side by side on the streets of Konoha village. They weren't walking fast, but both felt an immense sense of calm inside. Hinata thought how wonderful it would be if she could continue walking alongside Naruto like this. The Ichiraku ramen stall wasn't big. Not even as large as the snack stalls Naruto had eaten at in his past life. He really didn't understand Uncle Ichiraku. Since business was so good, why not open a store in Konoha? Then Naruto thought of the Konoha village that would be destroyed later. Could it be that Uncle Ichiraku knew in advance that Konoha would be destroyed, so he didn't invest in opening a store in the village? Lost in thought, Naruto felt like he had discovered an unknown secret. Lifting the curtain, there was only enough room for 4 people to sit inside. Yo, what would you like to eat? Uncle Ichiraku, seeing the 2 customers, wiped his hands with a cloth and greeted them warmly with squinted eyes. Naruto had a serious expression, staring fixedly into Uncle Ichiraku's eyes. Naruto? Hinata didn't quite understand his demeanor and felt it was a bit rude not to respond to the boss. Uncle, 2 bowls of seafood ramen, please. Hinata beside him was a bit confused. Didn't Naruto say he wasn't eating? But why did he order 2 servings? Is Naruto going to eat 2 bowls? The little girl was very puzzled, but didn't have the courage to ask. Naruto didn't notice Hinata's subtle expressions. His attention fully focused on Uncle Iru's face, who was busy. After a few minutes, Naruto felt that if he didn't figure out Iru's identity, he would probably have trouble sleeping tonight. He had often seen people joking on forums in his past life that Uncle Iru was a member of the hidden Otsutsuki clan. Some even began analyzing things like Otsutsuki Iru, which was just absurd. Hey, Uncle, why do you always keep your eyes closed? Naruto finally couldn't help but ask Iru. Iru, who was busy inside, paused his movements and turned to look at Naruto. He started to wonder, whose child is this? How can he be so rude? Kid, I have my eyes opened as wide as possible. Naruto, Chapter 37. Is your name Uzumaki Naruto? Upon learning that Uncle Iru's eyes were naturally this big, Naruto realized that his earlier question was indeed a bit offensive. He clasped his hands together and apologized to Uncle Iru. Naruto really didn't expect the truth to be like this. Iru simply smiled at the child's behavior and didn't take it to heart. He served 2 bowls of substantial seafood ramen in front of them. Please enjoy your meal. The 2 bowls of seafood ramen were indeed substantial to describe it. One could say it was packed with seafood and barely any noodles, with bowls larger than Naruto's face. Compared to the thin slices of beef in a certain beef ramen from his past life, this was quite generous. Naruto pushed 1 bowl in front of Hinata. The shy girl felt embarrassed, so he specifically made up an excuse for her. Come eat with me. However, just as Hinata was about to refuse, Naruto had already shoved chopsticks into her hands. After hesitating for a few seconds, she ultimately lowered her head and began eating the ramen in small bites. Hinata wasn't foolish. She knew Naruto was saying this to take care of her. Moreover, Naruto's excuse was rather clumsy. Considerate Hinata naturally wouldn't point it out and continued to smile, pretending not to know anything. After half an hour, Naruto's stomach was churning, and with every slight movement, he felt he could vomit the ramen he had just eaten. There were 18 empty bowls in front of him, while Hinata had nearly 60 bowls piled in front of her. With a slurp, Hinata's small mouth moved, and the last bite of noodles went into her stomach. You couldn't tell that this girl had eaten over 60 bowls of ramen. Naruto-kun, are you okay? Hinata felt a bit regretful for not being able to hold back and eating so many bowls of noodles. I'm fine, just need a moment to rest. Naruto struggled to swallow and took several deep breaths before feeling somewhat better. At first, he was eating to accommodate Hinata's feelings, but by the 10th bowl, a strange competitive spirit arose within him. He wanted to see if he could eat more than Hinata. By the time he reached the 15th bowl, Naruto realized he had made a huge mistake. Hinata's stomach was even more exaggerated than the fox spirit in his belly. The big fox could at least tell him when it was full, while Hinata's entire state was just like she was stuffed. When he asked her if she was full, he always heard her say she was almost full, sounding like 1 more bowl would do it. In short, don't ask, just take it as being stuffed. Hinata's little face turned slightly red, feeling quite embarrassed. She took advantage of Naruto's distraction to secretly put the ramen money in a hidden spot, then walked in front of Naruto, helping him get up from his seat. As they walked, Hinata gently rubbed Naruto's back, as if that would make him feel better. Naruto, who was about to burst, was in pain yet felt joy at the same time. But as he moved, the fox in his belly was mocking him. Kid, you're just too weak. You can't even eat more than a little girl. After Ninetales said this, it opened its huge mouth and gulped down chunks of meat from the giant barbecue rack. Naruto was speechless. How can a normal person compare to you guys? Besides, doesn't this big fox realize that its binge eating over the years has made it bigger? Just wait. When you meet the other tailed beasts, you should be scared. Naruto didn't want to pay attention to the fox spirit in his stomach. Being taken care of by Hinata, Naruto felt nothing but disdain for the gluttonous fox inside him. By the way, I think we forgot to pay, right? Halfway through walking, Naruto suddenly remembered that they had just left Iru ramen without paying a single cent. Although Uzumaki Naruto's reputation in the village wasn't great, he would never stoop to eating without paying. Moreover, he realized that after being thrown a gold ingot by the system when he was 3, he understood that no one in the world was richer than him. If he wanted to, he could use the large amount of gold ingots in the system to impact the entire world's economy. By that time, he probably wouldn't even need to bring Toby to start the 4th Great Ninja War. The ninja world would just erupt into war due to economic collapse. I already paid. Hinata lowered her head, not daring to look into Naruto's eyes, fearing she would be blamed. Well, okay, but remember to tell me next time. Naruto didn't mind. Seeing Hinata looking down, he reached out and patted her little head. What are you doing? Let go of Lady Hinata. A sudden loud shout from the front caused the two who were almost leaning together to instantly separate. Naruto turned his head to see a member of the Hyuga clan standing in front of him, and judging by the long black hair and the fury in his Byakugan, he understood that it was his brother-in-law, Hyuga Niji. Niji, seeing the furious expression on the other's face, Hinata immediately became a bit flustered. It wasn't that she was afraid Naruto would get hurt. She was mainly worried about her brother getting hurt by Naruto. Hyuga Neji shot a cold glance at Naruto, then saw Lady Hinata standing in front of the blonde boy. Neji slightly raised his head, took a deep breath. And the traditions of the Hyuga clan restrained his inner anger. Although he had heard rumors about the relationship between this blonde boy and his sister, he had thought it was just a case of misinformation. He never imagined this blonde boy would actually try to take Lady Hinata away. As the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, she bore the fate of the entire family. Their entire branch had tied their fate to her. Yet she was mingling with this blonde boy. What on earth was Lady Hinata doing? Shouldn't she be working hard to train and become stronger at this time? Neji felt that his own destiny being tied to this lady was a joke. To be honest, he looked down on this timid lady and also looked down on that blonde boy who couldn't recognize his own situation. In short, Hyuga Neji was extremely angry at this moment. So you're Uzumaki Naruto? Do you have a problem? Naruto almost instinctively shouted brother-in-law, but he reacted in time, estimating that Neji would be furious. What Naruto said was quite normal, but to Neji, it sounded like a provocation. This guy has no sense of the situation at all. Neji realized that he had to teach this blonde boy a lesson. He slowly raised his right hand to his side and shifted his feet, forming a stance for the Hyuga-style technique. Hinata looked at Neji, then at Naruto, sensing that things were not looking good. For Neji's challenge to battle, Naruto found amusing. A taijutsu duel? He, Uzumaki Naruto, loves this the most. Hinata, you wait over there for me. I'll finish this quickly. Naruto ruffled Hinata's hair and asked her to step aside. As for his own brother-in-law, let's give him a little taste of his own medicine. After all, he's family. What if he gets beaten badly and then comes after his nephew? Naruto slowly assumed a Wing Chun stance, while also revealing his identity to his brother-in-law. Konoha, which way is Foshan? Neji's mind went blank, unable to understand why this guy was introducing himself before the fight. Which way is Foshan? What the heck? He didn't understand, but out of respect for his opponent, Neji still tried to respond in kind. Konoha, Hyuga Neji. Naruto. Upon hearing Neji's introduction, a question mark popped up in Naruto's mind. Why are you copying me? Suddenly being so formal made him feel a bit awkward. Whatever, let's just beat my brother-in-law first. This guy is only in his teens, always talking about fate and destiny. Naruto found it hard to understand. However, seeing how he looked at Hinata, Naruto felt that they would eventually have showdown. Moreover, he wasn't the same as in the original story. His verbal skills were non-existent. But he had developed a skill in mocking from Zon. All he could do was start off by mocking his brother-in-law and then beat him into submission. If he dared to mention fate again, they'd fight every time they met to avoid giving away free points in the final battle. Master Uzumaki kicked off with his right foot and lunged in front of Hyuga Neji. Neji instantly activated his Byakugan, glancing at the chakra within this blonde. At that moment, he seemed to see the sun. In his Byakugan's perspective, the chakra channels inside this blonde were several times thicker than an average person's. Not to mention the chakra itself was so abundant, it was almost blinding. If the chakra of an ordinary ninja was likened to a flame, then the chakra within this blonde could be said to be his sun. How is this possible? Why does he have so much chakra? As a genius of the Hyuga clan, he had never lost his composure like this before. He didn't even react when the opponent got close. Master Uzumaki attempted to cut through Neji's center, and once Neji reacted, he gently rotated his arm to neutralize Master Uzumaki's attack. What kind of monster are you? Neji shouted in shock as he defended against Naruto's strikes with a few punches and kicks. However, more than being surprised, he was puzzled. Why would this guy, with such astonishing chakra, come up to him to engage in taijutsu? From the earlier exchanges, Neji realized that this blonde didn't know taijutsu at all. Is he really trying to match his weaknesses against my strengths? Is he looking down on me? Neji became angry as he thought this. He felt that this blonde was too arrogant, dodged the opponent's punch, and turned around to deliver a hard punch to his head. Naruto saw the punch coming and realized he couldn't dodge it. Although he wasn't afraid of pain, getting hit in the face was a terrible experience. His fingertips twitched slightly, and a purple portal appeared behind him. He leaned back and disappeared from his spot, making Neji's punch miss completely. Seeing this, Neji quickly took a defensive stance, his Byakugan continuously searching for the guy's whereabouts. However, at that moment, the purple portal suddenly opened behind Neji, and Naruto's glaring chakra was impossible to ignore. But Naruto was simply too fast. As soon as he appeared, he kicked Neji hard in the butt. After years of battling with Sasuke, Naruto knew exactly how to throw off an opponent's balance. Usually, when facing an enemy, their center of gravity tends to lean slightly forward to be ready for attack or defense. Disrupting this balance was quite simple. Naruto hadn't even fully emerged from the portal when he raised his leg and kicked Neji's butt, then opened a portal in front of Neji. Caught off guard, Neji stumbled forward uncontrollably for a few steps and fell right into the purple portal. Neji could only watch as he walked into the portal, followed by a sense of unease about what would happen inside. Seeing Neji successfully kicked into the portal, Naruto raised the corner of his mouth, feeling quite proud. This was his self-created technique, the Uzumaki triangle kill. It was inspired by the triangle kill in a game from his past life. If only he had learned his father's flying thunder god and Rasengan, he could have thrown a kunai into the portal first and then sent the enemy through. Finally, he could have aligned the kunai's path with the enemy's, then performed a flying thunder god slash. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. It was just too cool. But for now, he could only kick the enemy into the teleportation portal, send them to their landing spot, and then charge up to deliver a punch to his brother-in-law. For someone unfamiliar with teleportation, there was no time to react upon landing. So, that punch was a guaranteed hit. As Neji vanished from his spot, Naruto also threw a portal and dove in, landing at Neji's destination. 10 meters away, as Neji stepped out of the portal, he saw a blinding chakra. It was Naruto Uzumaki. Ah, take this serious punch from your brother-in-law. Neji's pupils dilated as he realized he couldn't dodge and could only grit his teeth and exchange injuries with this kid. Even without bloodshed, it wouldn't be a total loss. He thrust his palm directly towards the blonde's abdomen, while Naruto's fist aimed for his face. At first, seeing Neji's reaction made Naruto internally exclaim, "This guy is indeed a genius of the Hyuga clan." However, in an exchange of injuries, who was afraid of whom? Don't say just one hit to the abdomen. Even 10 hits, Naruto Uzumaki wouldn't be scared. Just as he thought this, Naruto suddenly felt a churn in his stomach. The negative effects of eating too much at Ichiraka Ramen were kicking in. Realizing the danger, he shouted, "Neji, wait. Don't bang." The next second, Neji's cheek was hit hard by a punch, and his mind went blank. Meanwhile, after getting hit in the abdomen, Naruto couldn't hold it in anymore. Ugh! Naruto opened his mouth and, like a water balloon, vomited everything he had just eaten all over Neji. Neji, still dazed, felt something wet on his face and then smelled the ramen. He instinctively touched his face and looked at the slimy substance, instantly petrified. Naruto, seeing his brother-in-law covered in his vomit, was also frozen in place. The scene fell silent. Hinata, watching from the sidelines, was also stunned. A few seconds later, Neji broke the silence with a dry heave. Ugh! Although the smell wasn't as bad as he imagined, being covered in someone else's vomit made Neji uncontrollably gag. Feeling the stickiness on him, he began to tremble, gritting his teeth and shouting each word. Uzumaki, Naruto, I will kill you. Chapter 39. Sasuke paid a heavy price for training in lightning release. Enraged, Neji shouted he would kill Naruto while also gagging because of the vomit on him. Seeing Neji's miserable state, Naruto couldn't help but take 2 steps back, pinching his nose, exuding disdain for his brother-in-law. Seeing Neji truly furious, Naruto felt he should explain a bit. Not to calm him down, but it would make him feel better to get it off his chest. It's not my fault. You made me throw up. But as soon as Naruto said that, Neji nearly fainted from anger. He struggled to move, afraid that any sudden movement would get the vomit on his face. Even Hinata, watching from the sidelines, could sense the overwhelming killing intent from her brother. Seeing the situation, Naruto scratched his head and awkwardly smiled. Big brother-in-law, it's getting late. I'll take Hinata back first. After saying that, without any hesitation, Naruto opened a space door and quickly pulled Hinata away from the spot. Neji stared at the spot where the blonde hair had disappeared and shouted, "Who is your big brother-in-law?" This blonde guy had been calling him that since earlier and hadn't stopped at all. The more Neji thought about it, the angrier he got, but now that guy had already taken Hinata away, and there was nothing he could do, no matter how angry he felt. Neji slowly relaxed his clenched fist, took a few deep breaths to try and suppress the anger inside him. The most important thing now was to find a place to clean himself up. Also, he absolutely disagreed with this marriage proposal. On the other side, our master Naruto had already brought Hinata back to the Hyuga clan grounds. Feeling a bit guilty, Naruto didn't dare to open the space door at the front gate this time, and instead chose the back door. He wasn't sure if the big brother-in-law would have any friends or relatives looking to cause trouble for him. Naruto-kun, are you okay? Hinata pointed at Naruto's stomach as she spoke. She was a bit worried. After all, Naruto had just been beaten up by her brother. Ah, don't worry, I'm fine. Naruto's embarrassment grew with Hinata's concern. This girl wasn't worried about her brother, but was instead concerned about him first. Hinata, you're really great. Suddenly feeling warm inside from the care, Naruto patted Hinata's head without doing anything overly inappropriate. After all, the big fox had sensed a lot of malice around them. He figured that if he acted a little too much, the old man Hayashi would throw a cup, and a lot of Hyuga clan members would appear, wanting to chop him into meat paste. After bidding farewell to Hinata, Naruto opened a space door and returned to the small grove. In the grove, Sasuke was sitting on the ground in a daze, with arcs of electricity flickering on him from time to time. As for Sakura, she was sitting in a corner, hugging her knees with her head buried in them. From the frequency at which her body was shaking, Naruto guessed that Sakura had probably spent the whole afternoon with Sasuke, secretly happy in the corner. ZZ, before he even reached Sasuke, he heard the crackling sound of electricity and smelled burnt hair. This kid isn't going to electrocute himself, is he? In the original story, Sasuke had indeed used lightning release to stimulate his cells, but he remembered that this kind of training shouldn't produce a burnt smell, right? Sitting 3 positions away from Sasuke, Naruto casually asked a few questions. What are you doing? Learning from the Lightning King? Training. Sasuke replied in a flat tone while still keeping the same expression, then turned to look at Naruto. Lightning King? Oh, just a really powerful guy. Oh, seeing that Naruto was unwilling to elaborate, Sasuke didn't press further. The two had been interacting this way for many years, no matter what they talked about or did. There was basically no need for detailed explanations. They just did it. By the way, what do you think about my method of using lightning release chakra to stimulate my body? Sasuke finally couldn't help but ask. He seemed to have noticed something was off. This method of becoming stronger was inspired by Naruto's wind release, Raisin Shuriken technique, as well as the time he was suddenly shocked by Kakashi's lightning release clone today. He wanted to try using chakra to stimulate his body like Naruto. Plus, it might also increase his resistance to lightning. Sasuke thought this idea was correct, but he didn't know what went wrong. Every time he used lightning release chakra on himself, his hair would burn a bit. Considering the Uchiha clan's external image, Sasuke made sure not to let his hair get burned at all. As for why there was still a burnt smell, that was a mystery. I think it's good, but you should probably ask Kakashi. He should know better than I do. Naruto glanced at Sasuke's hair, confused. Where is this burnt smell coming from? Okay, I'll ask him tomorrow. Sasuke nodded and stopped the electricity. There was no choice. He had used up a bit too much today, and if he didn't stop now, he'd end up burning his hair. Wait, I have an idea. Naruto suddenly slapped Sasuke's thigh and shouted excitedly. He might not know how to use lightning release to stimulate cells, but he knew how to use an electromagnetic cannon. Lightning release, coin, super electromagnetic cannon. With this, who would still play shuriken with those ninjas? Naruto picked up a stick from the ground and began drawing on the ground. Then he started explaining electromagnetism and the principle of the electromagnetic cannon to Sasuke. First, let me tell you about the law of electromagnetic induction. You just need to channel your lightning release chakra like this, and then do this to launch the coin. How about it? Do you understand? Uchiha Sasuke, what was this guy just talking about? After listening to Naruto's explanation, Sasuke felt like his brain was about to crash. He could understand every word he said, but why couldn't he make sense of it when they were put together? Seeing Sasuke's dazed expression, Naruto immediately realized he had wasted his breath. He then changed to a more understandable way of explaining. You know a slingshot, right? Just imagine lightning release as a slingshot, then launch the metal out. Sasuke felt like he understood, but also felt like he didn't understand. Seeing Naruto was about to get angry, he still nodded. Is this really strong? Not just strong. Naruto had no idea how to describe the power of the electromagnetic cannon to this kid. After all, he only had a slight understanding of the principle. He had no concrete concept of how much damage it could cause when actually used. Okay, I got it. Although Naruto's explanation of this technique was a bit hard to understand, Sasuke believed in Naruto. By the way, why is Sakura lying there and laughing the whole time? Naruto really couldn't understand how this infatuated girl could be happy for so long. Hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke fell silent for a while. A few minutes later, he finally spoke to Naruto. Is it possible that she's crying? Huh. Chapter 40. What the hell is going on with Team 7? Since that day, Sakura finally realized just how abnormal her two teammates were. Moreover, she wanted to train with Sasuke, but was ridiculed for being too weak. Sasuke's disdainful expression at that time, along with his knife-like words, struck Sakura hard. However, the girl completely misunderstood Sasuke's intention. The usually taciturn Sasuke actually wanted to tell her that with her weak physique, she couldn't complete the tree-pounding training, let alone the weighted tree-dragging training. Even Sasuke could barely keep up with half of Naruto's progress. However, the day after that, the three of them finally received their ninja headbands from Kakashi and successfully became the energetic genin of Konoha Village. Kakashi, wanting the team to get used to ninja life early, specifically took on a few low-level tasks for them at the Hokage building. These tasks were either pulling weeds from villagers' homes, finding lost pets, or cleaning up garbage from rivers. Some ridiculous ones even included helping villagers with farming. Kakashi thought these tasks were very suitable for Naruto, but the third Hokage felt that things were starting to go in a bad direction. Naruto had just become a ninja, and now Kakashi was taking this kid to farm. Although the third had strong opinions in his heart, he let Kakashi do as he pleased. At first, Naruto and the others were quite enthusiastic about the tasks they were doing. However, by the third day, Naruto started using a massive amount of shadow clones to complete tasks around the village, and Sasuke and Sakura followed suit, using shadow clones to do tasks as well. As for the original body, no way. Naruto chuckled and slowly pulled out a small, crumpled note. The three sitting on the ground were basically training and entertaining in the small grove. Every day, he could lie around and receive task rewards, living a more comfortable life than any ninja in the village. The three of them had paper notes plastered all over their faces, along with ink marks. Kakashi, sitting at the treetop reading, looked at his subordinates with his dead fish eyes, unsure of how to describe his feelings. He enjoyed this lazy lifestyle, where he didn't have to worry too much about taking care of kids and could hide in a tree to read and take naps. After finishing his work, as the Jonin of Team 7, he could still receive a share of the task rewards. Kakashi felt like he had already entered retirement life. It was clearly a good thing, but he just couldn't feel happy about it. That brat Naruto had sent out thousands of shadow clones to run around the village and take on all the low-level tasks, and he didn't discriminate. He accepted any task, which led to complaints from the lower-ranking ninjas and even some mid-level ninjas about Team 7. In the past, Naruto had a bad reputation in the village, but after these days, the reputation of their entire Team 7 began to decline. In less than a week, they had completed over 700 low-level tasks. This was equivalent to 2 months' worth of tasks for Konoha. If Kakashi had held him back, he was really afraid that Naruto would finish all the low-level tasks for the year. By then, the civilian ninjas in Konoha would probably be unemployed because there were no tasks left to do. Kakashi thought that those ninjas would have to say something to Naruto when they saw him. Naruto Uzumaki, what the heck are you doing? Even the third Hokage had started to worry about the situation in the village. There were indeed examples of ninjas like Naruto using shadow clones to take on tasks, but which ninja could casually split off hundreds or thousands of clones? He had thought that this kid would grow up and become more sensible as a ninja. Although he no longer had to worry about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki farming in Konoha, the third Hokage felt even more of a headache. Report to the boss. All tasks for today have been completed. Several shadow clones lined up in front of Naruto, and this scene felt reminiscent of Naruto's past life as a corporate slave. However, the difference was that Naruto had finally indulged in the thrill of being a boss. While playing cards, Naruto nodded in satisfaction at the work of his clones, put down his poker cards, and slowly stood up, walking in front of the clones with his hands behind his back, looking very serious. At that moment, all the clones felt a tightness in their hearts. I see all your hard work, and you all did very well. But you only completed 700 low-level tasks. That's not even 1/10 of our monthly performance target. You 3,000 clones only did this little. Can you still work? If you can't, I have plenty of clones to do it. The familiar feeling instantly made the clones feel the fear of being corporate slaves. They all lowered their heads, and not a single clone dared to speak up. They had already worked very hard. Besides, there weren't that many tasks in Konoha. Wait, Konoha? It was at this moment that the clones realized their current situation. Damn it, you high and mighty original. How can you say that when you're hiding here eating popsicles and drinking soda? You barely did even 10 tasks yourself. How can you have the face to say such things? The clones were furious at this thought. Damn it, original, what kind of attitude is that? Making clones work like beasts? Ha! You've finally become the very person you despise the most. The clones couldn't take the oppression from the original any longer and rolled up their sleeves, charging toward Naruto. What followed was a chaotic battle between the original and a large number of shadow clones. The few people standing by were utterly speechless. They suspected that Naruto was playing a very new game. Which ninja would fight with their own shadow clones? Kakashi and the others couldn't understand Naruto's behavior of wrestling with his clones. Moreover, during this process, they could always hear Naruto and the clones saying strange phrases like the peak creates hypocritical supporters of dusk witnessing the devout believers. And the ninja world is not big enough to create legends. Even Sasuke, who spent every day with Naruto, didn't know what he was talking about. Meanwhile, Naruto was completely indifferent to their gazes. He was getting bored playing cards with Sasuke and Sakura every day, so he could only play with the shadow clones. After all, the only ones who could get his jokes were himself. Furthermore, Naruto Uzumaki really didn't want to play cards with those two cheaters. Those two were really too much. One used a Sharingan to peek at his cards, and the other was secretly noting down all his cards to scheme against him. They were just bullying this honest guy. Bang, bang, bang. Naruto wreaked havoc among his shadow clones, and before long, he exploded a large number of them. Kakashi was truly at a loss watching this scene. It was known that once shadow clones were dispersed, their memories would be transferred back to the original. 1 or 2 clones were fine, but if hundreds or thousands of clones are dispelled all at once, it was no different from stuffing a giant rock into one's brain. Normally, a ninja would mentally collapse if they received memories from dozens of clones at once. But looking at this kid, who casually exploded dozens of clones without a care and still had a cheerful expression, it was clear he was having a lot of fun. Kakashi couldn't help but sigh again, wondering what this kid was. Was he really born from his master's wife? Original, the third Hokage told me to inform you to go to the Hokage building. It seems there's an important task. At this moment, a shadow clone ran over to Naruto, grinning and seeking praise. After hearing this, Naruto froze for a moment and began to feel a vague sense of anticipation. Important task? Could it be the land of waves? Was he about to fight against Zabuza again? Kakashi closed the book he was reading, jumped down from the tree, and with a serious expression in his dead fish eyes, said, "Let us go check out the Hokage building." Chapter 41. Don't bully honest people. Kakashi quickly led the 3 little ones to the Hokage building. Along the way, other ninjas seeing a certain blonde from Team 7 showed expressions of disgust and gritted teeth, as if they wished they could rush up and attack him together. Everyone's gaze didn't affect Naruto and Sasuke, and even Kakashi didn't care. Kakashi had experienced the angry looks of villagers in his childhood, and Sasuke, focused on revenge, ignored how others viewed him. Naruto, on the other hand, felt he was already used to the disdainful looks from his family, and he even dared to whistle provocatively at people outside their doors. Moreover, over the years, those angry at him had lined up at the village entrance. If they wanted to glare at him, they should line up at the back. Meanwhile, Sakura was acting quite panicked, constantly leaning towards Sasuke. It was unclear whether she was genuinely scared or just pretending. Kakashi walked into the Hokage office with his hands in his pockets, looking lifeless. At that moment, the third Hokage was smoking and the office was filled with smoke, resembling a fairyland. It was clear that the old village leader of Konoha was very worried. Everyone is here? The third Hokage glanced at the 4 of them, and then tossed a mission scroll toward Kakashi. Smack! Kakashi raised his hand to catch the mission scroll, then opened it to check the task details. Naruto, who had been unable to contain his excitement. Kept jumping up to try to sneak a look, but was pushed back down by Kakashi. Moreover, he noticed that Kakashi's expression while reading the scroll seemed a bit off. Was escorting an old man supposed to elicit a look as if he had just lost his father? Naruto didn't understand lazy Kakashi. He thought he just didn't want to leave the village for a mission. Finally, it's here. The first copy, the Land of Waves. Naruto felt extremely excited, as if he was about to face the demon Zabuza again. Kakashi was quite excited as he stared at the mission scroll for a long time, even turning it at various angles to examine it. Only then did he ask the third Hokage in an uncertain tone, Lord Third, "Are you sure this mission really complies with the regulations?" The three young ones all looked at Kakashi in unison. Although they didn't know the content of the mission, they could tell from Kakashi-sensei's words that this mission was very dangerous. Sasuke let out a cold laugh, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Although this was the first time such a situation had occurred, it seemed to follow the procedure without any issues. The third Hokage took a puff of his pipe, his expression mirroring Kakashi's strange look. Naruto was quite speechless. If he hadn't seen the original Naruto, he would have been driven crazy by these two Riddlers. It was just an escort mission for an old man from the Land of Waves. Was it really necessary to be like this? Naruto tugged at Kakashi's pant leg, signaling him to show him the scroll. He wanted to see what was written inside that could make the Leaf Village's top technician show such an expression. Kakashi glanced at Naruto, sighed deeply, and after hesitating for 3 seconds, handed the scroll to Naruto. "Let me see." Excitedly, Naruto opened the mission scroll and saw rank D mission, commissioned by the villagers of Konoha for the entire Team 7 to travel out of the village for a month. Mission reward, 20 million Ryo. Commissioned by a joint request from the villagers of Konoha. Naruto's hands trembled uncontrollably as his expression changed multiple times in a second. His mental journey went from anticipation to disappointment, then confusion, and finally anger. What the hell? Isn't this bullying? I, Naruto Uzumaki, have bled for the Leaf Village. How can they treat me like this? When will the Jinchuriki stand up again? Forget about the past. Forget about the middle. Just feel angry and cold. And a joint request from the villagers of Konoha? What's worse is the mission reward. 20 million Ryo. That's way more than Asuma's bounty. At that moment, Naruto finally felt the full malice of the villagers of Konoha. If this mission hadn't been issued by the village's ninjas, he would have jumped off the Hokage building right then. Grabbing the scroll, Naruto raised his hand and slammed it on the ground, shouting angrily, "Old Man Third, isn't this bullying honest people? What's wrong with using shadow clones to do missions? They're all low-level missions. How can it come to this?" Sasuke, realizing it wasn't a combat mission, felt a bit disappointed, but his reaction wasn't as intense as Naruto's. On the other hand, Sakura was quite happy, getting paid to go out and have fun. How could she not be happy? The third Hokage awkwardly smiled, picked up his pipe, and started smoking again. He felt helpless too. Naruto had completed all the low-level missions in the village over the past 2 months, leaving other newly graduated genin with nothing to do. They couldn't possibly start their first mission by going out to fight, as that clearly didn't align with Konoha's long-standing style. Moreover, the resentment from other ninjas towards Team 7 was so strong that everyone just pulled together a large sum of money to give them a mission, ensuring that the struggling Team 7 had something to do. The third Hokage thought everyone's solution was quite good, so he didn't stop it. Perhaps it was good for this kid to go out and relax a bit. The third Hokage organized his thoughts and said kindly to Naruto, "Naruto, you've grown up. Don't you want to see the outside world? Plus, this mission is so easy." Although he said this, the third Hokage still felt a bit uneasy. After all, this was the first time in Konoha's history that they had used a mission to send Naruto away from the village. Even a third Hokage admired the person who came up with this idea. Naruto was momentarily speechless. Damn, so angry. He had just thought about how to solo Zabuza, and now he was being told that the village had commissioned him to go on a trip for a month. The reward was indeed high, and the mission content was quite easy, but Naruto just felt extremely angry. "Naruto, look on the bright side. I think this mission is great," Kakashi said, his eyes squinting with a smile as he patted Naruto's shoulder to comfort him. The lazy aura he was emanating was so strong that even Sasuke and Sakura could sense it. Naruto retorted, "Of course you think it's great. You eat my food, drink my drinks, and when you have nothing to do, you just lounge around with Paradise of Affection on the tree all day." Naruto even began to suspect that Kakashi was a time traveler from his past life. He hadn't noticed Kakashi being this lazy when reading the original story. After thinking it over, Naruto ultimately agreed. There was no way to disagree since the decision was in Kakashi's hands. So, Team 7 accepted the mission to travel out of the village. As Naruto supported his weary body, he glanced at Kakashi, who looked somewhat happy, and his mood worsened. The laziness radiating from Kakashi was overwhelming. Naruto sniffed and even found it a bit irritating. Wait, no way. This was the smell of real laziness. Naruto's eyes regained their previous sparkle. It was known that Konoha village didn't have such a strong smell. The fishy odor around them was quite pungent. And it must be that old man from the land of waves, Tizuna. Carefully observing the people near the Hokage building, Naruto quickly spotted a little old man about 5 meters tall. Chapter 42, Let Go. I'm going to turn dark. As Kakashi just walked out of the Hokage building, he noticed that Naruto was nowhere to be found. He felt very tired. This team was hard to manage. They hadn't even left the village, and things were already like this. Kakashi couldn't imagine what would happen once they were outside the village. Where's Naruto? Sasuke shrugged, indicating he didn't know. Sakura thought for a moment and then pointed at the Hokage building, somewhat uncertainly saying, "I think I saw Naruto turn back just now. Maybe he went back to find Lord Third?" Kakashi looked up at the sky, feeling exhausted. He seemed to understand how his teacher felt back then. Moreover, this kid Naruto was much harder to manage than Obito. While reminiscing about his good buddy in his heart, Kakashi led the two of them back to the Hokage building. Then they saw Naruto arguing with a little old man. "Old man, are you here to pick a fight? I just told you that I am a genin from Konoha. I can take your mission. The price is already quite fair." Naruto almost couldn't hold back from taking down his client first. Just a moment ago, he had politely approached and called him grandpa. Yet this old man was so ungrateful that he waved Naruto away, telling him to go somewhere cool and not to mess around here. "How much do you need for the commission?" Tizuna finally couldn't stand this kid any longer and casually asked, his eyes constantly glancing at the mission on the board, while his mind was calculating the money he had on him. As someone who had never passed the theoretical knowledge of a ninja, this question directly stumped Naruto Uzumaki. Even though he had read Naruto in his past life, he didn't know how much it would cost to commission a ninja, let alone how much it would cost to commission Team 7. Recalling the mission that the third Hokage had assigned to Team 7, 20 million Ryo for a D-rank mission. Perhaps that was a bit exaggerated, but asking for 10 times less shouldn't be unreasonable, right? Then without thinking, Naruto shouted at Tizuna, 2 million Ryo? A tenth of the price should be affordable for this old man, right? Upon hearing this price, Tizuna's face turned darker than a pot's bottom. 2 million Ryo? Why don't you just go rob a bank? The total amount of money he had was less than 300,000 Ryo. He waved his hand at the little brat in front of him, telling him to quickly disappear from his sight. The two started arguing in the hall, one thinking his asking price was very reasonable, while the other believed the other was gouging a foreigner. "Go away. I see you're just here to cause trouble. I just came to post an escort mission, and you immediately shout 2 million taels? Are all you Konoha ninjas made of gold?" Naruto was really getting furious with this old man. Not only did he get sent out by the Konoha ninjas using despicable means today, but now he couldn't even post a mission properly. He had already given Dazna face by not shouting when he saw him. How could he not be angry when the mission wasn't being assigned to him? However, Naruto had no idea that he had casually shouted out a high-level mission reward. "I see you're just here to pick a fight in Konoha." Naruto immediately pulled out a diamond sword from his system, waving it and pointing it at the other party, ready to rush forward and slash at him. "Calm down, Naruto. First, calm down. Let us talk this out." Shingetsu and Gangzadi saw the situation becoming increasingly dire and rushed up, one hugging Naruto's waist and the other grabbing his hand, struggling hard to stop the kid. They were genuinely afraid that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would kill the client in the Hokage building. However, both of them were truly puzzled about where this kid got his strength from. "You two uncles, don't stop me. I shouted a mission reward of 2 million taels. How is that too high?" Shingetsu, Gangzadi, the two were instantly shocked upon hearing this amount. No wonder he exploded right away. Is it really okay to offer a high-level mission reward to an old man? Naruto, is there a possibility that this 2,000,000 taels you shouted is indeed a bit high? Shingitsu finally spoke up after a moment of silence. Impossible. The third Hokage just assigned us a high-level mission, and we get 20,000,000 taels for a month of traveling out of the village. I'm asking for 10 times less. How was that excessive? The two fell silent again upon hearing about Team 7's out-of-village mission, because they had also contributed to that money. After all, who doesn't have a few relatives who just graduated from the Ninja Academy? At this moment, the two felt quite awkward hearing the main character suddenly mention this. Also, this kid might have some misunderstanding about mission rewards. Does he understand what 20,000,000 taels means? This is a sum raised by over 300 ninjas and more than 1,000 villagers in Konoha, plus the generous sponsorship from the Hyuga clan, just so that you don't continue to take low-level missions in the village. If this continues, you, Uzumaki Naruto, won't have to farm. But the ninjas of Konoha will have to, or else they really won't be able to survive. As for why the Hyuga clan sponsored so generously, let us just say those who understand know. Kakashi watched the scene in front of him and twitched his eye. How did Naruto get himself into trouble again in just a few minutes? His heart felt so tired. When will Jiraiya-sama return to the village? Kakashi had never wanted Jiraiya-sama as much as he did at this moment. After all, Naruto is the son of Jiraiya-sama's disciple. It would be reasonable for him to hand Naruto over to him later, right? After all, the third Hokage had done it this way. Kakashi rubbed his temples, feeling that he should ask the third Hokage what kind of medicine he usually takes when he has the chance. He walked over to Naruto with a sense of hopelessness and pressed his hand on the kid's head. Naruto, 2,000,000 taels is already a high-level mission reward. Naruto's expression changed. His anger surged instantly, almost losing control of the tailed beast chakra within him. The people of Konoha were really too much. How could they have the audacity to send him out with a reward mint for a level 20 mission? Did I, Uzumaki Naruto, not make any contribution to the village at all? Furious, everyone looked at the huffing and puffing Naruto, and no one dared to provoke the kid again, fearing the tailed beast chakra would go out of control. Kakashi had been watching from the side for a while and roughly understood Naruto's intentions. He looked up and down at the old man in front of him. Old man, I am this kid's Jonin leader. What mission do you need to post? Dazna noticed that the Jonin's expression softened considerably, but he started to feel nervous again. Hiring a Jonin shouldn't be cheap, right? However, this guy did seem more reliable than that kid. Dazna's eyes turned, and a plan formed in his mind. He said to Kakashi without changing his expression, I need to commission you to escort me to the Land of Waves. I just looked at the bulletin board, and the escort mission counts as a high-level mission. The reward I can only pay is 250,000. Chapter 43. A new storm has emerged and cannot stop 250,000 taels is neither too much nor too little for an escort mission. Kakashi didn't take this amount to heart. As they were going to travel out of the village for a month anyway, it was just convenient to do it together. He turned to the three little ones, wanting to hear his subordinates' opinions, especially Naruto. He was curious whether this kid would cause a scene with the mission amount dropping from 2,000,000 to 250,000. Sasuke had his hands in his pockets, frowning and occasionally sparking with lightning. He glanced at Kakashi and said nonchalantly, It's fine. Sakura shook her pink hair, jumped out from behind Sasuke, and raised her right hand, saying, Kakashi-sensei, I have no problem. Seeing his only female student being so obedient made Kakashi feel a lot better. Thankfully, he still had a somewhat normal student in his team. He then shifted his gaze to the rebellious Uzumaki Naruto, fearing that this kid would cause trouble again. Naruto gave Kakashi a backhanded wave, indicating that he was still angry. Moreover, he had shouted 2,000,000 taels so loudly just now. So bowing his head now would be quite embarrassing. Also, couldn't this white-haired ninja give him a way out? Not mature at all. Ha ha ha, old man. We'll take this mission. Kakashi chuckled a few times and then led him to register the mission information. The surrounding ninjas watching this scene all breathed a sigh of relief. Great. It seems that Team 7 will not return for a while after taking another mission. They need to grab the village's few low-level missions quickly. The ninjas who had just been joking suddenly felt a tightness in their hearts. Realizing that everyone present was their competitor, and the playful looks in their eyes turned fierce. Damn, I must get the next low-level mission. The ninjas of Konoha were about to start a new round of internal competition. A new storm had emerged. How could the Konoha ninjas stop moving forward? Seeing the white-haired ninja leaving, Naruto appeared somewhat angry on the surface, but deep down he was a little excited. The Land of Waves dungeon was about to open. He also wanted to see what level his strength had reached. Previously, when he injured Kakashi with a punch, it could only be said that the white-haired ninja had been careless and didn't dodge. Plus, with Konoha's golden technician, Mr. Kaka, being able to evenly match with anyone, using him as a benchmark for measuring his strength might not be very rigorous. After all, this guy had fought evenly with Zabuza and later could even contend with Otsutsuki. By rounding up Zabuza and Otsutsuki Kagaya, Naruto always felt that Kakashi had the protection of world power. So it was very necessary for him to test his strength against the earlier version of Zabuza. A few minutes later, Kakashi brought Dazna down from upstairs. Tomorrow at 7. Meet at the village entrance. Everyone, remember not to be late. Kakashi said this without any hint of embarrassment. The three little ones simultaneously stared at Kakashi, almost pointing at a certain white-haired ninja. Clearly, the one most likely to be late in Team 7 is you, right? All right, dismissed. Kakashi, being battle-hardened, was naturally not intimidated by the gazes of the three lower ninjas. He calmly told them to go back to their homes, and then he took Dazna to arrange accommodations. Sasuke had no home and skillfully tagged along with Naruto through the light portal back to the small training grounds. Sakura initially felt embarrassed about having Naruto send her home, but now that they were familiar, she didn't care at all and immediately passed through the light portal back to her doorstep. As for Naruto, his situation was similar to Sasuke's. Both had houses, but no homes. The only difference was that he had quite a few relatives on his wife's side. After sending off the couple, Naruto stepped out of the space portal and arrived at the Hyuga clan's territory. The Hyuga clan was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the familiar blonde, and the atmosphere became thick with tension. Naruto pretended not to notice and walked straight towards the wall. In full view of everyone, he quickly scaled the wall into the inner courtyard. Why didn't he use the space portal? Mainly because Naruto thought this way was more thrilling. The Hyuga ninjas, seeing the blonde agilely climbing over the wall, were furious, their veins bulging, if not for their unique physiques. Some might have been driven to a stroke by this blonde. Fortunately, the brat would be leaving the village tomorrow. As Naruto climbed over the wall, he was still thinking about how to say goodbye to Hinata. Just as he landed and turned around, he bumped into a sturdy figure. Looking up, Naruto's expression stiffened. Oh no, why is Hayashi here? The two stared at each other for a while without speaking first, with Naruto's gaze drifting and his heart racing. There was no way around it. A father-in-law naturally had a suppressive effect on a son-in-law. Hayashi's sharp eyes were like knives, and due to his Byakugan, Naruto couldn't discern much. From Hayashi's stern expression, he seemed quite angry. Hayashi looked at Naruto for a while and said softly, "Next time, use the front door. Hinata is the training ground." With that, he turned and left. Naruto scratched his head with a somewhat subtle expression. He realized Hayashi didn't seem so fierce after all. The Hyuga compound was large, and it took Naruto nearly 10 minutes to find the training ground. To be honest, the Hyuga clan truly lived up to its reputation as a prominent family in Konoha. Upon seeing Hinata training, Naruto greeted her and sat down in the corridor of the building, quietly watching her train. The Hyuga clan had strict family traditions, and once training tasks were set, they had to be completed in one go. So even with Naruto's arrival, Hinata did not stop training. However, the girl practicing on the wooden post was clearly distracted. Every time she executed a technique, she subtly tilted her head to sneak glances at Naruto. Eventually, the clan elder shook his head, signaling that today's training was over. He glanced at Hinata and then at the blonde boy nearby, sighed, and left the training ground. He understood now. His daughter was determined to run off with this blonde. Fortunately, the clan leader had been wise. Several years ago, he had shifted his focus to the second daughter after meeting this blonde. After finishing her training, Hinata was sweating profusely, her bangs sticking to her cheeks, and her face was as red as an apple. She found a spot to sit down, but didn't dare sit next to Naruto, as she was very self-conscious about smelling of sweat. The thoughts of a girl are always hard to decipher, and Naruto, not thinking much of it, didn't understand why Hinata suddenly sat so far away. "Why are you sitting so far away?" he asked. Before Hinata could finish, Naruto grabbed her delicate ankle and gently pulled her toward him. Naruto-kun, let go. How embarrassing." Hinata's mouth fell open in surprise, unable to contain her exclamation, and instinctively covered her mouth, worried about being discovered by others. Feeling Naruto's warm hand on her ankle made her ears flush red, and as she realized what was happening, she hurriedly covered her face with her hands, her head seemingly steaming. It was clear that over the years, Hinata had been teased enough that she was no longer as shy as before. Naruto laughed loudly, thinking Hinata looked incredibly cute. "My wife is amazing." Chapter 44, what just flew by. The next day, in the morning, the members of Team 7 arrived at the Konoha gate 10 minutes early to wait for their teacher, Kakashi. Fortunately, their leading Nin was relatively reliable, as he was only 5 minutes late for their first mission out of the village. Upon seeing Kakashi, Naruto felt like grabbing him by the neck and making him realize how late it was. However, the white-haired Nin ignored their complaints and confidently claimed that his alarm clock was 5 minutes slow. Being a few minutes late didn't count as being late, he reasoned. Listening to Kakashi's absurd excuse, Naruto rolled his eyes at him. "Kakashi-sensei, you're wrong. If you're 5 minutes late, you waste each of our 5 minutes. That adds up to a whole 20 minutes. Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura, Dasna." Naruto remembered how teachers used to scold him with this same reasoning back in school. He had hated it back then, yet here he was using the same words to lecture a certain white-haired Nin who loved to be late. Sigh. It seemed that Naruto Uzumaki had indeed become the very person he used to dislike. His statement left Kakashi momentarily speechless. At first glance, it seemed he had a point. But upon further reflection, Kakashi felt something was off, yet he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Sakura and Sasuke, not understanding, were left in shock by Naruto's words. "Well, don't worry about the details. Let us get moving," Kakashi said, scratching the back of his head and smiling to hide his embarrassment. Having spent time with Naruto, he had figured out a way to deal with him. As long as Naruto found something to complain about, he could easily divert his attention. Kakashi adjusted his outfit and led the team, along with Old Man Dasna, out of the Konoha village gate. The moment Team 7 left, all the ninjas in Konoha began to swarm towards the Hokage building. The competition for low-level missions in Konoha had begun. If Naruto saw this scene, he would probably doubt whether he had crossed over into an apocalyptic world. As the Konoha gate closed, Team 7 officially left the village, heading towards the Wave Country where Dasna was located. To protect their client and the weak links in the team, Kakashi instructed Sasuke to follow closely behind him while Naruto stayed at the back of the group to cover their retreat. In case of an unexpected incident, they could protect the two weakest members of the team at the first opportunity. Kakashi walked to the front of the team, feeling quite bored. He reached into his ninja tool pouch and pulled out the latest issue of Intimate Paradise, reading it carefully, occasionally shaking with laughter. Naruto, trailing behind, was astonished. Why was Kakashi laughing while reading that? He had seen some adult content in his previous life, but he had never laughed like Kakashi did. Suddenly, Naruto became curious about the contents of Intimate Paradise. Sakura, carrying her backpack, walked in the team and stole glances at Sasuke every few seconds, her face flushing every time she caught a glimpse of him. It was hard to tell what was going on in the girl's mind. Dasna glanced at the white-haired Nin reading while walking, then at the girl giggling ahead, and finally noticed the blonde at the back. At that moment, the blonde was swinging a stick, seemingly possessed, poking at the nearby flowers and plants, even jabbing at a bush. "Sigh, can I get a refund?" Dasna's face was scrunched up in frustration. He was already regretting hiring this ninja team to escort him. He couldn't help but silently lament, "Sure enough, you get what you pay for. If I had known, I wouldn't have misrepresented the mission." Naruto noticed that Dasna was looking at him with a very strange expression and didn't bother to explain his actions. This old man doesn't understand anything. What he did was intentional. He was using a stick to poke at the surrounding flowers and plants to find any hidden ninjas nearby. It definitely wasn't he, because he couldn't resist playing with the stick, which was just too straight. However, speaking of the hidden ninjas nearby, he had somewhat forgotten how these two ninjas, who didn't even have names, managed to ambush them. Suddenly, as Naruto was lost in thought, he stepped into a puddle, splashing water that soaked his pants, the fabric sticking to his skin and stained with water. Damn, these are the pants I just changed into. And this puddle clearly has a lot of bacteria. Just thinking about it made Naruto feel itchy all over, and he disdainfully kicked his legs in place. He thought that if he kicked fast enough, the water on his pants wouldn't touch his skin. Meanwhile, a certain blonde-haired ninja at the back of the team was standing still, repeatedly kicking sideways, making his pants rustle with his movements. Suddenly, two oddly dressed ninjas jumped out of the puddles on the ground. One of them happened to jump out right under Naruto's feet. He had really no choice but to hide in that puddle. They had both been ambushing nearby. But who would have thought that this clueless blonde would pick up a stick and poke here and there, almost exposing them? In the end, the two found an opportunity to turn into puddles on the road. While it looked a bit abrupt, it was better than being poked out by this kid with a stick. Kid, I've been tolerating you all this way. Go die. Bang. Naruto had just entered duel mode. One hand sealing the big fox in the ceiling space, while the other was kicking his legs to dry his pants, when he suddenly felt like he had kicked something. What just flew past? At the same time that Naruto was dazed, Sasuke had already killed the ambushing ninja with a kunai. Sasuke pointed with his hand, and then Naruto saw the twisted body lying on the ground, its head turned 360 degrees. So the thing I just kicked was this guy? Naruto was really confused. He thought there would be an exhilarating battle, but it turned out to be this? Just this? Kakashi lifted his eyelids to glance at the two guys, then calmly flipped through the pages of his book, as if the two ambushing enemies had never existed. However, Naruto really lived up to being an unpredictable ninja. Sakura felt a bit regretful. The murderous intent from that enemy had made her limbs sluggish, and her only instinct was to raise her kunai in front of her to defend. If it hadn't been for Sasuke's timely intervention, she felt that she and the client would have both died at the hands of the enemy. Sakura felt another surge of helplessness. Kakashi noticed the girl's unusual expression and deliberately slowed his pace, saying softly, "Sakura, you don't need to take it too seriously. People have different physical abilities." Sakura looked up at her teacher and then at her two teammates. But why is the gap between people so big? The girl's words made Kakashi pause for a moment. Then he said with a strange expression, "Sakura, you might have misunderstood me. They're not even human." Uchiha Sasuke. Vortex Naruto. The two in the team turned their heads to look at the white-haired man, both showing confusion in their eyes. Chapter 45, Kakashi. Day 1 of resisting temptation. Sasuke snorted coldly at Kakashi's words. He felt that he and Naruto still had a long way to go, and that their strength was still within the realm of humans. He considered Kakashi's earlier remark as a compliment. Sasuke silently thought, "Uchiha Itachi, just you wait. I will kill you soon." Naruto frowned, looking painfully at Kakashi. "Hitaki Kakashi, you have a way to kill me. Although his body's recovery ability had improved a bit, don't expel me from being a human." Naruto gritted his teeth. Without saying a word, he took out a big door panel from his pocket and tiptoed over to Kakashi. Of course, his action of carrying the door panel was quite conspicuous. When Kakashi saw the door panel, his pupils dilated and cold sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. Why is this kid so obsessed with the door panel? Or is he pulling out the door to express that he is thinking of his father, Minato? "Naruto, what are you doing?" Everyone's eyes turned to Naruto at the same time, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward, directly ruining a certain blonde ninja's ambush plan. Realizing everyone's strange gazes, Naruto didn't want to backstab his teacher in front of everyone. You know, respecting teachers is a fine virtue of being a flower planter. But backstabbing teachers seems to be a traditional skill in the Hokage. Bang! Naruto stood up the door panel, kicking up a cloud of dust. And after slapping it a couple of times, he said, "The door is a bit moldy. I'll take it out to dry." That's reasonable, right? Ha ha ha, Kakashi-sensei. You don't think I'm going to ambush you, do you? Kakashi, if you and T just lifted the door and walked behind me, I would have believed it. Let us go. Don't waste time on the mission. Kakashi once again used his distraction technique, then turned to Dazna. Also, old man, I have to say, your mission doesn't seem right. How could a normal level escort mission involve a ninja attack? He squinted one eye, and murderous intent suddenly enveloped Dazna. Is this supposed to be an S-rank mission? Although Kakashi looked like a lazy fish, he still appeared very easy to talk to on the surface. But that didn't mean he wanted to be a fool. However, he could take this opportunity to observe the teamwork spirit of Team 7. Dazna's eyes darted around, and he didn't dare to meet Kakashi's gaze, immediately looking away. The old man didn't doubt for a second that this ninja in front of him would kill him, thinking of his family and the unfinished bridge. These thoughts only magnified the fear in the old man's heart. Haha, don't be nervous. Kakashi, who had just been filled with murderous intent, suddenly smiled, then looked at the three young ones beside him. This mission has already reached the S-rank level. Do you want to continue, or give up? Continue. Me too, Sasuke said coldly, and Sakura immediately echoed. Mifine. Naruto's expression was serious, as if he had begun to take things seriously. Hearing that the others were willing to continue the mission, Dazna's smile became incredibly bright, but then his expression turned sorrowful, and he said to the group, I'm sorry, everyone, there's a reason I'm doing this. Shut up. Skip it. Naruto didn't want to listen to the old man rambling on. He didn't even have the patience to listen to a long game plot, let alone listen to him for half a day. What he was focused on was, I don't know who I am, I don't know where I am, but I know I want to go on a rampage. The other members of Team 7 twitched at the corners of their eyes. Here we go again. Naruto was starting to say things that were hard to understand. Dazna had just been brewing feelings in his heart, preparing to use a wave of moral coercion on the ninjas, but was suddenly interrupted by Naruto, and the words he wanted to say got stuck in his throat. No, why can't this kid let me finish my sentence? Naruto had already been wary of the old man. Moral coercion? As long as I have no morals, you can't coerce me. This mission wasn't even that important. After all, he was here to grind the Wave Country dungeon. As for the suffering people of the Wave Country, I'm not a savior. Why should I care about their lives or deaths? Kakashi nodded after confirming that the team members had no issues, signaling everyone to continue moving forward. After that, no more ninja attacks occurred on the road. During lunch, Naruto felt a bit bored. He glanced at the book in Kakashi's hands and then at the dazed Sasuke. A smile crept onto his lips as his consciousness sank into the ceiling space, searching through the vast array of items in the system. About 20 minutes later, Naruto pulled out a book from the system. Found it. The cover boldly displayed the 4 characters breaking the sky. He chuckled a couple of times, withdrew his consciousness from the space, and looked again at the expressionless Sasuke before taking out the book. The moment the book appeared, it instantly transformed into reality under the influence of external rules, and the words inside changed to the language of this world. Speaking of which, the protagonist of this novel really fits Sasuke. Both are playing with fire. So who is the old man? Orochimaru or Kakashi? Sasuke, this is for you. Sasuke, who was still in a daze, instinctively raised his hand to catch the item Naruto tossed at him. Upon focusing, he found it was a book with a dark brown cover, featuring some nonsensical words. Breaking the sky? After this, the kid even glanced at a certain white-haired man. Kakashi, sensing the cue, immediately turned to look at the book in Sasuke's hand, his expression becoming somewhat strange. This kid Naruto, could he have gone to the Konoha bookstore and gotten the same book he has? Is it too early for them to be exposed to adult content at their age? Kakashi widened his eyes, starting to have doubts in his mind. Could it be because I often read Paradise of Affection in front of them? Realizing he might be leading his students astray, Kakashi's mind flashed with Jiraiya's lewd grin and his furious master. If his master found out, he would surely face consequences after going to the Pure Land, right? And his father would probably give him a severe beating upon seeing him like this. Sigh. He couldn't let himself fall so low. Kakashi tightly clenched the small lube in his hand, feeling very reluctant, but for the mental and physical health of his students. He decided from today onwards to abstain from lewd content, starting by not reading Paradise of Affection. After making up his mind, Kakashi immediately began to lecture Sasuke in Naruto. his confidence even growing. Naruto, Sasuke, such things are far too early for you. The world of adults is not something you can explore at your age. After saying this, Kakashi slowly reached towards the book in Sasuke's arms, ready to confiscate the unknown book. Although he hadn't seen the specific content, just seeing the word breaking on the cover made him feel it wasn't a healthy read. He had plenty of experience in this regard. Slap. Sasuke raised his hand and slapped Kakashi's hand away. It would have been fine if he hadn't said anything, but as soon as he said they couldn't look at it, Sasuke became even more curious about the content inside. Moreover, Sasuke believed that bearing a deep grudge against bloodshed made him qualified to understand the adult world. Sakura's face flushed slightly, her gaze frequently darting towards the book in Sasuke's hands. Great! Has Sasuke finally had a breakthrough? Thank you so much, Naruto. Kakashi-sensei, what are you talking about? This isn't the kind of book you read. Naruto rolled his eyes, feeling utterly speechless. Sure enough, the white-haired guy had some lewd thoughts in his head. Hearing this, Sasuke immediately opened the book and glanced at it, then nodded, indicating that Naruto was right. Realizing he had misunderstood the situation and created an awkward moment, Kakashi expressionlessly retreated, pretending nothing had happened. Just as he wanted to pull out Liu Bei again, he remembered his earlier decision and stopped himself from reaching for the book. Meanwhile, Sakura, upon hearing that the book in Sasuke's hands wasn't the kind Kakashi read, hugged her knees in disappointment, looking particularly helpless. However, during this process, Sasuke found the content of the book somewhat intriguing. Glancing at it a couple of times, and then feeling it was odd. A story about rising from the bottom? How boring. Chapter 46. Just a joke. Why are you so anxious? A group of people traveled by boat across the calm sea and soon docked at the port of the Land of Waves. Throughout the journey, the member of Team 7 holding the reading material became Sasuke, who occasionally laughed out loud while reading. If it weren't for the repeated reminders, Naruto would have really worried that this guy would suddenly go into a Uchiha mad laugh. On the other hand, Kakashi, who had been in a daze the whole way, surprised Sakura and Naruto. It shouldn't be. Why hasn't Kakashi-sensei taken out Liu Bei? Could it be that he finished it? However, the three young ones had no idea that Kakashi was feeling very restless at this moment. Not reading Paradise of Affection felt like a Suma not smoking or Lady Tsunade not gambling. Kakashi never expected to experience such withdrawal symptoms. Along the way, only observing the fish in the sea could calm him down. Sasuke, stop looking. We're getting off the boat. When Naruto saw that the guy was still holding the book as they disembarked, a surge of anger unexpectedly rose in him. He now somewhat understood how his mother felt when she saw him playing on his phone. Damn it, who understands? We're about to set off, and my teammate is still reading a novel. In the team, there was already a slacker, Kiba, and a little Sakura accessory. If you Uchiha Sasuke were to slack off, it would be unplayable. Alone against Zabuza and no longer, to be honest, he still felt a bit unsure. After all, he wasn't that skilled in Wing Chun and couldn't take on 10 opponents yet. Having a teammate who could output would definitely be nice. Oh, Sasuke reluctantly closed the book, surprised that he had become so engrossed. However, this book was really well written. After reading some plot points, Sasuke felt a sense of satisfaction, as if he could also be the protagonist, enjoying the thrill of vengeance. He even began to fantasize about the night of the massacre, angrily shouting at Itachi Uchiha. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west. Itachi Uchiha. Don't take advantage of the youth. Just thinking about it made Sasuke's scalp tingle, and he trembled with excitement, unable to control his laughter again. After glancing at everyone else disembarking, he gently stroked the book's cover, treating it like a treasure, and then placed it in his backpack before catching up with everyone. As he walked, Sasuke continued to think about the subsequent plot, and finally, unable to resist his curiosity, he asked Naruto, Naruto, huh? Did Xiaoyan fulfill his 3-year promise in the end? Naruto turned around in shock to look at this guy. I was on high alert, fearing that Zabuza would suddenly pop out and stab everyone. Just now, when Naruto saw Sasuke walking up to him, he thought he had discovered something, but instead, you came to ask about your 3-year promise? Do you eat oil cakes? I don't know. Get lost. Naruto shouted angrily, indicating he didn't want to deal with him. After being rejected by his teammate, Sasuke returned to the line with a disappointed expression. Naruto glanced at the guy's look, feeling he could no longer rely on him. It seemed he could only pin his hopes on the big fox. Big fox, can you help me sense the enemy? The one you used in the village before. The big fox, sleeping in its cage, twitched its ears, turned its massive body, and then rumbled. Thinking of relying on me for your first battle? Figure out yourself. Since this was Naruto's first time seeing blood in battle, Kurama had to let him adapt. So it was naturally impossible to activate malicious perception and give Naruto a map view. At the moment the big fox closed its eyes, it muttered to itself, "The enemy is around. Find him yourself." Hearing this, Naruto almost burst into laughter. The proud big orange. With a hint, Naruto immediately entered a state of alertness, constantly scanning his surroundings with his eyes. At this moment, the surrounding fog was getting thicker, reducing visibility to less than 5 meters. Perhaps soon they would become blind. Everyone, gather around. Protect the client. Kakashi is indeed an experienced ninja, as he quickly sensed something was off. In the land of water, foggy weather is quite normal. But in a situation like this, with no one around and the fog growing thicker, it inevitably reminded him of the mist ninjas from the battlefield, causing Kakashi to feel uneasy once again. Upon hearing this, the 3 members of the team immediately moved closer to Kakashi and surrounded Dazna. Naruto stood still looking around, and not only did he not see Zabuza, but he also started to feel nervous. Not being able to see is really troublesome, he thought, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. If his team members couldn't see the enemy, then he could make the enemy unable to see them as well. With that thought, Naruto clapped his hands together and threw out dozens of space portals around them. A purple light cocoon instantly covered their figures. Zabuza, who was hiding in the fog, had already drawn his sword, and in the next second, he saw a large area of purple light appear before him, completely bewildering him. What the hell is that purple light? Just as Zabuza was trying to reorganize his thoughts, he heard a voice from the purple light. "Mist ninjas, I curse your ancestors," Naruto shouted, trying to provoke the enemy with insults. However, even after cursing their ancestors for 3 generations, Zabuza still did not reveal himself. Naruto couldn't help but exclaim, "So that's what a ninja is, someone who can endure everything. Jiraiya-sensei, I've got it." Zabuza, hiding in the shadows, looked down on the childish behavior of that little brat. Did he really think such immature tricks could force me to show myself? I've survived in the blood mist and have long lost my emotions. My heart is as cold as the beheading sword in my hand. How ridiculous! At that moment, a voice suddenly came from the fog, "Mist ninjas like men." When Zabuza heard this, a beautiful figure flashed through his mind uncontrollably. He widened his eyes, veins popping on his forehead, breathing rapidly, his blood surging from his feet straight to his head. "Damn, that brat is slandering me. That damned little kid. I'm going to kill you." Zabuza dragged his beheading sword and charged towards the source of the voice. However, after Zabuza spoke, the voice of that little brat came again. "Yo, yo, yo, are you triggered? No way, no way. You don't really like men, do you?" Chapter 47. Is the blockade of the Mist Village for Shadow Party? Beware of Mist Village's male ninjas. When Kakashi and Sasuke saw the enemy, their eyes almost popped out. Both were still complaining in their hearts. How could there be an enemy who falls for this? After all, ninjas are absolutely rational beings, and it's very difficult to provoke them. Yet, in less than 5 minutes, they saw a man over 6 feet tall, eyes bloodshot, steam rising from his body, charging towards their position with a sword, looking like an angry bull. This guy was clearly triggered by Naruto's words. Everyone gasped, including the old man Dazna. Could it be that the other side really likes men? So the Mist Village plays like this? Or is there some hidden truth behind the blood mist? Kakashi even speculated that the Mist Village's recent antics might involve a male ninja being promoted to Mizukage, and that the village's closed policies might be to hold their own shadow party. Damn, that's terrifying. When the 3 men present thought of this, their expressions changed simultaneously, and their bodies uncontrollably performed a tightening motion. Beware of Mist Village's male ninjas. At this moment, Zabuza heard what the other side said, and his mind went blank for a second. The anger inside him erupted like a volcano. Damn little brat. I want you dead. Zabuza, now completely enraged, lost all reason, ignoring any tactics or stealth techniques, only wanting to charge in with his beheading sword. No one here will leave alive today. Of course, Zabuza wouldn't normally be this angry. The main reason was that Haku was nearby. What if that little blonde brat's words led Haku to misunderstand? Haku, hiding in the mist, looked at Zabuza with a gaze full of tenderness, recalling what that little kid had said, and felt his heart racing. So, Mr. Zabuza really thinks this way? Naruto's taunts had an excellent effect. And now Zabuza only wanted to kill that little blonde brat first, then think about his mission. First, kill and silence. Zabuza swung his beheading sword, creating a sound that cut through the air. As he approached Naruto, every pore on Naruto's body felt like being pricked by needles, reminding him that the enemy before him was definitely stronger than a 50-50 chance. To test his strength, Naruto immediately pulled out the large iron door and aimed it directly at Zabuza. There was no choice, this thing was just too handy, and he planned to see if he could enchant the door later. When the large iron door met the beheading sword, sparks flew, accompanied by a painful metallic grinding sound. Zabuza was stunned for 2 seconds upon seeing the weapon in Naruto's hand. This little blonde brat is holding a door panel taller than him, and he used it to block my attack? What the hell is this guy? If it weren't for having caught a glimpse of the Konoha ninja forehead protector during the fight, Zabuza would have doubted whether this guy was really a ninja. Why is his fighting style so weird? Sasuke, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but tremble, his gaze fixed on Zabuza's beheading sword. Noticing his beloved's unusual reaction, Sakura immediately asked Sasuke beside her, "Sasuke, are you okay? You look Xuan Tsuonguki." Sasuke exclaimed, "Sakura, what is Shin-Jong-chi?" Sasuke pointed at the swinging beheading sword, speaking excitedly and greedily. Ever since he read that novel, he unconsciously imagined himself as the main character, Xiaoyan. Previously, Sasuke envisioned his ideal weapon as a katana. But after reading the novel, his ideal weapon changed to anything resembling a Shin-Jong-chi-like bulky weapon. And now, the suddenly appearing beheading sword was simply scratching his heart. This weapon must be obtained. Sasuke suddenly laughed while looking at Zabuza in battle, leaving Kakashi and Sakura puzzled, not understanding what was going on with him. Also, that's the beheading sword from the Mist Village. What the hell is this kid shouting about Shin-Jong-chi? Kakashi had a bad premonition. He vaguely felt that Sasuke was starting to resemble Naruto. "I'm going to help Naruto." Sasuke emitted lightning and disappeared from his spot, moving so fast that even Kakashi was surprised. Clearly, someone had turned on maximum power for the lightning release without a care for anything else, all for his beloved weapon. Just as Naruto and Zabuza were clashing with the iron door and sword, the sound of electricity crackled in their ears. Naruto realized Sasuke was coming and immediately shouted, "Sasuke, hurry up and use 100,000 volts. Huh? Zabuza didn't care about these two, lifting his leg and kicking the door panel. Distracted, Naruto was still waiting for Sasuke to act when Zabuza first grabbed their weakness. He raised a large iron door in front of him, and his head bumped against the door with a loud thud, feeling an immense force come from the door. Unprepared, Naruto was directly knocked back 5 steps. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Sasuke, who had been watching the fight, finally made his move, but instead of following Naruto's instructions to use 100,000 volts, he used a mercy technique to build up Zabuza's rage. The fireball crashed down on the spot where Zabuza was. The high temperature of the flames reacted with the surrounding humid air, thickening the mist in the area. Seeing this, Sasuke felt a surge of joy. Got it. This enemy's strength is just average. Heh, your sword is nice. Now it's mine. Naruto, seeing Sasuke's champagne-popping demeanor, didn't even know how to respond. After all, such behavior was a major taboo. Moreover, how could Zabuza be defeated by a mere great fireball technique? That previous attack clearly fit the theory of smoke without injury. Just as Naruto was thinking this, he heard a whistling sound near his ear. Why is Zabuza focusing on me? Did Sasuke's damage not pull aggro? You little brat, I'm going to make you die here. You've angered me. Zabuza raised his beheading sword high and swung it down fiercely towards Naruto's head, seemingly wanting to sever Naruto's head from his body, just like the name of his weapon. Naruto felt the approaching blade, and instead of dodging, He offered his head up. He kicked off the ground and delivered a rocket headbutt straight to Zabuza's stomach. Come on, a taijutsu showdown. Whoever backs down is a coward. Zabuza didn't expect this little brat to dare to get in close. He had just formulated a strategy to pursue this kid, but now that he had suddenly closed in, his previous attack with the beheading sword had already missed. However, it wasn't a big deal. How much strength could a teenager have? Naruto's head but collided with Zabuza's stomach, causing the man to bend over like a cooked shrimp and fly backward. Zabuza's eyes bulged, and, as he was sent flying, his mind went blank, his head buzzing. At this moment, only one thought filled his mind. Damn. What on earth is this yellow-haired brat? How can he be so strong? Chapter 48. Uchiha Sasuke, just want the heavy weight. What's wrong with that? Naruto's rocket headbutt not only stunned Zabuza, but also frightened Kakashi. Just by watching the opponent fly away, he felt a dull pain in his stomach. It was hard to imagine what the enemy's inner state was like at this moment. But if Naruto collided with him, wouldn't he be covered in bruises? Sasuke glanced at the enemy flying away, his teeth clenched, feeling a bit out of balance. Seeing the enemy turn to attack Naruto, it was clear they didn't take him seriously. Plus, the previous operation had caused no damage to the enemy at all, making Sasuke feel even worse. He remembered that time he fought Kakashi-sensei. Naruto had once complained about himself, saying something like a flurry of moves like a tiger, but looking at the output, it's only 0.5. At first, he didn't understand this, but over time, Sasuke gradually realized that Naruto was mocking him for not landing a single hit on the enemy. How infuriating! How dare they underestimate me? A surge of anger rose in Sasuke's heart. Since when did the current enemies start to ignore the Uchiha clan? The thought of being ignored made his eyes turn red with fury. The scarlet double tomo, Sharingan, spun wildly in his eye sockets. And then Sasuke pulled out a scroll from his clothing. This sealing scroll contained 1,000 shuriken, and he had 10 of these scrolls on him. Influenced by Naruto, Sasuke gradually developed a fear of insufficient firepower. To deal with Itachi Uchiha in the future, he even sold his family's house and used the money to buy explosive tags. Sasuke flicked his thumb, easily untying the string on the scroll, then formed hand seals with one hand while horizontally tossing the scroll with the other. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds and thousands of shuriken flew towards Zabuza's position, mixed in with a few kunai, and some of the kunai had explosive tags attached. Having learned from past experiences, Sasuke immediately shouted to Naruto, "More paths." Hearing Sasuke's voice, Naruto quickly understood his meaning and directly threw a few light doors along the path where the shuriken were thrown. However, due to the density of the shuriken Sasuke threw, many missed entering the light doors. Zabuza had just steadied himself and hadn't even recovered from the previous attack. He felt like his insides were twisting into knots. Zabuza looked at that yellow-haired brat, and his hands began to form seals. The previous humiliation had finally cleared his mind a bit. When he reached the 26th seal, 8 purple light cocoons suddenly unfolded around him, their ethereal glow reflecting on Zabuza's face, as if reminding him with a hint of mockery. What is this thing again? Although Zabuza didn't understand, he knew that the current situation would definitely not be good. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next second, the purple light cocoons shot out dense shuriken. Zabuza, with keen eyes, even noticed that many of them were kunai with explosive tags attached. His pupils shook violently, and he didn't even have time to think about what was happening. Having long walked the line of death, his combat instincts and will to survive urged him to raise the beheading sword to protect his vital points. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that another little brat had also had purple light cocoons beside him. So that's how it is. Is this a space-time ninjutsu? Once Zabuza figured it out, he randomly chose a light cocoon with fewer shuriken, raised his beheading sword, and charged into the light cocoon against the shuriken. Since the beheading sword couldn't block all the attacks, many shuriken pierced into Zabuza's body. However, this little pain was nothing to him. Boom, boom, boom. Just as he vanished, continuous explosions sounded from the spot where he had been standing. Got it. Sasuke's face lit up with joy seeing his attack hit. Now that guy should have nowhere to escape, right? Can't my shuriken and kunai from a sealing scroll take you out? Naruto had never had the habit of popping champagne in the middle of a battle. He threw a teleportation door and rushed to Zabuza's position to confirm the situation. However, when he arrived, apart from a pool of blood, there were also many thrown objects scattered on the ground. Idiot! Watch out for the enemy. Naruto turned his head and found the kid grinning foolishly, then saw Zabuza, covered in blood, emerge from the purple light cocoon in front of Sasuke. The enemy utilizing the space door like this was a first. As the user, Naruto had thought about this situation, but he didn't care. After all, his taijutsu was fierce. As long as the enemy dared to charge into the space door and come near him, it would basically be a free kill. But the key problem was that Sasuke, who was having a blast, never anticipated this situation. When he saw Zabuza burst out of the light cocoon, he was momentarily stunned. In that brief moment, Zabuza's beheading sword was already slashing towards his head. Fortunately, the Sharingan's abnormal dynamic vision allowed Sasuke to react just in time, leaning back as the beheading sword grazed past his nose. If he had been a second late, Zabuza would have decapitated him. However, in that instant, he fully activated the lightning chakra within him. Under the stimulation of the lightning chakra affecting his cells, Sasuke's speed increased several times. After dodging Zabuza's beheading sword, Sasuke immediately counterattacked. He lightly flipped his wrist and kicked towards Zabuza's wrist that was holding the sword. Bang! What? Shadow clone technique? Sasuke was stunned. I just wanted to break his weapon. Why is it so difficult? At the same time, Naruto once again heard Zabuza's voice. Water style, water dragon bullet. Naruto. Damn, why is Zabuza fixated on me? Naruto didn't even need to turn his head to feel the power of this ninjutsu. It was very close. His hair was even soaked by the water from this ninjutsu. Naruto bit his teeth, feeling a bit of anger rising in his heart after missing several times in a row. All right. You want to play like this, huh? All your injuries were inflicted by that evil Uchiha brat, and you just have to target me, right? Damn it. Wind release. Bloodstorm technique, go. Boom. When Naruto activated this technique, the water dragon had already opened its ferocious mouth to swallow him. But in the next second, a red barrier appeared around Naruto. This force formed a protective shield around him, and the chaotic wind chakra clashed against the water dragon bullet. The water dragon bullet that Zabuza cast was slightly more powerful than Kakashi's, and with a nearby sea, the technique's power was significantly enhanced. However, despite this, the water dragon couldn't inflict even the slightest harm on Naruto. After the water dragon disappeared, Zabuza saw that the blonde brat was enveloped in red chakra, his hair slightly standing on end. He vaguely heard a drumming sound. Boom! As Naruto stepped forward, the ground sank and debris scattered, his figure also disappearing from the spot. Zabuza could only hear the boy's voice. This punch of mine has 12 years of power behind it. How are you going to block it? Chapter 49, all right. You want to be like Uchiha Xiaoyan, huh? Bang! Naruto threw a serious punch at Zabuza, his blood chakra wrapping around his arm as he slammed it forward. The two faced each other, their hair blowing in the wind like dancing seaweed. Zabuza had no time to counterattack and could only raise his decapitating blade to block in front of his chest. Sasuke, seeing the scene from the side, looked tense, worried that Naruto's punch would break his equipment, and instinctively shouted, "Get out of the way." No! Clang! The fist struck the decapitating blade, causing Zabuza to move back slightly. That hit had made his shoulder numb. Furthermore, the decapitating blade showed signs of cracks under Naruto's punch. Zabuza noticed the marks on his weapon, and his eyelids twitched. Damn it! Who the hell is this kid? He is so strong. I can't confront him head-on. Zabuza had encountered many strong enemies in his life, and had faced situations where he was at a disadvantage in direct confrontations. He knew very well that he absolutely could not clash head-on with the opponent in the current situation. Moreover, the heavy smell of blood coming from this kid earlier was enough to indicate that he must have used forbidden techniques, risking his life to fight. A worthy opponent indeed. Zabuza retreated, wanting to create distance between them. But how could Naruto, who had just unleashed a big move, let him escape? He grabbed Zabuza by the clothes with one hand and began to unleash a flurry of punches. Zabuza, unable to escape, recalled the brat's previous nonsensical words, and his anger surged again. All right, let us see how long you can hold on with your forbidden technique. The battle between the two evolved into a mutual beating. During the fight, both sides were constantly coughing up blood, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. After a few seconds, Zabuza realized that his punches were becoming somewhat heavy, and he had multiple fractures on his body. Looking at that blonde brat, he seemed unscathed, and even grew more vigorous as the battle progressed. What on earth is this? Zabuza-sensei, Bai, who had been hiding in the shadows, saw that things were not looking good and finally jumped out to provide support. Ice release, secret technique, 1,000 killing water shuriken. A large number of shurikens were thrown at Naruto's feet. As Naruto instinctively released Zabuza, he dodged to the side. Naruto was a bit angry at this moment. Damn it, where are my teammates? We're already in a group fight. Hurry up and catch up. Suddenly, Bai appeared, quickly forming hand seals with one hand, casting ninjutsu towards Naruto. Although Zabuza was grateful for the kid's help, he knew this was a mission between ninjas. To be honest, Bai didn't want to hurt the other party. He just wanted them to give up on the mission. Ice release, secret technique, demonic mirror, ice crystal. Crash. At the same time, the ninjutsu Bai cast formed several ice walls around Naruto and Zabuza. These rectangular ice walls floated in the air, their smooth surfaces resembling mirrors, and Naruto could even see his own reflection in them. For a moment, Naruto felt like he was playing with a funhouse mirror at an amusement park. But then again, Bai's ninjutsu resembled a formation, but this technique was of no use to him at all. Didn't T-Bai notice that he had used the space door just now? Just as Naruto was lost in thought, Zabuza, seeing Bai attack, quickly distanced himself from Naruto, then formed hand seals and disappeared from the spot. Sasuke, seeing this scene through the gaps in the ice walls, revealed a carefree smile. Naruto, leave that enemy to me. Upon hearing this, Naruto instinctively looked up at the sky. It was clearly cloudy today, and he couldn't see the sun. Why was Sasuke acting all high and mighty again? Naruto slowly raised his hand and gave Sasuke the middle finger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of shurikens shot out from the ice walls in all directions. Naruto showed a disdainful expression, a flash of Sasuke's dodging movements appearing in his mind. Then he moved his feet and began to maneuver among the shurikens. His series of high-difficulty moves, including front flips, back flips, side flips, and one-handed Tama spins, were executed perfectly by Naruto. If it weren't for those shurikens, one could say this performance was even more impressive than Sasuke's. However, after this round of maneuvers, Naruto was left with shurikens sticking out all over his body. Resembling a porcupine, one could say he took them very accurately. Clink! He casually bit off a few shurikens stuck in his shoulder, feeling quite indignant. As expected, I can't play like Sasuke. Bai, hiding behind the ice mirror, felt dazed. What's this guy doing? I remember my aim with the shurikens shouldn't be that accurate, right? From the scattered shurikens on the ground, 90 hit this kid. The remaining 10 were the ones I missed. And how come this kid looks perfectly fine despite being covered in shurikens? Although he couldn't figure out why this guy was unhurt, Bai could tell that the other party's current state was not as good as before. The side effects of the forbidden technique? Bai thought silently, then began to persuade Naruto. Give up on the mission. I don't want to kill you. Naruto pulled out the shurikens on his body, realizing that his wind release, Bloodstorm technique was about to end, and immediately threw a teleportation door and dove inside. Bai, who was just about to use his mouth to speak, was momentarily stunned. The next second, Naruto's figure appeared in front of Kakashi. Originally, Naruto wanted to take on Bai alone, but thinking about the white-haired guy who had been watching the whole battle on the side, he felt very unbalanced. Kakashi-sensei, change places. I need a break. What? The sudden appearance of Naruto left Kakashi dumbfounded. Moreover, seeing this kid looking like a bloodied porcupine, he wanted to ask what had happened. However, before he could even finish his second sentence, he was pushed into the light door by Naruto. Then Kakashi found himself within Bai's ninjutsu range. Kakashi, Vortex Naruto, thank you so much. Forced into battle, Kakashi sighed, slowly lifting his eye mask to reveal his Sharingan. Forget it. Let that kid rest for a bit. He also knew that after Naruto used that technique, he would have a period of weakness. As the leader of their team, it wouldn't be right not to intervene. Naruto stood in place, quickly clearing the shurikens on his body, casually took out a sofa, lay down on it, and hurriedly drank the life potion before the side effects of the wind release. Bloodstorm technique set in. After finishing, Naruto still felt a bit of itch on his back and waved his hand to signal Sakura to come forward. Naruto felt a bit guilty asking his friend's wife to help him with his injuries, so he immediately changed the way he addressed Sakura. From now on, he would refer to her as Brother Sakura. Brother Sakura, help me pull out the Senbon from my back. Sakura? What did you just call me? Damn Naruto. Sakura's face turned pale, but seeing that this guy was covered in Senbon, she still stepped forward to help. This was probably the only way she could contribute to the team, right? Initially, when Sakura was pulling out the Senbon, she was a bit hesitant, but when she saw the moment the Senbon was pulled out, his wounds began to heal instantly. This once again refreshed Sakura's understanding. After treating his injuries, Naruto collapsed on the sofa, holding a cup of milk tea in his left hand, occasionally taking sips. Then he heard Sakura hesitantly ask him, Naruto, what is a Zuenzanki? Uzumaki Naruto. Seeing the confused look on Naruto's face, Sakura pursed her lips and glanced at Sasuke, who was fighting Zabuza, and continued, just now. Sasuke shouted something about a Zuenzanki and then charged forward. There was a complex look in Sakura's eyes. She had clearly noticed Sasuke's obsession when he mentioned that strange weapon. This left Sakura at a loss. Am I just a beautiful girl by your side, but a broken weapon is more attractive? After hearing Sakura's words, Naruto felt a pain in his teeth. So, Sasuke wants to behead Zabuza with that weapon? Okay. You want to be Uchiha Xiaoyan, right? Chapter 50, Zabuza, by You Smell So Good. After a few minutes, Naruto found that his injuries had mostly healed, so he immediately used a space door to flash to the battlefield where Sasuke and Zabuza were fighting. Since Zabuza and Naruto entered a turn-based battle earlier, there wasn't a good spot left on his body. Not only was his right hand broken, but he also had 3 broken ribs. The worst part was that the kid kept attacking his kidneys. Just breathing made him feel pain all over. After finally escaping from the fight to catch a break, that Uchiha kid ran up to him again. And this Uchiha kid insisted on not using taijutsu with him, constantly throwing ninja tools like they were free, even mixed with explosive tags. Not only that, after throwing the ninja tools, he would unexpectedly use ninjutsu on the side. This fighting style really left Zabuza dumbfounded. Forget about that monster-like kid in front. The ninja tools that Uchiha was throwing exceeded the reward for this mission. From the way he was pulling things out of his pocket, it was clear he had no intention of stopping. Is this kid sick? Just because he has money doesn't mean he can burn it like this. Even after so many years as a ninja, Zabuza had never encountered such a bizarre fighting style. While cursing this prodigal brat, Zabuza was desperately dodging the rain of shurikens. Just as he dodged one wave, he saw that familiar blonde figure again. Damn! Zabuza cursed on the spot. A sound of something slicing through the air reached Zabuza's ears. He looked up, but hadn't seen what it was when he heard a bang. And the ninja tool turned into that Uchiha brat's prodigal item. You not bad, Sasuke said coldly, kicking Zabuza's wrist holding the sword, causing Zabuza to feel his wrist go numb and the beheading sword flew out of his hand. When he turned around to look for the kid's figure, he found him standing nearby, picking up the beheading sword. Naruto had barely arrived on the battlefield for 3 seconds when he saw Sasuke beating down the severely injured Zabuza and laughing maniacally while seizing the sword. Looking at the ground, the area where the two were fighting was littered with ninja tools, making it difficult to find a place to land. Naruto's expression instantly twisted into a frown. Did this kid use all the sealing scrolls on him? Is he not going to live anymore? Zabuza is already on the verge of death. It's like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Naruto finally understood why this couple had such a hard time in the original story. So, in the later part, they couldn't afford ninja tools for the Chidori Flow Senbon. Zabuza was kneeling on one knee, his hands hanging limply by his sides, blood continuously oozing from his mouth. Bai, who was fighting evenly with the Konoha technician, noticed Zabuza's condition and was extremely anxious. Please stop. We give up on the mission. Please don't hurt Mr. Zabuza. Bai immediately canceled the ninjutsu, removed his equipment, and appeared in front of Kakashi. He slowly took off his mask, revealing a delicate face that stunned Kakashi for a moment. During the battle, Kakashi had thrown a bottle of perfume to catch the opponent's trace. He didn't even realize that his previous action had added to the charm of the woman in front of him. I see. Kakashi glanced at the man not far away and nodded slightly. During peacetime, when ninjas from several villages clashed while carrying out missions, as long as one side publicly gave up the mission, the other side would generally not go for a fatal blow. Seeing that his team members were unharmed, Kakashi nodded, slightly in agreement with the other party's request. Naruto, Sasuke, you can stop. Hearing Kakashi's words, Sasuke tightened his grip on the beheading sword. Whether this guy lived or died didn't matter, but the Zuenzanki had to be mine. Bai quickly ran to Zabuza's side to support him, his eyes filled with worry. What are you doing? Zabuza turned his head, wrinkled his nose, and asked Bai, struggling to say, You are just my tool. Why are you making decisions for me? Sorry, Mr. Zabuza. Forgive my presumption, but if this mission continues, you will die. Bai placed Zabuza's hand on his neck, tears already welling in his eyes. The members of Team 7 all looked on with a watching a show expression, especially Sakura, who looked incredibly excited. So this is love. It's so beautiful. And that girl is really too beautiful. She said this while glancing at Sasuke. However, Sasuke was currently wiping his new weapon with a cloth and had no intention of paying attention to Sakura. Kakashi was watching the two flirt from the side, and he even unusually responded to the young girl Sakura. Yes, this is youthful love. He instinctively blurted those words out, but felt it was inappropriate and quickly corrected himself. Naruto's pupils shook violently, fearing that Kakashi would perform some signature green gourd move the next second. It seems that interactions between people can subtly influence one another. Naruto thought to himself, feeling a wave of fear. Thank goodness. I didn't go looking for that green gourd back then. Seeing Sakura constantly sighing with Kakashi, he really couldn't hold back from interrupting the two. Just as Sakura began to fantasize about the future happy days of the loving couple in front of her and her own future with Sasuke, she couldn't help but start to smile foolishly. At that moment, Naruto's voice broke the girl's fantasy. The guy is male. Sakura? Kakashi? Sasuke, him? The three of them simultaneously looked at Naruto, then stared in shock at Bai. Sakura glanced at Bai's chest, then at her own, gritting her teeth and clenching her fists. Just thinking about how Naruto had just called her brother Sakura made the veins on her forehead throb. Does Naruto distinguish between genders by looking at the chest? Damn! Does he not know that saying such things is very hurtful to a girl's heart? Also, I haven't even started developing yet. It will all get better in the future. Sakura took a deep breath and angrily said to Naruto, Naruto, it's really too much to say that about a girl. Kakashi nodded beside her, even though he felt that Naruto had a point. I'm indeed a man. Bai timidly explained after hearing a few people misunderstand his gender. Everyone except Naruto was stunned for 3 seconds. After a while, Sakura finally managed to move her stiff neck and shouted, You must be kidding. How can a boy be this cute? Kakashi and Sasuke nodded in agreement. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. He couldn't explain it either. Can we leave now? Bai asked, looking at Kakashi with a pleading expression after arguing with Zabuza for a while. No, Naruto shouted, stepping in before Kakashi could respond. This knife belongs to us. Also, if you kiss him, I'll let you go. Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura. Zabuza, who was almost fainting, suddenly widened his eyes. It's hard to tell what he was thinking at that moment. Okay. Bai's face flushed slightly as he closed his eyes and quickly pecked Zabuza's cheek before lowering his head, afraid to look at the others. Kakashi and the others were once again stunned. They found it hard to imagine the relationship between Zabuza and Bai. Naruto waved his hand, dismissing the two with disdain. But as they were leaving, he suddenly heard Zabuza weakly say, Bai, you smell so good. Chapter 51. I have a special way to open my eyes by supported Zabuza as they struggled through the mist, and Sakura's face was slightly red. Although this was a love between two men, seeing the height difference between Bai and Zabuza, and the moment Bai kissed Zabuza's cheek, she felt it was very cute. But after a long time, Sakura's mind was almost smoking as she couldn't accept this taboo love. There shouldn't be children between men, right? I don't understand. Sakura murmured, expressing her shock. Kakashi's expression returned to its usual indifferent state as he said casually, It's nothing. Such things are not uncommon in the ninja world. It is said that back in the day, Uchiha, Naruto. No way. Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage were serious? Sasuke, realizing the implications, stopped wiping his sword and looked at Kakashi with confusion. Kakashi quickly shut up, realizing there was an Uchiha beside him. Sigh, the Uchiha clan has been wiped out. There's no need to ruin their ancestors' image in Sasuke's eyes. Sakura, full of gossip, suddenly thought of Bai and Zabuza's earlier actions, then glanced at Sasuke and Naruto, her expression stiffening as her face turned pale. She secretly grabbed Naruto, looking mysterious. Sakura, what are you doing? Don't call me that. Forget it. Sakura wanted to correct Naruto's way of addressing her, but thought he probably wouldn't listen, so she gave up. Naruto, I'm telling you, you already have Hinata. You should understand what I mean, right? As Sakura spoke, she kept giving Naruto meaningful glances. Naruto? Hearing Sakura's words, Naruto's expression twisted. Damn, look at you. So set in your ways. No wonder Sasuke has no interest in you at all. After a long silence, Naruto pointed at the beheading sword in Sasuke's hand. I think you should first consider why the beheading sword is more charming than you. I want to always be like this. Sakura looked down, then glanced at Sasuke, gently stroking the beheading sword, secretly encouraging herself. Everything will be all right. Let's go. We need to take the client back. Our mission should be completed. Kakashi instinctively reached into his ninja tool pouch, but when he touched the book, he forcibly stopped the urge to read and study. The three kids nodded and followed Dazna toward his house. Dazna felt a bit complicated, but no one cared what he was really thinking. After sending him back, their 7th team's mission would be over, and they would have to consider where to travel next. In the evening, they had a meal at Dazna's house. And then Naruto built a 3-story villa by the edge of the forest as a temporary residence for everyone. Kakashi and Sakura didn't know how to comment on it. Which ninja's temporary residence has a swimming pool? And they were only staying for one night. It felt like a loss. Kakashi said, sitting by the coffee table, comfortably sipping a cup of hot tea, feeling all the fatigue from the day's battle disappear. He glanced at the 3 kids and said, "How about I guide you in your training here first?" Splash. Sasuke sat on the table, resting his chin on one hand while flipping through the pages of a book. Sure, Kakashi's suggestion was just what he wanted. He had just seen Xiaoyan learn the thunder movement technique, and with what Naruto mentioned about magnetic electricity last time, he felt like he was grasping something. Moreover, they all had lightning and fire chakra attributes. And Sasuke now felt that the Xiaoyan in the book was just another version of himself. I found the path to becoming stronger. Uchiha Itachi, you killed our clan, killed our parents, unworthy of being a son. Just wait. Uchiha Sasuke will kill you. After completing his daily rant against Itachi, Sasuke flipped through the book, becoming immersed in it. After a while, he suddenly frowned. Naruto, can you help me make a black cloak? Naruto was momentarily speechless upon hearing this. You really want to become Uchiha Xiaoyan, huh? Sasuke, I think you should read this book less. The things in it are fictional. Naruto pursed his lips, realizing he was being foolish to give this book to Sasuke. He should have known that at Sasuke's age, he shouldn't be reading such things. He began to worry that if this continued, when Sasuke met the Sage of 6 Paths, he might shout, "Sage of 6 Paths! My fate is in my own hands, not in the heavens. Today, I will go against the heavens. You are just a demon in my path." Slap. Naruto covered his face. That image was just too ridiculous. No, I can't let Sasuke continue like this. I need to guide him to develop his Sharingan. Not let him keep messing with all these fire jutsu and thunder movement techniques. Also, this kid asked about Xiaoyan's skills several times a day. Damn it, isn't this pure insanity? If I could do that, I wouldn't be sitting here chatting with you. Besides, he didn't have lightning and fire chakra attributes either. Ahem. Sasuke, I have a way to help you awaken the 3 Tomo. Kakashi and Sakura, who were drinking tea, looked at Naruto in shock. They both couldn't understand why Naruto knew how to awaken the Uchiha clan Sharingan. However, Sasuke remained calm, sitting in his seat and casually uttering a few words, "Tell me." Sasuke was somewhat interested in Naruto's words. He knew that compared to studying fire release and lightning release, awakening the 3 Tomo Sharingan was indeed the fastest way to enhance his strength. The former were all long-term development paths, and Sasuke understood that impatience would not work. Naruto glanced at Sakura, his gaze somewhat drifting. Sakura, we need to talk about something between men. You should step outside for a moment. Sakura tilted her head, confused. Wait, weren't we just talking about helping Sasuke awaken the three Tomo? Why are we suddenly talking about something between men? Remembering what happened between Zabuza and Bai today, Sakura felt a bit wary of Naruto. She hoped he wouldn't do anything to betray Hinata. Although she was puzzled, she followed the principle of trusting her teammates and obediently left. However, as she closed the door, she took one last look at Naruto, feeling an ominous premonition in her heart. Naruto, what method will you use to help Sasuke open his eyes? Kakashi yawned, not taking Naruto's words to heart at all. After all, if such a thing existed, why hadn't the Uchiha clan made it first? He thought Naruto was just joking again. Sasuke, however, was extremely serious. Since he met Naruto, this guy had never lied to him. When he said he would get stronger, he really did get stronger. Naruto sneakily glanced at the door, then mysteriously pulled out a blue skirt from the system. Chapter 52. I will turn all your laughter into screams. Kakashi's one eye widened, his expression very strange. As a seasoned reader, he naturally knew what Naruto had in his hand. He often saw female protagonists wearing such outfits, but the problem was, why were you pulling out a skirt for Sasuke to wear at this moment? Kakashi stole a glance at Sasuke, and an image of him in a skirt involuntarily appeared in his mind. No, my eyes are going to go blind. Halfway through imagining, Kakashi couldn't dare to think further, and he shuddered uncontrollably. His gaze towards Naruto became increasingly peculiar. Sasuke stared at the fabric in Naruto's hand for a long time, his face shifting between green and white. Although he wasn't as experienced as Kakashi, he could tell that this fabric was quite indecent. Moreover, isn't this skirt meant for girls to wear? After a while, Sasuke finally looked up at Naruto and said, Naruto, this is not funny. His tone carried some anger. If Kakashi had brought this out, he would have definitely given him a good beating. No, Sasuke, trust me. Wear it, and you will awaken your eyes. Naruto said earnestly, his expression extremely sincere. After saying that, he solemnly placed the skirt and knee-high stockings on the table, then turned around and sighed deeply. Sasuke, have you really thought of me this way after knowing me for so long? Sigh, have you forgotten what you told me back then? You said you would do anything to get stronger. Naruto's tone was very sad, and after hearing that, Sasuke began to recall the memories of their years together. However, Kakashi noticed Naruto's shoulders were slightly shaking. This kid was obviously holding back laughter. Sasuke looked at the items on the table with great difficulty, his expression conflicted. He certainly believed in Naruto, but he knew this guy's temperament too well. Who knows if he was trying to make fun of him by having him wear women's clothes. The risks were too great. Sasuke didn't dare to take Naruto's words lightly. Simply put, Sasuke didn't dare to gamble. But the three-tomo Sharingan was indeed very tempting. In the end, after pondering in his mind, he gritted his teeth and said, it's all for the sake of getting stronger. Naruto, I will trust you this once. However, Sasuke paused here, pointing at the items on the table with a fierce expression. You two must wear them too. To prevent Naruto from messing with him, he decided to drag the other two down with him. Once everyone wore this thing, there shouldn't be too many problems, right? Kakashi? Naruto was slightly taken aback by Sasuke's words, then turned around and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I know you have concerns. It's okay, to help you awaken your eyes. Kakashi-sensei and I will wear them together with you. Naruto showed a bright smile, looking extremely reliable, while also gripping Kakashi's shoulder. Wait, Naruto, is this really a good idea? Kakashi suddenly spoke up, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Naruto's righteous expression. Damn, Kakashi-sensei, don't underestimate the bond between us. At this moment, Kakashi's mind was still reeling, and he could only reluctantly agree. Of course, it was mainly because Kakashi noticed something was off with Naruto's eyes. The two locked eyes for a moment, and after a brief exchange, they both nodded. To reassure Sasuke, Naruto pulled out two more sets, handing one to Kakashi and taking one for himself. Hearing this, Sasuke finally felt relieved. Well, they all wear skirts. Naruto wouldn't really be messing with him, right? The three of them, holding the skirts and knee-high stockings, blushed slightly, then exchanged glances without saying a word, turning and rushing to their respective rooms to change. After changing into the skirt, Sasuke looked down at the skirt and the black stockings that reached just above his knees, and his expression instantly twisted into a grimace. He even felt a bit dizzy. What am I doing? At this moment, Sasuke's entire body resisted, and his hand gripping the doorknob wouldn't budge. After standing in place for a few minutes, he decided to stop looking at his skirt. As long as he kept his gaze fixed ahead, he could trick himself into believing he wasn't wearing a skirt, worried that if he went out first, he would be laughed at by the other two. Sasuke shouted outside the door, "Are you guys ready?" "Okay, we're done." Upon hearing their responses, Sasuke immediately felt better. After all, this humiliation was something Naruto and Kakashi-sensei would also experience together. "All right, let's all come out." Sasuke stood by the door and called out. After getting their responses, the sound of 3 doors opening echoed. Sasuke's face turned slightly red, and he covered his skirt with both hands, awkwardly walking into the living room. However, the moment he saw Naruto and Kakashi, Sasuke's brain went blank, and his mind was completely empty. Naruto and Kakashi were not wearing any skirts. They were still in the same outfits as before. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. The two glanced at Sasuke, who was in a skirt and stockings, and their shoulders began to shake uncontrollably. They even occasionally made chuckling sounds. It could be said that they managed not to burst out laughing on the spot, which was already very considerate of Sasuke. Sasuke looked at the two expressionlessly, made no response, and numbly walked towards the table to pick up his weighted kunai. Zing! Then a thunderous sound echoed in the living room as Sasuke raised the weighted kunai and swung it at the two. "You two! Damn it! I will turn all your laughter into screams." A furious Sasuke's body crackled with arcs of electricity, and even the weapon in his hand was covered with a layer of electric light. Sasuke didn't even realize that his current state was many times stronger than before. However, he didn't care about that now. He just wanted to see the white-haired and yellow-haired guys die under his kunai. "Wait, idiot, calm down. Don't you realize your lightning release is way better now?" Seeing Sasuke lift his weapon to strike, Naruto hurriedly began to persuade him. Kakashi also stepped in to convince him. "Yes, you've definitely gotten much stronger." Kukuku. Hearing their words, Sasuke's expression softened a lot, and he lowered the raised weighted kunai, then began to feel the power within him. It was at that moment he realized that the lightning release chakra flowing within him was not only unobstructed, but also incredibly smooth. Most importantly, he finally wouldn't burn his hair anymore. Zing! Sasuke, crackling with electricity, moved slightly and was pleasantly surprised to find that his speed had become so fast that he could leave after images. Seeing Sasuke's face relax a lot, Naruto began to praise him again. "So strong. Idiot. You really are the strongest of the Uchiha clan." Kakashi nodded in agreement from his side. "Indeed, you are the strongest Uchiha I have ever seen." After hearing their praise, Sasuke's mouth twitched up and down several times, unable to suppress his smile. "Naruto actually praised me. Has he finally acknowledged my strength?" There are also praises from the genius Nin, Kakashi-sensei, who said they're the strongest Uchiha. Sasuke himself values his family's honor greatly, now being praised by both Naruto and Kakashi for the Uchiha clan, and claiming to be the strongest in his family. He couldn't suppress the joy in his heart. He placed his hands on his hips, slightly closed his legs, shook his short skirt a few times, and then began to laugh wildly. "Ha ha ha. Of course, our Uchiha clan is the strongest." Naruto felt it wasn't enough and transformed into a sailor suit along with pink girl-less underwear, stepping forward and making faces at Sasuke. "Sasuke, look. You just changed into a short skirt and grasped lightning release. If you change into this outfit, won't you directly awaken the 3 Tomo?" Sasuke rolled his eyes, feeling that Naruto's words made some sense, and after hesitating for a moment, he agreed. Anyway, he was already wearing a short skirt, so it didn't matter much to add one more piece of clothing. Outside the door, Sakura sat at the entrance, listening to the sounds coming from the room, unable to imagine what was happening inside. She heard Sasuke shouting something about being the strongest Uchiha, and Naruto saying something about success. Could it be? Did Sasuke succeed? After eavesdropping for a while and realizing there was no more noise inside, she decided to go in and take a look. Sakura gently turned the doorknob and opened the door, only to see an unforgettable scene in her life. At that moment, Sasuke was slightly leaning forward, hands behind his back with pink underwear turned inside out, his eyebrows lowered, and his face slightly flushed. Kakashi was holding a matching pair of pink underwear in his hand, making incomprehensible sounds. Naruto was comparing the size of the sailor suit in front of Sasuke, occasionally shaking his shoulders. As Sakura pushed the door open, the scene in the room froze at that moment. The three of them saw Sakura, their pupils dilated, and all movements halted as if they were frozen in place. Sakura was dumbfounded at this sight. The boy she admired was being toyed with by Kakashi-sensei and Naruto. From her perspective, it seemed like Naruto was saying, "Sakura, your man is quite charming." What was even worse, Sasuke was wearing girls' underwear. Pink ones. What are you guys doing? For some reason, Sakura felt that Sasuke's face was a bit red, and he looked somewhat shy. Damn, Naruto, I'm going to kill you. You said you wouldn't have any ideas about Sasuke. What are you and Kakashi-sensei doing to Sasuke? The girl's mindset shifted from shock and confusion to regret and anger. She was now certain that there was a big problem between Naruto and Sasuke. And Kakashi-sensei too. How could he be holding that kind of thing? Sasuke's expression was stiff, and his Sharingan was spinning wildly. When Sakura opened the door, he couldn't control his Sharingan anymore. The double tomo kept spinning his eyes, and as Sakura spoke, Sasuke's double tomo Sharingan turned into a 3-tomo Sharingan. However, right now, he couldn't care less about his Sharingan. It was already humiliating enough to wear women's clothes. And he had finally overcome his psychological barrier to try it out, only to be seen by his teammates. This was simply embarrassing to the extreme. Sasuke had no idea how to face Sakura in the future. Thinking of Kakashi and Naruto's actions earlier was infuriating. Those two were laughing at him the whole time and never stopped. Damn it, they would definitely use this to mock him in the future. With this thought, he felt a rush of heat surge to his head, and his vision blurred. Destroy it all. This world should not exist. Bang! Unable to accept the reality, Sakura quickly closed the door. She stood outside, took a deep breath, and patted her cheeks with both hands. No, I must be under Kakashi-sensei's Genjutsu. How could Sasuke do such a thing? Ha ha ha. I must have been under a Genjutsu, Sakura muttered, sitting on the steps at the door, slowly hugging her knees and burying her head. 3 seconds later, the tip of the girl's nose felt sour, and then she cried out loud. Woo-woo, why am I not good enough? Why would Sasuke rather be with Naruto than look at me? Just because I'm plain? Woo-woo. Sakura remembered Naruto, saying she was less than a broken sword, and cried even louder. Inside the room, Sasuke removed the pink underwear with one hand, his eyes slightly widened, and his aura suddenly changed. What the hell? Is this how you awaken your eyes? I will kill you, too. He gritted his teeth and picked up the heavy weapon, starting to swing it. The wrapped beheading knife stirred up a strong wave in the room as Sasuke swung it. Naruto and Kakashi immediately broke out in a sweat. Just say if you awakened your eyes or not. Shut up. Today I will kill you both. The furious Sasuke no longer believed Naruto's nonsense. He figured it out. His blonde just wanted to see him make a fool of himself. And that white-haired one too. The heavy weapon in Sasuke's hand crackled with lightning as it swung toward Naruto's waist. However, at the moment of impact, there was no sensation as he had imagined. Bang! Naruto suddenly exploded into a cloud of smoke, and Kakashi beside him was wide-eyed. Damn it, you used Shadow Clone. Why didn't you say so during our eye contact earlier? Alright, so this is how you want to play? Uzumaki Naruto? The disappearing Naruto added fuel to Sasuke's anger. Sasuke, bare-chested, wearing over-the-knee black stockings and a short skirt, looked incredibly absurd. He pointed the heavy weapon at Kakashi and glared at the white-haired Jonin with his crimson 3-tomo Sharingan. Wait, Sasuke, that idea was Naruto's. It has nothing to do with me, Kakashi said nervously, quickly shifting all the blame onto Naruto, acting as if he were the innocent one. Then why didn't you change into a short skirt earlier? When Sasuke said this, he subconsciously glanced at his own short skirt and felt like he was about to have a brain hemorrhage. Cool. Ha 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 ha. Sorry. Ha ha. Kakashi finally couldn't help but laugh when he saw Sasuke's current state. You will pay for this. Sasuke, wielding the heavy weapon, started a fierce battle with Kakashi inside the villa. The entire villa began to shake with their fight. Naruto, hiding in a nearby tree, secretly felt relieved. Thankfully, he was skilled enough to leave a shadow clone in the villa while his real body escaped through the window first. Otherwise, he would truly feel embarrassed to bully Sasuke in such a state. "Sai Kakashi-sensei, please forgive me, this is the last time." After glancing at the villa, which was nearly destroyed by Sasuke, Naruto decided not to stay any longer and immediately used a space door to return home. At night, Naruto lay in bed, silently praying for Kakashi-sensei for a second before his consciousness sank into the ceiling space. As soon as he entered, he found the big fox glaring at him. Glancing at the barbecue grill in front of the big fox, Naruto noticed that the meat was barely half-eaten. Was the big fox in a bad mood? Naruto shrank his neck and cautiously moved, but no matter where he went, the big fox's terrifying gaze was always fixed on him. After a long while, Naruto finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted at the big fox, "Big fox, do you have something to say?" Naruto recalled what he had been doing during this time and couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy due to a mission that required combat. Teacher Gyo was given a 3-day vacation by the big fox. Moreover, considering his fight with Zabuza, he could be considered the best of the match. He hoped he hadn't provoked this fox recently. The human and the fox faced each other for nearly 10 minutes, with the big fox remaining silent while Naruto was lost in thought. After a while, Kurama finally spoke up. "Kid, you gave that Uchiha brat a book today." It paused for a moment, slightly lifted its head, and stared at Naruto with its nostrils before continuing. "I just want to know who this Uchiha Xiaoyan you all talk about is, and I have no interest in that book. What was going on with this big fox?" Hearing the big fox's words, Naruto felt a bit overwhelmed. Damn it, there was already an Uchiha Xiaoyan out there from reading novels. And if his own fox became obsessed with novels too, he couldn't even imagine what this big orange would do in the future. What a curse. Chapter 54, Help. Has anyone learned the shadow clone technique? Naruto was very reluctant to let his fox read those novels. After all, there was already an Uchiha Xiaoyan out there, and he couldn't imagine what his fox would become in the future. But the jealous look from the fox was almost piercing through his spine, as if to say, "You, Uzumaki Naruto, have been with this fox for over 12 years, and now that there's a newcomer, you've forgotten your old fox?" After thinking it over, Naruto decided not to be biased. He directly threw thousands of novels in front of Kurama, even tossing in quite a few comics. Although these books might be small for the big fox, Naruto believed it should have some way to deal with them. Well, he just hoped that when the ninja world changes, the old man sage of 6 paths wouldn't blame him. Seeing the pile of books, the jealous fox's attitude improved considerably. It kept emphasizing that it didn't want to read those human things, but Naruto didn't believe a word of it. After that, Naruto stayed in the village for another 3 days and even went to the Hyuga family to tease his family. He left with his little girlfriend, who had been picked up by the big gate. When Uzumaki Naruto suddenly returned to the village, it scared the rookie ninja team that had just started their missions, fearing he would leave a clone in the village to do tasks. "Damn it, you've only been on a mission for less than 2 days. Why are you back?" Thus, various jonin reported Naruto's unauthorized return to the village during his mission, deeming it a violation and insisting he be sent back to complete his tasks. Naruto had barely spent 2 days with his girlfriend before being approached by the Umbu. They claimed he violated rules and that if he didn't leave the village to do missions, they would deduct his pay. "Damn it, you guys are just making it hard for me." Uzumaki Naruto. Standing at the entrance of Konoha village, a certain blonde was cursing, greeting the Hokage, and insulting the villagers. This was really too much. "I haven't seen Hinata in a long time. What's wrong with coming back to the village to date for a few days?" The gate guard at the entrance had a blank expression, completely ignoring the kid. Out of sheer helplessness, Naruto politely gave the Konoha gate a middle finger and then used a space door to disappear from the entrance of Konoha village, causing everyone present to breathe a sigh of relief. Naruto actually wanted to stay a few more days before going back. After all, he wasn't sure if the idiot had calmed down, and he was also uncertain if his teacher Kakashi was still alive. To be honest, he felt a little nervous after offending 3 people at once. After passing through the light door and returning to the temporary residence of Team 7, he found that the 3-story villa he had built was now reduced to a single wall. From the surrounding scorch marks and the remnants of shuriken scattered all over the ground, it was clear that the battle had been intense. Due to the fight, the villa had been destroyed, and the other 3 members of Team 7 had set up tents nearby. After glancing at Sasuke and the others from a distance, Naruto felt a bit uneasy. He always felt that this guy still hadn't calmed down. Sighing quietly, Naruto decided to create a clone to send ahead to scout. But the moment he saw his clone, Naruto was taken aback. The clone was wearing a long white winter robe and had a piece of white cloth on its head. This appearance made Naruto want to turn and run away. "I told you to scout, not to shout 'Long live the leader.'" At this moment, Naruto comforted himself in his heart, thinking that perhaps the clone's outfit was just a way of saying, "With this piece of cloth on my head, I'm the richest in the ninja world. It shouldn't do anything outrageous, right?" Just as he was thinking this, he heard the clone excitedly shout, main body, give me a backpack. I need to defend myself. Bring more a whole bunch. Let's get big and strong and create brilliance." Naruto, no, are you serious?" Putting aside why his clone was dressed so strangely, asking him for a backpack seemed a bit excessive, right? Also you, a shadow clone, need to defend yourself? Suddenly silenced by his clone, Naruto began to understand why the villagers of Konoha had so much animosity towards him. After a long while, Naruto finally opened his mouth and bitterly said, "I think you're being a bit extreme." "Shut up. I won't allow you to say that about yourself." The clone's expression was filled with anger, clearly dissatisfied with the main body's words. "What's wrong with wanting to play? Besides, if that thing is brought out and adapts to the rules, its power will definitely be huge." The clone did have a point. If Uchiha Sasuke was still angry, he could have the clone take the hit. After thinking it over, Naruto finally pulled out a black backpack from his bag and even thoughtfully took out a lighter. However, he didn't give this guy anything explosive. After adapting to the rules, it was no longer the square shape of the ceiling space. It had become like a time bomb from a Hong Kong movie, just the right size to fit into the backpack. He just didn't know how powerful it was. Back then, Naruto had been too young, and he knew his reckless personality too well. He didn't dare to take this thing out to play. Perhaps the power after adapting to the rules wasn't that great, but it wouldn't be a big deal to blow himself up a few years ago. After seeing what Naruto pulled out, the clone excitedly started to fiddle with it. When it received the lighter, it even looked at the main body with disdain. "I say, main body, what era are we in? Still playing traditional? We're in the ninja world. We should make good use of ninja power." Saying that, the clone waved its hand and tossed the lighter behind it, then reached into Naruto's ninja tool pouch to pull out an explosive tag, grinning as it stuck it on. Naruto was stunned and surprised by the clone's words. "Damn it, that makes sense." The clone stuffed everything into the black backpack, adjusted the white cloth on its head, and struck a serious pose, saying, "Here I go, Uzumaki Jigus." The clone swung the backpack behind it and walked away nonchalantly. Naruto watched, dumbfounded. "Uzumaki Jigus, good. You little brat, want to be a demolition genius, huh? Why is my clone so theatrical? Has anyone learned the shadow clone technique to tell me?" Naruto watched that oddly dressed clone step by step walk forward, and his temples began to throb. At this moment, Sasuke was practicing his techniques by the tent and turned to see a white figure with a backpack on its shoulder. Kakashi and Sakura also turned to look at the figure and instantly became alert. When this guy got closer, the 3 of them focused and realized it was that Naruto guy. Although they didn't know why he was dressed so strangely, they only wanted to deal with him properly. Without any hesitation, the 3 of them drew their weapons and charged at Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, Yudi, Sakura, and Kakashi were relatively restrained, only pulling out kunai to throw at Naruto. Sasuke activated his lightning chakra mode and appeared in front of Naruto in the blink of an eye, raising his heavy weapon and shouting angrily, "Which road is this? I want you dead." During the 2 days Naruto had disappeared, Sasuke and Kakashi had fought several times without determining a winner, which only made him angrier. At night, when he thought of Naruto laughing at his cross-dressing, he would angrily pound the bed. That night, he destroyed the bed Naruto had left behind. Hearing Sasuke call his name, Naruto instinctively looked up and shouted, "Idiot." He then tossed the bag off his shoulder in front of him and ran towards his original body without a care. Chapter 55. I'm definitely drinking the wedding wine of Bai and Zabuza. Just as Sasuke raised his heavy weapon, he saw a black backpack flying towards him. He instinctively swung his weapon to bat the bag away, and it fortuitously flew towards the campsite that the three had just set up. The next second, two explosions suddenly went off near them. Boom! Boom! The three, who were about to attack Naruto, twisted their stiff necks to look at the campsite, only to find it had been blown to ruins. Kakashi's forehead veins were bulging. This campsite was something he had painstakingly put together from scavenged materials, spending an entire day and night on it. They had only just settled in. Kakashi glanced at Naruto, slowly pulled back his eye mask to activate his Sharingan, and began to form hand seals. Earth style, earth wall. A tall wall rose from the ground to block Naruto, but it was adorned with several dog heads. Judging by the carving details, one could say it was 100 times better than the Hokage rocks carving technique. Vortex jigs was thus blocked onto the earth wall, and the three, with dark expressions, stepped closer to him. The three, who knew Naruto very well, immediately sensed something was off with this Naruto. After all, under normal circumstances, Naruto should have opened the Flying Thunder God technique the moment he saw them make a move. And this guy was clearly Naruto's shadow clone. "Where is your original body?" Kakashi asked coldly as he stepped in front of him. He was genuinely angry this time. They had all conspired to help Sasuke awaken his Sharingan. But this guy had turned into a clone and slipped away, leaving him to bear all of Sasuke's wrath. This kind of situation where the team leader takes the blame absolutely cannot be allowed. He must teach this kid a good lesson. It was fortunate that this trouble was caused internally, making him take the blame. What if it happened outside the village? Kakashi was genuinely worried that Naruto would throw the blame on him again. Vortex Jigs stood in front of the three, suddenly revealing a righteous expression. At this moment, he imagined himself as Jing Ku, who assassinated the first emperor of Qin. In his mind, the lines began to play. The wind is mournful. The waters of the E are cold. The hero goes and never returns. Vortex Jigs glanced at the three in front of him, gritting his teeth as he said, "You won't get any information about my original body from me. Even if I die today, I am still Vortex Jigs." After shouting this, Vortex Jigs charged towards a nearby earth wall. Bang! After a puff of smoke, Vortex Jigs heroically sacrificed himself, disappearing before their eyes. The whole process took less than 3 seconds, leaving Kakashi and the others stunned. What is Naruto's clone doing? What on earth is he saying? The anger that had just ignited in Sasuke and the others was suddenly muddled by Naruto's antics. They genuinely didn't know how to deal with this kid. Moreover, if they really want to catch Naruto, if this kid wanted to dodge, they might not even be able to catch him. Also, their Team 7 needed to train for a while, and without Naruto's strong support capabilities, it would really be difficult. Kakashi sighed, turned around with his hands in his pockets, and shouted gloomily to the surroundings, "Naruto, stop messing around. Hurry up and come out." Weavy already started training. Having just absorbed the memories of his shadow clone, Naruto wore a painful expression. Of course, this was not due to the side effects of the multi-shadow clone technique. It was mainly because Vortex Jigs was really. He even began to worry about what strange characters might come out the next time he used shadow clones. His heart was so tired. He really wanted to go back to the village to find his wife. Hearing Kakashi's voice, Naruto scratched his head and walked out of the woods with a smile. Upon seeing the three, he pretended to be surprised and said, "Ah, Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke, Sakura. What a coincidence, ha. A few days ago, I suddenly remembered that I left the gas on at home." Naruto first greeted them, then began to explain his reasons for leaving the team with a clumsy excuse. Kakashi's eye twitched, feeling speechless. He remembered this kid's house didn't even have gas. And this poor acting? He was worse than that shadow clone just now. Oof. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, snorted coldly, then hung his heavy weapon behind him and turned to give Naruto a smack on the back of the head. Although he had activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan and his strength had skyrocketed, Naruto's space-time ninjutsu was still too tricky. For now, he decided to wait until he became stronger before properly dealing with him. The kind of beating him down. Sakura didn't need to be mentioned. Since Kakashi and Sasuke didn't plan to cause trouble, she, being the weakest in the team, naturally didn't plan to seek death. Currently, she could only watch Naruto and, in a fit of anger, vented a little. As for anything else, she didn't dare to think too much about it. Seeing that the three S emotions had stabilized slightly, Naruto secretly walked over to Sasuke and quietly asked, "So, how does it feel to activate the three Tomo?" "Sasuke? Wasn't that what you wanted to say earlier?" Sasuke, angered, activated his Sharingan again and glared fiercely at Naruto. It was clearly a happy occasion to activate the three Tomo Sharingan. But the moment Sasuke thought about how he had a crow's dress and was seen by his teammates before awakening it, he couldn't feel happy at all. "By the way, Naruto, Bai came looking for you yesterday." Kakashi suddenly interrupted the two, who were about to start fighting again, and then talked about how Bai had come to find them. Bai and Zabuza had abandoned their mission not long ago and were surrounded and killed by a large number of people. Fortunately, Bai and Kakashi had not been injured during their battle and easily dealt with Kato's subordinates, even taking Kato down as well. Afterward, Bai took Zabuza to recuperate in the Land of Waves. Yesterday, he came looking for Team 7 to invite everyone to dinner to thank them for not going too hard on them, and to thank the matchmaking Vortex Sensei, by the way. After hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto was slightly taken aback. Then a strange smile appeared on his face. Why does it sound like Bai and Zabuza have revealed their feelings for each other? All right. I'm definitely having a feast at your wedding, Bai and Zabuza. He could also see what kind of attitude Zabuza had towards him now that he had married Bai. Thinking of this, Naruto's mind conjured up images of the two happily tying the knot. Zabuza truly deserved to be called a real man who pursued love. After this reflection, Naruto began to clean up the surrounding ruins and then spent half an hour building a house. Even the three who had seen Naruto's abilities many times couldn't help but marvel at how useful this ability was. That night, Kakashi and the others finally had a good night's sleep. The next morning, Team 7 followed the location left by Bai. After a long while, they finally found Bai in a village. At this time, Bai was holding a basin, which contained his and Zabuza's clothes. Chapter 56. Vortex. Naruto felt such fear for the first time. Upon seeing Team 7, Bai tilted his head and smiled sweetly, causing Sasuke to momentarily be taken aback. Naruto, in order to avoid being enchanted by the allure of the little boy, was recalling images of Chiyo in a swimsuit in his mind to combat the temptation. Ugh! Just thinking about Chiyo's appearance made him gag uncontrollably. There was nothing he could do. The impact was just too strong. Naruto was already contemplating whether to give such a thing to Kakashi-sensei as a birthday gift for his 27th birthday. Maybe it could help Kakashi-sensei quit his bad habit of watching Lil Lube. When he wanted to read, he could just pull out the swimsuit version of Chiyo and take a glance. Sakura, seeing white, immediately wrapped her arms around Sasuke's, looking protective. Damn, this man is too dangerous. Sasuke, wake up. The girl felt exhausted. If women were coveting her man, that would be one thing. But why were they all men? Can you guys, you stinky men, stop competing with me for my man? Kakashi, on the other hand, showed no signs of discomfort, just bending over slightly. Maybe it was because the bed was too soft last night, causing his back pain. White noticed Naruto gagging and had no reaction. He raised his hand to tuck a few strands of hair behind his ear, but then he found it troublesome to have his hair down. So he set down the wooden basin, took off a hair tie from his wrist, put it in his mouth, and tied his hair back into a high ponytail. Sakura was so furious that she felt like she might explode. She seriously suspected this man was trying to seduce the male members of Team 7. She jumped in front of the group, arms wide open, shouting, "Wake up! PSA man!" Kakashi and Sasuke, coming back to their senses, turned their heads simultaneously, their eyes darting away, not daring to look at Sakura. As for Naruto, he claimed that the allure of the man in front of him had no effect on him at all. "Everyone, please follow me," White said with a gentle smile, picking up the wooden basin from the ground, tilting his head and shaking his ponytail, signaling the others to follow. Sasuke felt a bit embarrassed and turned his head to look at Sakura. Kakashi, with his hands in his pockets, stepped forward, still advising the three little ones. "When visiting others, you must be polite, understand?" After saying that, his gaze fell on Sakura, and the other two looked at the girl at the same time. Sakura was taken aback. Once she came to her senses, she felt incredibly wronged. The four of them followed White for a few minutes until they finally arrived at their residence. Just then, Zabuza bumped into them, holding a small hammer and some nails. He was wrapped in bandages and walked with a slight limp, clearly still recovering from the injuries he sustained in the last battle. Zabuza's gaze first lingered on the blonde, then immediately averted, and then fixed on the large sword behind the boy in capris. Naruto was quite surprised by this guy's condition. The injuries Zabuza had were inflicted by him personally. He should be lying in bed for at least 10 days to half a month, right? Looking at him now, he seemed to be almost healed. White noticed Naruto's puzzled expression and took the initiative to explain. Zabuza's injuries were treated by a medical ninja we found in a casino. He said it would cost 80 million ryo to heal Mr. Zabuza's injuries. Casino? Medical ninja? 80 million ryo? Naruto and Kakashi exchanged subtle glances, realizing the implications. No need to think. This must be Tsunade, the gambling addict of Konoha. Upon hearing the price, Naruto clutched his chest, exclaiming, "Damn, that two-tailed old lady is too shady." If he had known, he would have earned the money himself. Then he thought of his own stockpile of gold ingots, which made him feel a bit better. Meanwhile, Sakura noticed something different. She observed closely and realized that Zabuza's legs didn't seem to be injured at all. Thinking of this, she leaned back and started gasping. "Oh, they can't be." In her mind, the images of Zabuza and White overlapped, and her worldview shattered at that moment. Sakura looked at Zabuza, then at White, feeling her cheeks flush. But thinking about how Zabuza, a guy over 8 meters tall, was bullying someone as short as White, she felt somewhat unable to accept it. Obviously, Zabuza's injuries were not even healed yet. How could he be so impatient to make a move on White? Simply barbaric. Unable to bear it, Sakura quietly approached White, planning to lecture this man who looked very much like a woman. "Hey, are you two?" Sakura pulled White aside, stammering, and made a gesture with her hands crossing her thumbs. Seeing this gesture, White's face turned as red as a tomato. I. White's flustered demeanor directly confirmed what Sakura had just thought. "I mean, that guy's injuries aren't healed yet. You can't agree to his requests." Sakura's voice suddenly became louder as she glanced at her teammates, who were staring intently at Zabuza, then turned back to White. However, Sakura didn't realize that while her teammates were staring at Zabuza, they were also eavesdropping on their conversation. "I'm telling you, you should learn to refuse him." White averted his gaze, unable to meet the girl's eyes, and his hands were nervously fiddling with the hem of his clothes. From the redness of his ears, it was evident that he was very shy. Judging purely by appearance, White looked like a lovesick girl at that moment. I will be careful. Besides, Mr. Zabuza, even if he's lying down, it won't affect his injuries." "You're wrong to think that." "What do you mean it won't affect his injuries?" "You have to take care of yourself." Sakura looked at him fiercely, completely unable to understand how this guy was thinking. From White's previous words, it was clear that... "Wait, what do you mean Zabuza is lying down?" "Oh, no way." Sakura's mind was racing again, and she felt her brain trembling. A terrifying thought crossed her mind. It took a full minute before she tentatively asked, You just said Zabuza is lying down, so you're the top?" A few days ago, under Kakashi-sensei's explanation, she had a general understanding of such taboo relationships, so she naturally knew what top and bottom meant. White's face turned bright red, and after a moment of hesitation, he nodded, which was essentially an affirmation for Sakura. "Oh my god." Upon hearing this fact, Sakura covered her mouth and screamed, her pupils shaking left and right. In just 3 minutes, the girl was shocked twice by this taboo relationship. She simply couldn't imagine how White, with his girl-like appearance, could be a top, and how Zabuza, with his burly figure, could be a bottom. Damn, the men of a mist-hidden village are truly terrifying. Not only was Sakura shocked, but even Kakashi and Naruto next to her took a step back, gasping. The innocent Sasuke, however, expressed that he didn't understand. He was currently on guard against Zabuza, fearing that this guy might snatch away his beloved weapon. As for the other two, their expressions were even more serious than Sakura's, and they felt like the world was going dark. Naruto felt that all the emotions he had for the two of them in his previous life evaporated at that moment, replaced by a sense of dread. Damn, Mr. Zabuza was topped by White. Naruto began to fear as he thought back to White's previous attitude towards him. He turned his head and glanced at Kakashi, and without saying a word, he flashed to Sakura's side, grabbing her by the collar and running back. Once back with his teammates, he quickly threw out several light doors, pulling Sakura with one hand and grabbing Sasuke, who was still gazing deeply at Zabuza, with the other, and they dove into the light doors. But if we're talking about speed, Kakashi was the fastest. Before leaving, Naruto yelled at Zabuza and White. "Sorry, I suddenly remembered that I left the gas on at home, so I won't eat. Goodbye. If I don't leave now, Naruto is really worried he might get scolded. Still eating? See you later." Facing the sudden disappearance of Team 7, Zabuza and Haku were completely baffled. After exchanging a few glances, Zabuza finally spoke. "You go make dinner. I'll go fix the bed." Chapter 57. Kakashi, you go explain to my mom. The 4 members of Team 7 passed through the light gate and returned to the camp. Sakura stood there in a daze, still unable to recover from the shock she had just experienced. Naruto and Kakashi exchanged glances and noticed each other was sweating profusely, clearly frightened. Sasuke, sensing his teammates' unusual behavior, couldn't understand why they reacted this way. What was so scary about a training session between 2 people? He had been the attacker in training with Kakashi for the past few days, so what was there to be surprised about? Unusual reactions. "I'm going to train," Sasuke said, leaving a single sentence before heading to the training ground. Sakura saw him leave and shook her head vigorously, trying to shake off the unpleasant thoughts in her mind. She then called out Sasuke's name and chased after him. Kakashi glanced at Naruto and suddenly realized that something was off with the kid. Normally, a 12-year-old should react like Sasuke upon hearing what Haku had just said. Even Sakura only understood the taboo of that kind of love through Kakashi's explanation. So the question arose, how did Naruto know about it? He must have peeked at things he shouldn't have at his age. Kakashi felt he needed to guide this kid properly. Although he wasn't a good role model, he really didn't want Naruto to fall into the same bad habits. "Naruto, you mustn't commit any of the 3 ninja taboos. If you get involved in even one, your life is over." Naruto turned around, looking shocked at Kakashi. What on earth was this white-haired guy talking about? Didn't he have any self-awareness? Naruto really wanted to slap the little Liu Bei from Kakashi's ninja tool pouch on his face. "Kakashi-sensei, you should take care of yourself." At this point, Naruto sized Kakashi up and continued, "Kakashi-sensei, you're so old and still single. You must have saved up quite a bit of money, right?" Kakashi opened his mouth, but couldn't form a complete sentence for a long time. He felt like Naruto's brief comment had hurt him 3 times. What was wrong with this kid? Why had he always been so sharp-tongued since childhood? If it weren't for Naruto's space-time ninjutsu, he would have definitely caught this kid and given him a good spanking. Noticing Kakashi standing still, Naruto showed a happy smile. However, he had a faint feeling that Kakashi might come after him, so he quickly opened a space door and slipped away. Kakashi sighed helplessly as he watched the blonde figure appear in the distance. He suddenly felt that Jiraiya might not be able to handle this kid after all. A few minutes later, Kakashi called the 3 little ones to sit around him, preparing to arrange their training plan. "Sasuke, tomorrow we'll practice lightning release, and I'll teach you a new ninjutsu." Sasuke, who was busy maintaining the heavy weight, nodded with excitement in his eyes. For some reason, he felt he was very close to mastering the 3,000 lightning strikes. After Kakashi finished speaking, he turned to the girl who was daydreaming beside him. "Sakura, your current strength is still too weak. Tomorrow, I will specifically create a chakra control training plan for you, and then teach you a few genjutsu techniques." As Kakashi said this, he subconsciously glanced at the other 2. Those 2 kids were like prodigies. They had already been training with trees on the river surface at the age of 7. There was no need for them to do any more tree climbing or water walking training. After all, their chakra control training had been pushed to the extreme. "All right, I will work hard." Sakura knew very well the gap between herself and her teammates, so she was very much looking forward to Kakashi's training plan. Perhaps after completing Kakashi-sensei's training, she could catch up to them. The girl made an extremely serious expression and waved her small fists, constantly encouraging herself in her heart. "Come on, Haruno, Sakura. You are the best. Once I get stronger, I can deal with Naruto properly. Let us do it." After finishing up with Sakura, Kakashi turned to look at the eagerly awaiting Naruto and fell silent for a while. After thinking it over, he realized he didn't really have anything to teach Naruto. Naruto's chakra was wind and earth. He did know quite a bit about these 2 types of ninjutsu, but they were either supportive or defensive techniques, which weren't really useful for Naruto to learn. As for taijutsu, sorry, this kid didn't need to learn taijutsu at all. He could just stand there and recover while exchanging blows with enemies. There were hardly any ninjas like him in the entire ninja world. Naruto looked at Kakashi with great anticipation. After all, this guy was a top technician in Konoha, said to have copied all the enemy's ninjutsu. Wow, this was practically a living encyclopedia of ninjutsu. Plus, after being trained by Jiraiya every day, Naruto really hoped to have a normal teacher to train him in a normal way. Over the years, Naruto finally understood one thing. The big fox inside him was training him using the same methods used to train tail beasts. If it weren't for his strong physique, he probably would have died under Jiraiya's high-tailed beast training methods at the age of 6. So now, Naruto was eager to see how a normal person practiced. At this moment, in the ceiling space, Kurama, who was reading a novel, suddenly paused and then sensed a hint of malice from Naruto. "Kid, are you disrespecting me?" Hearing the voice of the big fox, Naruto didn't know how to complain. How long had this fox been watching? How did it suddenly start calling itself this seat? Never mind, just keep reading your book. After casually brushing off the big fox in his mind, Naruto turned back to Kakashi with anticipation, only to hear the white-haired man say something inappropriate. "Naruto, how about I teach you the Earth Release?" Earth Wall? Vortex Naruto. Initially, Naruto had a face full of anticipation, but upon hearing Kakashi's words, his smile instantly vanished, and his expression became extremely stiff. His mindset shifted from anticipation to anger. Damn it, was this white-haired guy going too far? You taught Sakura Genjutsu. You taught Sasuke Lightning Release. And now for me, you just want to teach me the Earth Wall technique? Do I really need to learn this ninjutsu from your doghead version? I know you're biased towards Sasuke for your good buddy Obito, but my dad is your teacher. White-haired guy, you're not human. Naruto forced a stiff smile, then politely raised his middle finger while shaking his head and pointing at him. You wait, white-haired guy. After saying this, Naruto stood up and walked 10 meters away without looking back. This white-haired guy was actually brushing him off with the Earth Wall technique. You wait. While I get back to the village, I'm going to learn Impure World reincarnation. Then you can go explain it to your teacher's wife. This guy wasn't going to help him, so he would do it himself. Seeing Naruto angrily leave, Kakashi chuckled awkwardly and scratched the back of his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to teach. He just genuinely didn't have any ninjutsu that Naruto could use. Anyway, Kakashi thought his own Earth Release was quite good. It had a very personal touch. Chapter 58. The boomerang finally hit Naruto. Kakashi glanced at Naruto, who was sulking alone on the side, and without thinking much, turned around to start teaching the two kids nearby. At that moment, Naruto wished Sasuke would activate his Mangekyou Sharingan so he could borrow his beautiful eyes to glare at that white-haired guy in the middle. Alright, Fine. If they won't play with me during training, I'll play by myself. After all, he had mastered the divine technique of Shadow Clone Jutsu. Ignoring the earlier incident with the Vortex gigs, he could quickly accumulate experience using Shadow Clones. Moreover, now that teacher Kyuubi was deeply immersed in web literature, he was completely uninterested in teaching him. From now on, if he wanted to train, he'd have to grind it out with Shadow Clones. Naruto nodded firmly and prepared a hand sign and release a jutsu. But somehow, images of the Vortex gigs asking him for Lai Fu kept flashing through his mind. No, impossible. This situation should just be an exception. I only made one clone, so it's an exception. Thinking about how his clone would look made Naruto a bit scared, so he comforted himself a couple of times before starting to hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Boom, boom, boom. After the smoke cleared, 5 figures suddenly appeared beside Naruto. As he saw his shadow clones after releasing the jutsu, his eyes darkened, and he exclaimed a classic phrase. What the hell? Unlike what he had imagined, these 5 clones were dressed in bizarre outfits. The most outrageous of them had gray hair, wore a black top, tight suspenders, and was holding a basketball. Damn, when will this electronic chicken plague finally end? Next to him stood a high ponytail samurai clone and a clone wearing a headscarf. Naruto could tell with just his toes that these two were Xiao Feng and Yasuo. Damn, this is the ninja world. Can you not be so ridiculous with your styles? After seeing these two style-broken guys, Naruto felt that the twin-tailed beautiful girl clone and the black-framed bearded uncle clone next to him seemed quite normal in comparison. At least they were somewhat understandable. Naruto rubbed his temples, feeling his blood pressure rise instantly. What was that medicine the third Hokage took called? Sighing, Naruto realized that the vortex gigs from last time wasn't an accident after all. Looking at these clones, he thought it would be better to ask for their names first. All right, what are your names? Hey, chicken over there. Can you stop playing basketball already? Naruto really wanted to strangle his clone. His heart was so tired. He had to let the second Hokage see what was going on with these clones. Hearing the original's question, four clones stepped forward simultaneously and began to introduce themselves. Vortex Naruto, Vortex Yasuo, Vortex Xiaoyan, Vortex Stark. Hello everyone. I have practiced for 2.5 years. Get lost. Naruto, furious, instantly activated wind release, bloodstorm technique, flashing in front of this guy and kicking the Vortex chicken clone into pieces. This guy kept dancing and playing basketball on the side. And now he is still messing around. He really couldn't take it anymore. He, Vortex Naruto, just wanted his shadow clones to help him grind experience. Don't mess around. Calm down, original. Vortex Naruto walked in front of Naruto, patted his shoulder, and comforted him. Looking up at Vortex Naruto's height of 7 meters, her beautiful face and those long legs, it was like an 18-year-old beauty. Damn, I'm enchanted by my own clone. Seeing her, Naruto shouted inwardly that it was not good, and once again used the Chio swimsuit picture to calm himself. We are here to help you become stronger. After Vortex Naruto said this, the other 3 clones nodded in agreement. But hearing this made Naruto even more confused. You guys are pulling off such tricks. What good methods can you have? Naruto considered himself a person with a lot of pride, and he didn't believe a word of what his clones said. It hadn't been long since he tricked Sasuke into wearing women's clothes to get stronger. Now he wouldn't have to suffer that fate, right? Of course. We won't make you wear women's clothes. Naruto. Vortex Naruto's words almost scared Naruto into running away. No. How can you even read my mind? There is no mind reading. I just know you very well. What the hell? Hearing this, Naruto was truly dumbfounded. Don't scare me, or I'll cancel the shadow clones. He turned his back, not daring to look at her, fearing she would guess his thoughts again. Of course, he wouldn't be enchanted by his own clone. Just an 18-year-old blonde, twin-tailed beauty, not worth mentioning. At that moment, Vortex Stark pulled out paper and a pen from who knows where, walked up to Naruto, and began recording something on the paper while saying, "Next, I will try my best to help you study the module. Let's start with the most familiar." After saying that, he signaled Yasuo and Xiaoyan to come forward. Original, Artisan Spirit module, and the Blade of the Gods module. You first throw out the stuff, and I'll study it. It's time to show the ninja world the power of my swift wind sword master. As soon as Vortex Yasuo stepped forward, he immediately asked Naruto for things. Since he had no sword on him, he could only mimic drawing a sword with the air at his waist. For a swordsman, having no sword is simply a lack of dignity. After finishing his act, Vortex Yasuo crossed his arms and leaned against a tree, putting on a look of hardship. Though I wander the world, I have never lost my true self. Setting aside the dramatic aspect of Vortex Yasuo's performance, just the suggestion he had made earlier had already brightened Naruto's eyes. It sounded somewhat plausible, truly worthy of being himself, reliable. At this time, Xiaoyan on the side said seriously, "Original, I don't ask for much, just give me a high-power speaker. Then I can carry this thing and dance with Madara." Saying this, Vortex Xiaoyan immediately dropped into a horse stance and began to wave his arms continuously. It seemed he was imitating his previous life as 18 palms of the dragon, subduing from TV show. What made Naruto most headache-inducing was that this guy was also giving himself a voiceover. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. No one can defeat me in my realm. Vortex Naruto, I knew it. This Vortex Xiaoyan isn't reliable at all. Chapter 59, oh no. He really made it. Naruto supported his forehead with one hand, forcibly suppressing the urge to blow up Vortex Xiaoyan. After marking out an area, he began to throw out system items under Vortex Stark's direction. Kakashi, who was instructing the other two, glanced at Naruto's direction and was shocked to stop his actions. Naruto's bizarrely dressed shadow clones were making him doubt his life. What is this kid up to again? Why can he always come up with something different? And whose shadow clones are like his? Thinking of that clone with a white cloth on its head, Kakashi could only sigh that Naruto was getting more and more extravagant. Especially that twin-tailed clone. Just looking at it made Kakashi feel stiff all over. Confirmed. This kid Naruto must have secretly watched something he shouldn't have. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly create such clones. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura, seeing Kakashi in a daze, occasionally making strange noises, felt her face flush with anger. He had just started teaching her illusion techniques, and less than halfway through, he was laughing at Naruto's side. Sakura suddenly felt exhausted. Although being with Sasuke made her very happy, to be honest, she seriously suspected that she was the only normal person in the team. Following Kakashi's gaze, when she saw the blonde beauty, Sakura instantly froze. Sasuke, who was currently generating electricity, noticed that the expressions on their faces were off and glanced at Naruto. Then subconsciously said so big. After saying that, he couldn't help but steal a glance at Sakura. Kakashi nodded in agreement with Sasuke's words. Indeed, only men understand the hearts of men. Sasuke's remark was like a light whisper from Garen, leaving Sakura both silent and vulnerable. At that moment, the fragile heart of the girl was struck hard. What are you guys talking about? Why did Naruto create such a lewd clone? After experiencing the forbidden love with Haku and Zabuza, Sakura was fully on guard against Naruto. But who would have thought this guy would create such a clone? The most crucial part was, Sasuke actually spoke just now. This had never happened since she met Sasuke, although she had previously caught Sasuke in women's clothing. That couldn't affect his image in her heart. But isn't it a bit too much for Sasuke to look at Naruto's clone and say, so big? Sakura looked far at the blonde girl, almost crying out loud. Sasuke, Kakashi-sensei, we agreed to train. The girl's outburst finally brought the two back to reality. Kakashi stroked his chin, still wearing a reminiscent expression. Sasuke, after taking a few more glances, turned back to continue generating electricity. He didn't dare to keep looking, fearing he would neglect his training. After all, how could he not be distracted by Naruto's amazing clone? Don't be fooled by Sasuke's wooden appearance. He actually understood the matters between men and women. Of course, just a few days ago, he was still naive. Since Naruto gave him that novel, Sasuke's mindset had changed a little. However, he believed that the most important thing at this stage was still to enhance his ninja power, so he could personally kill that man. Seeing the two men lost in thought, Sakura fell into self-doubt. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't beat Naruto, she would really want to perish together with him right now. Thinking carefully, if that guy really went after Sasuke, she seemed to have no chance at all. No way. After returning to the village, she must have a good talk with Hinata. Sakura thought that since she couldn't resolve things with Naruto, she had to ask Hinata for help. Hinata probably wouldn't want the man she liked to be with Sasuke either. Once Kakashi regained his composure, he taught her the method for practicing illusion techniques. Then had Sasuke take her up a tree. As for Kakashi, he ran to the treetop to pull out a little lube to watch. He was almost about to quit, but after glancing at Naruto's clone a few times, he really couldn't control his hands. Leaning against the tree, Kakashi looked around to confirm that no one was watching him before he pulled out Intimate Paradise. As he took out the book, an inexplicable sense of guilt rose in Kakashi's heart. Sigh, I'll finish this today and start quitting tomorrow. On the other side, the Whirlpool team finally created the weapon that Whirlpool Yasuo wanted under the team's intelligence officer. Hey, look at my knife. Whirlpool Yasuo chuckled, placing the glowing blue katana in Naruto's hands. After weighing it lightly, Naruto couldn't help but mutter, this sword is a treasure of the world. 3 feet and 7 inches long, weighing 7 pounds and 13 ounces. It's an absolutely exquisite sword. Whirlpool Yasuo, Whirlpool Naruto, Whirlpool Stark. Hey, enough already. Just now you were mocking me, and now you've started acting like Whirlpool Fubuki? Whirlpool, Xiaofeng couldn't help but interject, and even Whirlpool Stark chimed in. Seriously, none of the data you said matched up. Kid, science is about rigor. Naruto ignored the two clones, waved the sword a couple of times, then held it high. Inspecting it closely, blade without sheath. Attack, 100, sharpness, durability, soul binding, Whirlpool Naruto, Whirlpool Yasuo, skills, Way of the Wanderer, Steel Slash, Wind Barrier, /, Gale Annihilation /. Naruto was shocked when he saw the sword's data. The additional attributes were fairly standard, but how did these skills come about? Oh no! Whirlpool Yasuo is really going to become the swift sword master of the ninja world. Naruto casually tossed the sword to Whirlpool Yasuo, then looked at Whirlpool Stark with a puzzled expression, wanted to hear what this clone had to say. There's nothing surprising. You know that things from the system adapt to the rules of this world once taken out. It's reasonable for me to add some wind release chakra to forge skills, right? But when using these weapons, you need to be careful. Before Whirlpool Stark could finish, Whirlpool Yasuo suddenly started shouting, "Death like the wind, always with me." Then they saw Whirlpool Yasuo lower his body, press his right hand on the sword hilt, and first unleash a small whirlwind that lifted Whirlpool Xiaoyan into the air, then flashed and appeared in the sky. "Sariya, Whirlpool Yasuo, you, wait for me." Bang bang. The moment the two clones collided in midair, they instantly turned into two puffs of smoke and disappeared. The newly forged blade also fell from the sky to the ground. Whirlpool Stark pointed at the sword on the ground and shrugged. "See, if your body strength isn't enough when using these weapons, you'll end up like them, dead on the spot." Naruto was momentarily stunned, feeling a wave of fear. Thankfully, he didn't impulsively pull out the sword of universal control. Otherwise, he would probably be torn apart by the sword's power. Can this be solved by eating something? Naruto said this with a bit of trepidation. When he was a child, he mostly ate those abnormal enhancement foods in the ceiling space, since it was a creative mode where he wouldn't die. But if he brought it out, he was genuinely afraid of eating those abnormal enhancement foods and dying. It was similar to taking a high-level elixir during the Foundation establishment phase. After all, he was just an ordinary Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, not a blocky being on par with the divine. Let's try and see. Whirlpool Naruto reached out in front of him, playfully licking her lips, her eyes watery, looking like she wanted food. Seeing that, Naruto's face instantly turned red. Chapter 60 Kakashi. I'll just take a bite of the undying one, right? Naruto directly pulled out the universal meatball from the system space. Under the influence of the external rules, the moment Naruto grabbed the meatball, his hand suddenly felt heavy, almost causing him to fall flat on his face. Even the ground cracked under the weight. You should know that this thing felt weightless in the ceiling space. Now that he took it out, he finally felt the weight of the universal meatball. If it were Sasuke, that weakling, he would probably fall to the ground on the spot. Naruto's mind suddenly wandered. Given the situation, wouldn't he lack heavy gear in the future? He could just train with the universal meatball. He just didn't know if this thing had a shelf life in the outside world. Naruto lightly tossed the universal meatball to Whirlpool Naruto. If one didn't look at the cracked ground beneath her feet, they might think this was just an ordinary strange food glowing with a green hue. Whirlpool Naruto caught the universal meatball, her body also sinking, and the smile on her face instantly vanished. "Hey, are you even being fair to your own clone?" She spoke with a hint of annoyance and rolled her eyes at Naruto. The beauty's lethality was a bit much. Seeing her expression, Naruto immediately turned to look at Whirlpool Stark. "By the way, how can I bring you out the next time I use multiple shadow clones?" He now understands that his multiple shadow clones must have been practiced incorrectly. Perhaps this is a side effect of the technique? Second Hokage, I get it. No wonder multiple shadow clones are called a forbidden technique. However, Naruto is more worried about whether he will create unreliable clones like that Vortex chicken brother next time he uses multiple shadow clones. So far, Vortex Naruto and Vortex Stark seem reliable. Just think about what we look like in your mind. As long as you don't think random thoughts when using multiple shadow clones, usually they're 1TB any strange clones appearing. Vortex Naruto explained and then raised the universe meatball in her hand, starting to look around. Naruto heard her and pursed his lips in silence. All right, so all those unreliable clones were my fault? Naruto only planned to believe half of what Vortex Naruto said. He did admit that he had secretly thought of the chicken brother in his mind just now. But he absolutely wouldn't admit to secretly thinking about himself in women-esque clothing. I want to eat it. At that moment, Vortex Naruto directly swallowed the universe meatball in one bite. The next second, Naruto noticed Vortex Naruto's face turning red. How is it? Is this thing going to cause a problem? Vortex Naruko first shook her twin tails and shook her head, then nodded a few times, showing a dazed expression to Naruto. What does that mean? It feels like my strength is starting to increase. While saying this, Vortex Naruko began to punch her chest, then looked frustrated and said, "Water. I'm about to choke, cough, cough." Naruto facepalmed with one hand and sighed deeply. How reckless can you be? People chew on this stuff in games, and you just swallowed it whole without choking? Seeing that Vortex Naruko was really uncomfortable, he took out a bottle of water. He didn't want to accept the memory of his clone choking to death. However, before Naruto could hand the water to Vortex Naruko, he heard the sound of a clone exploding, just as he was about to lament that his clone had choked to death after receiving the memories. He realized that Naruko hadn't choked to death, but had instead been stuffed to death by the universe meatball. After understanding that he shouldn't randomly eat things from the system, Naruto created dozens of clones along with Vortex Naruko. It's worth mentioning that the clones created this time didn't turn out so strange, because he didn't have any random thoughts. After that, Naruto laid out a piece of cloth on the ground, threw out most of the food that could provide buffs, and specifically let his clones taste test. The three people not far away were baffled as they watched Naruto suddenly start cooking in place. Aren't they supposed to be training? Why is their teammate behaving like this? Kakashi, leaning against a tree, twitched his nose, and his stomach started to rumble. He closed the book, jumped down from the tree, and said to Sasuke and Sakura, "You guys keep practicing. I'm going to eat something." On Naruto's side, he had just prepared a death experience set for his clones when he ran in front of Vortex Stark. Naruto scratched his head and chuckled, then took out the large iron door he often used from his bag. "Help me upgrade this weapon." Vortex Stark, who was recording the experiment, glanced at the large iron door in Naruto's hand with a speechless expression. Can't the main body get a normal weapon? Vortex Stark sighed, seeing the eager look on Naruto's face, and finally took the large iron door from him. Sigh, if this kid doesn't have me, he'll fall apart sooner or later. What does it need to be upgraded to? Naruto's eyes turned, and he answered with a grin, "Har can fly, and add a soul reaper." "Oh, right. It would be best if you could write just this on the iron door. If possible, can you add a sound that plays automatically when it touches an enemy?" Let us use the phrase, "You've been breached." Vortex Stark was silent for a few seconds, and suddenly said awkwardly, "Are you sure doing this one get you killed? Main body?" The difficulty of creating this equipment isn't too bad for him, but he couldn't help but imagine the main body fighting Madara with such a uniquely designed iron door. Madara would be laughing maniacally, throwing punches and kicks that the iron door would block, only for him to see the four big characters, just this. Wouldn't Madara be furious on the spot? Moreover, it doesn't stop there. Perhaps when Madara is in a red-hot state, he would also hear the iron door saying, "You've been breached." TSK. The taunting effect would be full. What is wrong with that? I'm a man with an immortal totem. After saying that, Naruto took out the small golden idol that symbolizes the immortal totem from his backpack. Boom! However, when this item appeared, the Vortex team fell silent, because the immortal totem, once taken out, was as tall as a person. Naruto opened his mouth and stammered for a long time, still unsure of what to say. Items from the system undergo changes to adapt to the world when displayed. But why is the immortal totem so big? Looking at the immortal totem that was almost as tall as himself, Naruto's mind instantly conjured up an image of himself fighting enemies while carrying this thing on his back. Isn't it a bit ridiculous to fight enemies while tied to a little golden idol? He felt that his future style would definitely surpass pain. "Oh, this food looks good." At that moment, Kakashi casually walked over to the Vortex team's food experiment area and picked up a piece of meat that was changing colors. Chapter 61. Don't worry. I, Vortex Naruto, am always reliable. Several members of the Vortex team were busy recording the food they had eaten, all feeling terribly uncomfortable. So they didn't notice Kakashi, who had suddenly come over to sneak food and drinks. Kakashi looked at the piece of meat in his hand that was constantly changing colors. In that moment, the dazzling light hit his face, and for a brief second, Kakashi even had the illusion of being in a brothel. He unconsciously swallowed. The smell of the food was indeed very fragrant. It was more aromatic than anything he had eaten in his life. But why does it look a bit off? At that moment, Kakashi recalled the potion Naruto had given him earlier, which seemed to have a similar vibe. Could it be another special item? Thinking of this, Kakashi no longer hesitated. After all, he hadn't had any issues after drinking that potion before. Moreover, could a piece of meat really kill him? Just look at the clones next to him enjoying themselves so happily, and he knew it was fine. Picking up the meat, he took a bite, and at that moment, Kakashi felt an unprecedented deliciousness bloom on his tongue. Immediately after, Kakashi suddenly felt a bit dizzy. Feeling uncomfortable, he decided to stand up and move around. Bang! But just as he stood up, Kakashi's body stiffened, and he fell straight to the ground like he had been electrocuted, then began to convulse continuously. His lazy eyes rolled back, and the mask started to ooze some white foam, and it looked like he was about to pass out. Naruto, who was researching the immortal totem with Vortex Stark, suddenly noticed the white-haired Kakashi lying on the ground convulsing, and then looked at the guy's hand holding the wildly flashing meat. Naruto vaguely saw the red word death flashing above Kakashi's head. What the hell? Why didn't you guys stop him? He pointed at the clones next to Kakashi and started cursing, but as soon as he said it, those clones, unable to withstand the food they had just eaten, immediately poofed away. Then Naruto received the memories of those clones. These clones really weren't afraid of death at all. On average, each clone had eaten 6 or 7 portions of food without considering the feelings of the main body at all. Naruto glanced at the immortal totem, then looked at Kakashi, who was on the verge of death on the ground. Without hesitation, he grabbed the nearby immortal totem and, mimicking a javelin throw, hurled it forcefully towards Kakashi. Bang! The immortal totem, about the same size as Naruto, directly hit Kakashi and created a pit in the ground. From this force, it was evident that Uzumaki Naruto was very worried about his team leader. The immortal totem successfully connected with Kakashi's stomach. However, Naruto noticed that Kakashi-sensei seemed to have stopped moving. I feel like you just crush him to death. Naruto was immediately provoked by Uzumaki Stark's words. His face flushed as he retorted, "Impossible. You can't say the immortal totem killed him. Just say my action saved his life and time." Uzumaki Stark fell silent. He felt that Kakashi should still have a chance to be saved. After all, he looked like he still had one last breath left, and with the potions in the system, he could somewhat bring him back. But after that action, Uzumaki Stark felt that Kakashi, who was supposed to have one last breath, was likely sent away on the spot. Kakashi-sensei. The two were training suddenly saw this scene and rushed to Kakashi's side, looking at Naruto with puzzled expressions, asking what had happened. Is he dead? Sasuke was shocked as he looked at the lifeless Kakashi. From the scene, it was easy to determine that the weapon that killed Kakashi-sensei was the golden statue on his stomach. Sasuke found it hard to accept. He recognized Kakashi's strength. According to the strength classification of the Broken Sky, he estimated that Kakashi-sensei should also have a fighting spirit level, right? Logically, he shouldn't be able to be killed by Naruto with just a statue. Sasuke reached out and checked Kakashi's neck for a pulse, shaking his head stiffly, letting out a sigh as he said to Sakura and the arriving Naruto, there's no saving him. He is already dead. Sakura and Sasuke felt that this world was absurd. Their team leader had just taken everyone out of the village for a mission for the first time, and he died just like that. Not in battle with an enemy, but at the hands of his own teammate. Sasuke was even contemplating how to defect with Naruto. After all, Naruto's action of killing Kakashi had already been considered an act of treason against the village. What do we do? Naruto, this can't be real, right? You're just joking with us and Kakashi-sensei, right? Sakura was stunned, standing in place, sometimes holding her head, sometimes grabbing Kakashi's hand and shouting, completely unsure of what to do. It's a small matter. Kakashi-sensei just fell asleep. Just wait. He'll be awake in no time. Naruto's words shocked Sakura again. What did this guy just say? You mean he'll wake up? Kakashi-sensei, you really killed him. It's over, it's over. Help. I don't want to become a rogue ninja. Naruto showed an incredibly reliable smile and patted his two teammates on the shoulder. Then he adjusted the corpse on the ground into a more comfortable position and maximized the contact area between the immortal totem and Kakashi. From the looks of it, Kakashi and the immortal totem were almost overlapping. Seeing this, Sakura's face turned even paler. Images of Haku and Zabuza suddenly flashed in her mind. After hearing this, Sasuke nodded and had no doubts about Naruto's words. Although this guy's method was quite unorthodox, the overall results were generally fine. Kakashi, Kakashi. Hearing someone call his name, Kakashi slowly opened his eyes, shocked to find himself sitting in front of campfire. Moreover, sitting across from him was a very familiar middle-aged man with white hair. At that moment, the man was adding firewood to the campfire. "Father, what are you doing here?" Kakashi instinctively shouted. Then his expression became subtle. "Wait, how'd I end up here?" He remembered that he was supposed to be eating Naruto's food. And why could he see his father? Did he die? No, that can't be right. Tsukumo Hatake looked up at Kakashi and said sternly, "Kakashi, you shouldn't be here. It's time to go back." What? With his mind still muddled, Kakashi couldn't understand what his father was saying. "Wait, father." Just as he was about to say something, Kakashi felt the world spinning in front of him, and he heard several voices calling his name. After a while, his consciousness returned to his body, and he slowly opened his eyes to see the three little ones squatting beside him. "Kakashi-sensei, you're awake." Kakashi-sensei, you finally woke up. I'm going to continue training." Chapter 62. My life is like walking on thin ice. Kakashi lay on the ground, his hands resting on his abdomen, showing a lazy expression as he looked at the heads of the three little ones. "It's you guys. Did I just fall asleep?" Sakura and Sasuke, who was about to leave, paused, both showing strange expressions, unsure of how to talk to Kakashi. Naruto smiled and patted Kakashi's shoulder. "Yeah, Kakashi-sensei. Why were you sleeping on the ground? It's so cold." Sasuke, Sakura. Although he said that, his gaze was entirely on the powder beside Kakashi. That was the powder produced after the immortal totem took effect. Sasuke and Sakura didn't find it too strange that the statue had turned to powder. After all, Naruto could also pull out color-changing meat patties, so these things were not too surprising for them. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Stark was recording the changes that had just occurred with the immortal totem. To be honest, he really wanted to ask Kakashi what it felt like to be dead and come back to life. Is that so? Kakashi looked at Naruto suspiciously, feeling that something was off, and thinking about the father he had just seen, he felt puzzled. Could it be that everything just now was a dream? Feeling his body, Kakashi found that he felt incredibly good. Even the usual weakness was gone. Or could it be that Naruto's meat piece allowed him to see the person he wished to see in his dreams, and also had the effect of healing injuries? Kakashi gently shifted on the ground to find a comfortable position, resting his hands behind his head, blankly staring at the sky. "Obito, Rin, how are you doing in the Pure Land?" Seeing Kakashi once again displaying a lazy demeanor, Sakura felt ecstatic inside and was wildly cheering in her heart. "Great! Kakashi-sensei is alive. Mom and Dad, I don't have to become a rogue ninja." After confirming that this lazy guy on the ground was fine, Sasuke no longer considered defection and was about to leave. However, he deliberately headed towards Naruto's shadow clone. Earlier, Sasuke had noticed the clone with glasses and a big beard scribbling something on the side, and he was a bit curious about what Naruto was doing. Stealthily approaching Uzumaki Stark, Sasuke squinted and stretched his neck to sneak a look at the contents of his notebook. Uzumaki Stark didn't care about this sneaky guy. This kid had a history of such behavior, and besides, wouldn't he understand what he wrote anyway? Glancing over, Sasuke saw a page filled with dense numbers and symbols, making him a bit dizzy. After looking for 2 minutes, he finally found something he could understand. A sentence written on the cover of the book stunned Sasuke, as if struck by lightning. "My life is like walking on thin ice. Do you think I can still make it to the other side?" Sasuke carefully pondered this sentence in his mind, and he was completely shaken, recalling the night of the massacre he had experienced. "My life is like walking on thin ice." Sasuke gasped, constantly murmuring in his mouth, "So good. It's really so good." As he walked, he kept muttering, causing Uzumaki Stark, who was recording, to stop writing and look at the back of this kid, leaving with great confusion. "What a weirdo. You, who don't even understand electromagnetism, can comprehend what I wrote? Hey." After Naruto confirmed that the totem was effective, he finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Then he turned and found a spot nearby, took out his big iron door, and started practicing his door technique. It's good to practice more now, to avoid being unskilled when the exclusive weapon comes out. Kakashi also ignored the three kids. Lying on the ground, looking at the clouds in the sky, his mind filled with memories of his teammates from the past. He didn't know how long it had been, but Kakashi closed his eyes and fell asleep. Days passed like this in Team 7's training. Under Kakashi's guidance, Sasuke not only learned the lightning release, Chidori, but also grasped some concepts from what Naruto said about magnetoelectricity. Earlier, when Naruto mentioned treating lightning release like a slingshot and using shuriken as projectiles, Sasuke found it very troublesome and hard to understand. So, he directly treated himself as the projectile. Then, using lightning release to cover his body and increasing his speed several times, he was able to leave after images in the process. And combined with the lightning clone technique, Sasuke felt that he had finally mastered the 3,000 lightning moves and the 3,000 lightning shadow clone. The speed of 3,000 lightning moves is incredibly fast. How fast is it? When he exerted it to the fullest, Naruto didn't even have time to open the light gate. After teaching Sasuke, Kakashi was left dumbfounded when he saw Sasuke using these two new lightning release techniques. The speed was impressive, but those afterimages and lightning clones reminded Kakashi of his own body flicker technique. Sasuke's strength had indeed improved significantly, but he felt this kid was getting more and more off track. And that guy Naruto, not only does he create all sorts of strange shadow clones all day, but he also stands by the river, picking up a door panel and laughing. He practiced for over 10 hours, full of energy, looking very hardworking. But can you put that energy to good use? At first, Kakashi was speechless. All of this was still within an understandable range until Naruto changed to a colorful door panel, and he even saw this kid sitting on the door panel, soaring into the sky. Uzumaki Naruto, are you really a Konoha ninja? Why are you starting to look a bit like that empty ninja village? Kakashi didn't even know what words to use to describe this kid's absurdity anymore. In contrast, Sakura seemed much more normal in her training. She completed the chakra control training of climbing trees and walking on water, and even learned 2 genjutsu techniques on her own. Moreover, he discovered Sakura's exceptional talent in chakra control. She would be a good candidate for practicing medical ninjutsu. Kakashi planned to let Sakura learn some medical ninjutsu after returning to the village. Main body, look at my new weapon. Uzumaki Stark revealed his muscular upper body, gripping 2 fist blades in his hands. Naruto, who was training on the door panel, wore an incredibly strange expression upon seeing this. Wait, aren't you Uzumaki Stark? Where's your battle armor? You pulled off this look because of Wolf Uncle, right? Uzumaki Stark ignored the main body's complaints, struck a crossed arm pose with the fist blades, and let out a low roar. Batterman, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto was so shocked by this sight that he dropped the board on the ground. God, Batman, you look like Wolf Uncle, but have the tone of Iron Man, snapping his fingers, shouting Batterman. What the hell is this? Sorry, I suddenly felt it just now. Uzumaki Stark picked up the clothes from the ground and put them on, then tossed the fist blades to Naruto. Here, made of alloy from the lower realm. The strength is even stronger than Wolf Uncle's, but it's not enchanted. If you enchant it, you probably won't even be able to lift your arms. Holding the fist blades, Naruto felt as if his arms were heavy as lead. Whether he could swing this weapon was questionable. You can use this to poke your enemies during turn-based combat. It's much more damaging than using your fists earlier. Hearing this, Naruto immediately envisioned himself stabbing enemies with the fist blades. Hiss, a single stab would create 3 holes, and the amount of blood would probably be worse than slitting a throat. Thinking of this, Naruto grinned at Uzumaki Stark. Kakashi glanced at the 3 kids, looked at the sun in the sky, closed his book, and jumped down from the tree. All right, pack your things. Let us prepare to return to the village and report our mission. Chapter 63. Danzo, why are you so malicious towards me? You carry the burden, I hold the horse. Welcoming the sunrise and bidding farewell to the sunset. Naruto sat cross-legged on the floating big iron door, singing the theme song of Journey to the West, swaying his body to the rhythm. At this moment, he had imagined himself as Tang Sung, and the big iron door he was sitting on was the white dragon horse. There was no way. After wandering outside for a month, the kid was finally going home, and he was just too happy. He hadn't seen Hinata for a long time. However, Naruto's singing made the three bystanders almost miss a heartbeat. Naruto, shut up. It's just too terrible. It sounds just like the noise from cutting wood in my house. Shut up. The three of them, unable to bear it, shouted in unison at Naruto on the big iron door. This guy had been singing ever since they opened the light gate and returned to the outskirts of Konoha, completely disregarding their feelings. TCH, you can't endure this? A ninja is someone who can endure everything. You guys still have a long way to go, Naruto said with a serious face, looking at the three with disdain, even using Jiraiya's words to lecture them. Kakashi covered his face and felt speechless. Although the words were correct, who the hell told you that this is how to interpret them? Also, Kakashi felt like he had heard this somewhere before, but he just couldn't remember. Sasuke and Sakura didn't want to pay attention to Naruto floating in the air. This kid had no idea how terrible his singing was. The next few minutes, Team 7 spent in silence. Moreover, the three of them agreed that as long as this kid continued to sing, they would all act together, trying to beat him up before he even realized it. When they saw the big door, each member of Team 7 instantly relaxed. Even Kakashi's lazy eyes changed at this moment. He just wanted to leave the team and be alone in peace. Over the past month, Kakashi and T really had a good rest. Every day, he either heard Sasuke laughing madly while practicing lightning release or heard Naruto banging on the big iron door at night. It was truly unimaginable torment. But fortunately, Kakashi felt that he should be able to rest well in the village for a while now. Sigh, when will Jiraiya-sensei return to the village? When the guards at Konoha village saw the figures of Team 7, two of the ninjas quickly ran back into the village, starting to spread the news of Team 7's return. Not good. Team 7 has completed their mission and returned. Hurry to the Nara and Hyuga families. The moment the four stepped through the gate, Naruto jumped down from the big iron door, retracting it back into the system, and politely greeted the several guard uncles. Good day, uncles. A good. Naruto was in a great mood, and seeing these random uncles made him very happy. Kakashi noticed that several of the gatekeepers had stiff expressions and avoided making eye contact with Naruto, clearly harboring resentment towards Team 7. However, he didn't care anymore. After all, his team had already become a hated presence, so a few more gatekeepers didn't matter. Kakashi put his hands in his pockets and walked ahead alone. First, they would go to the Hokage building to report their mission. The three little ones nodded and obediently followed Kakashi. Sakura recalled everything that had happened during the mission and felt a strong urge to return home to see her parents, knowing she had almost become a rogue ninja of the Leaf Village. Sasuke just wanted to find a place to read and continue exploring the fire release techniques. Meanwhile, Naruto wanted to go to the Hyuga household to see his wife. As they walked down the streets of Konoha, the villagers they encountered showed fear upon seeing a certain blonde return. Some closed their shops, others hurriedly carried their playing children away, and some shut their doors tightly. In short, they were worried about making eye contact with this blonde. The fear in their eyes was even greater than when they encountered the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails might just send them away, but this blonde could make everyone feel worse than dead. The villagers of Konoha could only place their hopes on the Nara clan and the Hyuga clan. Kakashi pushed open the door to the Hokage's office, and as the four entered, they saw an old bald man in a wheelchair, his body wrapped in bandages. When Naruto saw this old man, he scratched his head and thought for a long time, but couldn't recall a familiar name. Who the heck is this old man? How can he still be in the Hokage office? The third Hokage looked troubled, clearly unsure of what he had just discussed with this old man. However, just by looking at him, it was evident that he was extremely angry. Lord Third, this is the mission scroll, Kakashi said as he handed over the mission scroll. The third Hokage took it without even looking and immediately signed it. After finishing, he sent someone to retrieve the mission payment. Damn you, Uzumaki brat. I'll kill you. The old man in the wheelchair said, his chest heaving as he raised a trembling hand to angrily curse at Naruto. The members of Team 7 all looked at Naruto in unison, their eyes seeming to ask, did you offend this old man? This scene completely bewildered Naruto. He scratched his head and sized up the old man in the wheelchair for a while, before finally speaking. Old man, who are you? Do I know you? Cough. Cough, cough. Upon hearing Naruto's words, the old man's face turned red, his mouth twisted in anger, and he couldn't help but cough violently. Kakashi was worried that this old man might die of anger right there in the Hokage building. Danzo, calm down. You're seriously ill. You can't get angry. The third Hokage saw his friend looking like he was about to pass out and immediately went to his side to comfort him with words, while also pulling out bottles of medicine from Danzo's body and continuously giving him medication. Naruto was stunned by the third Hokage's words. What the hell? This old man is Danzo? How did he end up like this? Not only was Naruto shocked, but even Kakashi's pupils dilated in disbelief. It was hard to imagine that the head of the Root organization had become like this. Naruto was dumbfounded for a while, then started to think about what Danzo had just cursed him for, muttering quietly, Danzo, what did I do to you? I didn't offend you. Why do you have such a big issue with me? Uzumaki Naruto, swore that there was absolutely no malice in his words. He was genuinely curious why Danzo had such a strong opinion of him. Naruto's voice wasn't loud, but everyone present heard it, especially Danzo, who was still gasping for breath. Coughed even more violently after hearing this, and his body began to twitch. Finally, in a fit of rage, he rolled his eyes and fainted. Danzo, wake up. Quickly, get a medical ninja here. Chapter 64. Shadowing me? Impossible. Within a few minutes, over a dozen medical ninjas rushed into the Hokage's office. They hurriedly placed Danzo on a stretcher, with medical ninjas using healing techniques around him. Oh no, Danzo's wind chakra is out of control. Lying on the stretcher, Danzo's consciousness was already hazy. On his bandaged body, blood-red marks kept appearing, and the speed at which the medical ninjas were treating him couldn't keep up with the speed at which his wounds were reopening. Kakashi looked at Danzo's wounds, and his expression twisted. His gaze kept shifting between Naruto and Danzo because he noticed how similar the wounds on Danzo's body were to the ones from when Naruto used the wind release, violent technique. The third Hokage, seeing the medical ninjas trying to save Danzo, picked up a pipe from his desk and started smoking heavily. Just a moment ago, he had been reenacting a past scene with his friend in the office. This was the first time in 3 years that Danzo had come to the office to see him. To be honest, after so long without arguing with Danzo, the third Hokage felt a bit nostalgic. Sigh, why did Danzo have to learn that kid Naruto's jutsu? He had specifically warned him not to practice that forbidden technique. Yet Danzo went and secretly trained it. But on the other hand, if Danzo were to die in a hospital, it might not be such a bad thing for him. It could be considered a good ending. After all, Danzo had been harboring resentment about the position of Hokage, and the third Hokage understood his friend very well. Once this guy had enough strength, he would surely try to overthrow him. He truly didn't want to be the one to kill his friend. Kakashi's thoughts were similar to the third Hokage's, but he felt a bit melancholic. He had heard some of the things Danzo had done in secret, and now, seeing him in such pain, he even gave a thumbs up to Naruto in his heart. Well done, Naruto. You've finally done something good for the village. As one of the parties involved, Naruto had no idea what was happening. He looked at the nearly lifeless Danzo, his expression turning a bit grim. Damn it, Danzo. Don't die right now. If you die here, who will my bro Sasuke seek revenge on? Damn, who took the kill first? Don't let me find out who it was, or you'll be waiting to die. Naruto anxiously ran to the medical ninjas, pacing around worriedly and shouting, Doctor, is this old man okay? How can someone so old suffer like this? However, the medical ninjas were too busy treating Danzo to pay attention to the blonde brat beside them. Naruto could only stand by and pray for the old man. But as he watched, he noticed something was off. The wound on Danzo's body looked like it had been caused by wind release ninjutsu. Seeing this, a flash of insight struck Naruto. I understand. It must be Orochimaru. The timeline is about to reach the Chunin exams. Orochimaru must have teamed up with the Sand Village ninjas to ambush Danzo at the root, thus implementing his plan to destroy Konoha. Damn it. That bastard Snake Sand actually took Sasuke's kill. Naruto glanced at the pitiful Danzo, walked over to his head, and said in an authoritative tone, Damn it. Who used wind release ninjutsu to harm our village's old man? The third Hokage, Kakashi. If he hadn't said that, Danzo's blood pressure wouldn't have spiked. He was already in a semi-conscious state, but upon hearing the blonde's words, he lost consciousness on the spot. In his last moment of awareness, he kept cursing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in his heart. Damn, that cursed Nine-Tails Jinchuriki did this on purpose. Tobarama's blood pressure is skyrocketing. Quickly transfer him to the hospital. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The third Hokage rubbed his head, his expression serious, and shouted at Naruto, who was provoking Tobarama. Naruto, don't disturb the medical ninjas. Come here. Hearing the third's words, Naruto glanced at Tobarama with concern, turning back repeatedly as he moved, looking like a family member of Tobarama. The third, seeing the child's appearance, felt his blood pressure rise and quickly opened a drawer to take some anti-hypertensive medication for himself. Meanwhile, the medical ninjas finished treating Tobarama's external injuries and swiftly carried him out. At that moment, the ninja who went to collect the mission reward returned, and the third picked up the reward for the 7 squad's mission, handing it to Kakashi. The mission reward still had over 18 million ryo left in the 7 squad's hands. Kakashi took the reward, divided it among the 4 of them, and gave it to his 3 subordinates. Naruto looked at the 5 million ryo in his hands, then glanced at the smoking third Hokage, his eyes twinkling with a scheme, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. Bang! Naruto slammed the money on the table and said obediently to the third, Grandpa Third, I want to issue a high-level mission. I suspect there's a spy from the Sand Village in the village. I personally commissioned the 7th squad to investigate for a month. As soon as Naruto said this, everyone present turned their attention to him. The 7th squad was all stunned. Why is there such a procedure? They thought. Saying something about investigating a Sand Village spy in the village for a month? Kakashi knew this kid was trying to pull off another stunt like last time when a ninja from the village used 20 million ryo to dismiss their mission. The third's expression stiffened. After hearing Naruto wanted to pay to issue a mission, he was stunned for a long time. His first reaction was to refuse this child's nonsense. However, previously, a ninja from the village had also used such a method to dismiss the 7th squad. If he didn't agree to this child, he estimated that Naruto could tear down Konoha. The Hokage's secretary, seeing the third's conflicted expression, immediately leaned over and quietly said, Lord Third, Jiraiya sent a message a while ago. He will return to the village soon. The third's eyes widened, joy flooding his face as he looked at the secretary. Great. This is wonderful. He had been waiting for Jiraiya to return for years. At this moment, the third was surrounded by joy, even forgetting about his friend's critical condition. Ha ha. Naruto, I agree to this mission. You will be in charge of finding the village's spy. The third laughed heartily. He didn't care about Naruto's talk of spies. After all, it was just an excuse from his child. He waved his hand to let the secretary write up the mission scroll, then entrusted the mission to Naruto Uzumaki, paid the money, and received the mission scroll. Just as Kakashi was about to lead his team members out of the office, the third suddenly called them back. Oh, right. Soon, the village will hold a joint Chunin exam with other villages. I'll notify you of the exact date later. After saying this, he waved his hand, signaling Kakashi and the others to leave. Then he suddenly remembered something and turned to ask the secretary next to him, have those excellent genin in the village met the task completion requirements for promotion? The secretary took out a notebook from his pocket and flipped through it for a while before replying, almost Lord Third. As long as Naruto doesn't go off to do missions in the next few days. Everyone just needs to complete 3 days' worth of tasks to meet the requirements for participating in the Chunin exam. The third nodded, feeling quite helpless. There was nothing he could do. Naruto was completing missions at a terrifying rate. And the key was that he was crazily grinding tasks just before the Chunin exam was about to start. This caused the genin who originally planned to participate in the exam to fall short of the promotion requirements. Just as the two were discussing the Chunin exam, Hinata Hizashi and Nara Shikaku entered the Hokage's office. Lord Third, we want to issue a high-level mission worth 20 million ryo. Chapter 65. Sect competition? Does Konoha even qualify? Oh no, I forgot to tell the third about the sealing scroll. It's all Danzo's fault. As Naruto walked out of the Hokage building, he kept regretting it in his heart. Kakashi, at the crossroads, was constantly recalling the dream he had about his father. While walking, he occasionally glanced at Naruto. Should I find Naruto for some of that special food from last time? Kakashi not only wanted to see his father to ask about the past, but also wanted to apologize to Rin and ask if Obito was still doing good deeds in the Pure Land, and if he would still be late. He even wanted to see Minato-sensei. As for his mother, maybe not. In short, Kakashi had too much to say to those who had passed away. He didn't know if that day his father really existed or if it was just a dream of his. It didn't matter. As long as he could see them again, that would be enough. But Kakashi was also somewhat afraid of meeting them. He sighed, adjusted his mood, turned around, and smiled at the three little ones. Well, my dear subordinates, let's disband here. After saying this, he didn't wait for their reaction and instantly left the spot, leaving the three standing there, looking at each other. Did Grandpa Third just say we would participate in the Chunin exam? Sakura recalled what had just happened, incredulously speaking to the two beside her. She felt like she was dreaming. They had only just become Genin less than 3 months ago, and now they were going to participate in the Chunin exam. Sasuke nodded, showing no expression, and said blandly, "Yeah, the set competition. Naruto? Sakura?" Sasuke's sudden remark left the two dumbfounded. Sakura stared at Naruto with a look of hatred. "Oh, what is Sasuke talking about? It's all Naruto's fault. Why has my Sasuke turned into this?" Naruto twitched the corners of his mouth, his expression almost frozen. "Damn it, a perfectly good Chunin exam. And now you're bringing this up?" Just as Naruto was about to complain about Sasuke, he heard the big fox in his stomach speak. "Oomph, set competition? Does Konoha even qualify?" Hearing the big fox's words, Naruto choked on his own saliva. "Why don't you two make a pair? This is the ninja world. Can't you tone down the smell on you a bit? You little brat, are you disrespecting me again? No, go read your book." Naruto felt he could no longer manage the big fox. After just a few days, it had already changed its self-proclaimed title again. Sasuke, carrying a heavy sword taller than himself, completely ignored the surprised expressions of the two. He knew it was normal for a genius to be misunderstood. Look at Xiaoyan. Wasn't he questioned when he was a waste back then? Just wait. Once I master the burning technique, that's when I'll defeat you. Sasuke looked up at a 45-degree angle, mumbling, "Sigh, my life is like walking on thin ice. Do you think I can reach the other shore?" With this statement, the melancholic aura surrounding Sasuke was fully revealed at that moment. Sakura turned to look at Sasuke, her eyes almost bursting with hearts. "Oh, so cool. Sasuke is amazing." Naruto raised his hand to cover his face, turning away, not daring to look at the two. How did this kid even know that line? Uchiha Xiaoyan was one thing, but how did this kid want to be the Ice Brother? Just then, Tenten, Neji, and Lee walked towards the three. Neji, seeing the blonde first, immediately activated his Byakugan, while Tenten waved her hands, shouting at Naruto and the others. "Hey, Naruto, and over there, Ice Brother, should we go out for a meal together?" Tenten just heard what Sasuke said. Most of the village knows about the Uchiha orphan situation, and that statement just now left Tenten stunned. She originally couldn't feel the burdens the Uchiha orphan bore, but hearing him say that made her feel so sorry for him. So, Tenten took the liberty of giving Sasuke a new nickname. When Sasuke heard the girl with the bun call him Brother Bing, he slightly raised his head, and the corners of his mouth almost couldn't hold back a smile. Naruto, who didn't know what Sasuke was so proud of, felt a bad premonition in his heart. It's over. Tenten must have heard that remark, and it can't be good. Sakura saw the girl talking to Sasuke and instinctively hugged his arm protectively. Faced with Sakura suddenly being so possessive, Sasuke felt no particular way, only that Sakura's grip on his arm was painful. Tenten and the others approached them, and Neji saw Naruto controlling the anger in his heart. If it weren't for Teacher Guy inviting Team 7 and Team 8 to dinner, he wouldn't want to endure it for a second. Thinking back to their first meeting, he said, "Yo, brother-in-law." Naruto naturally greeted Neji, causing Neji's chest to rise and fall, looking quite like Danzo. "Vortex Naruto, I will kill you." Neji endured for 2 seconds, but seeing Naruto act as if nothing was wrong completely ignited the anger in his chest, and he charged forward with a gentle fist. Fortunately, his two teammates quickly held him back, still trying to calm him down. "Neji, calm down. Chill out. Teacher Guy asked us to invite them to dinner. Forget it. Forget it. Don't argue with him." Tenten and Lee used all their strength to stop Neji. Although they didn't know what had happened between Neji and Naruto, it would be too embarrassing to fight now. "Naruto, you should say less." Realizing she almost spoke out of turn, Tenten immediately shut her mouth, fearing that if she provoked Neji further, he might die of anger. Hearing Ten's words, Naruto silently gave her a thumbs up in his heart. Girl, I recognize you. Don't worry, I absolutely won't let brother-in-law lose his head. Sasuke and Sakura turned to look at Naruto when they heard about dinner. The decision-making power in Team 7 was mostly in Naruto's hands. Whatever Naruto wanted to do, Sasuke would follow, and Sakura would follow Sasuke. As for certain white-haired jonin, if opinions aligned, they would listen to Kakashi. If not, they would look to Naruto's decision. Hinata and the others would join as well. Seeing Naruto not react, Ten added, "Is it a team-building activity for Konoha's squads?" Naruto was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Team 7 to have such a bad reputation that other squads would invite them. But thinking of Hinata, Naruto chuckled a couple of times and said to Ten ahead, "All right, we will call Kakashi-sensei along." After hearing this, Ten pulled Neji back. But Lee stood there dumbfounded, staring at Sakura. Hey, Lee, what are you doing standing there?" Sakura, seeing Ten's expression, felt inexplicably balanced. It turns out that not only Team 7 is like this. Looking at the furious Hyuga ninja and then at this green pumpkin, Sakura suddenly felt empathetic. Chapter 66. Hello. Brother Bing. The days after Team 7 returned to the village were quite uneventful. Besides daily training, Naruto would often provoke the Hyuga clan and occasionally go on dates with Hinata. He originally wanted to bring the little girl to train together. Who would have thought that Teacher Red said their Team 8 hadn't completed enough missions and needed to do low-level tasks for the time being, and team members weren't allowed to leave or retire without permission. Hearing this, Naruto gave up on continuing to grind for missions. It's worth mentioning that the third Hokage prohibited him from issuing missions for personal gain and specifically publishing tasks aimed at sending village ninjas away. Additionally, the use of shadow clone jutsu to grind for missions was also banned. Not being able to grind for missions wasn't a big deal. He was quite happy not to be sent out of the village. Meanwhile, Sakura, following Kakashi's advice, had begun learning medical ninjutsu courses at Konoha Hospital. Sasuke was still diligently practicing fire release, and in the novel's plot, he had seen Xiaoyan advance to the rank of Dohwan. This made him even more obsessed with researching the burning technique, constantly asking Naruto and Kakashi if there were other colors of flames in the ninja world. Kakashi was helpless, thinking that this kid was beyond saving. Naruto, on the other hand, gave Sasuke a middle finger as a sign of respect, desperate to bring Sasuke back. Naruto even had Vortex Dark enchant a beheading sword. All right, Sasuke, now this sword is a real beheading sword. Naruto lightly tossed the enchanted beheading sword in front of Sasuke, which directly cracked the ground a bit, indicating it wasn't light. Vortex Stark not only added some underworld alloy to the beheading sword, but also bestowed it with the attributes of beheading and blood-sucking. However, under the influence of world rules, the blood-sucking attribute turned into a capability for chakra recovery and minor healing. Now the beheading sword could not only deal double critical hits to the enemy's neck, but also had the ability of a big knife skin. It's a Zuenzanki. Sasuke corrected Naruto's terminology, obsessively stroking the weapon, which made Sakura feel jealous. Pulling the weapon from the ground, Sasuke swung it a couple of times with some difficulty. Feeling the weight was double what it used to be, completely fitting his mental image of the Zuenzanki. It's perfect. Ha 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 ha. Sasuke swung the Zuenzanki a few times, covering his head with one hand, letting out an Uchiha maniacal laugh. Naruto looked at Sasuke's antics, genuinely speechless. It wasn't that he was speechless about Sasuke's laughter. After all, he was used to it. The main issue was that this kid had given up on his spiky hair and specifically tied it into a traditional Chinese-style ponytail, leaving a strand of hair at the front. It did look somewhat fitting. Even Kurama praised Sasuke's hairstyle. Now, if only Sasuke had a black robe, he could perfectly embody Xiaoyan. My heart is so tired. I wonder what Itachi would think when he saw his brother. In any case, he was feeling a bit stuck. At that moment, Kakashi suddenly jumped down from tree branch and said to the three kids, "Yo, good morning, everyone. I've submitted the list for the Chunin exam. The first written test will start tomorrow." Glancing at Sasuke, who was still laughing, Kakashi commented, "Brother Bing, stop laughing. Now come with me to see the exam venue." Hearing the term Brother Bing, Sasuke's laughter immediately stopped, and he was instantly enveloped by shame. his toes uncontrollably curling in his sandals. Damn it, how does Kakashi know this nickname? Ever since that day when the three teams had dinner together at the Konoha barbecue restaurant, everyone had heard Tintin talk about their business. At first, things hadn't developed to this extent. After the dinner, Inazuka Kiba called out Brother Bing, and instantly this title spread throughout Konoha. Now when he walked down the streets of Konoha, anyone who knew Sasuke would greet him, calling out Brother Bing. Even going to the Hokage building, the guards would shout a few times. This wasn't even the worst part. Even Akamaru and Kakashi's ninja dog, Pakin, were calling out. Hearing Brother Bing made Sasuke feel utterly embarrassed. He even had thoughts of defecting from the village because of this. The only one who had called a Brother Bing was Sakura. Kukuku. Naruto turned his back, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. He really couldn't hold back anymore. Ha ha, Brother Bing. What are you still doing there? Go see the exam venue. Sasuke's face darkened as he gripped the Zuenzanki tightly. Sakura on the side waved her fists and shouted angrily at Naruto, enough. Why is everyone shouting this strange nickname? Naruto, Kakashi-sensei, you're going too far? Hearing the girl's words, the two not only showed no restraint, but instead stood there, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, murmuring with a melancholic expression. My life is like walking on thin ice. Do you think I can reach the other side? After mimicking Sasuke's tone, the two exchanged glances and burst into laughter, holding their bellies. Bastards, I'm going to kill you. Faced with their merciless mockery, Sasuke gritted his teeth and could no longer tolerate these two. The only reason he didn't attack Naruto earlier was because he felt a bit guilty after just getting his weapon, but now he truly couldn't hold back any longer. Seeing the furious Sasuke, who was crackling with electricity, Naruto skillfully threw out the great iron gate of the White Dragon and jumped up, soaring into the air. By the time Sasuke dodged to Naruto's position, he could only raise his heavy weapon towards Naruto in the sky, filled with helpless rage. Damn it, Uzumaki Naruto, come down if you have the guts. Naruto ignored him. He was on his way to the exam venue and had no time to deal with Sasuke. In the end, it was Kakashi who used his 50-50 power to suppress Sasuke. After that, Kakashi, smelling burnt, led the three little ones towards the first written exam venue. Along the way, Kakashi kept glancing at Naruto, feeling utterly exasperated with this kid. Clearly, they had all been mocking Sasuke together, but this kid always left him to clean up the mess. The last time he had to open Sasuke's eyes too. Kakashi was quite displeased with his subordinate, but there was nothing he could do about this kid, which was incredibly frustrating. However, Kakashi felt that these days wouldn't last long. He had heard that Jiraiya was returning to the village soon. When that time came, someone would naturally take care of this kid. Naruto, you're done for. Thinking about Jiraiya's return, Kakashi couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, a child's sharp scream caught everyone's attention. Following the sound, Naruto saw a shadowy Pikachu-like figure grabbing a little kid with a red-haired Suna ninja with tattoos standing nearby. Ah, it's Konohamaru and Gaara. Naruto immediately understood what was happening. At this moment, Sasuke turned to Naruto and asked, "Do you want to go, or should I?" Seeing Sasuke eager to take action, Naruto didn't snatch away his chance to show off and shrugged, indicating for him to handle it. All right, I'll take care of it. As soon as he finished speaking, Sasuke used his body flicker technique, leaping into action. With a loud bang, the guy carrying a nearly 2-meter heavy sword appeared right in front of Kankuro, causing cracks to form in the ground. Hey, you guys over there, let go of that kid. Terrified, Konohamaru turned to the newcomer as if he had found a lifeline. Upon seeing it was Sasuke, he joyfully shouted, "Sasuke, brother, save me." As soon as Konohamaru said this, Sasuke, who was about to explode with anger, suddenly froze in place. Standing beside him, Naruto noticed Sasuke's eyes turning red with anger, his features twisted and veins bulging on his forehead. "Stop it, Kankuro, you disgraceful guy." Kankuro reluctantly released the little kid, and as Konohamaru landed, he hurriedly ran behind Sasuke. Hearing this, Sasuke angrily glared at the red-haired ninja. Huh? What does this guy mean? Is he subtly mocking me? Thank you, Sasuke brother, Konohamaru said, holding onto the hem of Sasuke's shirt, sounding very obedient. Sasuke shot a glance at Konohamaru, then at Gaara, unsure of who to go after first. But he was genuinely furious. Sasuke, that's enough. Fortunately, Kakashi stepped in at the right moment to give Sasuke an out. Otherwise, the enraged Sasuke would have seriously considered whether to wipe out everyone present and defect from Konoha right then and there. Kankaro's gaze was fixed on Sasuke, realizing that the previous move had caught him completely off guard. It seemed he was a very formidable opponent. Gaara glanced at Sasuke, then at Naruto, showing no expression. Let's go. Kankaro and Temari followed behind him, brushing past Team 7. As they were leaving, Gaara coldly remarked, Konoha, see you at the Chunin exams. Damn it. Hearing the outsiders call him by that title, Sasuke was infuriated, crackling with electricity, and he took down his heavy weapon from his back. To hell with being a rogue ninja. Today, I'm going to kill these outsiders. Calm down, Sasuke. Stay composed. Naruto was the first to appear and firmly pinned the furious Sasuke to the ground, while Kakashi rushed over to intervene as well. They may often bully Sasuke on a daily basis, but right now, Sasuke was genuinely powerful. Kakashi was worried that in a fit of rage, Sasuke might directly take out these 3 Sunin ninjas. Moreover, Naruto thought that without his tailed beast transformation, Gaara might not be able to keep up with Sasuke's speed. By then, they would likely have to force Shikaku out. As for the shadowy Pikachu, he would likely be taken out by Uchiha Xiaoyan in an instant. Let me go. I'm going to kill them. Ayahak! The furious Sasuke was pinned down by Naruto, unable to move, and could only watch as the 3 figures walked further away, continuously shouting in rage. Hey, are you that Konoha blonde? Konohamaru exclaimed excitedly, looking at Naruto with admiration. Circling around him nonstop, Uzumaki Naruto. What's wrong with this kid? He just calls me blonde? There are hardly any people in Konoha who dare to call me that in front of me. This little brat cannot be spared. Sasuke and Naruto simultaneously turned their heads to glare at Konohamaru, their eyes filled with danger. As they both mentally planned how to deal with this troublesome kid, unexpectedly, Konohamaru suddenly knelt down and slid in front of Naruto, tightly hugging his leg and shouting, Naruto, big brother, I really admire you. If it weren't for Grandpa stopping me, I would have played with you. Wah. It seemed the kid recalled something sad, and his face scrunched up as he began to cry. Naruto, big brother, please let me hang out with you. I want to become strong like you. I must make everyone look at me differently. Konohamaru's passionate speech completely caught Naruto and Sasuke off guard, who were just about to make a move. Naruto looked down at Konohamaru, who was clinging to his leg and crying, with a somewhat complicated expression. To be honest, he had genuinely wanted to deal with this kid just moments ago, but hearing Konohamaru admire him so much made his feelings turn complex. However, this kid does have good taste. Looking at the other people in Konoha, Naruto suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with this troublesome kid. Konohamaru, get away from that guy. The 3rd Hokage strictly forbids you from associating with him. As Konohamaru's tutor, Ebisu jumped out and shouted hurriedly, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. The 3rd Hokage had previously instructed him not to let Konohamaru play with Naruto at all. Konoha had already suffered enough from having one Uzumaki Naruto. If another one came out, the 3rd Hokage felt like no amount of blood pressure medication would help. Naruto looked at the bespectacled man in front of him with disdain. What does he mean? Is this guy really not worried that I might come after him tonight? You're not allowed to play with Konohamaru, but I insist. The rebellious Naruto ignored the noisy Nin beside him, gently helping up Konohamaru, and said with immense satisfaction on his face, very good, full of spirit. You're the grandson of the 3rd Hokage, Konohamaru, right? Yes, yes. Upon hearing Naruto call his name, Konohamaru immediately stood up straight, looking up at his admired older brother with tearful eyes. He had heard in the village about the blonde-haired Uzumaki Naruto. At just 6 years old, he could jump off the Hokage rock without a scratch and single-handedly broke through the defenses of the entire Hidden Leaf Village ninja forces, shattering the village's barrier. He was truly amazing. Even now, whenever people in the Hidden Leaf Village hear the name Uzumaki Naruto, their eyes always reveal admiration. Even his Hokage grandfather gets headaches every time he hears his name. What reason could there be not to idolize him? Well, that guy Haku is a bit lacking. Konohamaru noticed Haku was looking at him and scratched the back of his head with a silly grin. All right, Konohamaru. Today, your brother is going to check on the exam site, so you go wait for me in the small woods on the east side of the village. Okay? You know where that is, right? Naruto patted Konohamaru's back. thinking about how to train this kid. Of course. Brother, I'll wait for you over there. Don't forget, okay? Konohamaru sniffled, greeted him, and started running towards the training ground, glancing back at his brother as he ran. Kakashi raised his hand, wanting to say something, but after thinking better of it, he put his hand back down. Naruto noticed the white-haired Nin was in a dilemma and casually asked, "What's wrong?" "Kakashi-sensei, do you have something to say?" "No. The exam is in classroom 301. You guys go by yourselves. I just remembered I have something to do, so I won't go with you." Kakashi finished speaking, stuffed his hands into his pockets, and walked back, shaking his head and sighing as he looked in the direction where Konohamaru had just disappeared. He was inwardly saying to himself, "Third Hokage, I truly can't stop Naruto. This has nothing to do with me. Sorry." Kakashi felt it was better to avoid trouble and left the scene, thinking that if the third Hokage asked later, he could just pretend he didn't know. I just hope this kid Konohamaru doesn't lead Naruto astray. Chapter 68. The Hidden Leaf Village has no future. After Team 7 finished their visit to the exam site, Sakura broke away from the trio to go home and study. Sasuke and Naruto, both theoretical underachievers, were completely unfazed and returned to the training ground to continue their daily training. In the evening, Naruto showed Konohamaru his jutsu, which got the kid so excited he was shouting. As Konohamaru walked home, he practiced his older brother's leaf-style fluid technique, looking quite similar to Sasuke's obsession with his giant sword. This innovative taijutsu style allowed the 8-year-old to step into a new world. At night, the busy third Hokage, hunched over, was using his fist to massage his back as he slowly walked home. Just thinking about how Naruto had been behaving himself recently made all his fatigue disappear. It's not easy. It seems that after this kid went on a mission outside the village and fought against a rogue ninja from the mist, he really has grown up. I can't always look at Naruto with the same old perspective. As he recalled Jiraiya, who used to give him headaches in his youth, but had become reliable as he matured, he thought of his other two disciples. Unfortunately, the one he had the most hope for had defected from the village. The third Hokage looked up at the moon in the sky, its light casting shadows on his wrinkled face, and he couldn't help but sigh. I'm really getting old. After standing still for a moment, feeling melancholic, the third Hokage stepped into his home. At the moment he entered, he suddenly froze, taking a step back in shock. Seeing that his front door was missing, leaving only the frame, the third Hokage rubbed his eyes vigorously, unable to believe what he was seeing. "What happened? Where's my door?" He stood there shocked. Who dared to steal from the Hokage? Could it be a rogue ninja from another village? Recently, many people from other villages had come for the Nin exams. Maybe that reckless ninja had the guts to do this. Moreover, Naruto had mentioned something about a spy from Sunagakure a few days ago. Could it be true? As he was shocked, the third Hokage pulled out a kunai, just in case. Cautiously stepping through the doorframe, he found that not only was the front door gone, but inside the house, only the frame remained. He hurried into the room to check, and after a while, he found that other than the door, nothing else was missing. What on earth is going on? Just as he muttered this, he heard laughter coming from his training ground. Following the sound, the third Hokage was met with a dark scene. His grandson Konohamaru was swinging a wooden door back and forth. At his feet were neatly stacked door panels. At that moment, the third Hokage instantly understood what had happened to his missing door. It was this kid. Home thieves are the hardest to guard against. Holding the wooden door, Konohamaru turned his head and saw the third Hokage, his smile turning increasingly mischievous. Grabbing both ends of the door, he charged straight at the third Hokage, excitedly shouting, "Grandpa, let's duel. Today, I will definitely defeat you. I want to become the 5th Hokage." Bang! Because Konohamaru was blocking his view with the door, he tripped and fell, landing awkwardly along with the door. "Damn it, Grandpa, you're so despicable. Setting up an ambush in advance." Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, was instantly silenced by his grandson. In the past, this kid would have pulled out a kunai or shuriken and charged at him. But why did today a situation feel a bit like Naruto? The third Hokage glanced at the fallen Konohamaru and then at the neatly stacked door panels, feeling increasingly uneasy. No way. This kid wouldn't have mixed with Naruto, would he? After staring for a while, he swallowed hard, feeling quite bitter as he asked Konohamaru, Who taught you to use door panels as weapons? Please don't say that name. Please, please don't. Still rubbing his knee, Konohamaru perked up at the mention, jumped up, and shouted, "It was my brother Naruto. I will definitely become a person like him in the future." Huh. The third Hokage felt dizzy and almost fainted. He pressed one hand tightly against his chest while the other hand frantically searched for medicine. This is the end. Damn it. I can't believe I let my guard down. The elderly third Hokage leaned against the wall and slowly sat down, his breathing becoming more rapid. Seeing him like this, Konohamaru's little face turned pale with fright, and he hurried over to his side, concerned and asking, "Grandpa, are you okay?" Hearing his grandson's concern, the third Hokage felt a bit better. At least this kid still knew how to care for him. "It's okay, Grandpa will be fine." Konohamaru grinned and then continued. "By the way, Grandpa, what do you think of my leaf-style fluid technique just now? Isn't it amazing?" After hearing Konohamaru's words, the third Hokage nearly fainted again. "With so many jutsu at home, you don't go learn any of them, but you practice with a door panel instead? And what the heck is the leaf-style fluid technique?" The third Hokage felt that taking anti-hypertensive medication was no longer enough. He probably would need to go to the hospital for some quick-acting heart medicine after tomorrow. "Where's your teacher, Ebisu?" "That glasses teacher?" "Haha, I don't know." Konohamaru's gaze wandered as he turned his head and began to whistle. "Damn it, Naruto, you're corrupting the grandson of the third Hokage." In the exclusive training ground of Team 7, Ebisu, with his hands and feet tied to a tree, looked at Naruto in a fit of furious incompetence. The worst part was that Ebisu was bound in an extremely humiliating manner. Even if Kakashi showed up, he would have to whistle and walk away. Naruto slurped up some instant noodles, completely ignoring him. The moment Zhou Ming saw him, he started chattering away. He opened his mouth to call Naruto an evil vortex brat, and closed it by saying he ruined Konoha. Could Naruto, the vortex Naruto, tolerate this? Absolutely not. Vortex Naruto, have bled for Konoha. Zhou Ming, are you being a bit excessive by saying that? So, while this guy was making a ruckus, Naruto immediately slammed him to the ground and then hung him up on a tree in an extremely humiliating position. If he hadn't been unable to find a gag, he would have wanted to put one on Zhou Ming. As for worrying about the third Hokage coming after him for this, Naruto was not the least bit anxious. What kind of nonsense upbringing does this Zhou Ming have? He might as well teach Konohamaru himself. By then, he would show everyone in Konoha that even a child can become very strong under his guidance. After the exam tomorrow, I'll talk to the third Hokage about this. Chapter 69. The Learned Teacher 9 the night before the exam. Kakashi specifically instructed his dear subordinates that the Chunin exam was an extremely important day, and if possible, please dress a bit more formally. The three little ones nodded, indicating they understood Kakashi-sensei's words. The next day, in the afternoon, Kakashi surprisingly was not late and arrived early at the gathering place to wait for the three. He originally did not want to come. If it weren't for the third Hokage ordering him to keep a close eye on Naruto and ensure he didn't cause any trouble during the Chunin exam, he wouldn't have bothered. This time, the Chunin exam was a joint exam for 5 villages, and it was one thing for Naruto to cause trouble in Konoha before. At least that didn't embarrass them outside. If he caused trouble this time, the third Hokage couldn't even imagine what would happen. "I told you to dress formally." "Naruto, Sasuke, what is wrong with you two?" Sakura was wearing a new bright red outfit that looked no different from usual. But Naruto and Sasuke's appearances really made Kakashi's vision darken. Naruto wore a set of gold and red armor, with blue lights shining on his chest. This kid even drew a beard on himself with a marker. "Come on, the first exam is a written test. What are you wearing this for?" And next to him, Sasuke was carrying a decapitation sword taller than himself, dressed in a black hooded cloak, and with his hat on, only his chin was visible, making it impossible to see his face. Kakashi looked up at the sky, filled with melancholy. Damn it, he couldn't stand being with Team 7 for even a day longer. He had already planned it in his mind. He would hand Naruto over to Jiraiya and have Jiraiya introduce Sakura to Tsunade as a disciple. As for Sasuke, he could be put aside. As long as he could break up Team 7, that was enough. "Kakashi-sensei, didn't you say to dress cool?" Naruto asked. "Isn't this cool enough?" He posed a few Iron Man moves on the spot, babbling words that no one understood. Also, this gear I'm wearing is weighted equipment. As he said this, he thumped his chest a few times, and the dull sound certainly didn't seem light. At first, Naruto wanted to use special food as weight, but after hanging a meat patty around his neck, the smell distracted him from training. He had to return to normal weighted gear. But Naruto felt it didn't look good, so he specifically asked Vortex Stark to create a set of Iron Man armor as weight gear. My heavy staff is also weighted equipment, Sasuke said in a low voice, slightly adjusting the weapon behind him, indicating that his outfit wasn't a problem either. Kakashi pursed his lips in silence. He was at a loss with these two. They looked nothing like ninjas from Konoha. Forget it. Let the other villages feel the pain of Konoha over the years. Kakashi, looking despondent, led Team 7 to the examination venue, receiving all sorts of strange looks along the way. There were villagers from Konoha, ninjas from the village, and other exam participants. They were all stunned by Naruto and Sasuke's outfits. What the hell? When did Konoha have a puppet master? Look at that red puppet. It looks really strong. No, you don't understand puppet masters at all. Maybe that kid in the black cloak is the puppet. Kakashi and Sakura felt so embarrassed listening to others discuss that they wanted to find a hole in the ground to hide in. Naruto and Sasuke felt nothing. One wore a helmet, and the other covered his face with a hat. No one recognized them as Konoha's blonde and Konoha's cool guy. Before entering the exam venue, Kakashi, with his dead fish eyes, gave these two one last warning. Although Kakashi knew they might not listen, he figured it was good to say something now so he could shift the blame later. Be careful during the Chunin exam, okay? Especially you, Naruto. Kakashi paused, noticing that this kid was facing away from him, swaying back and forth, shaking his shoulders, clearly not listening to his words. Sai, my heart is so tired. It's almost time for the exam, and this kid is still dancing at the entrance in his strange weighted gear. Kakashi and Sakura really wanted to turn around and go home. They felt they couldn't participate in this Chunin exam at all. Uchiha Xiaoyan and Vortex Iron Man, carrying their accessory, Sakura, stepped into the exam venue, immediately catching Shikamaru's attention. Hinata recognized Naruto at a glance upon seeing the gold and red armor and happily ran to him. Naruto-kun. He raised his hand to pat the little girl's head and began to observe the other examinees present. There were so many passerby that he couldn't even count them. It seemed the Chunin exam was far more brutal than he had imagined. Did you see that? That's Team 7. The third Hokage asked us to pay more attention to Vortex Naruto this time. We must not let him cause any trouble in the exam. The examiners began discussing upon seeing Sakura, but many chatted for a long time without noticing the iconic blonde hair. Strange, where are Vortex Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke? A group of examiners searched for a long time, but couldn't find the two, even doubting whether these two had skipped the exam. In the crowd, Kanjiro saw the strange red and yellow puppet and showed an excited expression. He didn't expect Konoha to have a puppet master. Interesting. Just as everyone was discussing, there was a loud bang, and all the examiners appeared in front of the examinees. I am the chief examiner, Marino Abiki. After introducing himself, he began to explain the rules of this exam. There were quite a few rules, but Naruto and Sasuke didn't pay much attention. Sasuke trusted Naruto, and Naruto trusted the learned fox spirit in his stomach. However, Naruto did remember one rule. If caught cheating 5 times, one would lose their exam qualification, and the whole team would be eliminated. A few minutes later, everyone sat at their respective positions and received their test papers. There weren't many questions, only 10. Sitting in his seat, Naruto had a moment where he felt like he was back in the days of the college entrance examination. It was just that the questions on the paper were different. Naruto rubbed his face with both hands and looked at the first question. How many types of chakra nature transformations are there? Please calculate the angle of shuriken projection. Naruto, what kind of question is this from which old man? What does chakra nature transformation have to do with shuriken? Continuing to read, Naruto found that there wasn't a single question he could answer, so he began to seek help from the big fox in his belly. Big fox, do you know how to do these questions? The 9-tailed fox in the ceiling space shook its ears disdainfully and said, Kid, are you looking down on me? I'm one of the oldest beings in the ninja world. How could there be anything I don't know? The big fox spoke confidently, and Naruto believed it, writing down answers with a blank stare. In less than 10 minutes, Naruto had filled the entire exam paper without leaving any blank space. He looked at it with satisfaction, truly worthy of the nine-tailed fox. He picked up the paper to admire it, but when he glanced at a few words in the answers, Naruto instantly realized something was wrong. The situation was similar to question, best positions for ambushing in the wild. Answer, 3 cooking methods for steak. As he continued reading, Naruto found that all the answers from the Big Fox were about food. This is worse than if I had just written nonsense myself. Big Fox, you tricked me. Chapter 70, Kabuto, I haven't offended any of you. Naruto gritted his teeth, his face ashen. He didn't know if he would be eliminated on the spot by the examiner for submitting a paper full of cooking methods. To be honest, he wanted to break the spell of being a lowly genin. Naruto bit his pen and began to think of a way. In the back row, Sasuke also finished his paper, and anyone sitting next to him could see the content he wrote, various fusion changes of fire release, and the calculation range of explosion power. In short, the absurdity of his paper was no less than Naruto's, filled with cooking methods. Sakura, seeing her 2 teammates writing furiously, was already starting to cheer in her heart. Awesome. They can actually solve such difficult questions. I underestimated you normally. The first exam is secured. Sakura felt relieved seeing her teammates working hard and finally started answering her own paper. As for the other candidates in the exam room, they were all showing their tricks, some cheating using bugs, others using sand to obscure their eyes, or even using dogs to cheat. There were all kinds of bizarre methods. In comparison, Team 7 seemed remarkably honest. Naruto frowned, biting his pen and frantically turning his brain. No, this absolutely can't continue, given Team 7's reputation in the village. He found it hard to believe he could still shout a couple of times like in the original story and pass the first exam. It seemed he would have to use some other tricks. Whoosh! Just as Naruto was thinking, a shuriken whizzed past his ear, shooting towards a candidate behind him. The suddenly attacked candidate looked angrily at the examiner on stage. What are you doing? Cheating 5 times. Eliminated. In the end, this candidate and his teammates left the exam room, and Naruto's eyes lit up. I understand. Catching 5 instances of cheating leads to the elimination of the entire team. The worried look on Naruto's face instantly turned into amusement. Despicable outsiders. The Chunin exams of Konoha do not tolerate cheating. Scanning all the candidates present, Naruto's gaze landed on a Konoha ninja wearing glasses. If he guessed correctly, this Chunin should be Kabuto. Thinking of this, Naruto took out a small piece of paper and began to write and draw on it, densely filling it with tiny characters. Glancing at the inattentive examiner, he flicked his fingers and shot the crumpled paper towards Kabuto. Whoosh! Kabuto, who was looking down at his paper, only heard a sudden whoosh near his ear and had no time to react before he realized his glasses had shattered. What is going on? Kabuto looked confused, and when he bent down to see it was just a crumpled paper ball, he opened it out of curiosity and found it filled with dense writing. At this moment, Naruto lifted his mask, revealing his signature blonde hair, raised his right hand, and righteously shouted at Ibiki Marino, "Examiner, that guy is cheating. I report him." While saying this, he pointed at Kabuto in the corner. Kabuto? Huh? Kabuto, suddenly reported, held the paper and was left in a daze. Not only him, but Ibiki and the other examiners on stage were just as confused as Kabuto. Sitting in the back row, Sakura's eyes darkened. She knew her teammate was about to cause trouble. The Konoha candidate, who was cheating at that moment, suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. Don't do it. They just started cheating to gather answers. Don't report the ninjas from your own village. All the Konoha ninjas who knew this blonde were already starting to panic. As for the ninjas from other villages, they just felt a little nervous, waiting for the storm to pass before continuing to cheat, completely unaware of what was about to happen next. Candidate 90 has cheated once. Finally, Ibiki said, hearing that he was suddenly recorded for cheating, Kabuto felt wronged. He didn't even know how many times he had done the questions on the paper. He completely despised doing such things. It's all that Uzumaki Naruto's fault for framing him. Kabuto thought he had a good temper, but when he thought of that guy distorting the truth to slander him, he felt his chest rise and fall with anger. I can endure. I must not ruin Lord Orochimaru's plan because of a moment of anger. Suddenly whoosh. Another whoosh sound rang, in Kabuto's ear, and he saw that blonde guy pointing at him again. Examiner, that glasses-wearing guy is cheating. How can our Konoha have such disgraceful people? Cheating in the exam means death for the whole family. Konoha ninjas, what is up with this blonde? Reporting someone for cheating is one thing, but now he's even insulting them? Naruto said with a righteous face, and he also threw in a full map of mockery. Examiner, I didn't cheat. The low-key Kabuto finally couldn't hold back and stood up to speak for himself. Look at the paper on your desk. I saw it all. Seeing the exam room getting more chaotic, Ibiki immediately intervened to stop the argument. Enough. Candidate 90 has cheated for the second time. After saying this, Ibiki rubbed his temples. Not only did the candidates present want to deal with this blonde, but he himself wanted to drag this blonde out and give him a good beating. Did he not realize that this exam was for gathering intelligence? Candidate 3, you continue to disrupt the order of the exam. The rules didn't say you can't report others for cheating, right? Just as Ibiki was about to deduct points from this kid, he instantly felt choked and couldn't say a word. If it were anyone else doing this, as an examiner, he could directly kick the person out. But this kid was the first troublemaker from Konoha, and Ibiki was afraid that if he kicked this blonde out, he would cause chaos in the exam room. Damn, so annoying. Don't tell me this kid plans to use this method to report all the candidates? After hearing what Naruto just said, all the candidates' eyes lit up. Yeah, as long as we catch others cheating, won't we advance? Thus, the atmosphere in the exam room suddenly changed from everyone trying to cheat to everyone trying to frame others for cheating. A few minutes later, the candidates in the entire exam room were arguing red-faced, and many candidates were reported out, with Kabuto unsurprisingly becoming the first to be reported out. As for those who reported Team 7, they hadn't even finished half their sentence before Naruto took them down with small stones. Naruto also remembered the names of these people on the small piece of paper. Once the exam ended, he would go out and bag those who reported him. Watching the increasingly chaotic exam room, Ibiki and the other examiners felt a headache coming on. They simply couldn't imagine how this exam had turned into such a scene. In the end, it was Ibiki who stepped forward to stop the chaos. Everyone shut up. Now, hand in your papers. Chapter 71, Shock. The Chunin exam actually has dark secrets. 2 hours after the first exam of the Chunin exams ended, Senju Ibiki, the chief examiner, walked out of the examination room only to be warmly greeted by the leading jonin from other villages. A black curtain. That blonde kid is the one you hired from Konoha, right? How despicable. You, a major ninja village, would stoop to such underhanded tactics. I won't accept this. My subordinates didn't even start their questions before you accused them of cheating. Isn't this bullying honest people? Our grass village won't stand for this. Yes, our Takigakure village won't accept it either. Outside the examination room, many jonin from other villages surrounded Ibiki, wanting to demand an explanation from him. Some of them even dragged out their crying subordinates. Ibiki felt a headache coming on as he watched. Teacher, you don't know that blonde kid. He knocked me out with a stone. Look at this wound on my head. A Takigakure Chunin lifted his bangs to reveal a gruesome injury, and the amount of blood certainly indicated it was serious. As the surrounding Chunins saw the first person step forward, they all began to show their wounds to the Konoha examiners. The scattered cries somehow grew louder, and all the examiners present fell into self-doubt upon hearing their miserable wails. It seemed that the Konoha blonde had indeed gone a bit too far. Ibiki's eyelid twitched, and he helplessly said to everyone, please calm down. That blonde kid is just one of our Konoha candidates, not someone we specifically arranged. The foreign ninjas were like a barrel of explosives at that moment, and Ibiki's words acted like a spark, igniting the powder keg. So Konoha is bullying small villages, huh? This Chunin exam is a sham. It's all arranged by you Konoha. Now you're trying to shift the blame, right? Let's go. Everyone, let's find a third Hokage. Yes. Let's ask him for an explanation. Otherwise, what's the point of this Chunin exam? It was quite ironic. The last time Konoha ninjas saw the other villages unite like this was during the first Hokage's time. Thus, all the examiners from Konoha and the jonin from other ninja villages rushed to the Hokage building, just as those leading jonin abandoned their chunins to complain to the Hokage. Bang, bang, bang. Naruto, dressed in Iron Man armor, pulled out a sack and threw it over a Takigakure ninja's head, and before the other could shout, he kicked him down. Sasuke, Sakura, and Konohamaru rushed forward immediately, surrounding the ninja in the sack, and began to kick and punch him. However, they all knew better than to go too far, so they refrained from using chakra. After a minute, Naruto activated the light gate and led the crew to escape. Maybe we should stop. We've already taken down 13 people, Sakura said timidly, her expression nearly numb. At first, she had refused when Naruto said he wanted to deal with the names on the list. But in the end, she was pulled along by Naruto and Sasuke to kick a few times, and it became increasingly uncontrollable. Sakura, you were the one who hit the hardest just now, Naruto said while crossing off names on his list. Konohamaru stood by, his face full of excitement. Naruto, hurry up with the next one. I can't wait. Beating these foreign ninjas was so thrilling. The only regret he had was that Naruto didn't allow them to use weapons. Otherwise, he could have used the door technique he just learned. Weird. Why haven't we seen their leading jonin? Sasuke wondered. Generally, those jonin would act alongside their chunins. Yet, they had bagged over 10 ninjas without seeing their leading jonin. Who cares? We only take down the stragglers. Let's continue. Who's next? Sand Village's Kankuro? Let's go. The light gate lit up again, and the Konoha sack team set off once more. Half an hour later, the four-person team, led by Naruto, along with over 20 Konoha jonin, was finally caught and brought to the Hokage's office. Notably, the captain of the capture team was Kakashi Hatake. I wonder what Kakashi's thoughts were. Inside the Hokage's office, Naruto was picking his nose, turning to look out the window, refusing to make eye contact with the third Hokage in front of him. Konohamaru mimicked his brother's actions, ignoring his grandfather as well. Sasuke kept his head down, his hat blocking his face, making it impossible to see his expression. No one knew what he was thinking. Sakura's face was filled with panic as she repeatedly bowed and apologized in front of the third Hokage. The third Hokage rubbed his temples and took out 2 bottles of medicine from his drawer, pouring them out and swallowing them. Hours earlier, a group of leading jonin from other villages had come to his office to complain, saying that a certain blonde kid from Konoha accused other candidates of cheating during the exam and even resorted to violence, including some of the leading jonin from his own village. Upon hearing this news, the third Hokage's blood pressure skyrocketed. Not long after, he received word from the Umbu that the 7th squad, led by Naruto and including his grandson Konohamaru, beat up candidates from other villages. He nearly fainted from anger on the spot. These kids were really going too far. Just as the leading jonin had rushed to the Hokage's office to report on you, you went and beat up their chunins. The Umbu were utterly helpless, with one village's Jinchuriki and the Hokage's grandson, who would dare to use force to stop them. They even tried to mediate, but Naruto completely ignored them and turned to enter the light gate with his gang. After a long silence, the third Hokage finally spoke to the group. Naruto, what you did this time was a bit much. Other villages' jonin came to complain. What? They have the nerve to complain? Naruto exclaimed, his face showing a strange expression. Damn it. Do these outsiders not know how to play fair? How can they report us? Grandpa Sarutobi, you don't understand. I'm showcasing Konoha's strength. And we were very clean. No one will find out it was us from Konoha. Both Konohamaru and Sasuke nodded in agreement with Naruto's statement. The third Hokage sighed heavily. All right, I'll let this go this time. From today on, you are not to attack other ninjas outside of exam periods. Otherwise, I will disqualify your 7th squad from the exams. Seeing that the third Hokage was about to be driven mad by his own anger, Naruto pretended to be obedient. Understood. Also, Konohamaru, you are grounded for a month. The third Hokage said this while looking at Naruto with a complicated expression. Naruto, you are not allowed to go find him. Naruto's eyes twinkled, and he suddenly ran to the third Hokage's side and poured him a cup of tea. Grandpa, this is fine, but can I take a look at the sealing scroll? You still have the nerve to bring this up? The third Hokage found Naruto's actions both amusing and exasperating, thinking that this kid might stop leading Konohamaru astray. It didn't seem too bad to exchange for a ninjutsu. What ninjutsu do you want to learn? I'll say it up front. You can't even think about the explosive tags. I want to learn Edo Tensei. Cough, cough, cough. The third Hokage, who had just swallowed some tea, immediately started to cough. After a long pause, he finally spoke. How about we discuss how you should guide Konohamaru instead? Chapter 72. Enemies that require full attention that night. The third Hokage gave the other ninja villages an explanation that wasn't really an explanation. He stated that the blonde kid's behaviors during the Chunin exam had nothing to do with Konoha. It was purely the actions of that ninja. If anyone had objections, they could seek justice from that blonde kid individually. He, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would certainly not interfere. This statement sounded quite bullying, and everyone understood that the third Hokage was covering for that blonde kid. However, it wasn't too excessive. At least he left everyone away to seek justice. After everyone left the Hokage building, they began to gather information on the yellow-haired guy. It is said that the one named Vortex Stark is the only puppet master in Konoha village, and the reason for his powerful abilities relies on a set of armor-like puppet techniques, while his own strength is pitifully weak. As long as they destroy his puppets, they can deal with that kid properly. As for a certain crime group led by the yellow-haired guy in Konoha, the third Hokage simply couldn't trust Naruto with the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei. After all, this kid has already caused enough trouble with the living. If he were to use Edo Tensei to resurrect the deceased, just thinking about it would make the third Hokage feel like he would die on the spot from anger. Moreover, he was even more worried that after his death, Naruto would call him out to torment him. With no other choice, the old third Hokage handed Konohamaru over to Naruto to ensure a temporary peace for the village. After all, he figured he couldn't stop these two kids from messing around. So he gave up. He even made a promise to Naruto that as long as he didn't cause trouble during the Chunin exams, he would let Naruto find a ninjutsu to learn from the sealing scroll. Well, except for the explosive tags and Edo Tensei, Naruto, with a complicated expression, agreed to the third Hokage's request. This whole situation, entrusted by Sarutobi Hiruzen, was something that Vortex Zhuge Liang could only accept. The next morning, Team 7 arrived at the outskirts of the second exam venue, the Forest of Death. The environment here was different from the bustling scene in the original work. The number of people inside the exam venue was sparse, but many ninjas stood outside, constantly gazing at Team 7 with envy. Only 10 teams remained to advance to the second exam. Konoha's remaining teams had 4 left, and considering Kakashi-sensei, Naruto didn't report the few Jonin teams he knew. However, Sasuke, following suit, reported the third team that included 10-10. It was clear that this kid had a strong opinion about that lucky girl. However, Sasuke had not yet grasped the essence, so he couldn't slander 10-10's team effectively. Other villages had only 6 teams left, including the Sand Village's Pikachu team, 2 teams from the Sound Village, and 1 team from the Grass Village. Naruto was still wearing the Iron Man suit from yesterday, constantly glancing over at the Sound Ninja team. I say, those people should be your doing, right? Shikamaru, with a toothpick in his mouth, lazily walked over to Naruto and whispered. Not only were all the exam participants in the venue glaring at Naruto, but even the eliminated participants outside looked ready to take action at any moment. Shikamaru estimated that this group would act against Naruto once the Chunin exams were over. How could that be? That was all Vortex Stark's doing. What does it have to do with me, Vortex Naruto? Naruto waved his hand, vehemently denying it. His righteous demeanor made even Sasuke unable to bear it. You little brat, don't you realize? You're the only one in the entire ninja world with the surname Vortex, right? If you run into them later, can you not get slapped in the face? Shikamaru turned his head and revealed his true intentions. Ha, Shikamaru, what are you talking about? We're from the same village. How can we be so ruthless against our village's partners? Shikamaru replied. Do you want to take a look at the Konoha Jonin standing outside the exam venue and the eliminated participants? The hatred on their faces is no less than that of the 4 ninjas. Shikamaru sighed and hurriedly bid farewell to Naruto, Sakura, and Ibiki before making his way to the entrance to prepare to enter the Forest of Death. All right, the second exam begins. With the examiner, Anko, giving the order, everyone rushed into the Forest of Death after receiving their scrolls at the entrance, while Team 7 waited until everyone else had entered before going to get their scrolls. Naruto approached Anko and looked her up and down, unable to imagine that the slender woman in front of him would become a frightening figure in the future. Examiner, I think you should eat a little less dango. Little brat. Mind your own business, Anko replied. finishing her last stick of dango while looking at the little brat with twitching eyelids. She had already heard about the first exam yesterday. Now that she saw this kid, her head was spinning, just hoping that Vortex Naruto wouldn't cause any trouble during her supervision. Naruto, with no way to persuade Anko, replied, "You're finished. Just wait to gain weight." After confirming that Sakura had received her scroll, Naruto led the two towards the Sound Ninja team. This exam wasn't too difficult for them. Mainly, they just needed to figure out how to deal with Orochimaru. Naruto and Sasuke moved quickly, and during the journey, Sakura, unable to keep up, had to rely on Sasuke's back. Sasuke even handed his beloved heavy weapon to Naruto to speed things up. "Sakura, don't move. It hurts." Sasuke blurted out a sentence that left the girl on his back feeling utterly hurt. Since he had picked her up, she had been squirming constantly. If it weren't for the unbearable discomfort, he wouldn't have reminded her. Ha 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 ha. Naruto, running ahead, was momentarily stunned by Sasuke's words, causing his speed to drop significantly. He, are you all having a good laugh? At that moment, the three Sound Ninjas suddenly blocked Team 7's path, looking arrogantly at them. Naruto noticed that the leading ninja was wearing a shirt with the character for death on it, and he had a deep impression of him. He remembered this guy's name was something like Saku. No matter what, he had an incredibly terrifying strength capable of destroying even rocks. Naruto stopped in his tracks, casually tossed the heavy weapon to Sasuke, and pulled out the Great Iron Gate, preparing to fight with even more seriousness than when he faced Zabuza last time. Sakura and Sasuke were completely stunned by this. How strong were they to make Naruto pull out a door? Are they really that strong? Sasuke picked up the heavy weapon from the ground, his fighting spirit igniting all over, but he was pulled back by Naruto. "They're strong. You don't need to intervene. Let me handle this. This is personal." Naruto squinted, the figure of Obito flashing through his mind. Speaking of Saku's strength, it was worth discussing. This Saku had mastered a ninjutsu capable of easily shattering rocks. Rocks could kill Obito, so it could be inferred that Saku's strength was on par with or stronger than Obito. Rounding it off, this guy with the 3 characters for death written on him had a connection to Uchiha Obito. Then he was my enemy, Vortex Naruto's enemy. Chapter 73. This person's strength is no less than Kakashi's. Hee, yellow-haired kid, you were pretty arrogant before. Saku raised his head high, showing an excited expression. Although they weren't reported by that yellow-haired kid during the first exam, the method of falsely accusing candidates of cheating and being disqualified had originated from him. Their current mission was to deal with Uchiha Sasuke, but that didn't stop them from torturing the yellow-haired puppet master in front of them. He had inquired last night and found out that this kid's strength relied entirely on his puppet techniques. Without his puppets, the yellow-haired kid was nothing. Coincidentally, he was highly confident in destroying such things. After all, his slicing wave could destroy even rocks. "I want to thoroughly torment you." Saku revealed a cruel smile and slowly raised his hands, aiming at the yellow-haired kid. He planned to use sound wave attacks to destroy the opponent's puppets. Sasuke and Sakura instinctively stood aside, showing no intention of intervening. Naruto held the Great Iron Gate in one hand, not even opening the door, and instantly vanished from his spot, appearing right in front of Saku the next second. He raised the Great Iron Gate high, leaping into the air, casting a large shadow that brought a chill to Saku. Saku dumbly looked up, his eyes reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors, and the door panel kept enlarging in his view. He even noticed the 4 characters written on Naruto's weapon. Just this? Just this? At this moment, he smelled the scent of death. If hit, he would definitely die. Naruto's speed was simply too fast, so fast that the 3 Sound Ninja didn't even have time to react. It was as if the moment Sakura had finished speaking, his opponent appeared right in front of him. In the air, Naruto raised both hands, his body forming a V shape. In his eyes, Sakura's figure had already overlapped with Uchiha Obito. Naruto couldn't help but exert 3 more points of strength. Did you break your defense? Boom! Accompanied by a loud explosion. A strong shockwave swept through the surroundings, causing the nearby Sound Ninja to squint their eyes. The moment the colorful door panel made contact with Sakura's head, he didn't even have a chance to scream. He was directly smashed into the ground. If it weren't for him quickly closing his mask, blood would have splattered all over Naruto's face. The spot where Sakura had been was now a small pit, with Naruto standing in it, his feet covered in blood, and the surrounding bushes stained with specks of blood. As for Sakura, he had been turned into mush on the spot, and Naruto didn't dare to look at him again. He estimated that Sakura's tragic state was no less than those who had been hit by a semi-truck in his previous life. Run. The two sound ninja came back to their senses, seeing Sakura's tragic state, trembling all over, their scalps tingling. They had only one thought now, to escape from this monster's hands. Otherwise, they would definitely die. The two quickly exchanged glances, one going left and the other right to flee into the forest. Naruto, holding the door panel in one hand, shook it a couple of times to get rid of the bloodstains. If it weren't for the door panel in his hand, he would have looked quite like a swordsman who had just killed his enemy. Glancing at the two fleeing enemies, Naruto put away the door panel, tossed a light gate, and chased after them. Not long after, Naruto, covered in blood, jumped back to the team. Sorry, everyone, for making you wait. Before he could finish speaking, Sasuke stepped forward, raised his heavy weapon, and swung it toward his face, with Sakura even jumping back to throw kunai at Naruto. The two attacked Naruto without any hesitation. Bang! Naruto's figure was sent flying by Sasuke's heavy weapon, and the two simultaneously questioned him. Who are you? That guy Naruto would never say sorry. He. It seems I underestimated you. The imposter formed hand seals, dispelled his disguise, and transformed back into his original appearance. Just as Naruto had finished cleaning off the blood and returned, he almost pointed at Orochimaru's nose and cursed. What the heck? Orochimaru couldn't tell that you like role-playing even more than I do. After cursing a few times in his heart, he immediately opened a light gate and flashed in front of Orochimaru, ready to smash him on the head with the large door panel. Unfortunately, Orochimaru had already noticed the light gate that appeared suddenly behind him and was on guard. When the blonde kid emerged, he kicked Naruto back and simultaneously formed hand seals to release a jutsu. Wind style, great breakthrough. The next moment, Naruto was sent back to his original position. To be honest, that kick from Orochimaru left him a bit dazed. It didn't hurt, but it was the first time he had been interrupted while casting a jutsu. Truly impressive, Orochimaru. Before he could regain his senses, a violent wind chakra surged from the light gate behind him. The attack hit Naruto, and even his Iron Man weight would have been blown apart. Since this was a makeshift weight equipment, it had no defensive properties at all, and under Orochimaru's wind-style attack, it developed some cracks. The injuries on his body weren't a big issue. They healed automatically in less than 2 seconds. Seeing Naruto being attacked, Sasuke instructed Sakura to protect herself, his body flickering with lightning, and charged towards Orochimaru with his heavy weapon, creating sparks. From the few attacks the opponent had just made against Naruto, Sasuke could tell that this person's strength was absolutely not inferior to Kakashi. Dealing with such an enemy required him to use all his strength. With his Manjiki Sharingan activated, Sasuke approached Orochimaru from behind, twisted his waist, and swung the heavy weapon towards Orochimaru's waist. If this hit solidly, it would shatter his spine on the spot. Naruto's speed was even faster than his. After suffering a setback at Orochimaru's hands, he quickly threw the weight into the system, opened a light gate beside Sasuke, and took out the colorful door panel to cover Orochimaru's head. The two launched simultaneous attacks on Orochimaru from left and right, and the speed of their reactions genuinely surprised Orochimaru. He had come this time to test the strength of this Uchiha orphan, to see if he had the qualifications to become his vessel. After the brief exchange, Orochimaru became even more excited. He glanced at the big knife in Sasuke's hand, and his body dodged in an extremely bizarre posture. Then he kicked Sasuke in the abdomen, sending both him and the knife flying dozens of meters away. Bang! Orochimaru raised his hand to catch Naruto's door panel, and the two entered a grappling state. When Orochimaru saw the weapon in his hand, his expression slightly froze. If he wasn't mistaken, this kid was using a door panel as a weapon, right? Even someone as experienced as Orochimaru felt that he was seeing the world anew today. Who on earth would use a door panel as a weapon? Just as he was puzzled, he suddenly heard the door panel make an infuriating sound. Did you break your defense? Did you break your defense? Chapter 74. Ant Snake grows strawberries for Sasuke. Naruto angrily takes blood from Ant Snake. Listening to the voice in his ear, Orochimaru's head buzzed, and a slight irritation arose in his heart. Seeing that his weapon had been seized by the opponent, Naruto freed one hand to try and attack Orochimaru below the belt. Slap! Quick reacting Orochimaru caught Naruto's attack again with his hand. He was now holding the door panel above his head with one hand and grabbing this kid's fist with the other. The situation instantly came to a standstill. Orochimaru had originally intended to throw this kid away. Who would have thought that this blonde kid would be so strong? It forced him to use all his strength, even turning his neck red. Naruto gritted his teeth, seeing that the opponent easily caught his attack, feeling a bit angry. If he hadn't been caught, he could still use his rocket head hammer, but now there was still some distance between them, and he needed external force to break the deadlock. Orochimaru stared at this kid with his snake eyes, just about to extend his neck to attack the blonde kid when he heard the others shouting, "What the heck? Who the hell repaired my water-style dam?" Huh. A mouthful of thick phlegm flew out with a large spray of saliva. And Orochimaru was caught off guard by this kid's water style, instinctively tilting his face to the side to catch it with his cheek. The brownish-yellow phlegm stuck Orochimaru's hair and cheek together. His expression shifted from dazed to furious. "Did you break your defense?" The voice ringing in his ear seemed to be the last straw that broke Orochimaru's rationality. Years of calm were finally stirred by this blonde kid. "You little brat." Not far away, Sasuke heard Naruto's words and paused in his tracks. When did Naruto learn water style? As a result, when he saw this guy spit a mouthful of thick phlegm, he felt that everything was going wrong. In his anger, Orochimaru's strength doubled. And while exerting force with both hands, his neck also elongated, wanting to plant a strawberry on Naruto's neck. Naruto's pupil shrank, and he quickly put away the door panel. The suddenly disappearing door panel almost made the exerting Orochimaru stumble. The rhythm of the attack was also interrupted by Naruto. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto took out the lower realm alloy fist blade and put it on, diving into Orochimaru's embrace, constantly thrusting with both arms. However, after poking twice, he found that the blood-splashing situation he had imagined didn't happen. Orochimaru's form twisted at that moment, and the next second turned into a puddle of mud on the ground. Damn! Just as Naruto was about to activate his wind-style bloodstorm technique, he exploded in anger. These tactical ninjas are just too cunning. With a loud crash, Naruto was still complaining about Ant Snake when he suddenly felt darkness engulf him, followed by a stench. A giant snake lunged out from the shadows and swallowed Naruto whole. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, hiding in the dark, launched an attack on the rushing Sasuke using the Earth Release, decapitating technique. Sasuke felt his legs go weak, a familiar sensation flooding back to him. He didn't need to think. He immediately recognized the technique, as Kakashi-sensei often used it against him. Sasuke halted, his body springing into action as he performed a sideways flip, grabbing the heavy weight and smashing it down toward the ground. He was overjoyed. He had thought of countless ways to deal with the Earth Release, decapitating technique, rehearsing it in his mind countless times, all for this moment. The enemy dared to use this technique against him, and he was 100% confident he could crush them with a heavy weight. Bang! A figure suddenly appeared in front of Sasuke, grabbing his hair and delivering a knee strike, followed by Orochimaru attacking him with fists and kicks. Sasuke was caught off guard by Orochimaru's feint, and it took him several exchanges before his Sharingan could capture the trajectory of Orochimaru's attacks. Seizing the opportunity, he reversed his grip on the heavy weight to block Orochimaru's attack. He then swung the heavy weight's handle towards the enemy's face. This hit broke Orochimaru's skin, revealing his true appearance. Orochimaru quickly retreated, puzzled. How could Uchiha Sasuke, who had taken so many hits from him, appear completely uninjured? How could a mere teenager withstand his assault and still counterattack? The two stared at each other from a distance, Sasuke wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking far from injured. Inside, he was shouting, "The heavy weight is amazing." During their earlier battle, he had indeed been hurt at the start. But after blocking and counterattacking with his weapon, he was pleasantly surprised to find his chakra and injuries were recovering. At that moment, Sasuke activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan, igniting an unprecedented fighting spirit within him. Orochimaru looked at Sasuke with excitement. Perfect. Uchiha Sasuke's body is simply perfect. I must find a way to obtain him. As the two gazed intensely at each other, a series of explosions erupted nearby, deafening them and causing ringing in their ears. A purple portal appeared next to Sasuke, and Naruto stepped out, still cursing. You don't know how to stay alive. Didn't that snake teach you anything? When you're out, don't shove everything into your mouth. He had just been swallowed by a giant snake. Without thinking, he dropped a large amount of explosive tags inside the snake's belly and used a shadow clone to create a vortex to detonate inside. After doing all this, he immediately opened a portal to escape. How surprising. Who would have thought that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki possessed space-time bloodline limits? It seems to be a mutation of the bloodline left by the fourth Hokage. Suddenly realizing the uniqueness of Naruto, Orochimaru momentarily forgot his earlier anger. However, Naruto felt somewhat defensive. Mentioning his cheap old man reminded Naruto of the Flying Thunder God technique, which he didn't understand at all, and he still had to pretend to be very good at space-time ninjutsu. Not long ago, the third Hokage had asked him when he would learn the Flying Thunder God, which was extremely annoying. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, and the next moment, dozens of purple portals spread across the battlefield. Without hesitation, Sasuke pulled out a sealing scroll from his jacket and threw out a large number of shurikens and kunai. After releasing these, he quickly formed hand seals. Fire style, dragon fire technique. A large number of explosive tags covered Orochimaru's location as Sasuke unleashed a torrent of flames toward him. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang bang bang. Naruto created thousands of clones, instantly using his blood fury technique to appear in front of Orochimaru. Countless projectiles and shadow clones disrupted Orochimaru's judgment. And by the time Naruto's real body appeared in front of him, he realized the severity of the situation. At the same time, Sasuke had already reached his back. The two attacked simultaneously, one wielding a large door and the other swinging the heavy weight, moving so quickly that Orochimaru had no time to form seals for defense. With a squelch, Orochimaru's head fell, and Sasuke's heavy weight pierced his chest. By normal reasoning, one could say he was dead beyond any doubt. However, Naruto still wasn't reassured. Who was Orochimaru? The hardest person to kill in the ninja world. He didn't believe the enemy could die so easily at his hands. Sasuke observed for a moment before asking, "Is it over?" "Not necessarily," Naruto replied as he started pulling items from the system, placing them beside Orochimaru's corpse. Just as he prepared to ignite them, Orochimaru's head on the ground suddenly spoke, startling both of them. "I am Orochimaru. If you seek power, come find me." Orochimaru's head on the ground attempted to continue speaking, but Naruto dashed forward, kicking it away. He knew it. Orochimaru wasn't that easy to kill. By kicking his head off, he couldn't possibly cast any curse marks on Sasuke, right? Just then, Orochimaru's headless corpse suddenly sprouted a new head, catching Sasuke off guard and planting a curse mark on him before quickly escaping the scene. Sasuke felt a numbness in his neck, and then his limbs began to weaken. Chapter 75. Sasuke. That guy wants to take over my body? Ridiculous. Hiss. Sasuke clutched his neck, his knees buckling as he knelt on the ground. Sakura, who had been watching the entire time, was still recovering from the shock of seeing Orochimaru bite Sasuke's neck. She was standing at a distance, and their conversation sounded relatively vague. Still, with her excellent hearing, Sakura picked up the non-binary person's words to Sasuke. "If you want something, go find me." Although she couldn't hear the full conversation, the clever girl instinctively felt something was very wrong. That non-binary guy was not only terrifyingly strong, but had also bitten Sasuke's neck. The key point was that Sasuke had no resistance to strong opponents at all. Sakura jumped over to Sasuke's side, supporting him by his arms to help him up. Under normal circumstances, being this close to Sasuke would have excited and thrilled her. But now, she couldn't feel any happiness. She only felt exhausted. In front of her was her number one love rival, the long-legged, twin-tailed Naruto, and behind her was the decapitating sword that pleased Sasuke. Now, another non-binary Orochimaru had appeared. Sakura was beginning to worry about Sasuke's mental health. She even started to consider whether she should show him Kakashi-sensei's collection to correct his views on love. "Are you okay?" After turning Orochimaru's body into dust, Naruto approached the two and asked Sasuke, his gaze fixed on Sasuke's neck, pondering whether to give him a bucket of milk. But with the milk, after adapting to the world's rules, wash Sasuke's 3-tomo Sharingan away? Sakura grabbed his arm, looking worried. I'm fine. It's not too painful, Sasuke replied, pausing. After being bitten by that Orochimaru, he could clearly feel that something had been left inside him. However, what puzzled Sasuke was that he found his chakra had increased. For a moment, he couldn't discern Orochimaru's intentions. Faced with uncertainty, he recalled all the plot points from the novels in his mind to see if there was anything he could reference. Leaving behind some unknown power that could enhance his strength, combined with the unmasked greed in Orochimaru's eyes, he understood. This guy wants to take over himself. Do you know this? Sasuke noticed that Naruto's gaze had been lingering on his neck and asked in confusion. Since childhood, Naruto has known a lot of things, and it's always right to ask him about things he doesn't understand. Naruto nodded, unsure how to explain it to Sasuke. After all, Sakura was still nearby. He couldn't just say that Orochimaru coveted Sasuke's body and place a seal on him. He felt that if he said that, Sakura would go crazy first. Seeing Naruto hesitating to speak, Sasuke pondered for a moment and slowly said in an uncertain tone, "He wants to take over me?" Naruto fell silent, his expression strange. Hearing this from Sasuke felt very off, but strictly speaking, Sasuke was indeed right. But why are you so perceptive? It can be understood like this. I have a plan to make that old man waste his efforts. When Naruto said this, he was already thinking about whether the enhancement in Sasuke's body would be washed away after he drank milk. Sasuke frowned slightly after hearing this. Sakura, on the side, was completely puzzled by their conversation. She didn't understand why her teammates were saying such strange things. No need. I won't let him succeed. Besides, this power is quite good. After he finished speaking, he had already controlled the inner seal, and black patterns crawled up his face, adding a sense of mystery while making Sakura blush. Although Orochimaru had left a mark that seemed to indicate possession on him, Sasuke believed that he would not let the other party succeed. With long-term, high-intensity training, Sasuke could forcibly drive this strange power in his body despite the pain. Sasuke also believed that as long as he was given a little more time, he would be able to use it skillfully. This could also be considered a trump card for dealing with Itachi Uchiha in the future. And most importantly, Sasuke felt that he was very strong at this moment. He even thought he could beat Naruto. Sasuke was already thinking about when to fight Naruto again. Fine. Naruto nodded, still unaware of the bad thoughts Sasuke had about him. However, the curse mark was also considered Sasuke's enhancement in the early stage. Anyway, Itachi Uchiha would eventually deal with Orochimaru. It wasn't a big problem. Naruto was quite surprised that Sasuke could now use the curse mark ability. He remembered that in the original story, the idiot who got bitten by Orochimaru had weak legs and was completely powerless. Now looking at the current idiot, Naruto had no doubt that if Orochimaru appeared again, Sasuke would definitely be able to activate the curse mark mode and charge up to battle Orochimaru for hundreds of rounds with the heavy ruler. Let's go, we should leave. Wait, I need to take a leak. Just as Naruto was about to open the light door, he saw Sasuke break free from Sakura's restraint and turn to go into the woods to urinate. The two had no choice but to wait in place. Sakura stared at the spot where Sasuke had just disappeared, like a stone waiting for her husband. Naruto sat by the stone, constantly fiddling with the two scrolls he had just snatched from the Sound Ninja trio. After more than 10 minutes, Sasuke walked out of the woods with his hands in his pockets, looking down. He didn't know if this guy went to relieve himself and washed his hands. Why'd you take so long? Naruto expressed his dissatisfaction with Sasuke's long bathroom break, naturally making a sarcastic remark. I saved someone. Let's go. When he was about to relieve himself after struggling to take off the black robe in the woods, he was suddenly startled by a commotion. Sasuke was very angry at that moment. When he rushed over to see what was going on, he found two ninjas from Grass Ninja Village bullying a red-haired girl. He immediately used the 3,000 lightning movement, swiftly striking them down. If he hadn't been looking for a place to wash his hands afterward, it probably wouldn't have taken him so long. Naruto nodded, didn't ask further, and threw out the light door, diving in first. Sasuke and Sakura followed suit. When Team 7 appeared again, they had already reached the final location of this assessment. Looking at the tall tower in front of him, Naruto suddenly recalled Kakashi saying that they should be more formal when participating in the exam, so he took out the set of Iron Man heavy armor to wear. Although this thing had been nearly destroyed by Orochimaru's wind release, it still looked quite impressive with its battle scars. The three then pushed open the door and entered the interior of the tower. Team 7 had delayed too much time fighting Orochimaru, so the three teams from Konoha Village were already here, along with Pikachu's team from Sand Ninja Village and a passerby team from Takigakure. They were scattered on both sides, with the third Hokage and other examiners standing at the front. The third Hokage glanced at Team 7 as they entered and checked the time, nodding to the person beside him, Red Bean. Congratulations, you have entered the final stage of this exam. Next, we will conduct individual battles. After Red Bean finished speaking, the display screen behind her started to roll. Soon, the names of Naruto, Uzumaki, and Kankuro appeared among them. The first match, Naruto Uzumaki versus Kankuro. Kankuro, with panda eyes, looked at the puppet master from Konoha not far away, his mouth almost stretching to his ears. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Let's see whose puppet technique is stronger. Chapter 76 Kankuro. Let's have a thrilling puppet showdown. Kankuro, the contestant from Sunagakure, couldn't wait to deliver his pre-battle declaration. Several J-nin from other villages revealed reckless smiles. Everyone had been waiting for that blonde puppet master for a long time. Just from the scar puppets on the other side, it was clear that this kid had already given his all in the previous assessment. Whether that puppet could continue to operate was another matter. Not to mention now, facing a ninja from Sunagakure, known for puppet techniques. Konoha Village was indeed strong, but you can't expect to defeat Sunagakure in puppet techniques, right? The ninjas from other villages were ready to enjoy the show, while the Konoha ninjas were shocked by Kankuro's passionate speech. Wait, is this Sunagakure ninja not very bright? Who is spreading the word that this Naruto kid is a puppet master? And why do the ninjas from other villages look so gloating? The J-nin from Konoha could confidently say that while the kids from the entire Konoha village might not know the situation, this blonde kid had grown up in front of everyone. He was the one who broke through the village barrier at 6 or 7 years old and severed Kakashi's arm at 12. His usual training methods were even more outrageous. Now, my guy was even referencing Naruto's training methods, which showed how terrifying he was. With such a humanoid monster, could the ninjas from other villages really treat him as a puppet master without any issues? Please prepare contestants. Upon hearing his name, Naruto shrugged his shoulders and walked step by step to the center of the battle. He glanced at the darkened Pikachu not far away, feeling somewhat speechless. He had just put a sack over this kid's head yesterday, and now he had panda eyes. Why didn't he learn his lesson? Moreover, I'm not even a puppet master. Naruto Uzumaki, huh? Let me see your puppet techniques from Konoha. Kankuro pressed one hand on a mummy-like puppet, his face full of excitement. If fighting against a normal ninja only stirred his fighting spirit, facing a puppet master was different. The stakes had risen from personal victory to proving that Sunagakure's puppet techniques were unparalleled in the ninja world. In this battle, Kankuro must win. Naruto wanted to explain, but realized that it probably wouldn't matter what he said, so he simply let the other party misunderstand. Seeing the puppet in the other party's hand, Naruto instinctively took out a life-sized undead totem from the system. Kankuro was holding a mummy puppet, while Naruto was standing with a golden statue. From a distance, it did look like a battle between puppet masters, and their styles instantly synchronized at that moment. The Konoha J-nin watching the battle were all in a daze. Could it be that this kid really knows puppetry? They hadn't heard anything about it. The J-nin all turned to Kakashi, seemingly wanting to get some news from him. Noticing the gazes around him, Kakashi snapped his book shut with a clap, glanced at Naruto, who was holding the statue, and calmly said, "You're overthinking it. Based on what I know about Naruto, that statue is most likely his weapon." Konoha J-nin. The J-nin all displayed strange expressions upon hearing Kakashi's words. They had heard that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki liked to use a door as a weapon, and now that he was tired of the door, he had started using a statue. It was a bit odd, but they could already imagine the dire state of that Sunagakure ninja. The third Hokage sighed, turned his back, and took 3 medicine bottles from his coat pocket, pouring 6 pills into his mouth and swallowing them. When he turned back and saw Naruto gripping the statue, he felt as if he were witnessing the future Konohamaru. Thinking of this, the third Hokage took a few more pills. Jiraiya, when will you return to the village? Both sides formed their seals. With a command from the Pale Ghost, Moonlight Breeze, the battle between the two puppeteers began. Kanjiro clapped the hand supporting the puppet, and the bandages instantly unraveled, revealing the true form of the puppet crow. To him, exerting full force was the highest form of respect for the opponent. It was somewhat devious. Kanjiro's intention, like everyone else's, was to smash the puppets that could provide Naruto with power. After that, Naruto would have no ability to resist. Kanjiro raised his palm, controlling the chakra threads to manipulate the crow's limbs. Just then, Master Naruto, the puppeteer, appeared before Kanjiro in an instant, holding a 1.6-meter tall golden statue. The shadow of the statue had already engulfed Kanjiro's figure. Shocked, he turned his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible. When did this guy rush up here? Also, why is he holding a puppet? Isn't Konoha's puppetry a bit different from what I imagined? Although he was confused, Kanjiro reacted quickly, shooting the limbs of the crow towards Naruto in the blink of an eye. Each component of his crow contained a powerful explosive device. Kanjiro's target was the puppet Naruto was wearing. Boom! The self-detonation of Kanjiro's puppet components kicked up a large cloud of dust, obscuring the view of the spectators. A few seconds later, Naruto's figure became visible. However, the heavy Iron Man suit he was wearing couldn't withstand the impact and collapsed into chunks of metal on the ground. Observant Konoha.He noticed that the fragments hitting the ground had caused cracks. At that moment, the Konoha.He suddenly realized that the strange thing Naruto was wearing was actually a weighted suit. Ah, Naruto is wearing a weighted suit? What kind of monster is this guy? He wore this thing throughout the Nin exam. No wonder I believed in him. Lee shouted, I've decided to go back tonight and train with 5 trees for 100 kilometers. Guy-sensei. Amidst the shock, the 2 watermelon rinds in the corner were moved to tears by Naruto's actions. Hey, your training is too strange, right? I remember this training method was from Naruto and Brother Haku, right? Tenten watched her teacher and Lee in disbelief. The training of these two had always been absurd, and now they were starting to imitate Haku in their training methods. She was genuinely worried that the entire village would adopt this style in the future. Noticing the situation, Sasuke turned his head and glared angrily at Tenten. He was really fed up with this bun-headed girl. If it weren't for her calling out Brother Haku, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. In the arena, Naruto revealed his true form. Everyone not only noticed that the suit was gone, but also that the golden statue in his hand had vanished. Kanjiro slowly stood up from the ground, looking somewhat dazed. He remembered being hit by Naruto's statue just now. So why was he completely unharmed? Forget it. It must be an illusion. Kanjiro didn't think much of it, chuckled, and said to the empty-handed Naruto, Uzumaki, what are you going to do now? Your puppets are all gone. The 4 ninjas watching this scene all wore mocking smiles. Finally, they could see this kid getting a taste of defeat. They had already imagined the scene of the blonde kid kneeling and begging for mercy. But who would have thought that the blonde suddenly shouted a phrase that startled many spectators? Seal released. Chapter 77. The 2 ninjas' wasteful battle. Thanks for everyone's donations. With Naruto's shout, he pulled out an immortal totem again. Just now, he had already calculated the force. Now he didn't have to worry about accidentally killing Pikachu. The immortal totem in Naruto's hand swung with great momentum. The golden statue was even taller than Naruto. Yet in his hands, it looked like a toy. It created a gust of wind at the competition site. Moonlight Breeze was afraid of getting splattered with blood. Quickly moving to the side, Kanjiro finally confirmed that this guy was indeed using puppets as weapons, and he stared blankly at Naruto's actions, completely dumbfounded. How is it so different from my understanding of puppetry? Naruto's use of puppets as weapons was extremely strange, but Kanjiro couldn't discern what was wrong. In the past, he had learned to hide behind the puppet to control it, analyze enemy intelligence, and then look for opportunities to ambush. But today, Naruto Uzumaki truly opened his eyes. Kanjiro didn't understand, but he was greatly shocked. At that moment, Naruto swung the immortal totem, knocking Pikachu to the ground, and then began to repeatedly smash the downed Kanjiro with the statue. While hitting, Naruto shouted in his heart, "No sleeping allowed in the duel arena." Boom. Boom. Naruto controlled his strength very well. Each hit drew blood from Kanjiro. He even created a rhythm with the immortal totem, with Kanjuro's screams serving as the accompaniment. Such a brutal scene made everyone present shudder, especially those foreign ninjas who had mistakenly thought Naruto was a puppeteer. Now, with each blow, it felt like they were being hit in their hearts. Everyone who had been mocking just moments ago now had frozen expressions. You tell me this is a puppeteer? Was that supposed to be his weighted suit? What kind of monster is this blonde? Getting hit by him would definitely be fatal. The foreign ninjas swallowed hard, and everyone started to feel a sense of dread. It was only at this moment that they understood why the third Hokage said they could seek justice from this blonde. If that statue came crashing down, even they, as Jainin, would be knocked senseless. What on earth is this blonde about? If he had used this strength earlier, they wouldn't have dared to provoke the Hokage building. Moreover, judging from the previous exam, Naruto Uzumaki also held grudges. The foreign ninjas were starting to feel nervous, fearing that some petty blonde would hold a grudge against them. Naruto, stop! In the end, the third Hokage could no longer bear to watch Naruto brutally beat the foreign ninjas and signaled Moonlight Breeze to intervene. Moonlight Breeze, fearing for his life, stood 5 meters away and shouted for a full minute before Naruto finally stopped. Of course, the reason Naruto stopped was that the immortal totem in his hand had broken again. He also took the opportunity to heal Pikachu. Kanjuro, whose injuries had healed, lay peacefully on the ground, his eyes silent and blankly staring at the ceiling. Just a moment ago, he had felt as if he had experienced life and death. Moreover, Kanjuro felt as if he had grasped the essence of the most powerful puppet technique. Chiyo-sama, I have finally found my path as a puppeteer. It turned out that the ultimate secret of puppetry was just like Naruto. Kanjuro, who understood the true meaning of puppetry, felt that his injuries no longer hurt. After a while, he slowly stood up. Although Kanjuro had no injuries, his puppets and clothes were already tattered. He now looked quite similar to the refugees outside. However, Kanjuro was full of spirit. He glanced at Naruto, his eyes sparkling, and deeply bowed to the person in front of him, shouting loudly, Uzumaki Naruto, thank you very much. I have understood the true essence of puppetry. Upon hearing Pikachu's statement, Naruto's expression resembled that of the old man on the subway. Wait, dude, what did you understand? I just killed you twice. Kakashi, standing on the high platform, raised his hand and slapped his face. Great. Another kid is going to cause trouble for Naruto. The third Hokage, watching Kanjuro bow to Naruto below, began to look forward to it. Finally someone could feel the same pain as he did. Outside, Gaara saw Kanjuro, his forehead veins bulging, clearly furious at him. Kanjuro, you disgraceful guy. The expressions of other watching ninjas were even more peculiar. No matter how Kanjuro looked, he was the one who had been beaten up, right? Why was this guy thanking Uzumaki Naruto after being pounded into the ground? Lee, so touching. This is youth. Teacher Guy and his green-clad disciple cried out again upon witnessing this scene, while Tenten hurriedly pulled Niji away from the two, as if to say she didn't know these two disgraceful guys at all. Naruto walked back to the spectator seats with mixed feelings, during which Kanjuro repeatedly expressed his gratitude to himself. If it weren't for the lack of mobile phones in the ninja world, Naruto probably would have expected Kanjuro to pull out his phone and ask for his contact information. Cough cough. The second match, the tuberculosis ghost, Moonlight Gale, returned to the arena, and the screen behind him kept scrolling. The second match was between the thin Uchiha Sasuke and Tenten. Sasuke glanced at the tuberculosis ghost below, already contemplating whether to persuade Naruto to help him bag this guy tonight. However, upon hearing his opponent's name, Sasuke showed unprecedented excitement. All right, Tenten, today, Uchiha Sasuke, will wash away the shame of that day. Oh, Brother Bing, I didn't expect to battle you. Not far away. Tenten raised her hand to greet Sasuke and playfully stuck out her tongue. Hearing this address made Sasuke's fists clench again. Enough small talk. Zilla Sasuke transformed into a flash of lightning and appeared in the competition arena. Tenten rolled down, and Niji reminded her, Tenten, be careful. Don't worry, Niji. Sasuke, dressed in black, stared at Tenten from a distance. He was already aware of the information about this bun-headed girl. It was said that her ninja talent was average, but she had exceptional skills in using ninja tools. Sasuke scoffed twice, showing his disdain. No matter how skilled you are with ninja tools, can you outmatch the Uchiha clan? Today, he would defeat her in the field she was most adept at. As soon as the two finished forming their hand seals, Tenten immediately distanced herself from Sasuke while pulling out a huge sealing scroll. Sasuke's speed was even faster. He had already opened 5 scrolls. His hand speed quick enough to amaze even Naruto. Boom, 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 several summoning techniques sounded, and the scene was instantly covered with a large number of ninja tools. Chapter 78. Do not underestimate Sasuke's power of the 9 clans. Quickly use the barrier. The examiners saw Sasuke and Tenten throwing out a large amount of ninja tools, and their scalps went numb. The competition arena was not large, and many of the shurikens they threw brushed past everyone's heads. If these two kept going like this, there would soon be casualties among the spectators. The Konoha examiner immediately jumped to the surroundings of the competition arena, formed hand seals, and cast a barrier technique to envelop the two. Naruto, standing on the second floor, watched the two below compete with their financial resources, and he was fired up. He grabbed the railing and began to shout, "Damn it! Don't underestimate Sasuke's power of the 9 clans." Kakashi and Sakura, speechless, quickly distanced themselves from this embarrassing guy. Only Hinata blushed slightly, looking at Naruto with affection. Sakura glanced at Hinata and suddenly remembered Naruto and Sasuke's matters. After hesitating for 3 seconds, she walked over to Hinata and began to speak to her softly. Naruto noticed the conversation between Sakura and Hinata, but the distance was too far for him to hear what they were saying. However, Hinata, who was talking with Sakura, occasionally gasped in surprise, her face filled with shock, glancing over at him from time to time. Seeing Hinata, Naruto thought she was worried about him, and he immediately blinked at her, smiling. Just as Naruto and Hinata were exchanging glances in the spectator seats, Sasuke and Tenten below pulled out scrolls once again. "Hey, how come you, a member of the Uchiha clan, have so many sealing scrolls?" Tenten was stunned to see Sasuke pull out another scroll. The shurikens of the Uchiha clan were powerful. "But how come you seem to have more shurikens than I do?" "Huh, you're just average," Sasuke said arrogantly, throwing out 10 scrolls in front of him, forming hand seals, and then continuously throwing ninja tools toward Tenten's dodging positions. Tens of thousands of shurikens appeared in the air like a rainstorm. Sasuke emptied the sealing scrolls, crossed his arms, then clenched his fists and pulled back. Many projectiles entangled with steel wires suddenly changed trajectories. The shurikens that initially only covered the front now changed direction under his manipulation, shooting toward Tenten from all directions. At this moment, the ninja tools Sasuke threw were enough to rival a 1,000-man army attacking simultaneously. Naruto, in the audience, even imagined Sasuke leading his entire clan to battle Tenten. "What are you doing? No Uchiha fights like you." While dodging the barrage of shurikens, Tenten couldn't help but complain about Sasuke. Although her agility was not as good as Neji or Lee, she was still among the best among the genin. Even so, Tenten could not remain unscathed amidst the thousands of shurikens. After just one encounter, she already bore multiple wounds, and Sasuke was still pulling out sealing scrolls. He gave her no chance to catch her breath. Now Tenten found it difficult to dodge, let alone pull out her own scrolls to counterattack. There was one more thing that made Tenten feel speechless. Her dodging range was becoming increasingly smaller. If this continued, in less than 2 minutes, the entire arena would be filled with Sasuke's shurikens, and she wouldn't even have a place to land. Whoosh, 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 just when Tenten was running for her life. Several sounds of air piercing suddenly reached her ears. She instinctively wanted to evade, but found that these shurikens were not aimed at her at all. Sasuke, standing in place, had both hands entangled with steel wires. "Give up. You have nowhere left to escape." As Sasuke's words fell, Tenten, who was about to dodge, froze in place. Gaara glanced at the scene, his eyes filled with excitement. Interesting. Under the lights, it was clear to everyone that the entire arena was covered with steel wires. Now, as long as Tenten moved, those wires would take her life. Sasuke's actions truly astonished everyone present. However, they were mostly silent. This was all because Sasuke had just thrown out nearly 100,000 shurikens. This doesn't even include the explosive tags he used earlier. The ninjas from Takigakure had complex expressions. The amount of ninja tools that Uchiha Sasuke used in this battle was more than the entire village's stock of ninja tools. The third Hokage, upon seeing the scene filled with shurikens, trembled as he took out a medicine bottle. Such a profligate fighting style must have been taught by Naruto. He was now beginning to worry about the future ninjas of the village. If everyone learned Sasuke's fighting style, it wouldn't be long before Konoha would be completely bankrupt. Hiss. Thinking of this, the third Hokage felt his blood pressure rising again. I give up. Speaking of which, how many scrolls do you have? Tenten couldn't help but complained to Sasuke right after surrendering. She felt like she saw her own shadow in his fighting style. Sasuke snorted coldly, lifted his clothes, revealing numerous small sealing scrolls densely packed inside. From both sides of his upper garment, it could be roughly estimated that he still had dozens of sealing scrolls left. Hey, what the hell is going on? You're not fighting me with your entire family's fortune, are you? Tenten was stunned. She thought carrying just a dozen sealing scrolls was already outrageous. But this kid, counting the scrolls he used earlier, had at least over 100 on him. Did he really trade away his family's assets for ninja tools? Sasuke's actions left the onlookers speechless. Everyone was a ninja. Did he really have to be this ruthless? Doesn't this kid save any money for living? No one could imagine how much money this kid had spent on these ninja tools. Naruto also felt a bit of a toothache watching this. He had previously asked Sasuke how many sealing scrolls he had, but this kid was tight-lipped. No matter how he asked, Sasuke always said it wasn't many, and that the power of the 9 clans he shouted earlier was just a joke. But it seemed that Sasuke had probably sold off his entire clan's assets. It really is the power of the 9 clans. Ahem, ahem, ahem. In the second match, Uchiha Sasuke wins. Yukimura Shippu appeared at the contest venue, found a place to stand, and announced the result. After that, he kindly helped Tenten remove the wires around her. After the match ended, Sasuke did not leave the scene. Instead, he bent down like an old farmer to pick up his ninja tools. Unlike the spirited demeanor when he threw shurikens earlier, the current Sasuke, recovering his tools, showed a sense of embarrassment. Naruto stood by and couldn't help but burst out laughing at how awkward Sasuke looked while picking up his tools. Ha 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 ha. Sasuke, you were so suave throwing those ninja tools just now. Shut up. Sasuke turned his head, his expression slightly faltering. Recovering his tools in front of everyone made him feel a bit shy. But there was no choice. He had thrown too many tools this time and needed to recover them. Seeing that the recovery work wasn't going fast, Yukimura Shippu coughed twice, allowing the candidates to take a 1-hour break before continuing with the third match. Just after he announced this, Naruto quietly approached Yukimura Shippu and whispered, "Uncle Shippu, I saw a man go home with your girlfriend yesterday." Ding dong. Yukimura Shippu froze for half a second. The sunbon he was biting fell to the ground with a crisp sound. His expression began to change rapidly. Then he seemed to put on a mask of pain, his face contorting, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. Yukimura Shippu cried out in anguish. I knew it. Uzumaki Naruto. Huh? Chapter 79. After many years away, the villagers of Konoha are still as warm as ever. Yukimura Shippu's intense reaction left Naruto completely bewildered. No, I was just joking. Don't tell me there's a big secret behind this? Naruto initially thought of making up an excuse to have Uncle Shippu stay home for a couple of days to avoid the storm. But looking at Uncle Shippu's expression, it seemed like there was more to the story. Did his girlfriend, Yuin, find him inadequate and go out to cheat? Hiss. Thinking of this, Naruto leaned back and took a few gasps of cold air. Yukimura Shippu covered his face and cried, occasionally coughing. Ugh, cough. Seeing him like this, Naruto felt really sorry and immediately put a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. But he spoke without thinking. Uncle Shippu, flowers can bloom again. If she left early, she would definitely leave. Wow, ugh. Naruto shouldn't have said anything. As soon as he mentioned a key phrase, Uncle Shippu cried even louder. Maybe it's a misunderstanding? Realizing his slip of the tongue, Naruto didn't dare to continue provoking Uncle Shippu. Otherwise, he might not get killed by a tuberculosis ghost behind him, but he would definitely be killed by his own words here. Naruto, why? I. The sorrowful Yukimura Shippu rambled on about many things, and Naruto didn't know how to respond. After all, it felt strange for a yellow-haired kid to talk about such things with Uncle Shippu. In the end, after wiping away his tears, Yukimura Shippu ran to talk to the third Hokage about something and then quickly left the Chunin exam site. Naruto's mood was quite complicated. Yukimura Shippu probably wouldn't die, but why did it feel like he was suffering more than death right now? I just hope Sister Yuin hasn't cheated. An hour later, the third match was held as scheduled. The duel was between Gaara and Rock Lee. Due to examiner Yukimura Shippu leaving temporarily, suspected of going back to catch someone cheating, their examiner had now changed to a scar-faced jonin from Konoha. Naruto felt that he had already seen this battle and found it completely uninteresting. The only moment Rock Lee shined was at this moment, after which he was sealed. Watching the two fight fiercely in the contest arena, Naruto felt extremely bored. Unfortunately, Sakura dragged Hinata away, so he had to sink his consciousness into the ceiling space to tease the fox spirit inside. Ah, how nostalgic! Jiraiya walked down the streets of Konoha, reminiscing. Every time he passed a familiar corner, memories of the days spent with Orochimaru and Tsunade flashed in his mind. It's Lord Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya is back. Thank goodness. It's so great. Many of the older villagers, upon seeing Jiraiya's iconic white hair, excitedly began to shout loudly. There was a saying in Konoha: as long as Lord Jiraiya returns to the village, he can properly discipline that yellow-haired kid. It's no exaggeration to say that before Lord Jiraiya returned to Konoha, because of that yellow-haired kid's various actions in the village, it could be said that the sky of Konoha was dark, and now that Lord Jiraiya is back, the sky of Konoha is bright. Passing ninjas trembled with excitement upon seeing Jiraiya lining up to bow before him. Lord Jiraiya, you've worked hard all the way. Surrounding villagers, seeing this, hurriedly brought out things from their homes, stuffing him with eggs, fish, meat, and so on. Of course, during this process, everyone very tacitly did not mention the name of that yellow-haired kid. Faced with such enthusiasm, even thick-skinned Jiraiya felt a bit overwhelmed. Is it because I haven't been back for too long? Why does it feel like the villagers are excessively enthusiastic? Enough. I can't carry anymore. Everyone, please go back. Jiraiya pushed the things in his arms back to the villagers while being forced to accept everyone's gifts. At this moment, Jiraiya felt that even the old man didn't receive such a warm welcome from the villagers. Meanwhile, those ninjas had already done their homework in advance. One of the legendary Sannin, Lord Jiraiya, it's truly an honor to see you. Yes, I've heard your deeds since I was young, and I really like your works. The crowd surrounded Jiraiya, showering him with praises without holding back, and in just a few words, they made Jiraiya feel elated. Ha. I didn't expect to be so famous in the village. Ha. Jiraiya scratched his head and laughed, looking quite pleased with himself. However, he was still unaware of the seriousness of the situation. A dozen minutes later, unable to handle the flattery any longer, he waved his hand to signal everyone to disperse, not to block the street and affect others. Then he quietly made his way to a certain bathhouse. It had been a long time since he last gathered materials. Speaking of which, after many years without returning to the village, the people of Konoha were still as warm as ever. Jiraiya sighed a bit, chuckled, and then took out his telescope from his pocket. While looking toward the bathhouse, he let out a strange laugh. Originally, he intended to see the old man first, but after hearing that the old man was currently in the forest of death, he decided to visit later. Anyway, he was back in the village, so it didn't matter if he took a little more time. In the 7th match, Hinata-He wins. Naruto looked at Hinata below and nearly popped his eyes out. The personal duels of the second exam were nearing their end, and his wife, as expected, faced off against his brother-in-law Neji. Then, just like in the original story, Neji glared at him before the battle and started his usual rambling. However, once the fight began, Neji was pinned down by Hinata, who unleashed the 8 trigrams 64 palms on him. Naruto was not too surprised. After all, while Hinata, under his guidance, may not be as strong as him or Sasuke, her strength could be considered the strongest among her peers. However, when Hinata was beating down her brother, Naruto noticed a faint blue light emerging from her left eye. reminiscent of Boruto's Jugen. Naruto began to worry whether he would be beaten by his wife after marriage. After glancing at the slightly panting Hinata, he noticed the blue light in her eyes had disappeared. If others didn't observe closely, they would think the blue glow in Hinata's eyes was just a reflection of the lights. Naruto thought for a moment that Hinata probably hadn't truly awakened yet, but given the situation, it likely wouldn't be long before she did. At that moment, Sasuke suddenly walked up to Naruto and quietly asked about Hinata's eyes. While others hadn't noticed, Sasuke was the first to recognize the anomaly. It's similar to your Sharingan. Don't tell anyone else. All right. The two leaned in and whispered to each other, completely unaware that Sakura and Hinata had already approached behind them. Chapter 80. Naruto. This place doesn't even have air conditioning. Impossible. The ninja world doesn't have any strange fire. How can they produce a real burning technique? What? Adodi? Does he really think he is worthy of the Sage of Six Paths? Their topic suddenly shifted from beautiful eyes to discussing the plot of Breaking the Sky. And Sasuke even shared his speculation about the burning technique, inquiring about how strong a Dodi would be in the ninja world. Naruto expressed his disdain. The combat power from Breaking the Sky is countless times higher than that of a Hokage. How can a ninja, with high attack and low defense, compare to those in Breaking the Sky? As Naruto shared his views, he advised Sasuke not to get too immersed in it. He couldn't persuade his own fox spirit anymore. Kurama had even started meditating, claiming it was closed-door training. Naruto was quite speechless. Just earlier, when he was meditating to refine chakra, the big fox had mocked him. However, when Naruto looked at Sasuke, he was momentarily distracted. The Mangeki Sharingan is also known as the wishing machine of the ninja world. Let's hope Sasuke doesn't actually conjure something up. Just as Naruto was discussing passionately, he suddenly felt the temperature around him drop sharply. He and Sasuke shivered involuntarily. Strange, there's no air conditioning here. Why did it suddenly get cold? Naruto muttered a few words under his breath, exchanged glances with Sasuke, and then they caught sight of Sakura and Hinata standing behind them. Hinata had her head down, the light casting a shadow over her face, making it hard to see her expression. Sakura frowned and gritted her teeth. For some reason, Naruto felt he saw flames burning in her eyes. Naruto-kun, what are you doing? Hinata pulled Naruto aside, tilting her head with a smile. Her tone was gentler than usual, but Naruto felt the temperature around them drop a few degrees again. Seeing Hinata's expression, Sasuke instinctively swallowed hard, feeling a sense of guilt arise in him, and he unconsciously stepped aside. He sensed a faint killing intent in Hinata's eyes. I was just chatting with Sasuke. Naruto scratched his head and smiled, completely oblivious to the fleeting killing intent in his little girlfriend's eyes. Is that so? Naruto-kun is too close to Sasuke. Hinata's pale pupils glimmered with blue light again. Earlier, she had learned about the Mist Village's male ninja from Sakura, which had greatly shocked her young heart. Following, that was a sense of vigilance. Hinata recalled how Naruto and Sasuke seemed too close over the years, and she had ample reason to suspect that Uchiha Sasuke wanted to steal her man. She would never allow such a thing to happen. When Naruto heard Hinata's words, his smile froze, and he shot a glare at Sakura. He understood now. Sakura must have said something to Hinata just now. Otherwise, Hinata's reaction wouldn't be so intense. All right. Sakura, I'll remember this grudge. Naruto hooked his arm around Hinata's shoulder and pulled her away. Hinata, who was about to get angry, was directly interrupted by Naruto's action. Her face flushed, and her mind was in a whirl, making it difficult to think. Hinata, let me tell you, Sasuke is just a big. Naruto began to patiently explain while pulling his little girlfriend along. Sasuke looked at Naruto and Hinata in the corner and turned to Sakura, confused, and asked, "Is Hinata angry? She should be, right?" Sakura's eyes darted away, not daring to look at Sasuke, her mind constantly trying to convince herself. Haruno, Sakura, what you're doing is right. You can't let them continue developing. A forbidden love has no future. Sasuke didn't understand why Hinata was angry. His mind was filled with what Naruto had said. Feeling that it was a bit difficult to ponder, Sasuke glanced at the ongoing matches below, thinking that there was nothing worth watching anyway since he had already seen Gaara from Sunageki's fight. so he decided not to continue watching. He then walked over to where Kakashi was reading, took out his own book, and quietly started reading. Just as he pulled out his book, he felt a dull pain in his neck. He raised his hand to cover the wound, which caught Kakashi's attention. "Sasuke, your neck. It's nothing. Just a snake bite." Sasuke lowered his hand from the wound, his tone very calm, as if it was just as he said. He didn't mention the previous battle to Kakashi. To him, it was not a big deal. However, Kakashi was highly alert. During the middle of the Nin exams, Mitarashi Anko had seen the rogue ninja Orochimaru from Konoha, which made everyone in the village highly vigilant. And the curse mark on Sasuke's neck was clearly Orochimaru's doing. "Is that so?" Kakashi said as he lifted his eye mask and used a Sharingan to observe Sasuke's condition. As soon as he activated his Sharingan, he was shocked. He discovered that a chilling chakra had appeared around Sasuke. This chakra could cause Sasuke's chakra to run wild at any moment. If an ordinary person experienced this, they would feel immobilized on the ground. Yet this kid Sasuke was sitting beside him, reading as if nothing was wrong. "How big is your heart? Sasuke, come with me." Unable to rest easy, Kakashi stood up and called out to Sasuke, leading him to a more secluded area. As the last battle concluded, the Nin exams also reached their climax. The final match for the Nin exams was announced. Uzumaki Naruto versus Hyuga Hinata. Sasuke Uchiha versus Gaara. Temari versus Shikamaru Nara. The third exam will start in a month, so please make sure the named candidates do not miss it. The small couple cuddling in the corner was shocked when they heard the match list. "How are we supposed to fight like this? I protest." Third Hokage. Naruto vented his dissatisfaction towards the third S figure and claimed that the match list was rigged. He originally intended to deal with his brother-in-law, but he never expected to end up fighting Hinata. Naruto-kun. Hinata's face showed a mix of emotions. The protest was ineffective. Dismissed. The third turned and left Naruto with his back, striding away quickly. Speaking of Hinata versus Naruto, it was actually a suggestion made by Hayashi Hyuga. The Hyuga family felt that Naruto was too much, not only provoking them in the Hyuga household, but also getting cozy with Hinata in front of Hayashi. However, no one in the village could handle this kid, so Hayashi simply decided to let his daughter fight Naruto. This way, they could test Hinata's strength and make that blonde kid hesitant, while also dampening his spirit. Seeing the third Hokage flee in a hurry, Naruto was even more convinced that he had something to hide. Damn it, he simply couldn't bring himself to fight Hinata. Whose damn idea was this anyway? After thinking for a while, without coming to a conclusion, Naruto decided to place the blame on Danzo. Remembering Danzo's intense reaction upon seeing him, Naruto planned to visit the old man in the hospital later. And maybe stop by the Hyuga household too. Chapter 81. Naruto's first meeting with Jiraiya the next day. At Naruto Uzumaki's exclusive training ground. "What, you want me to train by myself?" Naruto glared angrily at Kakashi in front of him. He had waited all morning for his teammates, but neither Sasuke nor Sakura showed up until noon, when Kakashi finally arrived. This white-haired jonin said he was taking Sasuke for special training. As for Sakura, she went to the Konoha hospital to practice medical ninjutsu. "Well, weren't you doing just fine training alone before?" Naruto gritted his teeth, feeling quite dissatisfied with Kakashi. While what he said wasn't wrong, this white-haired jonin was definitely showing too much favoritism. And Kakashi's preference for Sasuke was undoubtedly because of Obito. Thinking of this, Naruto found himself with another reason to deal with Obito. "Don't worry, someone will take care of your training." Kakashi stared with his dead fish eyes, his mind flashing back to Jiraiya. "Oh, right, Naruto. Do you still have that meat pie I ate last time? That thing should allow the eater to dream of the deceased, right? Naruto Uzumaki. Is there a possibility that you actually died after eating that meat pie last time and went to the Pure Land to see the deceased?" Naruto's expression twisted after hearing Kakashi's words. However, to honor his beloved teacher Kakashi, Naruto took out the colorful meat pie and also thoughtfully pulled out a totem of immortality. When Kakashi saw the colorful meat pie again, he was initially delighted. But when he saw Naruto pull out a weapon, he was dumbfounded. "Naruto, what are you doing?" "Kakashi-sensei, to see the deceased, you have to hug the statue and then eat the meat pie. What kind of principle is that?" Naruto spoke as if it were the truth. And Kakashi believed him. But why does the statue have such a wide range of uses? It can be a weapon and also allow you to see the deceased. Kakashi was momentarily at a loss for words. Perhaps the souls of the deceased are guided by the statue? Don't ask so much, just do as I say. I guarantee you will see the deceased. Naruto couldn't even believe the reasons he was making up, so he decided to stop fabricating. In any case, he just wanted to tell Kakashi that if he wanted to see the deceased, he should obediently follow what he said. Kakashi was stunned for a moment, but ultimately accepted Naruto's absurd claims. There was no helping it. After all, he had seen his father last time. When he hugged the statue, his mind was filled with images of Obito, Rin, his father, and his teacher. He wondered who he would see this time. In the end, Kakashi placed the meat pie into his arms, hugged the statue, and walked home with anticipation. Seeing the white-haired Jonin's departing figure, Naruto silently made a cross over his chest, mourning for him for a second. Kakashi-sensei, I forgive you. Still, whenever Naruto thought of Kakashi's favoritism toward Sasuke, because of Obito, he felt a bit angry. Since the white-haired Jonin was actively courting death, he might as well go find Obito and collect some interest. Naruto revealed a mischievous smile, opened a space door, and arrived at Obito Uchiha's graveyard. As soon as he arrived, rows of neatly arranged tombstones came into view. All the heroes who died in the Konoha village were buried here. Naruto felt disdain for this. However, it wasn't wrong to say that Obito had already passed away. The young Obito had long since died in Kakashi's heart along with the rocks. Now, the Obito stirring up trouble behind the scenes in the ninja world was merely a shadow of a long-haired hedgehog. Looking at the tombstones, Naruto saw a smiling photo of the young Obito affixed to one of them, and in front of the grave, there were fresh fruits, skewers, and flowers. Beside Obito's tombstone, Naruto also saw Rin Noara's tombstone, which similarly had flowers and fresh offerings. From the droplets on the flowers, it was easy to tell that these offerings were likely just brought by Kakashi today. Moreover, the tidiness of these two tombstones was much cleaner than those of others nearby. Could it be that the white-haired Jonin visits Obito every day? Has Kakashi remained single all these years for Obito's sake? Naruto looked around sneakily, confirming that no one was nearby, then boldly sat down in front of Obito's tombstone. He picked up an apple, wiped it on his clothes, and took a big bite, as if the fruit in his hand was that damned Obito Uchiha. After thoroughly eating Obito's offerings, Naruto glanced at the fresh flowers in the vase, and suddenly an idea came to mind. After confirming again that no one was coming, he took 2 steps to the vase and started pouring water in. During the process, Naruto even closed one eye, trying his best to aim at the vase. Still, he splashed water everywhere. Am I getting a bit hot these days? With a couple of shakes, Naruto finally finished the task of fertilizing the flowers. He didn't have any bad intentions. He simply wanted the flowers to live a few more days. Hey, you little brat, what are you doing? At that moment, a strong voice rang in Naruto's ears. Feeling guilty, Naruto immediately pulled up his pants and ran away. After running a couple of steps, planning to open a space door to leave, he suddenly realized, what am I afraid of? Even if I get caught, nothing will happen. There is no one in Konoha who can pin anything on me. Realizing this, Naruto turned around, put his hands on his hips, lifted his head proudly, and looked at the newcomer. Then he saw a hedgehog-headed old man, wearing an oil headband, running towards him in wooden sandals. Just one of these features was enough for Naruto to recognize who this white-haired old man was. It was obviously Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3. It's worth mentioning that this white-haired old man was also holding an apple in his hand. Damn, is the white-haired old man here to steal offerings too? Hey, you brat, what were you just doing? How could you do something like that to a hero of Konoha? Don't you have any sense of respect? Jiraiya scolded Naruto after walking up to him, then took a bite of the apple in his hand. Naruto Uzumaki, white-haired old man. Shouldn't you put down the offerings in your hand when you say that? Naruto had imagined countless scenarios of meeting Jiraiya, but he never expected to run into him while sneaking food from offerings at the cemetery. It didn't matter. Offerings were merely the living's thoughts and condolences for the deceased. Rather than letting them rot here, it was better for a young man like me to eat them. Wait, what did you just call me? Jiraiya was initially speaking seriously when he suddenly realized that this yellow-haired kid had called him white-haired old man. He was known as the white-haired sage. How could he be that old? White-haired old man. Afraid the elderly man hadn't heard clearly, Naruto pronounced it clearly and slowly again. After hearing this, Jiraiya's forehead veins bulged, and his fists clenched. You little brat, listen carefully. I am Jiraiya. Without a second thought, he started dancing awkwardly right in front of Naruto, but Naruto didn't give the old man a chance and turned to leave. Jiraiya, who had just prepared to say something, suddenly found his words stuck in his throat, his expression twisting. After traveling through the ninja world for so many years, he had never encountered such an impolite brat. Wait a minute, kid. You wouldn't want the Hokage to know you were doing such things in the resting place of Konoha's heroes, would you? Naruto ignored the white-haired old man and quickened his pace. Seeing the kid ignore him, Jiraiya got so angry that he rushed up to give him a good talking to. Impolite brat, can't you at least let me finish speaking? The two figures ran out of the cemetery, one after the other. At that moment, in front of Lin's gravestone, the space distorted and Toby appeared. He held a bouquet of flowers, glanced at Lin's photo, then bent down to place the bouquet in front of her gravestone. Just as Toby was about to say something to Lin, he suddenly noticed the fresh flowers next to his gravestone, which were wet. Kakashi, that guy. Toby gritted his teeth, feeling disgusted by Kakashi's act of bringing him flowers. That guy personally killed Lin, and he still had the face to come here. Toby, dissatisfied, walked to his gravestone, grabbed the bouquet from the vase, and disdainfully tossed it aside. After shaking off the water from his hands, he suddenly sniffed and caught a strange smell. Huh, what's that smell? He raised his hand to smell it carefully. In a fit of rage, he threw his mask on the ground and stomped it to pieces. Cack! Kick! Sure, what the hell are you doing? Chapter 82. Third Hokage. That kid Naruto is very well behaved. The third Hokage blew a smoke ring, looking at the carefree Jiraiya and Naruto in front of him, his face so wrinkled it could squash a mosquito. 10 minutes ago, he learned from the Umbu that the big guy and the little guy had gone to the cemetery to sneak food from the offerings to Konoha's heroes. When he heard this news, the third Hokage almost fainted on the spot, wishing he could join his old friend Danzo at the hospital. What kind of place is the cemetery? It is the resting place for all the heroes who died fighting for the village. And these two, not only did they run to the cemetery making noise, but they also went so far as to steal the offerings. What would happen if the families of the deceased found out? Moreover, many in the cemetery had entire families who died in battle. Just thinking about those families being disturbed by these two brats made the third Hokage's blood pressure skyrocket. As for Naruto, it was nothing new. He had been causing trouble in the village for a long time. But Jiraiya, being as old as he was, could still do such a thing, which truly infuriated the third Hokage. What on earth were you two thinking? How could you do something so ridiculous in the resting place of Konoha's heroes? Facing the third Hokage's questioning, Jiraiya turned to the right, and Naruto turned to the left, both showing an attitude of you can say whatever you want. But I'm not going to admit my fault. This made the third Hokage tremble as he fished out some medicine from the drawer, quickly swallowed it, and took a few deep breaths to avoid passing out. Those are offerings. What were you thinking? The third Hokage's voice was hoarse, sounding like an old man on the verge of death. Naruto picked his nose, his gaze wandering, and quickly defended himself before Jiraiya could speak. Offerings are merely the living's thoughts and condolences for the deceased. Rather than letting them rot in the cemetery, it's better for a young man like me to eat them. This is what that uncle taught me. Naruto directly placed a big black pot on Jiraiya's head, and the third Hokage immediately shot Jiraiya a glare. Even Jiraiya, with his thick skin, felt a bit embarrassed hearing such familiar words. He turned to glare at Naruto. Kid, when did I ever teach you that? Old man, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. How unfair. Jiraiya moved swiftly, dodging the big black pot thrown by Naruto. Oh, white-haired old man, you tell me. Is this how you taught me? You brat. Naruto's two sentences instantly ignited Jiraiya's anger. The atmosphere in the room was charged with tension, and it looked like these two were about to start fighting in the Hokage's office. Bang! The third Hokage slammed the table angrily, standing up to scold the two. Ridiculous. Do you both not see me, the Hokage, in your eyes? If you want to fight, get out and do it. Seeing the third Hokage so furious, both Jiraiya and Naruto shrank their necks. They exchanged a glance, snorted coldly, and turned their heads away. Jiraiya felt that this kid was not on his side. If it weren't for the old man's face, he would have taught this yellow-haired brat a good lesson to let him know how to respect his elders. After a long silence, the third Hokage looked at Naruto's figure, rubbed his head, and then said, "If you keep causing trouble like this, the sealing scroll matter is off the table." The third Hokage attempted to use this method to make Naruto calm down for a while. However, Naruto glanced at the old man and didn't care. After all, after the Chunin exams, he would be eating at the third Hokage's table. Whether the new Hokage recognized this matter was another story. However, considering that the third Hokage didn't have much time left, Naruto finally nodded obediently to humor the old man. Let's let the old man have a few peaceful days. And you, Jiraiya, didn't I ask the Umbu to notify you to see me? Why are you so late to the Hokage building? If it weren't for the Umbu catching you, would you plan not to see this old man? The third Hokage turned to start lecturing Jiraiya. He had been looking forward to Jiraiya returning to the village. After waiting so long for him to come back, this guy, he spends all his time drinking in brothels or peeping at women's baths. When the Umbu looked for him, he just shook his head and waved his hands, saying he was busy and would go to the Hokage building when he had time. Ha 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 ha, it's just that I haven't been back for a long time. I genuinely wanted to see how the village has changed over the years. Jiraiya laughed, and then suddenly remembered Kakashi looking for him in the morning. Kakashi said the Hokage wanted him to teach Minato's son. He thought that bringing this up with the old man might calm him down. Oh, by the way, I heard that the reason I'm back in the village is to teach Minato's child, right? Jiraiya's expression suddenly became serious as he said this. Minato, after all these years, his child should be about the same age as this annoying kid next to me. Just as Jiraiya thought, the third Hokage's expression softened significantly upon hearing this. He didn't speak, but instead looked at Naruto, who was standing there in a daze. At this moment, the scene suddenly fell silent for a while. Jiraiya glanced at the yellow-haired kid beside him, then at the serious old man, and awkwardly opened his mouth to say, "Old man, you better not tell me." Jiraiya began to feel uneasy as he noticed the third Hokage's gaze was focused on that kid. Impossible. How could Minato's child be this annoying brat in front of him? Absolutely not. Yes, he is the child of the Watergate, Uzumaki Naruto. Jiraiya. Upon hearing this bad news, Jiraiya was instantly petrified. A few seconds later, accepting the reality, he rubbed his face and pretended to casually walk towards the main gate. Jiraiya, if you dare to step out of this gate today, don't come back again. The third Hokage was so furious that he was beside himself. He had been waiting for Jiraiya to return to the village to discipline Naruto for so many years. Finally waiting for this day, Jiraiya wanted to quit without saying a word. He couldn't accept such a result. The entire Konoha village couldn't accept it either. Jiraiya turned around and said with surprise, "Is there such good news?" The third Hokage, infuriated, plopped down in a chair, clutching his chest tightly, his breathing becoming like a bellows. "Old man, calm down first." Jiraiya still knew the gravity of the situation, taking a step forward to ask the third Hokage. Naruto was quite skilled at this. After watching the third Hokage take medicine for so many years, he already knew where the old man kept his pills. Naruto skillfully opened a drawer, poured a handful of quick heart pills from the bottle, and offered them to the third Hokage. Seeing this child caring about him made the third Hokage happy. But do you think grabbing a handful of pills is to worry that I might die too slowly? The third Hokage glanced at the obedient-looking Naruto, pushed away the child's hand, and took 2 pills from him to swallow. However, after taking the medicine, he still looked like he was about to die. He grabbed Jiraiya's hand, as if a dying person was preparing to make arrangements for his disciple. "Jiraiya, old man, I don't have many years left to live. I just want to hand Naruto over to you for teaching." Jiraiya looked at Naruto, then at the old and frail third Hokage, and after a good 3 minutes of hesitation, he finally nodded in agreement. "All right, I promise you." Hearing this, the third Hokage's eyes instantly lit up, and he suddenly stood up, gripping Jiraiya's collar tightly. "But you must not go back on your word." Jiraiya's expression changed slightly. feeling like he had fallen for this old man's trick. To dispel Jiraiya's concerns, the third Hokage even uttered the most insincere words of his life. Jiraiya, you can rest assured that Naruto is a very obedient child. Naruto was shocked. Even he felt embarrassed hearing this. How could the old third Hokage have the face to say such a thing? However, seeing the old third Hokage glaring at him, Naruto immediately understood the deeper meaning. He scratched his head and revealed a simple and honest smile. Obedient. Chapter 83, Disobedient. What are you doing? In the end, under the coercion and temptation of the third Hokage, Jiraiya agreed to teach Naruto. To ensure that Jiraiya agreed, the third Hokage even lent out his crystal ball for 2 days. At first, Jiraiya felt like he was being tricked by the old man. But the moment he saw the crystal ball, he threw all his worries aside. The next day, Jiraiya and Naruto agreed to meet at the training ground on the east side of the village. Jiraiya, sat cross-legged on a rock, holding the third Hokage's crystal ball in his arms, revealing a lewd smile while drooling at the corners of his mouth. Can you stop for a moment? Old man, can you really still? Naruto stood by and complained, having just poked the white-haired old man's sore spot when he was interrupted. Bastard! What nonsense are you talking about? How can a kid your age say such filthy words? I tell you, at my age, I'm still very vigorous. Jiraiya was instantly furious upon hearing Naruto's words. Are you kidding? This is a man's dignity. How can it be smeared so casually? Uzumaki Naruto, I haven't even finished my sentence. Why are you getting anxious? You must be unable to do it anymore, right? Naruto stared at Jiraiya's old face. His eyes filled with doubt. He said nothing but conveyed everything. Seeing this kid's expression, Jiraiya was furious. The main thing was that this kid always took out some strange cards to wave in front of him when he was in high spirits. He even saw Chiyo from Sunagakure, and she was wearing a swimsuit. The most outrageous thing was that there was the fourth Reikage. Just a glance made him feel chills all over, and he lost all interest in the crystal ball. Jiraiya looked at the cards scattered on the ground, filled with resistance. This wasn't even the scariest part. Jiraiya was genuinely afraid that Naruto would reference these cards and then use transformation jutsu to appear in front of him. Naruto, can you find a place to stay by yourself? Also, I have already promised the old man to take you as my disciple. Can you at least show some respect to me as your teacher? You should call me teacher, understand? Now, immediately right now, put away those strange cards. Naruto lowered his head in silence, continuing to pull out special cards from the system. These cards were drawn by Uzumaki Naruto and contained various female clothing cards. What white silky koe, fishnet stocking Zhang Fei Danzo, if it weren't for the third Hokage still being here. Uzumaki Naruto would even want to draw a dress for Sarutobi Hiruzen. In short, the spiritual pollution level of these cards was off the charts. Even Naruto didn't dare to look at them too much. Whenever he displayed these cards in front of Jiraiya, he always recalled Hinata's 18-year-old appearance in his mind to resist the severe spiritual pollution. Stop. Can I teach you a powerful jutsu instead? Jiraiya's head was spinning. He wouldn't believe that old man-ass words, even if he were beaten to death. Obedient? Where exactly is this kid obedient? Even he, as a child, wasn't as much of a troublemaker as this kid. While Naruto was rummaging for cards, he heard Jiraiya say he would teach him something, and his actions paused. A powerful jutsu, Rasengan, or summoning jutsu. Naruto quickly tossed the cards on the ground into the system, raised his head, and once again showed an obedient expression. Master Jiraiya, what powerful jutsu are you going to teach me? Jiraiya's eyelids twitched. He felt this kid had just wanted to call him the white-haired old man. Looking at Naruto's head of yellow hair, Jiraiya thought of Minato. How could such a well-behaved person like Minato give birth to a child like Naruto? Or is it that this kid takes after Kushina? A certain red pepper flashed through Jiraiya's mind, revealing a look of lingering fear. It seems a bit similar. Ahem. Jiraiya, lost in thought, coughed a couple of times, carefully tucked the crystal ball into his arms, and stood up to tidy his clothes. Naruto watched closely. Jiraiya bit his thumb, smeared blood on his palm, and began to form seals with both hands. Then he pressed one hand to the ground and shouted, summoning jutsu. Boom! After a puff of smoke, a 2-meter-tall orange toad appeared on the spot. opening its mouth, its tongue flicking out a scroll. Jiraiya took the scroll and threw it in front of Naruto. "Sign your name on this scroll." While saying this, he opened the scroll to reveal the names of those who had signed contracts with Mount Myaboku throughout the ages. Naruto picked up the pen and wrote his name right after his adoptive father. After completing this ritual, Jiraiya began to teach the essentials of the summoning jutsu. "So, how much do you remember about the summoning jutsu?" Jiraiya casually asked, preparing to send Naruto to the side to figure it out on his own. However, after he finished speaking, he noticed Naruto was silent and standing still. It was as if time had been frozen for him. "What are you doing? I'm asking you a question. How much do you remember about the summoning jutsu?" Jiraiya shouted for a full 2 minutes before he saw Naruto finally move. "Half." Naruto looked up at Jiraiya, his eyes revealing a clear foolishness. It wasn't that the summoning jutsu was difficult. Mainly, during Jiraiya's earlier teaching, he had covered a lot of knowledge points about sealing techniques, which were very easy to understand. Naruto recalled the Flying Thunder God technique he had previously written down in the sealing scroll, and his consciousness sank directly into the sealing space to study it. As a result, he found that understanding a few points about sealing techniques made studying the Flying Thunder God feel like solving a math problem. The good news was that he had found a bit of a clue. As for what Jiraiya had just said about the summoning technique, he naturally forgot to listen to the rest. Jiraiya was so exasperated that his fists clenched again. However, he still went over the essentials of the summoning technique once more. This time, Naruto listened very attentively. "All right, you go practice on your own," Jiraiya said, pressing down on Naruto's shoulders and pushing him to the side, then waving his hands to shoo him away. From the fact that Naruto couldn't even remember the essentials of the summoning technique in one go, it was easy to infer that this kid would need a long time to master it. It seemed that Minato's talent had not been passed down to this child. However, this also meant that he could enjoy a period of peace and quiet. With this thought in mind, Jiraiya found a corner and took out a crystal ball. He. The blossoming young ladies are really something. Jiraiya's eyes were almost glued to the crystal ball. Boom, boom. Just then, a huge commotion erupted around him, causing Jiraiya to almost drop the old man's precious crystal ball. An earthquake? Jiraiya, feeling puzzled, turned his head to look and almost fainted on the spot. Disobedient disciple. Stop it now. That's the Great Sage Toad. Chapter 84. That's a summoning beast. It's our partner. The massive Great Sage Toad, nearly 100 meters in size, sat cross-legged on the ground, its head bowed, and it was snoring loudly. Of course, what scared Jiraiya was not just the toad size, but the dozens of yellow-haired figures holding iron chains, each appearing on the toad's limbs, shoulders, and head, continuously wrapping iron chains around the Great Sage Toad. As for Naruto, he stood in front of this giant toad, holding onto the chains binding it, throwing them over his shoulder and straining to pull it forward. If one didn't look at the toad behind him, they might mistake him for an experienced boat puller. In Naruto's memory, he was only familiar with the toad from Myaboku Mountain that wielded a machete. Furthermore, given that the anime's 2D and 3D representations were quite different in reality, the toad he summoned and the toad Jiraiya had summoned before were fundamentally indistinguishable except for their size. Moreover, this toad had come out only to sleep, completely unresponsive to calls. Seeing the mountain-like body before him, Naruto couldn't help but feel the urge to see if he could drag this heavy load. In the distance, Jiraiya's shouts did not stop Naruto from pulling the toad. His mind was filled with the toad's snoring. It was a miracle to hear what the white-haired old man was saying. "Naruto, disobedient disciple. Stop right now." Jiraiya was already sweating profusely when he saw the Great Sage Toad appear. Over the years, he had repeatedly sought an audience with the Great Sage Toad, but the responses from Myaboku Mountain were always that the Great Sage Toad was sleeping and did not meet outsiders. Jiraiya had never imagined he would see the Great Sage Toad in such a situation today. He was sweating bullets, rushing in front of Naruto in 3 quick steps. "Huh? Old Toad, why are you here?" Naruto paused his actions of dragging the Great Toad slightly and turned his head to look at the flustered Jiraiya. "You, quickly untie those chains for me. That's the Great Sage Toad of Myaboku Mountain." Jiraiya snatched the chains from Naruto's hands, pointing at the Great Sage Toad behind him, and began to curse. He was genuinely about to be driven to madness by this kid. Although he didn't know how Naruto had summoned the great sage toad. Given the current situation, Jiraiya was truly worried that Mayaboka Mountain would unilaterally terminate their contract because of this incident. Huh? Naruto stopped, looking confused at Jiraiya, then glanced back at the still snoring great toad. When he realized that the giant behind him was indeed the great sage toad, he was genuinely a bit dazed. The great toad should have been sleeping in Mayaboka Mountain, waking up to give Jiraiya some prophecies, right? But why was it summoned by him? What are you doing? Hurry up and move. Jiraiya was both angry and anxious. How could Naruto still be dazed at such a critical moment? If the great sage toad woke up and found itself bound in chains, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiraiya growled in place, using the shadow clone technique to rush to the feet of the great sage toad, intending to remove the chains himself. Bang! Just as Jiraiya reached out, smoke surrounded them, and with the sound, the great sage toad's figure disappeared from the spot. It's over, it's over. Jiraiya pressed his hands to his head, panic written all over his face. The sudden disappearance of the great sage toad could only mean one thing. It had just woken from its slumber and discovered the chains on its body, thus actively dispelling the summoning technique. Jiraiya's head felt like it was about to explode. Disobedient disciple. Look at the mess you've made. He truly couldn't understand what this kid was thinking. A normal person would marvel at their powerful summoning beast or praise their teacher when they learned the summoning technique, right? Just like Minato did. But Naruto, this kid, instead summoned the sage from Mayaboka Mountain and bound it with chains, then started dragging the summoning beast. That was a summoning beast, a ninja's battle partner, not a burden. Just thinking about the sleeping great sage toad being dragged around by this kid for weight training made Jiraiya's blood pressure spike. Reflecting on the drawer full of medicine that the third Hokage had, Jiraiya seemed to understand a bit more now. And what kind of obedient child could this be? Jiraiya-sensei, I did pretty well with the summoning technique, right? Jiraiya. Naruto completely disregarded the fact that he treated the great sage toad as a weight. When he had just summoned the great toad, he had shouted in its ear, and it had slept like it was dead. That was why Naruto thought of it as a weight. Jiraiya's expression darkened, and he raised his hand to hit the kid, but Naruto, seeing the white-haired old man raise his hand, thought he was going to pat his head and nimbly dodged. You kid, do you know what you just did? That was a sage of the 3 great lands, a being comparable to the sage of 6 paths. Oh, facing the furious Jiraiya, Naruto's expression was very calm. So what if he had lived for 1,000 years? He understood. Old but not dead as a demon. Old toad, demon toad. In the future, when he saw the great sage toad and the sage of 6 paths, he would know how to greet them politely. Jiraiya couldn't help but laugh at Naruto's words. He felt really foolish. He should have just left when he was in the Hokage's office. Why did he agree to that old man? Now, just looking at Naruto made his head hurt. After a long pause, Jiraiya still put himself in the teacher's position and continued to instruct Naruto. Naruto, use the summoning technique again. Control your chakra a bit. Don't use too much. Jiraiya had been thinking, and he realized that Naruto could summon the great sage toad only because this kid carried an enormous amount of chakra. By chance, he had summoned the great sage toad. Oh, I understand. Naruto paused for a moment, nodding to indicate he understood. When he was using the summoning technique earlier, he thought that the more chakra he used, the bigger the summoned toad would be. How did you manage to summon the big toad sage? Naruto lightly bit his finger and formed hand seals again. Summoning jutsu. Bang. At that moment, the two hadn't even seen the toad's figure clearly when a cheeky voice rang out in their ears. Hey Jiraiya, what do you want? Who are you after this time? Jiraiya replied, this one's better than the last. Chapter 85. Big Brother Naruto. I don't understand. Isn't this the summoning technique that Jiraiya uses? Toad once had grabbed a smoke pipe and blew out a huge smoke ring. Jiraiya hooked Naruto's neck and gritted his teeth. Speaking quietly, Naruto, remember, the summoned beasts are our partners. Don't get me into trouble like you did earlier. Do you understand? Got it. The restrained Naruto glanced at the toad punk in front of him, his eyes filled with regret. What a pity. This toad is even bigger than the last one. If I could train with it, I'd definitely get stronger. Jiraiya sighed in relief upon hearing Naruto's words. Thank goodness. This kid can still listen to me. Wanta, this kid summoned you. His name is Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki? Toad Wanta looked at the blonde kid, and a figure of Minato flashed in his mind. So, he asked Watergate's kid? I'm a bit surprised by Naruto Uzumaki. After all, even Minato couldn't summon him at Naruto's age. Jiraiya chatted with Wanta for a bit and warned Naruto again, confirming that he wouldn't do anything foolish before leaving Naruto with Wanta and slipping away. If he stayed any longer, Jiraiya figured he would get wrinkles from worrying about Naruto. Plus, he had to settle accounts with that old man. It's not that Jiraiya didn't want to take Naruto as a disciple, but why didn't that old man clarify Naruto's situation to him? After leaving the training ground, Jiraiya rushed straight to the Hokage building. However, before he could enter the door, he was stopped by two Umbu ninjas. Lord Jiraiya, please hold on. Lord Third said he is busy with official duties these days and will not see anyone for now. As the Umbu ninja said this, he couldn't help but feel sympathy for Jiraiya. After all, Jiraiya was shouldering the important task of teaching the blonde kid from Konoha. Saying that the future of Konoha was in Jiraiya's hands was not an exaggeration. That old man, Jiraiya was instantly dumbfounded. He thought that the old man was just making excuses and was too afraid to face him, worried that he might quit. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you come out here. If you can trick me, then you better come out and face me. Jiraiya shouted the name of the third Hokage, showing just how angry he was. The third Hokage hid behind the office curtains, peeking through the gap to observe Jiraiya shouting below. No matter how harshly Jiraiya cursed, he remained silent, even feeling a bit pleased. Great, I finally don't have to face that kid Naruto. As my disciple, you can take on the burden of worrying about him for me. He was even thinking of throwing the pile of medicine in his drawer into the trash. Perhaps with Jiraiya around, he wouldn't need to take those anymore. Lord Jiraiya, you should go back. Lord Third will not see you. Finally, the Umbu ninja, feeling pity for the furious Jiraiya, secretly reminded him. Damn it, I knew calling me back to the village wouldn't lead to anything good. Unable to see the third Hokage, Jiraiya could only stand under the Hokage building, fuming with anger. After cursing for nearly half an hour, he finally left with a dark expression, muttering, that old man, you could forget about getting the crystal ball back. On the other side, in Naruto's exclusive training ground, Naruto and Toad Wano were getting along very well. The big toad claimed that Minato was its little brother. And since Naruto was the child of its little brother, it would definitely protect him. Hearing that Wanta wanted to look out for him, Naruto felt a bit complicated. For some reason, Naruto always felt a strong connection with animals, while he struggled to get along with others in the village. Not to mention, his brother-in-law still held a grudge against him. It was clearly his brother-in-law who had made him vomit, and Naruto, not holding a grudge, was already very generous towards his family. Moreover, this matter had happened years ago. Why was Neji holding a grudge against him still? Thinking this way, Naruto felt he should get along well with those around him. He glanced at the mountain-like toad Wanta, and a light bulb went off in his head. Got it. He could help Konohamaru and Sakura with special training. Naruto remembered that they had expressed their desire to become stronger several times. With this in mind, Naruto quickly communicated with Wanta, dispelled the summoning technique, then created a shadow clone, passing through the light door. One went to find Sakura, while the original went to find his little brother, Konohamaru. At noon, the figures of Konohamaru and Sakura appeared on the training ground. Both looked quite puzzled. They had been dragged over by Naruto, who claimed he had a way to make them stronger. Of course, they still held some expectations, especially Sakura. As she practiced medical ninjutsu, she increasingly felt the gap between herself, Sasuke, and Naruto. After all, Naruto could produce a lot of items to heal injuries, making her feel even more useless in her medical training. Meanwhile, Konohamaru had wanted to learn the techniques from his older brother. He had recently replaced his hollow wooden door with a solid wooden one. Although it was still a bit tough to lift, Konohamaru felt he had become stronger. Especially after his grandfather showed fear upon seeing him, it was proof enough that he had improved. Big brother, let's get started. Are we practicing the door technique today? Konohamaru exclaimed excitedly, looking eager. When Sakura heard him mention the door technique, her head buzzed. No way. I don't want to learn Naruto's door technique. Should they just drop it? She felt she wasn't suited to learn his taijutsu. After hesitating for a moment, She decided it would be better to go back to the hospital and continue learning medical ninjutsu, mainly because every time she saw Naruto's familiar smile, she felt an unsettling sensation in her heart. Haha, don't worry, Sakura. This special training isn't that. Naruto showed a reliable smile, making Sakura even more uneasy. She remembered the last time Naruto smiled like that was when Sasuke was in a dress and almost became a rogue ninja, right? Watch closely. Naruto, oblivious to Sakura's strange expression, bit his thumb and began forming hand seals. The two beside him were suddenly shocked by Naruto's actions, especially Sakura. She knew that the only technique Naruto could really use was the shadow clone technique, and it was the one with just one hand seal. Now, with so many seals, was he going to teach them ninjutsu? Could it be that Naruto finally got serious this time? Summoning jutsu. As Naruto pressed one hand to the ground, the giant figure of Toad, Wanta, appeared before them. Sakura and Konohamaru stiffly raised their necks, looking at the enormous toad before them, feeling both shocked and excited. Big brother Naruto, I want to learn this. Konohamaru shouted excitedly, looking down, only to realize his older brother, who had just been standing next to him, was gone. Huh? Where did big brother Naruto go? Sakura looked up and noticed Naruto suddenly appeared on top of the giant toad's head, her unease intensifying. Aren't we supposed to learn this technique? Why did Naruto go up there? Standing on top of Gamabunta, Naruto crossed his arms and felt like he was just missing a scroll and some orange eyeshadow. After a brief distraction, Naruto looked at the two people on the ground and shouted seriously at Gamabunta, Bunta, attack them. Gamabunta was taken aback for a full minute after hearing Naruto's words. Wait, it hasn't been that many years since Konoha, has it? Why does it feel like I can't keep up with the current young ninja's thinking? But Bunta didn't dwell on it for long and lifted his foot to stomp down on the two below. Boom! The huge foot of the toad suddenly slammed down towards Sakura and Konohamaru, kicking up a large cloud of dust. Just as Sakura reacted and was about to be stepped on, she grabbed Konohamaru by the collar and ran out. But then she suddenly realized that the giant toad was still chasing them. Naruto, what are you doing? Big brother, what are you doing? Sakura felt the impact behind her, nearly scared out of her wits, while Konohamaru cried and shouted beside her. The two had no doubt that Naruto intended to kill them here. At that moment, they heard Naruto's voice, Sakura. Konohamaru, why are you running? Come towards my summoning beast. Naruto's tone was very serious, but the way his mouth kept twitching showed he was struggling to hold back laughter. Big brother Naruto, I don't understand. This is too dangerous. Yeah, Naruto, are you trying to kill us? Chapter 86, Sage of the Six Paths. What's up with this white-haired kid? Under Naruto's intense training, Konohamaru and Sakura truly experienced the essence of death. If it weren't for Naruto pulling out some healing items in time, they probably would have ended up in the hospital for a good 10 days to half a month. However, due to Naruto's rampant destruction with the summoning beast in Konoha, the Anbu ninjas brought Naruto and Jiraiya back to the Hokage's office. As Jiraiya, the mentor, he couldn't escape the blame either, and the third Hokage was forced to meet with him. In order to punish the two, the third Hokage required them to restore the damaged areas and, without using shadow clones, order the master and disciple to clean the men's bathhouse in Konoha as a form of punishment. Unruly disciple, I haven't been gone for half a day, and look at the mess you've made. Jiraiya suddenly threw the mop he was holding onto the ground and started scolding Naruto. Although he liked places like bathhouses, it didn't mean he wanted to clean them, especially not the men's bathhouse. Jiraiya felt so wronged. He had spent the entire afternoon napping in a quiet place, not even taking out his crystal ball to check. And now he was being scolded by the third Hokage because of Naruto. I was giving Sakura and Konohamaru special training, and it was in my own training ground. What did I do wrong? Naruto said with righteous indignation, his expression serious yet somewhat smug. To be honest, after avenging his grudge, he felt pretty good. Cleaning the bathhouse was just part of his daily training, and it was definitely easier than dragging trees. You still have the nerve to say that. Do you know how many houses in Konoha were destroyed because you told Bunta to draw his sword? Jiraiya was so angry he could barely stand, finding a wall to lean against as he sat down, feeling a headache coming from Naruto. He really wanted to ask Minato and Kushina why their son was even harder to handle than Kushina. Just a few houses. I even paid out of my own pocket to get them new ones. Naruto crossed his arms, completely unaware of his mistakes, causing Jiraiya's blood pressure to spike. Jiraiya's eyes widened, opening his mouth but failing to say anything for a long time. He genuinely wanted to find Kakashi and the third Hokage to vent his frustrations. Especially Kakashi. Just like the third Hokage, he was always avoiding him. Jiraiya rubbed his temples, exhaling deeply, and then said, "Let's just forget about this. I will share the punishment with you this time, and I hope you can learn from this lesson and not make the same mistake next time. Also, don't use the summoning technique in the village again. Do you understand?" "Oh, I definitely will next time." Naruto nodded obediently, indicating he wouldn't make the same mistake again. "All right, let us move quickly and aim to finish cleaning tonight." Jiraiya smiled with relief, suddenly feeling that Naruto still had hope. At least he could still listen to what he said. That night, the lights shone on both the master and disciple, casting two shadows, one big and one small. Outside the bathhouse, the sounds of their laughter could still be heard. Grandpa, can you use the summoning technique? I want to learn that." Late at night, after the third Hokage had just finished his work and returned home, he saw his grandson Konoha running up to him excitedly. Upon hearing the words summoning technique, his vision went dark. That kid Naruto had already caused a massive destruction in the village with the summoning technique, destroying 8 houses and 7 shops. Fortunately, those people were either not home in the afternoon or reacted quickly, preventing casualties. Otherwise, he genuinely didn't know how he would clean up after Naruto. Now Konoha was also clamoring to learn the summoning technique, and the third Hokage's blood pressure rose again. He hurriedly took out the leftover medicine from his pocket and shakily swallowed a pill. Then, looking at Konoha, he said earnestly, "Konoha, at your age, learning the summoning technique is still a bit too much for you. I probably want to have many years left to live, and when the time comes, I'll pass on the summoning technique and the family jutsu to you." The third Hokage smiled kindly as he spoke. Recently, he had an inexplicable feeling that his time was short. "Okay, Grandpa really loves me the most." Konoha, hearing this, happily wiped his nose and bounced around the third Hokage. The third Hokage stroked his beard, his face full of affection, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Konoha is really very sensible. Just seconds after that, the third Hokage heard Konoha say something that made his blood pressure spike. "Grandpa, when are you going to die? You little brat." The third Hokage chuckled, momentarily amused by Konoha, and lightly tapped his head before walking towards home with his hands behind his back. Konoha rubbed his head, grinning. He knew his grandpa loved him the most. Watching his grandfather's aging figure, he chased after him again, bouncing around at his feet. "Grandpa, let me tell you, Big Brother Naruto is really amazing. I've gotten much stronger under his training recently." In the late-night bathhouse, Naruto and Jiraiya spent the entire night finally cleaning all the men's bathhouses in the village. Jiraiya looked at Naruto sitting beside him and, supporting his knees, stood up. "Hey, Naruto, do you want to eat popsicles?" "What? Wait for me here." Jiraiya patted Naruto on the shoulder, revealing a hearty smile as he swaggered out of the bathhouse in his wooden sandals. Naruto stared at the back of the white-haired sage, slightly stunned, and a smile unknowingly appeared on his face. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly called his name from the corner. Naruto looked over with a face full of confusion. "White-haired Kakashi, did you leave your vocal cords at home?" Kakashi's head popped out from behind the wall, looking around cautiously to make sure no other white-haired person was around. "Naruto, Jiraiya-sensei shouldn't be around, right? You want to buy something. Why are you looking for me so late?" Seeing Kakashi's cautious demeanor, Naruto understood he was afraid to meet Jiraiya. Even coming to find him was done sneaking around. About the meat patties and the statue, Kakashi looked a bit awkward, having just asked Naruto for something not long ago, and now he was coming to find him again, feeling a bit guilty. However, after Kakashi met his father again last time and chatted for a bit, he became even more convinced of the effectiveness of Naruto's meat buns. This time he wanted to see if he could find Obito using the meat buns. Naruto had a strange expression as he glanced at Kakashi up and down, unsure whether to clarify the situation with him. "Good grief, that white-haired guy isn't addicted to dying, is he?" I wonder how that sage of six paths would react to a certain white-haired guy constantly shuttling between life and death. Sai Kakashi-sensei, you'd better eat less of this stuff. With that, Naruto took out the meat buns and the immortality totem and handed them to Kakashi. Don't worry, I have a plan, Kakashi said as he took the items, waved goodbye, hugged the statue, and quickly left the scene. Chapter 87. Uzumaki Naruto will not cause trouble. Crack. Jiraiya appeared in front of Naruto, who was in a daze, wearing wooden sandals and holding a plastic bag. Naruto, here, he said, tearing open the popsicle wrapper, gently breaking the popsicle in half, and handing one piece to Naruto. Taking the popsicle, Naruto looked at Jiraiya, and after a long time said, "Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei." The popsicle didn't taste very good, to be honest, and couldn't compare to the things from the system. Perhaps because of his master's care. Naruto felt incredibly relaxed eating the popsicle and didn't find the white-haired old man in front of him as annoying as before. I won't call him white-haired old man anymore. Seeing Naruto's expression, Jiraiya reached out and rubbed his head. Haha, you kid. This time, Naruto didn't dodge and let Jiraiya's big hand rub his head. Naruto, do you want to learn a powerful technique? Something even stronger than the summoning technique. Jiraiya thought of Naruto's deceased father as he saw the child so quiet for the first time in days. The golden, shining face and the figure using the Rasengan flashed in his mind. Jiraiya decided to teach him the Rasengan, a ninjutsu created by his father. Wait for me at the training ground tomorrow. Jiraiya stood up, threw the garbage aside, and turned to smile at Naruto. Naruto froze for 3 seconds, his eyes widening. Old man, pick up the garbage. Jiraiya, damn, this kid is still different from Minato. Jiraiya's eye twitched, and helplessly bent down to pick up the garbage on the ground and obediently threw it in the trash can. See you tomorrow. Jiraiya turned around and waved, leaving without looking back. He was afraid that staying any longer would ruin the atmosphere he had painstakingly created with his disciple. See you tomorrow, Naruto murmured, noticing that the snacks Jiraiya had just bought were still beside him. He stared at the bag of snacks in a daze. It's really rare. It's the first time in years someone bought me these things. Naruto sat alone for 2 minutes, checked the time, and found it was already midnight. He picked up the bag of snacks and opened a space-time door to return home. The next day, Naruto arrived early at the training ground. As soon as he got there, he saw Jiraiya sitting on the ground, happily hugging a crystal ball. There were many balloons around him. Although he had been spying on him early in the morning, Naruto still felt a good impression of Jiraiya for not being late. At least he's better than a certain white-haired old man. When Jiraiya saw the purple space-time door, he was shocked and stammered, pointing at Naruto. You. This is space-time ninjutsu. Huh? Didn't he, the third Hokage, tell you? Jiraiya's expression stiffened. He got angry just thinking about that old guy. He had hardly seen the third Hokage since returning to the village. In total, he had only met him twice, both times called over for a lecture with Naruto. The third Hokage was acting as if he was avoiding him. How could he know Naruto's situation? This was the first time Jiraiya had seen Naruto use this ability, and he immediately became interested. He put away the crystal ball and stood up. Use it again for me to see. Oh. Naruto raised his hand and threw out 2 space-time doors, diving into one and appearing not far away. He showcased it a few more times before Jiraiya told him to stop. It's not as good as Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, Jiraiya mused, stroking his chin. After observing for a while, he figured out what Naruto's technique was about. Generally speaking, this space-time ninjutsu was decent. However, the time it took to open the door was a drawback. It couldn't match the instant activation of the Flying Thunder God. During combat, the first few surprise attacks would be fine, but once the enemy figured out the ability, they would use it against Naruto. Jiraiya thought for a moment and decided to find the old man to get the Flying Thunder God technique to teach Naruto. Perhaps Naruto could become an even stronger ninja than his father. Or maybe Naruto was the child of destiny he had been searching for. Jiraiya-sensei, aren't we going to learn a new ninjutsu? Seeing Jiraiya lost in thought, Naruto waved his hand in front of him. Pay attention. Jiraiya snapped back to reality, opened his palm, and in the blink of an eye, a blue orb appeared in his hand. Then he shouted, pressing the orb against a nearby tree trunk. With a loud crash, wood chips flew, and a large pit was left on the trunk, with spiral patterns in the pit. This ninjutsu was created by your father. It's the A-rank ninjutsu, Rasengan. Naruto's eyes lit up. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He knew that the Rasengan could take on many forms with just a bit of chakra variation. The fact that Boruto's mentor had started using the Rasengan demonstrated the technique's power. Awesome. Although Jiraiya's face didn't show any unusual reaction to his disciple's praise. He was secretly overjoyed. Ahem, listen carefully next to you. Jiraiya explained the Rasengan's essentials and handed Naruto a water-filled balloon. Try to use your chakra to make this balloon pop. Before he finished speaking, Naruto squeezed the water balloon, bursting it and splashing water all over Jiraiya. Rebellious disciple. What are you doing? I told you to use chakra, not brute strength. I couldn't control it. Naruto scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment in his eyes. It wasn't that he couldn't control his strength. It was just that having a spherical object in his hand made it hard not to squeeze it. And that squeeze directly burst the water balloon. Jiraiya took a deep breath and threw another water balloon at Naruto. However, after several tries, the results were still similar to before. You brat, use chakra. Chakra. Jiraiya was almost driven mad by Naruto. Just now, he had deliberately thrown a rubber ball. But to Naruto, it was no different from a water balloon. It burst upon squeezing. One more time. I'll do my best to control it. Naruto hadn't expected that his first step in practicing the Rasengan would be thwarted by instinct. Sigh, practice well. I'm stepping out for a bit. Jiraiya sighed, feeling that if he stayed any longer, his blood pressure would rise. To avoid becoming the next patient, Jiraiya planned to leave first. However, he spent a full 2 minutes giving instructions before leaving, fearing Naruto might cause some trouble again. Once Jiraiya left, Naruto formed hand seals and created hundreds of shadow clones. Brothers, it's time to grind for experience. With a command from the main body, the many shadow clones began to practice the Rasengan. 2 hours later, with the help of the clones, Naruto finally completed the training with a water balloon, rubber ball, and another water balloon. At this moment, he was finally ready to start officially practicing the Rasengan. Naruto felt he didn't need the assistance of clones like in the original story. With his control, he should be able to create a Rasengan with one hand in no time. All right, here we go. Naruto rubbed his face and quietly encouraged himself before spreading his palms to start gathering chakra. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Under his precise control, a blue sphere quickly appeared in his hands. Just as Naruto was feeling happy, he suddenly noticed that his sphere was a bit different. Unlike Jiraiya's Rasengan, the chakra he was gathering had no spiral. It was just a pure color of chakra. Moreover, the sphere was continuously expanding. Kid, stop it now. The Nine-Tails, who was reading a book, was startled by Naruto's actions and furiously bristled. What kind of dangerous thing is this kid doing again? Just as Naruto was about to ask, he suddenly felt a powerful impact. A deafening sound echoed in his ears. Boom! A huge blue sphere of light rose in the training ground, and after the explosion, a mushroom cloud appeared above Konoha. Chapter 88. The white-haired old man's skills are superior. Oh no, it's been a long time since Jiraiya-sama has come here. That's right. Haha, I've been busy lately. Jiraiya sat in a brothel in Konoha, drinking the small wine handed to him by someone nearby while laughing heartily. It had been so long since he felt this happy. Ever since he met that kid Naruto, he hadn't felt this joyful. Sighing, Jiraiya took a delightful sip of wine, feeling that all his worries had disappeared at that moment. Just as he was enjoying himself, he suddenly heard a loud bang, and the whole ground began to shake. Boom! Not good. There's been an explosion in the east side of the village. Quickly notify the third Hokage. A loud explosion sounded, and everyone in Konoha turned to look towards the east side of the village. The place was very familiar to everyone. It was where Naruto's training ground was located. A few days ago, the houses of those living on the east side had been smashed by a giant toad, and since that day, the villagers of Konoha had dared not live near there. Those who originally lived there hurriedly moved away. Inside the brothel, Jiraiya first heard the explosion from outside, then heard the crowd outside growing chaotic. With the drink near his mouth, Jiraiya's mood instantly soured. His heart sank, and alarm bells rang in his mind. No, I must be overthinking it. Jiraiya shook his head and stumbled out of the brothel. Just as he stepped out the door, he saw the mushroom cloud rising above the east side of the village. What the hell? Jiraiya jumped up on the spot, cursing. This ungrateful disciple. I've only been gone for less than 2 hours. It's going to be bad. But from his position, he could see that the scale of the explosion was not small. Just yesterday, the kid had caused trouble with summoning techniques and now created such a commotion. Jiraiya immediately felt as if a massive black pot had been placed on his head. No, I have to get out of here and avoid the storm. Without any hesitation, he turned and ran towards the village exit. After all, this incident had nothing to do with him. He really didn't want to run to the Hokage's office and get scolded by that old man again. Thus, Jiraiya skillfully slipped out of the village without a single ninja noticing that the white-haired old man had run away. Ouch, that hurts. At this moment, Naruto groggily climbed out of the pit. His clothes had mostly vanished in the explosion. The once exclusive training ground for Naruto in the east side of the village had now turned into a charred wasteland. Perhaps the only thing that the villagers of Konoha could be grateful for was that the explosion had not yet affected the village. After pulling out some clothes from the system and changing, Naruto tidied up his clothes and felt that his injuries weren't as painful as before. What has happened? Earlier, he was practicing the Rasengan in place, noticed that the Rasengan wasn't spinning, then heard the Nine Tails warning, and then it turned into this. Kid, are you really not afraid of dying? In the ceiling space, the Nine Tails said irritably. While it was reading, it suddenly sensed the abnormal chakra from outside, peeked out, and nearly dropped the book in shock. It had seen the Rasengan used by Minato, but Naruto was not using a Rasengan at all. He was completely stacking and compressing a large amount of chakra. If it hadn't reminded Naruto in time, the explosion's range would have been much larger by now. At that point, the entire Konoha village, including Naruto himself, would have been blown to pieces. Swish, swish, swish. Konoha's Jonin appeared one after another nearby. When the third Hokage saw the scene, he nearly fainted on the spot. Even Kakashi showed up. Naruto, what the hell are you doing? Didn't I prohibit you from researching ninjutsu a long time ago? How did it turn into this? The third Hokage scolded while taking medicine, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid. Ever since Naruto researched the wind release, Raisen Shuriken, he had forbidden the kid from experimenting with new ninjutsu in the village. This kid had little awareness of destructive power, and with his chakra being more abundant than his own, the third Hokage didn't have to think much to know that if this kid were to research ninjutsu, he would use up all his chakra. If only this kid could use tailed beast chakra, otherwise they would all be done for. Nearby, Asuma and a few other Jonin exchanged glances with Kakashi, seemingly suspecting that all of this was Kakashi's fault. At the same time, they considered whether to keep their disciples away from this blonde kid. Kakashi, with his dead fish eyes, felt speechless. Damn it, why are you all looking at me? This has nothing to do with me. I didn't research ninjutsu either. It was Jiraiya-sensei who taught me the Rasengan, the one used by the fourth Hokage. The third Hokage, Kakashi, Naruto, afraid everyone would misunderstand, emphasized that he was not researching new ninjutsu. Upon hearing Jiraiya's name, everyone temporarily shifted their gaze away from Kakashi, but when they heard about the Rasengan, they looked at Kakashi once again, as if to say the Rasengan could cause this much noise. The third Hokage pulled out a smoking pipe and continuously puffed smoke with Asuma beside him. Where's Jiraiya? Go find him. After thinking for a long time, the third Hokage still couldn't understand why Naruto had turned the Rasengan into this state, so he decided to find Jiraiya to vent. Umbu ninjas received the order and immediately vanished from the spot to search for Jiraiya. However, the third Hokage had no idea that Jiraiya had slipped out of the village to avoid the storm at the moment of the explosion. Naruto, immediately restore this place to its original state. You are now prohibited from practicing this ninjutsu in the village. If you want to practice, go outside the village. The third Hokage was truly distressed. This kid had caused destruction in the village with summoning beasts yesterday, and today he had caused a huge explosion. He was genuinely worried that by tomorrow, this kid would release the tailed beast to run amok. Konoha could not withstand such devastation. Naruto nodded, feeling that what the third Hokage said made sense. But what worried him now was why? Why is my Rasengan different from the white-haired old man's? The third Hokage glanced at the surrounding environment, feeling a mix of emotions. He knew that Naruto couldn't manage himself, But wasn't Jiraiya supposed to be managed? After advising Naruto to clean up, the third Hokage waved his hand to signal everyone to disperse. However, when his gaze shifted to a certain white-haired figure, his expression suddenly changed. Kakashi, come back to the office with me. I have something to discuss with you. Kakashi. No, this has nothing to do with me. Chapter 89. Orange Seat High View. Naruto spent most of the day restoring the training ground to its original state. Fortunately, this situation was not too difficult for him. If Yamato had come to see the charred ground, he would probably have been at a loss. In the evening, Kakashi approached Naruto once again and took away the meat and the statue. In order to help my guy, Kakashi even asked Naruto for a bottle of recovery potion. After his battle with Gaara, Lee was lying in the hospital like a mess. The hospital said that to heal him, they must find one of the legendary 3 Tsunade. Otherwise, the boy would be stuck in the hospital staring at the ceiling for the rest of his life. When Kakashi heard this, he thought of the potion Naruto had given him before. Of course, he mainly wanted to find Naruto to get meat and a statue. Counting the previous times, he had already dreamed of the deceased 3 times, but still hadn't seen Obito. He even met Uchiha Fugaku and had a chat about Sasuke's situation. Fugaku's furious appearance made Kakashi momentarily think he had truly entered the Pure Land. I'll head back now. Naruto, remember not to practice the Rasengan in the village, Kakashi said, holding the statue, but suddenly remembered what had happened today and reminded the boy again. Okay, got it. You've said it for the 7th time today. Naruto waved his hand, signaling him to quickly disappear from his sight. After watching the white-haired Kakashi leave, Naruto opened a portal and ran to a desolate place outside the Land of Waves, preparing to continue practicing the Rasengan. Naruto opened his palm and began to gather chakra. After the last explosion, he was cautious not to increase the amount recklessly while observing the chakra flow in his body and the sphere in his hand. This caused Naruto to forget to make the sphere rotate. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The violent chakra reappeared in his hand, but this time Naruto felt he could control this power. He even felt he could launch the sphere. The sphere got brighter and looked like it was about to explode at any moment. The Ninetales, who was watching closely, spoke up. Kid, throw that thing in your hand away. Hearing the Ninetales speak, Naruto immediately threw the blue energy ball away without hesitation. However, try as he might to swing his hand, the sphere just wouldn't budge, sticking like glue. Frustrated, Naruto increased his chakra output again, preparing to launch the blue sphere. Boom! A blue beam shot out from Naruto's hand, effortlessly piercing through everything in its path. As Naruto witnessed this scene, his expression became increasingly strange. Why does that look so much like the Kamehameha wave? To be honest, he really wanted to learn the sphere technique. After all, it wouldn't make sense for the ancestral technique to die out with him. Uzumaki Naruto. The Ninetales in the ceiling space raised an eyebrow, showing a hint of excitement when he saw Naruto use this technique. The Rasengan mimicked the tailed beast bomb, and he knew that. And Naruto's technique was very strong. Stronger than Minato's Rasengan, although he didn't know how the kid had achieved this. He had just simulated it in his mind and found that he could achieve the same effect with the tailed beast bomb. Its power was even stronger than what Naruto used. Good. This technique will be mine from now on. The Ninetales thought. Should I try it with both hands? Naruto muttered to himself, his expression growing excited. Glancing at a small hill not far away, he brought his hands together and moved them to his waist. Shouting word by word, Kamehameha, in the next second, blue light burst forth from his hands. With the success of the first experiment, Naruto confidently increased his chakra output. Just as the chakra sphere in his hand was about to go out of control, he suddenly pushed his hands forward. Then, the gathered chakra transformed into a blue-white beam, shooting straight towards the small hill. Whoosh! The beam surged for dozens of meters, directly embedding itself into the hill without any obstruction, continuing for 100 meters before finally disappearing. Seeing this, the Ninetales in the ceiling space felt a surge of excitement. He wanted to try using his own tailed beast bomb in this way to see what kind of power it would have. Naruto, come in for a second. Still immersed in the joy of just learning the Kamehameha wave, Naruto was momentarily confused when he heard the big fox's voice. However, he obediently sank his consciousness into the ceiling space and appeared before the big fox. Looking at the fox that was a whole circle larger than him, Naruto's expression was similar to that of the third Hokage. Naruto, extend your hand. Oh. Naruto obediently raised his hand and placed it in front of the big fox. The Nine Tails then extended its large hand, gently bumping fists with Naruto's small hand. Naruto, remember, my name is Kurama. The voice of the Nine Tails echoed in his ears, and Naruto's consciousness instantly exited the ceiling space. To his astonishment, he found himself surrounded by a red chakra. Opening his hands, Naruto noticed that red bubbles were continuously rising from his body. Those bubbles were like the soda he had drunk, continuously bubbling up. Clearly, the chakra at this moment was unimaginably abundant. He immediately realized that the big fox had given him a boost. This is the tailed beast cloak. Naruto, let go of your consciousness and let me take control for a bit. Hearing the Nine Tails' voice, Naruto offered no resistance and relaxed his mind, temporarily relinquishing control of his body to the big fox. Although he didn't know what the big fox was going to do, based on their years of friendship, he believed the big fox wouldn't harm him. Just as he was relaxing his mind, he suddenly felt his hands come together and slowly move to his waist. Huh? The big fox is going to play the Kamehameha wave too? Naruto, watch closely. This is how the technique is used. Just as the Nine Tails' voice came through, a black sphere appeared in Naruto's hands. What the heck? A tailed beast bomb? The big fox is going all out. The black sphere he was gathering was clearly the signature move of the tailed beasts. Seeing this made his scalp tingle, and alarms were ringing in his mind. The blue chakra sphere he gathered could explode without killing him, but if this thing exploded on the spot, he would have to consider whether the Sage of Six Paths would come down early. Just as Naruto was lost in his thoughts, the Nine Tails had already controlled Naruto's hands to push forward, and the black beam was instantly fired. The black beam charged towards a small hill like a wrecking ball. Naruto only felt a flash of white light in front of him, and then his ears buzzed. The small hill was completely obliterated under the Nine Tails' tailed beast bomb, Kamehameha wave. Witnessing this technique used by the big fox, Naruto didn't hesitate to praise it. Amazing Kurama. Chapter 90, Sakura, 50/50, receives epic boost. Thanks to Rant's Misty Branch for the reward, a month passed in the blink of an eye. Under the guidance of Kurama, Naruto successfully mastered the tailed beast bomb, Kamehameha wave. Compared to the initial stage of firing a beam from his hand, Naruto could now maintain the output for 5 seconds. He didn't dare to try for longer, as the Nine Tails said that exceeding 5 seconds could easily lead to his death. However, to use this technique, he still needed to enter the tailed beast cloak mode. As for the power, he had no concept of it. Over the past month, he had plowed through the hills of the Land of Waves, to the point where he didn't dare to show his face there anymore. He did ask the big fox, who said that using the tailed beast bomb, Kamehameha wave, to attack Shikaku would be a piece of cake. As for that white-haired Kakashi, ever since he taught him the Rasengan that day, Naruto hadn't seen him again. He guessed that the guy was probably hiding in some bathhouse, chuckling to himself. However, Kakashi had been coming to him more and more frequently lately, and Naruto couldn't keep track of how many meat steaks he had taken back to eat. By the last 2 weeks, Kakashi needed to eat 2 steaks instead of 1 to go to the Pure Land. Naruto found that quite annoying. He could only eat a maximum of 3 such steaks a day, and that white-haired Kakashi was still stubbornly resisting. Hey, Naruto, good morning. Kakashi, carrying a short knife on his back, greeted from the tree before flipping down. Naruto caught a glimpse of the short knife behind Kakashi and was slightly surprised. What on earth did the white-haired guy do in the Pure Land? Could it be that White Fang could still teach Kakashi sword techniques in the Pure Land? To be honest, Naruto was quite curious about what Kakashi did there. But every time he asked, Kakashi would always wave his hand and shake his head, avoiding the topic. Sighing, Naruto took out a meat patty and a statue again, but this time he pulled out a week's worth. Kakashi glanced at the neatly arranged statues and meat patties on the ground, and his eyes instantly lit up. Wait, Kakashi-sensei, where's your Sharingan? At this moment, Naruto suddenly noticed something was off. Not only was Kakashi carrying a short knife on his back, but even the eye patch he usually wore was lifted. That crimson Sharingan had turned into a pitch-black pupil. You close your Sharingan? Naruto was shocked. Moreover, he felt that lately, the white-haired guy seemed to have lost the salty fish vibe he used to have. You see, Kakashi gently stroked his eye socket, his expression somewhat complicated. A few days ago, when he was training sword techniques with his father in a dream, he woke up to find that he could close his Sharingan. He could also open it freely like the Uchiha clan. Not only that, he discovered that his Sharingan had evolved from 3 Tomo. After researching a lot of information, Kakashi realized that he had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. This made him want to find Obito in his dreams even more. Kakashi planned to share this good news with him and show him the world with his eye. It was just closing the Sharingan. Naruto? Huh? What nonsense is the white-haired guy talking about? You're Hatake Kakashi, not Uchiha Kakashi. Hearing this, Naruto looked incredulous, and seeing his expression, Kakashi decided to activate the Mangeki and show it to the kid. Here, it has changed like this. Hiss. Mangeki. Naruto's expression became even stranger upon seeing Kakashi's Mangeki. No way. Could it be that dying allowed him to open Mangeki? Should I let Sasuke give it a try sometime? So, do you only need chakra from now on? Naruto suddenly realized the key issue and looked up at Kakashi. Should be. My chakra has increased quite a bit recently, thanks to your food. Naruto was slightly taken aback and turned his head, not daring to look at Kakashi. He didn't know how to tell Kakashi the truth. Moreover, is there a possibility that you became like this because you died? Big Fox, take a look at how much chakra Kakashi has. The Nine-Tails, who was reading, lifted his eyelids with some impatience. What's there to see? Isn't it just 30? Wait, how did his chakra become 300? The Nine-Tails was slightly surprised. The last time he saw this white-haired guy, he was still a 30 chakra little rookie. How did he suddenly increase so much chakra? Naruto wasn't too surprised by the Big Fox's words. After all, the white-haired guy had opened Mangeki now and could actively close the chakra-consuming Sharingan. His chakra shouldn't be lacking. If the white-haired guy works a bit harder, he'll catch up to my 900 chakra. Terrifying. Does this mean the title of 50 to 50 will disappear in the future? Kakashi ignored Naruto, who was standing there in a daze, and took out a sealing scroll to seal the things on the ground. By the way, Naruto, don't forget to participate in the final exam tomorrow. Who was the first match against? Coming back to his senses, Naruto looked up at Kakashi. He didn't want to participate in any stupid CHNIN exam, especially not against Hinata. How could he fight? Moving his hands would be wrong, but not moving them would also be wrong. He was genuinely afraid of hurting Hinata, and then after marriage, his wife would end up abusing him. Sasuke against Gaara from the Sand Village. What? Awesome. Naruto immediately cheered up. Doesn't that mean the subsequent matches are all canceled? I'll head back first. Also, Sakura wants you to go to the hospital to find her. Kakashi put away the scroll and didn't pay attention to the nonsense Naruto was saying. He just wanted to find Obito and share the good news of his Mangeki awakening with him. Sakura? Naruto scratched his chin, casually throwing out a space door to head to the hospital. Because he had previously given Sakura and Konohamaru special training, Sakura held a grudge against him. In order to get Sakura to agree to the marriage between his son and her daughter in the future, Naruto prepared a whole set of physics and chemistry textbooks for Sakura. He thought that, given her genius character, she should be able to grasp this knowledge quickly. However, Naruto was worried about turning Sakura into the next Orochimaru. Sakura, did you need something from me? Upon arriving at the hospital, Naruto saw Sakura sitting on a chair, waving a screwdriver while fiddling with a strange arm guard. When she saw Naruto, the girl excitedly took off the arm guard and placed it in front of Naruto. Naruto, look, I used those books you gave me and combined it with ninjutsu to research a ninja tool that could be actively released. I plan to name this thing Scientific Ninja Tool. Naruto, huh? Chapter 91. How did Sasuke major in fire release? Welcome to the third round of the CHNIN exam. The first battle is between Uchiha Xiaoyan from the Leaf Village and Gaara from the Sand Village. Audience friends, let me hear your screams. Vortex Naruto, riding on the Nine-Tails, held a microphone, standing on a floating platform, loudly broadcasting the event. This made it difficult for Vortex Xiaoyan, who was on the ground carrying a camera to keep up with Naruto. Not only did he have to carry the camera, but he also had to lug around his speaker. Of course, this behavior was spontaneous. As the host of the CHNIN exam, Konoha did not endorse this behavior. The third Hokage and the fourth Kazekage looked at the floating figure with speechless expressions. Such unreliable behavior, along with that iconic blonde hair. The third Hokage knew without thinking that it was the work of Naruto, especially with Naruto's shadow clones, who could easily stir the audience's atmosphere in just a few words. Naruto, Naruto, Naruto. The villagers in the audience waved their hands, shouting Naruto's name. Everyone was deeply captivated by this popular girl at first sight. However, they didn't know that this popular girl was transformed by some blonde guy. Naruto-kun, what is? Hinata turned to look at Naruto beside her, confused. This is a long story. Seeing this scene, Naruto felt a headache similar to the third Hokage's, and in response to his wife's question, he immediately chose to pull out snacks to silence her. Sister, little lowly Hinata Hanabi, seeing her sister nestled in the blonde guy's arms, eating and laughing, felt like her teeth were about to break. To her, it was all that Vortex Naruto's fault for stealing her sister away. Naruto, where's Sasuke? Sitting next to her, Sakura was almost full from the couple's dog food and just wanted to see Sasuke. Ever since Kakashi-sensei took Sasuke away last time, she hadn't seen him for almost a month. Look, isn't that him? After feeding Hinata, Naruto pointed to the high wall in the distance. Sakura looked in that direction and saw Sasuke in a black cloak hanging motionless on the outer wall of the competition site, which made her cheeks flush again. Moonlight Gale coughed a couple of times and announced the competition venue. Ahem, please enter the examination area, contestants. Naruto felt pretty good seeing Moonlight Gale again at the venue, but he noticed that this guy's eyes were pitch black and his cheekbones were prominent. I just don't know what he's been through these days. The location of Sand Hidden Village, Gaara stepped into the arena with his gourd on his back, his face expressionless, but the fighting spirit in his eyes was evident. Swish! Sasuke, hanging on the wall, did a somersault in the air and landed safely with a thud. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Cut the crap. Sasuke, afraid Gaara would say that title, instantly broke his cold demeanor and interrupted him. The match begins with the announcement of Moonlight Breeze. Sasuke vanished from his spot and launched the first attack. In an instant, several figures of Sasuke appeared, each accompanied by flickering lightning. Sitting in the audience, Naruto watched Sasuke's figures below and felt a bit dazed. Damn, this kid's lightning style is becoming more and more like the real 3,000 lightning strikes. The figures surrounding Gaara were clearly not Sasuke's lightning clones, but mere afterimages caused by his incredible speed. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Gaara remained expressionless, as he firmly believed that no one could get close to him. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Sasuke's figure suddenly appeared above Gaara, and his hand seals were so fast that others could barely see them. As Gaara looked up, he saw flames like petals shooting towards him. He slightly raised his hand, and the sand in his gourd seemed to come to life, actively blocking Sasuke's attack. Seeing that his attack failed, Sasuke vanished again, constantly appearing from various angles around Gaara. Fire style, Dragon Fire Jutsu. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Since obtaining Orochimaru's curse mark, Sasuke's chakra had surged, allowing him to use ninjutsu without needing to calculate it in advance. He planned to first bombard his opponent with ninjutsu, and then close in for a melee fight afterward. Faced with Sasuke's fire attacks, Gaara was quickly covered by sand, forming a sphere to withstand the assault. Ha ha ha! After releasing his ninjutsu, Sasuke suddenly laughed, realizing that his techniques couldn't break through Gaara's defenses for now. Sasuke slowly took down the heavy axe from his back, continuing to speak. Let me use my weapon. I acknowledge your strength. Just as Sasuke took out the heavy axe to show off, sand burst from the ground and quickly enveloped him. Two sand spheres, one large and one small, appeared on the scene. Sand waterfall funeral. Hiding inside the sand sphere, Gaara clenched his fist with one hand, controlling the sand, intending to kill Sasuke right there. Sasuke. The most agitated was Sakura on the stage, who stood up and shouted anxiously as she saw Sasuke being covered by sand. Naruto glanced at Sakura, continuing to feed Hinata without stopping. Sakura, stay calm. Sasuke didn't even activate his Sharingan just now. However, even though she heard Naruto, Sakura couldn't relax when she couldn't see Sasuke. Hinata, who was eating, suddenly spoke up. He'll be fine. Naruto nodded in agreement, but noticed that Hinata hadn't activated her Byakugan. Hinata, can you see like this? Yeah. Oh, let me take a look at your eyes. Naruto, don't get too close. Sakura and Hanabi felt nauseated watching the two act so close. Boom! With a loud crash, Sasuke hoisted the heavy axe onto his shoulder. His crimson three-tomo Sharingan coldly staring at Gaara. Red-haired one, next time remember to let your opponent finish speaking. When Gaara saw that this guy had broken free from his sand waterfall funeral, the weariness in his eyes vanished, replaced by shock at this guy's strength. Over the years, he had killed many people and faced many strong enemies, but he had never met anyone who could withstand the sand waterfall funeral. While Gaara was stunned, Sasuke had already placed the heavy axe horizontally across his chest. He formed hand seals with his right hand, and fire chakra spread continuously from his hand. Then he wiped it across the heavy axe. The heavy axe ignited instantly under the influence of the fire style. The temperature at the scene rose rapidly due to Sasuke's technique, and the spectators close to the arena could already feel the heat wave hitting them. Let's try this move. Sasuke smirked as he swung the burning heavy axe. From a distance, it was a formidable sight. Naruto, seeing this scene, really wanted to complain, "You idiot. What about your Chidori?" Seeing him take out the burning heavy axe, Naruto had a rough idea of what technique Sasuke was about to use. Flame-splitting wave axe. Sasuke activated 3,000 lightning strikes, and, trailing flames, appeared before Gaara in the blink of an eye. Gaara didn't even have time to react. At that moment, he smelled his hair burning. Sasuke grinned maliciously, twisting his body to unleash a flame about 5 meters long toward Gaara. Chapter 92. The snake ant who specializes in fighting 5 elements, old man appears. Boom! With a loud bang, Gaara was sent flying straight back, crashing into the high wall of the arena before stopping. The powerful impact cracked the wall behind Gaara. Having never been injured before, Gaara had a large gash on his forehead, blood staining his entire field of vision. Drip, drip! Gaara, terrified, spread his hands and noticed the blood dripping from them, causing the tailed beast chakra within him to go out of control. "I'll kill you. I want to kill you." As the tailed beast chakra surged, Gaara's injuries healed instantly. However, half of his face had transformed into that of a raccoon. Akadimon. Facing the suddenly transformed, raccoon-like enemy, Sasuke didn't seem overly surprised. Even if he turned into a purple lion on the spot, he wouldn't bat an eye. Sasuke raised the heavy axe toward the half-human, half-cat Gaara and coldly said, "Let me see your full strength. Under my heavy axe, all your efforts are futile." During the previous battle, Sasuke had already used the heavy axe to recover his chakra. Now his condition was even better than before the battle began. Amere Kat Dimon. Just as Sasuke thought this, he saw the opponent appear right in front of him. Zulfast. Fortunately, the Sharingan timely observed Sasuke, ducking to avoid Gaara's attack. Whoosh! The tailed beast-formed Gaara, missing his strike, reached out for a wind-style attack aimed at Sasuke's abdomen. Sasuke swiftly dodged and placed the heavy axe in front of him. Even so, he was still blown away by the powerful wind style, just like Gaara had been moments ago. The only difference was that Sasuke sustained no injuries. Nothing much. Sasuke slowly stood up from the ground, dusting himself off with a look of disdain on his face. He was very confident in his strength and the heavy axe's ability to restore chakra. Naruto sat on the platform with his face covered. He couldn't bear to watch Sasuke being beaten below. That last hit was purely due to Sasuke's carelessness, although he couldn't currently match the enraged Gaara. With the combination of the heavy axe and Sharingan, it wouldn't be difficult to fight Gaara to a standstill if operated well. Even if things went poorly, Sasuke could rely on sucking blood to avoid being killed by the opponent. But looking at Sasuke, who kept calling Gaara useless and a mere cat demon, it would be strange if he didn't get beaten up. In the arena, Gaara and Sasuke were exchanging blows, but the enraged Gaara had already entered the 3rd stage. His entire body had transformed into Shikaku's form, with sand flowing like water in the arena. Sasuke, who had just been able to match Gaara, gradually fell into a disadvantage. In the sky, Naruto Uzumaki, who was broadcasting the match, shouted into the microphone, "Naruto is up." Naruto was sent flying by Gaara. "Naruto is up again. Naruto, shut up." It was unclear whether Sasuke was too weak or if Naruto Uzumaki was too amateurish in his commentary. In any case, the back and forth was just a few phrases. And while Naruto wanted to complain, the surrounding audience was thoroughly entertained. Disguised, Orochimaru saw that the time was ripe, waved his hand, and threw the Kazekage's hat on his head toward the third Hokage. "You Orochimaru, what are you doing?" Although the third Hokage was old, his reflexes were still sharp, and he quickly dodged the object thrown by Orochimaru. He looked at his former disciple, his aged face filled with complexity. Meanwhile, explosions were heard in every corner of Konoha village. "Hokage-sama, protect Hokage-sama. Don't come near. He is not someone you can deal with. Leave Orochimaru to me. Notify everyone to go to the village and protect the villagers." The third Hokage raised his hand to stop the ninjas who were about to advance. Once, out of the remaining feelings of mentor and disciple, he couldn't bear to kill Orochimaru. But now that Orochimaru had come to Konoha to cause destruction, he had to deal with him personally to make up for the mistakes he had made in the past. The third Hokage removed his Hokage cloak, and seeing him take a fighting stance, Orochimaru turned and ran to the rooftop. At that moment, the sound ninjas under Orochimaru were casting barriers in the corners, and a purple light shield quickly enveloped the area between Orochimaru and the third Hokage. "Naruto, take Hinata and Hanabi back. The upcoming battle is not something you can participate in." Hyuga Hizashi came to Naruto, signaling him to open a door to evacuate the people. Naruto glanced at Sasuke, who was being beaten, then looked at Iruka and pretended to nod. Taking advantage of Hizashi and Iruka's inattention, Naruto raised his hand and threw a light door behind him, kicking him into it. He then turned to Hinata and Sakura and said, "Hinata, you and Hanabi go back first. Sakura, you too." After throwing a few light doors around them, Sakura looked at Sasuke, knowing that staying here wouldn't help, and it was better to go to the hospital to help the injured. Hinata hugged Hanabi, showing hesitation as she reached out to grab Naruto's shirt. "Naruto-kun, be careful." Naruto pinched Hinata's cheek. "Don't worry, nothing will happen." After receiving confirmation, Hinata stepped into the light door. After they left, Naruto didn't rush to save Sasuke, but opened a light door for Shikamaru and the others to send them back. Kakashi and the other Jonin were dealing with a miscellaneous fish brought by Orochimaru. Guy looked toward the barrier, wanting to go forward, but was stopped by Kakashi. "Guy, the third Hokage can handle Orochimaru. Follow the third Hokage's orders. We just need to stop the ninjas infiltrating Konoha to cause destruction." The surrounding Jonin nodded in agreement, all believing that the third Hokage was strong enough to deal with Orochimaru. Moreover, personally resolving his rebellious disciple was also a lifelong wish of his. In the arena, Sasuke was still immersed in the moment when he thrust Chidori into the cat demon's chest when he suddenly heard a thunderous roar. Sasuke's Chidori almost killed Gaara. And now Shikaku could no longer stand by and was about to come out to fight, ready to teach this arrogant kid a lesson. As Shikaku appeared, he immediately launched a tailed beast bomb at Sasuke. Suddenly, a golden statue rushed towards Sasuke's position. In order to dodge Shikaku's attack, Sasuke made a dodging motion and was accidentally sent flying by the statue. Sasuke held onto the statue. "What?" Naruto shouted from side. The main reason for throwing the immortal totem was that he saw a tailed beast bomb in Shikaku's mouth. Chapter 93. Fugaku. I know about you and Naruto. Thanks to Yozaidu for the reward. Suddenly struck by the statue, Sasuke fell into a daze. However, he still followed Naruto's instructions, wrapping his right arm around the statue tightly. Seeing the golden statue reminded him of the moment when Kakashi passed away. Just as Sasuke was momentarily lost in thought, a fist-sized tailed beast bomb was already in front of his chest. When he noticed it, it was already too late. "Oh no, can't dodge. Move quickly." The opponent's attack was too fast. Sasuke saw the black sphere approaching him, feeling a sense of crisis. He knew that if he were hit by this thing, he would likely die. But in this situation, he could only watch the black sphere fly toward him, unable to evade it all. The next moment, the tailed beast bomb pierced through Sasuke's chest, creating a huge hole. Thud! Sasuke, holding the Shin Zhongshi in his left hand and the statue in his right, fell straight to the ground. "Am I going to die here? Damn it. I haven't killed that man myself yet. In his last moments, Sasuke felt infinite regret. Using all his strength, he turned his head to look at Naruto one last time, forced a bitter smile, his pupils dilating, and darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. Before losing consciousness, he constantly bid farewell to this world in his heart. Goodbye, Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi-sensei. What a pity I haven't finished reading Breaking the Sky. I haven't figured out the burning technique. I haven't killed Itachi, Uchiha. He didn't know how long it had been, but in his blurry consciousness, he heard someone calling his name. Sasuke? Sasuke. A familiar voice echoed in Sasuke's ears. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw the parents he had longed for. They looked just as young as they did back then. Sasuke also realized he was in a room that looked strikingly like his childhood home. Uchiha Fugaku, seeing his son suddenly appear in front of him, did not show much surprise. After all, Kakashi had been coming down to chat with him every day recently. However, that fool thought he was still dreaming after arriving in the Pure Land. Fugaku generally believed that the higher-ups had developed a new technique that allowed one to briefly visit the Pure Land. So seeing Sasuke naturally did not surprise him too much. Dad, Mom. Seeing his parents again, Sasuke shouted excitedly, tears streaming down his cheeks, wetting the Pure Land. At this moment, Sasuke completely forgot everything. He just wanted to be a child again. Revenge and becoming stronger were irrelevant. He just wanted to cry out all the pain and grievances he had endured over the years at his parents' knees. Mikoto, seeing Sasuke crying so sadly, stepped forward to hug his head and comfort him. Sasuke, it must have been very hard all these years, right? Mom. Just as the mother and son were having a tender moment, Fugaku still wore that sour face. He recalled that Kakashi had mentioned Sasuke selling the clan's property for ninja tools and even taking an unhealthy book from the fourth son. Moreover, he was quite obsessed. All these behaviors made Fugaku unable to find peace even in the Pure Land. Oomph, you still have the face to cry. We know about you and Naruto. Upon hearing this key phrase, Sasuke's tears instantly stopped, his pupils widened, and his mind went blank. What? My parents know about Naruto making me wear women's clothes? The thought of his cross-dressing being known by his parents made Sasuke want to die again. At the same time, he felt incredibly confused. He knew that people would come to the Pure Land after death. But how did they know? This matter was not only known to Team 7. Wait, Kakashi. Sasuke suddenly thought of Kakashi dying and coming back to life. In other words, damn it, Kakashi actually told his parents about this. You tell me the truth. Whose idea was it to make me wear women's clothes? You or Naruto? What were you thinking? You're still so young. How did you end up on this path? Fugaku first showed anger, then a heartbroken expression as he reprimanded Sasuke. This dead kid, being obsessed with improper books, is bad enough. The idea of selling off the clan's property is truly unacceptable. You really don't feel any remorse for selling your ancestors' legacy, do you? Moreover, this kid hasn't even considered the prospect of getting married and having children in the future. It's important to know that the continuation of the Uchiha clan is a matter of utmost importance. Sasuke stood there in a daze, his face drenched in sweat, looking as if he had just been pulled out of water. What do you mean, what? Are you mute? Hearing his father's furious shout, Sasuke knew he couldn't hide the truth any longer and could only speak up to calm his father's anger. Besides, he dressed in women's clothes just to awaken to Sharingan. It was for power. What wrong had Sasuke, committed? He closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and intended to confess to his father. Just as he was about to speak, Fugaku started talking as well. Father, I also wore women's clothes to stimulate the Sharingan to awaken the Manjiki. Sasuke, no matter what, you can't sell off the clan's property. Sasuke. Fugaku. Mikoto. At that moment, when the father and son finished speaking, both of their expressions froze for a full minute, as if time had stopped. Mikoto covered her mouth in shock upon hearing that her youngest son wore women's clothes. The thought of Kakashi saying that Sasuke and Naruto were always together only made her more uneasy. It is difficult for someone from the older generation to imagine a grown man wearing women's clothing. To shamelessly say it was for awakening the Manjiki Sharingan? Didn't you awaken it back when the clan was massacred? Fugaku's head was buzzing with anger at this child's foolishness. If the Pure Land wasn't dead, he would suspect this child could give him a heart attack on the spot. Uchiha Sasuke. How could you do something that humiliates the Uchiha name in this world? Hang him up. Hang him up. Today, I will make you understand the Uchiha clan's family rules. Furious, Fugaku pulled out a large iron rod and began shouting for the Uchiha clan members. As Fugaku shouted loudly, the room began to fill with the long-dead Uchiha clan members. They had heard everything that was said just now. One by one, their Sharingan opened, and everyone was enraged at this kid who had tarnished the Uchiha name. Without saying a word, they all lunged at Sasuke. Just as the Uchiha clan members were about to touch Sasuke's body, his spirit suddenly became blurry and disappeared. When Sasuke opened his eyes again, he saw the blue sky once more, along with the sounds of fighting in his ears. What is this? Sasuke slowly got up, the fear on his face still not dissipated. He was clearly shaken by everything that had just happened. Moving his right arm a bit, he found that the statue he had been holding was now just dust. Combining everything that had happened earlier, along with Kakashi dying and coming back to life, he was now certain that Naruto threw that statue to revive him. Damn that white-haired guy. Knowing everything, Sasuke stood up and cursed loudly. If it weren't for that guy, his parents wouldn't have known about his cross-dressing. It's all Kakashi's fault. Chapter 94. Naruto holds the iron door against Shikaka's attack at this moment. Naruto was using a door panel to shield Sasuke from all of Shikaka's attacks. Although the immortal totem can revive people, there is a prerequisite. The body cannot take any damage within 10 seconds after touching the immortal totem. This was concluded from the experiments conducted on small animals by the Uzumaki clan and the observations of the white-haired guy. Therefore, as soon as Naruto entered the scene, he took the door panel and positioned it in front of Sasuke to block any potential harm. Listening to the sound of wind release hitting the door panel and feeling the immense force on his shoulder, Naruto once again refreshed his understanding of the power of tailed beasts. Previously, he had only heard that Shikaku was the weakest among the tailed beasts. Even the Nine Tails had said so. It was only now that Naruto realized that Shikaku's weakness was relative to the other tailed beasts. If the door panel he was holding wasn't made of special material, it would have turned into scrap metal from just one of Shikaku's attacks. Naruto now understood. While the Nine Tails is strong, it doesn't mean Shikaku is weak. Struggling to withstand the attack, Naruto heard Sasuke's voice. Damn that white-haired guy. Uzumaki Naruto. Why is this kid talking like me? What did Kakashi-sensei do to you? Did he give you something? Why are you lying on the ground, sleeping while fighting? What happened to the 3,000 lightning strikes? Naruto didn't ask why Sasuke had come back to life, but instead began to mock Kakashi, speaking in an exaggerated tone. Really, if only this kid had some skill, he wouldn't have lost his first life to Shikaku. It was purely because he had the heavy gravity staff in his hand that he could act so recklessly. Come on, does this kid really think he is a berserker or something? Isn't it obvious that playing jungle while pretending to be a top laner is a bad idea? That statue can revive people, right? Give me one. Sasuke got up, gritting his teeth, looking angrily at the raging Shikaku. The fact that he had cross-dressed had become known to everyone in the Pure Land Uchiha clan, and in addition to Kakashi, this cat demon was also responsible. From now on, just thinking about entering the Pure Land after death and facing his parents and clan would be unbearably humiliating. Naruto's earlier mockery only fueled Sasuke's hatred towards this cat demon. Sasuke now just wanted to kill the enemy or be killed by them. Naruto rolled his eyes at this kid, but ultimately tossed an immortal totem to Sasuke. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about this kid getting killed in the ensuing battle. He even threw a rope to Sasuke. After being bombarded by Shikaku's wind release for a while, even a normal person would start to get angry, especially the fox inside him, which kept shouting for Naruto to beat Shikaku. But when it came to coming out, it refused to budge. The big fox said it was for Sasuke's sake, teaching him that if he couldn't beat Shikaku, he might as well find a tree to crash into and die. That way, a new Jinchuriki could be chosen. In its view, the big fox was simply too heavy to fight. It's not hard to imagine that if the nine-tailed orange pig that was 3 times larger appeared before Shikaku, it would definitely be laughed at. After receiving the statue, Sasuke tied several tight knots with the rope around his waist. He looked quite cautious. To be safe, Naruto also took out an immortal totem and tied it around his waist. The surrounding Jonin, who were engaged in battle, saw the two kids below, and their expressions twisted into a mess. These two kids, one with a strange statue over 1.60 meters tall, and the other holding a 2-meter-long giant sword, with a 2-meter-high, colorful door panel in hand. If it weren't for their Leaf Village headbands and the fact that everyone was familiar with them, they might have thought they were underlings of Orochimaru. It was just too absurd. Sasuke, let's go together. Naruto held up the door panel, exchanged a glance with Sasuke, and they both vanished from their spots. They simultaneously chose to engage in a skirmish with the rampaging Shikaku. Naruto felt no fear because the big fox had said Shikaku was rampaging due to the red-haired kid's life being threatened. Right now, Shikaku's actions were purely instinctual. In other words, the current One-Tail was not in its complete form. Naruto was confident in dealing with such a Shikaku. Opening the space door was unnecessary. Relying solely on his physical speed, he raised the door panel and appeared behind Shikaku in an instant. Meanwhile, Sasuke had no idea about the power of the tailed beasts. He believed that the opponent was just a cat demon, and the current situation was all due to him forcing the opponent to reveal its true form. With the resurrection item in hand, Sasuke felt that he could easily take down the opponent with 2 lives. He fully activated the 3,000 lightning clones, and instantly, hundreds of Sasuke's figures appeared around Shikaku. Although the consumption of the 3,000 Thunder Illusion Body is great, as long as he uses the Xianzhong ruler to stick to the opponent, he can quickly recover his chakra. The rampaging Shikaku saw the insects flashing in front of him and became even angrier. It roared at the sky, constantly slapping its belly, and countless wind-release blades rapidly expanded outward from Shikaku's center. Everything within this attack range was neatly sliced apart. There were only 2 people present, and if anyone else were nearby, they would likely be cut in half. Perhaps Shikaku's wind release is very strong. However, the weapons in Naruto and Sasuke's hands are both offensive and defensive. The 2 of them simultaneously raised the door panel and the Xianzhong ruler in front of them and charged towards Shikaku's wind release. As Naruto ran, he distractedly opened several light doors, but due to his distracted state while running, he only managed to transfer part of the ninjutsu back. Just as the 2 of them appeared at Shikaku's feet, Naruto glanced at Shikaku's rear and lifted the large iron door in his hand to poke at it. Faced with the attack from behind, Shikaku's massive body stiffened, and its ninjutsu release was interrupted. Seeing Shikaku go stiff from his poke, Naruto shouted loudly to Sasuke, "You idiot! Go for it!" The 2 didn't say much and simultaneously unleashed their strongest techniques. Naruto's left hand formed a fist-sized blue orb that gradually condensed in his palm. However, he didn't dare to use the tailed beast bomb